The book titled Zhangzia Duo Nu Zhu Chong Shi Ni Tu, He Huan Zong Fu He, is also known as Fairy, Please Stop. I just want to cultivate in peace. And after rescuing the female elder of the sect, their personas crumbled. Are the female elders of the sect all cold, abstinent, and unattainable? Su Yuanqing, struck by the Yin-Yang Transformation Furnace, finds himself traversing the realm of cultivation, endowed with the Yin-Yang Transformation Furnace. He initially intended to cultivate quietly and rise against the heavens, yet fate intervenes, drawing a group of distinguished and formidable female powerhouses to him. After saving a sect elder, she coldly insists on offering herself in return. When he inadvertently stumbles into the secret chamber of a demonic enchantress while attempting to heal her, she grits her teeth, yet remains entangled with him daily. The icy sect leader, the goddess of the sword path, the empress of the demon realm, and the enchantress of the demonic sect, each one more aloof and powerful than the last, and each experiencing a collapse of their personas. Fairy, please wait. I just wish to cultivate in peace. Su Yuanqing exclaims. With the Yin-Yang Transformation Furnace in hand, he refines all spirits, reverses life and death, and strides through the heavens, stirring the winds and clouds of myriad realms. One day, after being struck by the Hehuan San while rescuing a celestial fairy, Lu Suiao finds herself in the most unfortunate and embarrassing situation since embarking on her path of cultivation. As a distinguished elder of the Qing Xiandao sect and a peak Yuanqing powerhouse, she unexpectedly faces an ambush by 3 elders from the demonic Hehuan sect on her way back to the sect. Although 2 of them die and 1 escapes, she sustains severe injuries and faints on her return to the Qing Xiandao sect. Her humiliation, she awakens to find herself in the embrace of a young man, disheveled, and he is unfastening her clothing. What are you doing? Lu Suiao scolds, though her body feels weak and powerless. Upon awakening, Su Yuanqing glances at her and nonchalantly replies, You look quite beautiful. I didn't expect you to be blind. Enraged, Lu Suiao retorts, Who are you calling blind? Su Yuanqing responds, So you're not blind? Then you can see that I am healing your wounds, can't you? At that moment, she realizes that the young man is merely applying a herbal remedy to her waist injury and has not committed any inappropriate actions, that a gentle, cooling sensation emanates from the wound. However, the herbs he is using are merely the lowest grade of spiritual herbs. Her injury was inflicted by a Yuanqing elder of the Hehuan sect, and such low-level herbs can only provide minimal effect, merely staunching the blood flow without aiding in her recovery. Please step aside. I can do it myself, Lu Suiao insists. Having lived a life of purity, she has never been so intimately close to a man, and lying in the young man's arms makes her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Su Yuanqing says nothing and stands up to leave. Lu Suiao breathes a sigh of relief, her gaze toward him softening slightly. However, she soon realizes something is amiss. She cannot move. It is not that she is incapable, rather, her body lacks strength. Even her spiritual power is currently inaccessible. Recalling her ambush by the 3 elders of the Hehuan sect and the effects of the Hehuan San, she remembers that although she had forcefully sealed the aphrodisiac's effects, using all her cultivation, her body remains weak. Even now, the effects of the drug have not dissipated. However, she finds it difficult to swallow her pride and asks the young man for help again. Su Yuanqing observes her and shakes his head, approaching once more. You have a penetrating wound on your shoulder that is still bleeding. If it is not treated promptly, you may lose too much blood. Do you need my assistance? Lu Suiao glances at Su Yuanqing and finds him exceptionally handsome, his eyes clear and devoid of ulterior motives. He had only been applying medicine to her, without any inappropriate behavior. Reflecting on her earlier reprimand, she feels embarrassed to admit her need and simply nods slightly, turning her head to the side. Su Yuanqing thinks to himself that this elder has a surprisingly thin skin. He moves closer to help Lu Suiao sit up. However, she is too weak to support herself and leans against him involuntarily. It's not that I want to hold you. You just can't sit up. Don't come looking for trouble afterward, Su Yuanqing preemptively warns. This statement causes Lu Suiao's already flushed cheeks to turn a deeper shade of crimson. She bites her lip and replies, Rest assured, as long as your hands behave, I will not repay kindness with malice. With that, Su Yuanqing supports her with one hand while lifting her clothing to expose her smooth shoulder, revealing her delicate collarbone and a glimpse of her blood-stained undergarment, seemingly made of some icy silk, pure and elegant. After being stained with blood, it appears like a snow plum in bloom. Su Yuanqing's heart races uncontrollably. After all, how could he remain composed in the presence of such a stunning beauty? His ability to maintain his composure is primarily due to her remarkable status as an elder of the Qing Xiandao sect, a Yuanqing powerhouse. Although she appears vulnerable at the moment, she is not someone he can provoke. Of course, the most critical factor is this is his best opportunity to turn the tables in this world, and he must seize it. Su Yuanqing suppresses all illicit thoughts, focusing intently on the wound on Lu Suio's shoulder. The injury is not severe, likely caused by a flying sword, and continues to bleed. He diligently applies the medicine, staunches the bleeding, and bandages the wound. Throughout the process, aside from Lu Suio leaning against his shoulder, allowing him to feel her soft form, he does not engage in any unnecessary actions. Naturally, he catches glimpses of her alluring figure, which astonishes him, yet he maintains his focus, only occasionally glancing with his peripheral vision. After completing the treatment, Su Yuanqing removes his outer garment and drapes it over Lu Suio, covering her torn clothing. "Thank you," Lu Suio expresses. During the treatment, she had worried that Su Yuanqing might take advantage of the situation. However, he had proactively covered her with his outer garment, preventing her from exposure, which made her realize she had underestimated his character. "You are welcome," Su Yuanqing replies with a smile. Lu Suio, known for her cool demeanor, rarely interacts with men and feels her cheeks flush with heat. After expressing her gratitude, she falls silent, waiting for her recovery. Su Yuanqing does not disturb her, finding a nearby place to sit cross-legged. They maintain a respectful distance, neither too close nor too far. This arrangement ensures Lu Suio does not feel uncomfortable, while also allowing Su Yuanqing to respond promptly should she require assistance. Lu Suio perceives Su Yuanqing's consideration and feels more at ease. After about an hour, Lu Suio rises and looks in Su Yuanqing's direction. "What is your name?" "Su Yuanqing. I see you possess the cultivation of the first layer of qi refining. Do you belong to a sect?" Lu Suio inquires. "Yes, I am a disciple of the Qing Xian Dao sect." The mention of the Qing Xian Dao sect causes Lu Suio to pause. She gazes at Su Yuanqing for a moment. "Do you know who I am?" Su Yuanqing shakes his head. Lu Suio's beautiful phoenix eyes flash with confusion. "You are a disciple of the Qing Xian Dao sect, yet you do not know who I am." Su Yuanqing counters. "Must I know who you are?" Lu Suio's breath catches momentarily. His words remind her of his earlier comment about her beauty, only to reveal she is blind. She feels an inexplicable surge of anger. "I am Lu Suio, elder of the Qing Xian Dao sect. You are a disciple of the Qing Xian Dao sect, yet you do not recognize me?" Su Yuanqing was taken aback, exclaiming, "You are." Before he could finish his sentence, he quickly clasped his fists in respect and bowed. "Please forgive me, elder. That I am but a lowly disciple, merely a menial worker at the Spirit Beast Peak, tending to spirit beasts, and thus have never had the fortune to behold your esteemed visage, which is why I failed to recognize you." It turned out that he was merely a menial disciple at the Spirit Beast Peak. It was not surprising that he did not recognize her. Regarding today's events, Lu Suio began. Su Yuanqing immediately vowed, "The events of today shall remain etched in my heart, and I shall not divulge even a word." He added fervently, "Should I ever speak of it, may I be doomed to eternal suffering and find no resting place." Lu Suio was momentarily astonished. She had not anticipated such a severe oath from Su Yuanqing. For cultivators, certain vows carry profound consequences, and one must be cautious lest they come to fruition. She nodded in agreement. "Since you are a menial disciple of the Spirit Beast Peak, upon your return to the sect, you shall be promoted to an inner disciple." Su Yuanqing was genuinely elated. This was the very reason he had feigned ignorance of Lu Suio's identity and had privately rendered assistance. He sought to evoke a sense of gratitude from her. With a mere word from Lu Suio, his fate could be transformed. He quickly expressed, "Thank you, elder." Lu Suio intended to provide Su Yuanqing with a token, yet she realized that her storage ring was inexplicably lost, leaving her with nothing. "Where is your identity token?" Lu Suio inquired. Su Yuanqing retrieved his identity token. Lu Suio flicked her slender, jade-like finger, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into his token, declaring, "This serves as your proof." "Thank you, elder." Su Yuanqing reiterated his gratitude. Lu Suio nodded and prepared to depart. Although she had regained some strength, her injuries were not yet healed, and she needed to return to the sect promptly. "Elder, could you take me with you?" Su Yuanqing ventured. "Take you with me?" Lu Suio, momentarily puzzled, sought clarification. Su Yuanqing explained, "There is a precipice below, and as a mere first-layer qi refining disciple, I lack any flying artifacts." Before he could finish, Lu Suio comprehended his meaning. He was requesting her to carry him up the cliff. At that moment, Lu Suio noticed that Su Yuanqing bore some old injuries, realizing that there might be more to his fall from the cliff than met the eye. Since he did not elaborate, she refrained from probing further. "Very well," she simply nodded. With a swift motion, she unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, enveloping Su Yuanqing and transforming them into a radiant arc as they soared into the sky. Not only did she rescue Su Yuanqing from the cliff, but she also returned him to the vicinity of Qing Xian Dao Zone, where she then set him down, allowing him to make his way back to the sect on his OWN at a distance of 100 miles from Qing Xian Dao Zone. Su Yuanqing watched as Lu Suio transformed into a white arc and departed, a glint of determination flickering in his clear eyes. He was not originally from this world, but was instead a promising youth from Huaxia on Earth, a bona fide undergraduate student that a year prior, while climbing Mount Tai for leisure, he was struck unconscious by a descending celestial furnace, and subsequently awakened in this bizarre realm of cultivation. He had even experienced a miraculous rejuvenation, appearing years younger, transformed into a youthful-visaged. He had initially believed himself to be a chosen one, yet without a system to support him, he nearly perished upon entering this world. After much struggle, he managed to join Qing Xian Dao Zone, only to find himself relegated to the status of a menial disciple. His aspirations of becoming a gaming emperor to outshine others were dashed, as his cultivation talent proved only marginally superior to that of an ordinary person unable to cultivate. After a grueling year of servitude at Qing Xian Dao Zone, he barely managed to break through to the first layer of qi refining. He was often bullied by senior brothers, and the meager resources allocated to him by the sect were frequently siphoned away. As a university student from the 21st century, he could hardly endure such indignities. After one particularly harsh lesson, he lay in bed for 3 days, finally conforming to the expectations placed upon him. Yet, misfortune continued to shadow him. Just days prior, a senior sister from the inner sect had come to select spirit cranes and, finding him appealing, teased him. The accompanying senior brother's disdainful gaze upon Su Yuanqing was palpable. Ultimately, that senior brother insisted on taking him on a task, ostensibly to care for the spirit cranes. However, during their journey, he was unceremoniously tossed over the edge, plummeting into the abyss. Had it not been for the dormant celestial furnace within him finally stirring to life, he would have perished. Brother Furnace? Brother Furnace? Could you respond? Su Yuanqing lamented, aware that the celestial furnace floated within his dantian. Aside from saving his life during the fall, it had remained silent for an entire year since his arrival in this world. Just then, he suddenly noticed a peculiar shift in his identity token. The thread of spiritual energy that Lu Suio had infused was inexplicably waning. What? Su Yuanqing's expression shifted, but he soon sensed that the dissipating energy had entered his body, finding its way into his dantian and being absorbed by the celestial furnace. The once dormant furnace trembled, casting a radiant light of yin and yang. It seemed to have been awakened. A name inexplicably surfaced in Su Yuanqing's consciousness. Yin-Yang Ziawalu, the book titled Zingzia Duo Nu Zhu Chong Shi and I, 2, Hehuanzong Fu He, is also known as Fairy. Please stop. I just want to cultivate. And after rescuing the sect's female elder, their personas collapsed. Are the sect's female elders all cold, abstinent, and unattainable? Su Yuanqing, struck by the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace, finds himself traversing the realm of cultivation, endowed with the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace. Initially, he intended to cultivate in peace and rise against the heavens, but fate has other plans, drawing a cadre of esteemed and formidable female powerhouses towards him. After rescuing a female elder from the sect, she coldly insists on dedicating herself to him. When he inadvertently enters the demonic realm's secret chamber while tending to her injuries, she grits her teeth yet becomes entangled with him daily. The icy sect leader, sword goddess, demon realm empress, and demonic enchantress, all are formidable and aloof, yet their personas unravel one by one. Fairy, please wait. I merely wish to cultivate in peace. Su Yuanqing pleads. With the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace in his possession, he can refine all spirits, reverse life and death, and traverse the heavens, stirring the winds and clouds of myriad realms. 1. Under the effects of Huan San, he saves the female fairy. This tale features multiple female leads and a harem, with each female protagonist having her own progression and emotional build-up. Lu Suio felt that today was the most unfortunate and chaotic day since she embarked on her path of cultivation as a distinguished elder of the Qing Xian Dao sect and a peak Yuanqing powerhouse. She unexpectedly fell victim to an ambush by 3 elders from the Huan sect on her way back to the sect. Although 2 of them perished and 1 escaped, she was gravely injured and lost consciousness on her return to the Qing Xian Dao sect. More humiliatingly, upon awakening, she found herself in the embrace of a young man, disheveled as he was. Unfastening her clothing. What are you doing? Lu Suio exclaimed. Though her body felt weak and powerless as she regained consciousness, Su Yuanqing lifted his gaze to her and nonchalantly remarked, "You look quite lovely, but I didn't expect you to be blind." Lu Suiao, infuriated, retorted, "Who are you calling blind?" Su Yuanqing replied, "So you're not blind? Then can you not see that I am treating your injuries?" Lu Suiao was momentarily speechless. At that moment, she realized the boy was indeed not overstepping boundaries. He was applying a herbal remedy to the wound at her waist that a faint cooling sensation radiated from the injury. Yet the herbs he used were merely the lowest grade spiritual herbs. Her wounds were inflicted by the Yuanqing elders of the Huan sect, rendering the effects of such low-grade herbs negligible, merely capable of stemming the bleeding without healing. Her injuries, "Allow me to handle it myself," Lu Suiao stated. Throughout her life, she had maintained an unsullied reputation and had never engaged in such intimate contact with any man. Lying in the young man's arms made her cheeks flush with discomfort. Su Yuanqing said nothing. Rising to leave, Lu Suiao sighed with relief. Her gaze towards him softened slightly. However, she soon realized something was amiss. She was unable to move. It wasn't that she couldn't move. Rather, her entire body felt devoid of strength. Even her magical power was inaccessible at that moment. Recalling the ambush by the 3 Huan sect elders, she remembered being struck by Huan San. Though she had forcefully sealed the aphrodisiac's toxic effects with her entire cultivation, the weakness still lingered. Even now, the effects of the drug had not dissipated, rendering her powerless. Yet, she could not bear to ask the young man again for assistance. Su Yuanqing observed her, shook his head, and approached once more. "You have a penetrating wound on your shoulder, bleeding from both sides that if not treated promptly, you may suffer excessive blood loss. Do you require my assistance?" Lu Suiao glanced at Su Yuanqing, noting that the young man was exceptionally handsome, his eyes clear and devoid of ulterior motives. He had indeed only applied medicine to her, without any inappropriate actions. Reflecting on her earlier rebuke, she felt embarrassed to admit her need, merely nodding gently and turning her head to the side. Su Yuanqing thought to himself that the elder was surprisingly bashful. He moved closer to help Lu Suiao sit up. However, she was too weak to sit upright independently, and each time he attempted to assist her, she inadvertently leaned into his embrace. "It's not that I wish to hold you. You simply cannot sit up. Please do not hold this against me later," Su Yuanqing preemptively warned. This remark caused Lu Suiao's cheeks to redden further, her ears and neck flushed with embarrassment. She bit her lip. "Rest assured, as long as your hands do not wander, I will not repay kindness with malice." With that, Su Yuanqing supported her with one hand while using the other to pull aside her garment, revealing her smooth shoulder. From his perspective, he could see her delicate collarbone and a corner of her blood-stained undergarment, seemingly made of a fine icy silk, pure and elegant, stained with blood. It resembled a snow blossom in bloom that Su Yuanqing's heart raced uncontrollably. After all, holding such a stunning beauty, it would be unnatural not to feel stirred. His ability to maintain composure stemmed from her extraordinary status, an elder of the Qing Xiandao sect, and a Yuanqing powerhouse. Even though she appeared vulnerable at present, she was not someone he could provoke. Moreover, this was the perfect opportunity for him to rise in this world, which he was determined to seize. Su Yuanqing suppressed all inappropriate thoughts, focusing intently on the wound on Lu Suiao's shoulder. The injury was not extensive, likely caused by a flying sword, and continued to bleed profusely. He meticulously applied the medicine, staunched the bleeding, and bandaged her wounds. Throughout the process, aside from Lu Suiao leaning against him, allowing him to feel her ample form, he did not engage in any unnecessary actions that, of course, he could not help but catch glimpses of her beauty, astonished by the allure of it all. However, he steadfastly maintained his focus, allowing only a sidelong glance. Upon completing the task, Su Yuanqing removed his outer garment and draped it over Lu Suiao, concealing her tattered attire. "Thank you," Lu Suiao said. Throughout the process of receiving treatment, she had been concerned that Su Yuanqing might take advantage of the situation. Yet, he had voluntarily covered her with his coat, preventing any accidental exposure, which made her realize she had misjudged his character. "That you're welcome," Su Yuanqing replied with a smile. Lu Suiao, typically aloof, rarely interacted with any men privately. Now, feeling slightly flushed, she ceased her words after expressing gratitude. Quietly awaiting her recovery, Su Yuanqing respected her space, moving a short distance away to sit cross-legged. They maintained a comfortable distance, neither too close nor too far. This arrangement ensured that Lu Suiao would not feel uncomfortable, while also allowing Su Yuanqing to respond promptly should she require anything. Lu Suiao sensed Su Yuanqing's considerate demeanor, causing her to relax further. Approximately an hour later, she rose and turned to Su Yuanqing. "What is your name?" Su Yuanqing, I see you possess the cultivation of the first layer of qi refining. Do you have a sect? Lu Suiao inquired. Yes, I am a disciple of the Qing Xiandao sect. Upon hearing Qing Xiandao sect, Lu Suiao suddenly froze, staring intently at Su Yuanqing for a moment. Do you know who I am? Su Yuanqing shook his head. Lu Suiao's beautiful phoenix eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. As a disciple of the Qing Xiandao sect, you do not know who I am. Su Yuanqing countered. Must I know who you are? Lu Suiao's breath caught momentarily. His remark reminded her of his earlier comment about her beauty, only to call her blind. An inexplicable anger stirred within her. I am Lu Suiao, the elder of the Qing Xiandao sect, and you, a disciple of the Qing Xiandao sect, do not recognize me? Su Yuanqing's face reflected a moment of astonishment as he stammered, You are. Before he could finish his sentence, he hastily clasped his fists and bowed. Please forgive me, Elder. My humble status as a mere disciple of menial tasks at the Spirit Beast Peak has prevented me from encountering your esteemed presence, hence I failed to recognize you. It turned out he was merely a servant disciple tending to spirit beasts at the Spirit Beast Peak. Not recognizing him was, in fact, quite understandable. Regarding today's matter, Lu Suiao began. Without hesitation, Su Yuanqing swore, What transpired today shall remain etched in my heart, and I shall not divulge a single word to anyone. Should I do so, let me suffer eternal damnation, without a place to rest in death. Lu Suiao was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Su Yuanqing would utter such a dire oath. For cultivators, certain commitments are not to be made lightly, lest they come to fruition one day. She nodded in acknowledgement. Since you are a menial disciple of the Spirit Beast Peak, upon your return to the sect, you shall be promoted to an inner disciple. At this moment, Su Yuanqing felt a true surge of excitement. This was the very reason he had feigned ignorance of Lu Suiao's identity. He sought to privately assist her, fostering a bond of gratitude. A mere word from Lu Suiao could alter his fate. He quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Elder. Lu Suiao intended to provide Su Yuanqing with a token, but she realized her storage ring was missing, leaving her empty-handed. Where's your identity token? She inquired. Su Yuanqing retrieved his identity token. With a delicate flick of her jade-like finger, Lu Suiao infused a thread of her spiritual energy into his token, declaring, This serves as your proof. Thank you, Elder. Su Yuanqing reiterated his thanks gratefully. Lu Suiao nodded, preparing to depart. Although she had regained some strength, her injuries remained unhealed, necessitating a swift return to the sect. Elder, may I accompany you? Su Yuanqing ventured. Accompany me? Lu Suiao initially did not grasp his meaning. Su Yuanqing elaborated. There is a cliff below, and as a mere first-layer qi refinement cultivator, I lack a flying artifact. Before he could conclude his explanation, Lu Suiao understood his request. He was asking her to carry him up the cliff that moment. She also noticed some old injuries on Su Yuanqing's body, realizing that there might be more to his fall than met the eye. Su Yuanqing remained silent, and she chose not to pry further. Very well, she simply nodded. With a wave of her hand, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped Su Yuanqing, lifting him into the air like a shooting rainbow. She not only ascended him from the cliff, but also returned him near the Qing Xiandao sect before setting him down, allowing him to return to the sect on his own. The Qing Xiandao sect lay 100 miles away. Su Yuanqing observed Lu Suiao, who transformed into a white rainbow as she departed, and a sharp glint appeared in his clear eyes. He was not originally from this world. He hailed from Earth, a fine young man from Huaxia, a genuine undergraduate student a year prior. While climbing Mount Tai for leisure, he was struck unconscious by a celestial furnace that fell from the sky, and subsequently found himself in this fantastical realm of cultivation. In fact, he even appeared to have returned to youth, regressing several years into a youthful visage. Initially, he believed himself to be a chosen one. However, lacking any system to aid him, he nearly perished upon entering this world. After much effort, he managed to join the Qing Xiandao sect, only to find himself relegated to the role of a menial disciple. He had aspired to be a diligent practitioner, surpassing others, yet his innate talent for cultivation was merely slightly superior to that of an ordinary person who could not cultivate at all. After toiling for an entire year at the Qing Xiandao sect, he barely managed to break through to the first layer of qi refinement. He often found himself oppressed by other senior brothers, and the monthly cultivation resources allocated to him were frequently withheld. How could a university student of the 21st century endure such indignities? After one harsh lesson, lying incapacitated for 3 days, he became much more compliant. Yet, despite his compliance, misfortune still followed him. Just a few days ago, an inner sect disciple's senior sister had come to select a spirit crane and, finding him presentable, had teased him. The senior brother accompanying her cast a disapproving glance at Su Yuanqing. Ultimately, this senior brother insisted on taking him out on a mission, under the pretense of caring for the spirit crane. However, during their journey, he was unceremoniously cast off the cliff. Were it not for the dormant celestial furnace within him finally reacting, he would have long since perished. Furnace bro? Furnace bro? Could you respond? Su Yuanqing lamented, regarding the celestial furnace that hovered in his dantian. Aside from saving his life during the fall, it had shown no other signs of activity in the year since he arrived in this world. Just then, he noticed an unusual movement in his identity token. The thread of spiritual energy Lu Suiao had infused was dissipating. Curious, Su Yuanqing's expression shifted. He then sensed that the dissipating energy had entered his body, appearing in his dantian, where it was absorbed by the celestial furnace. The once dormant furnace trembled suddenly, radiating a brilliance of yin and yang, as if it had been activated. A name inexplicably surfaced in Su Yuanqing's mind. Yin-Yang Zhao Hualu. Yin-Yang Zhao Hualu. Promotion to inner sect disciple. Yin-Yang Zhao Hualu. Su Yuanqing was taken aback. This time, as his thoughts stirred, the celestial furnace, which had been hovering in his dantian, suddenly materialized in his palm. Could it truly be the legendary Yin-Yang Zhao Hualu? Su Yuanqing understood that if it were indeed the mythical furnace, it possessed the ability to refine all things and return to the primordial state. Furthermore, it could enhance the grade of spiritual treasures, transform acquired into innate, and serve as a formidable defensive artifact. According to legend, its immense power and formidable functions were awe-inspiring. Having plummeted from a cliff while healing Lu Suiao, he had fortuitously gathered a few first-grade spiritual herbs, 2 of which remained. Tentatively, he cast them into the Yin-Yang Zhao Hualu, eager to discover whether it was indeed the fabled furnace and if it truly held the legendary capabilities. As the herbs entered the furnace, the Tai Chi diagram, encircled by yin and yang fish at the center of the furnace's base, suddenly radiated brilliance. And the intricate patterns along the exterior flickered momentarily. Had they fused? Su Yuanqing was momentarily stunned. He beheld the 2 first-grade spiritual herbs he had cast into the furnace, now astonishingly merged into a single second-grade spiritual herb. As his mind willed it, the second-grade spiritual herb appeared in his palm. There was no doubt. It was indeed a second-grade spiritual herb. Oh, my system, father. No, my cheat has finally arrived. Su Yuanqing's excitement surged. He quickly placed the second-grade spiritual herb back into the Yin-Yang Zhao Hualu. However, this time, there was no response. Su Yuanqing speculated that the refinement of spiritual herbs could only be performed once, or that he required more second-grade herbs to synthesize a third-grade herb. Regardless of which, this was indeed a cheat. Without a system father, having a cheat father was entirely acceptable to Su Yuanqing. His gaze grew increasingly fervent. The distinction between first-grade and second-grade spiritual herbs was negligible. However, the disparity between first-grade and second-grade spiritual medicines was substantial. After becoming an inner sect disciple, the sect would allocate corresponding cultivation resources monthly. At that time, he would place them all into the Yin-Yang Zhao Hualu for enhancement. Just the thought of it filled Su Yuanqing with exhilaration. He hastily stored the Yin-Yang Zhao Hualu within his body. Upon returning to Qing Xiandao Zone, Su Yuanqing wasted no time and immediately headed to the sect's administrative hall. This was the place managing the sect's internal administrative affairs, including disciple identity registration, upgrades, and assessments. Su Yuanqing had initially worried that the trace of magical energy left by Lu Suiao in his identity token would be consumed when activating the Yin-Yang Zhao Hualu, rendering it unrecognized by the administrative hall. Unexpectedly, Lu Suiao proved to be quite reliable. Upon returning to Qing Xiandao Zone, she promptly informed the administrative hall. Thus, the process went smoothly. Su Yuanqing swiftly transitioned from being a mere servant disciple to an inner sect disciple of Qing Xiandao Zone. However, as he had yet to take on a master, he was still affiliated with the Spirit Beast Peak. Nevertheless, Su Yuanqing was quite satisfied with this outcome. After becoming an inner sect disciple, Su Yuanqing immediately received the cultivation resources allocated to newly promoted inner sect disciples. He chose not to broadcast this news and decided to return to the Spirit Beast Peak first to find a secluded spot to enhance his strength. Otherwise, Even as an inner sect disciple, being merely at the first layer of qi refining would be far from sufficient. Su Yuanqing, where have you been these past few days? You dare to vanish after leaving my work unfinished. Are you seeking death? However, upon returning to the Spirit Beast Peak, Su Yuanqing was confronted by his senior brother. Upon seeing him, a flicker of coldness crossed Su Yuanqing's eyes. This individual, named Zhao Qing, was also a servant disciple with cultivation at the first layer of qi refining. Unfortunately, Zhao Qing was remarkably unattractive, with coarse, dark skin, having suffered disdain from his peers since childhood due to his appearance. He harbored resentment and could not tolerate those with naturally refined and striking features. Su Yuanqing, despite wearing coarse clothing, exuded an inherent elegance and ethereal aura. Zhao Qing found Su Yuanqing's presence unbearable, igniting his inner fury. Thus, Zhao Qing often leveraged his cousin's influence to create difficulties for Su Yuanqing, nitpicking and hurling insults at him for the slightest transgression. He even forced Su Yuanqing to take on his tasks. Previously, Su Yuanqing had tolerated it, but now, no longer able to endure, Su Yuanqing raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Zhao Qing's face. With his slap, he channeled the full extent of his first layer of qi refining cultivation. Zhao Qing, caught unawares, was knocked to the ground. He covered his face, staring at Su Yuanqing in disbelief. Moments later, he erupted in rage. You dare! But before he could finish, Su Yuanqing delivered a kick straight to his face, silencing Zhao Qing's words along with several of his teeth. The commotion soon attracted the attention of other servant disciples in the Spirit Beast Peak's Crane District. They gazed at Su Yuanqing in horror. Had he lost his mind? How dare he strike Zhao Qing? Did he not fear Brother Wu's retribution? The expressions of the servant disciples shifted rapidly. Soon, upon noticing Brother Wu's arrival, they fell silent, their gazes towards Su Yuanqing shifting from fear to sympathy. Su Yuanqing was doomed. It was well known that several servant disciples had previously crossed Wu's path and had met untimely ends without anyone seeking justice for them. Su Yuanqing, it seems you are tired of living. Brother Wu, responsible for the Crane District and Zhao Qing's cousin, approached with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes darkly fixed on Su Yuanqing. Su Yuanqing recalled the time a year ago when he joined Qing Xiandao Zone and first resisted oppression, only to be harshly beaten by Wu Ziyu, nearly losing his life. Subsequently, the resources allocated to him as a servant disciple had been largely withheld by Wu Ziyu. Over the past year, it was Wu Ziyu who had emboldened Zhao Qing, allowing him to bully Su Yuanqing with impunity, forcing him to shoulder all the arduous tasks. Su Yuanqing's gaze towards Wu Ziyu turned frigid. He was acutely aware that Zhao Qing's backing was the outer sect disciple Wu Ziyu, who himself lacked a solid support system. Otherwise, he would not be assigned to the arduous task of raising cranes in the Crane District. This was neither a center of real power like the Administrative Hall, nor a lucrative position like those in the Spirit Medicine Peak or the Outer Affairs Hall. Raising spirit beasts was a laborious task, and any neglect in their care could lead to repercussions from the sect. It could be said that those assigned to the Spirit Beast Peak had little to no background. Those sent to the Crane District were even more devoid of connections, as raising cranes was notoriously difficult. These servant disciples were akin to servants to the cranes, attending to their needs rather than caring for them. It was a grueling endeavor. Therefore, Wu Ziyu could not afford to offend an intersect disciple. Su Yuanqing directly produced his identity token, displaying it before Wu Ziyu, and coldly declared, Wu Ziyu, upon encountering an intersect brother, do you not kneel? The most crucial aspect is that he noticed the talisman in Su Yuanqing's hand. Xian Yuling. Wu Ziyu's pupils constricted sharply. In the Qing Xiandao sect, the distinctions among disciples of varying ranks are starkly delineated. The identity talismans they possess differ accordingly. The miscellaneous disciples hold the black iron talisman, the outer disciples possess the bronze talisman, the inner disciples carry the Xian Yuling, and the true disciples are granted the golden pattern talisman. This categorization is readily apparent. Furthermore, the talismans must be authenticated by the Zone Wu Dian, which retains the essence of the soul and the unique sect seal of Qing Xiandao sect. It is utterly impossible to forge them. How could this be? Wu Ziyu found it hard to believe. Su Yuanqing, lacking both talent and background, if he were to ever become an outer disciple, it would be akin to smoke rising from his ancestors' graves. Yet now, this waste of the first level of qi refining has somehow become an inner disciple. Cousin. His status as an inner disciple must be false. This talisman must have been picked up from somewhere, a mere facade to intimidate others. At this moment, Zhao also caught sight of the Xian Yuling in Su Yuanqing's hand. Hastily rising to his feet, he spoke. Wu Ziyu's expression fluctuated. Su Yuanqing fixed his gaze upon him, coldly inquiring, "What, do you wish to defy me? Or do you dare to question the authenticity of my Xian Yuling and my status as an inner disciple?" Wu Ziyu's fist clenched tightly. He too lacked a powerful backing. As an outer disciple, he naturally did not dare to challenge an inner disciple. It could be said that any inner disciple, regardless of their cultivation level, must be addressed as senior brother. Moreover, the Xian Yuling emanated Su Yuanqing's essence, leaving no room for deception. Thus, there was only one possibility. Su Yuanqing had inexplicably stumbled upon good fortune and genuinely became an inner disciple. "Cousin, why are you still dazed?" Zhao Qing, however, harbored no belief that Su Yuanqing could become an inner disciple. When he entered the sect, his aptitude for cultivation was measured at 4 spirit roots, relegating him to the status of a miscellaneous disciple. And what of Su Yuanqing? He was even more worthless, possessing 5 spirit roots, among the most inferior. How could a waste with worse cultivation talent than him possibly become an inner disciple? Absolutely impossible. Quickly deal with him. Look at how he has beaten me, Zhao Qing urged. Yet, before he could finish a sentence, Wu Ziyu retaliated with a slap to his face. "Cousin?" Zhao Qing was incredulous. "Shut your mouth." Wu Ziyu roared angrily. Zhao Qing covered his face, fear evident in his eyes, and dared not speak further. Wu Ziyu's gaze swept over the other miscellaneous disciples. If this were outside the sect, in a deserted area, he would have no hesitation in eliminating Su Yuanqing for daring to wield the inner disciples Xian Yuling to suppress him, erasing all traces of his existence. Yet this was within the sect, and there were over 10 miscellaneous disciples observing. As an outer disciple, not only would he not dare to kill Su Yuanqing, but he would also not even risk offending him. Otherwise, should word of his actions spread, he would be unable to escape the consequences from the law enforcement hall. Other inner disciples might also think, how dare a mere outer disciple provoke our inner disciple's dignity? His fate would surely be grim. Wu Ziyu took a deep breath, allowing the true energy surging in his palm to dissipate. He faced Su Yuanqing and said, "Senior brother Su, it was my ignorance that led to this misunderstanding. I sincerely apologize to you. I hope you can show magnanimity and forgive my offense this time." Su Yuanqing remained unmoved, coldly stating, "I instructed you to kneel." Wu Ziyu's face turned ashen. After a moment, he clenched his fists tightly and knelt with a thud. "Senior brother Su, I apologize. Please, have mercy and forgive me this once." Wu Ziyu gritted his teeth. Su Yuanqing coldly remarked, "I see you gritting your teeth, clearly dissatisfied." Wu Ziyu took a deep breath, altering his tone to once again apologize to Su Yuanqing. Only then did Su Yuanqing approach him and pat his face lightly, saying, "Over the past year, how many cultivation resources have you withheld from me? Do take the time to calculate it yourself. By noon tomorrow, if you do not return those withheld resources in full, do not blame me for being ungracious." With that, Su Yuanqing bypassed him and departed. Wu Ziyu felt as if he were about to explode with frustration, especially at the humiliation of being slapped in the face by Su Yuanqing, igniting a fierce anger within him. Yet at that moment, he dared not unleash his wrath. He could only silently vow, "Su Yuanqing, you wait for it. The day you leave the sect, I shall kill you." He failed to notice the glint of murderous intent that flashed in Su Yuanqing's eyes. For now, this was merely a slight reprisal to vent his anger. "The day his cultivation surpasses yours, both you and Zhao Qing shall meet your demise." Su Yuanqing scoffed inwardly. Past grievances to be swept aside? That is inconceivable. After a year of tempering, Su Yuanqing had fully integrated into this world. He understood clearly that this realm, though seemingly about cultivation, essentially operates under the law of the dark forest. The weak are prey for the strong. He was not the sort to endure oppression for a year and then smile and forgive those who wronged him. In his weaker days, he could bide his time. Once he possessed the capability, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Moreover, the enmity between him and Wu Ziyu, Zhao Qing was unlikely to resolve. Under such circumstances, eliminating them would be the safest and most satisfying course of action for him. "Senior brother Su." As Su Yuanqing passed by Wu Ziyu, The miscellaneous disciples immediately flocked to him, their expressions transformed with enthusiasm. Some even retrieved spirit stones from their pockets, offering them to Su Yuanqing in an attempt to curry favor. Su Yuanqing accepted their offerings without reservation. Yet, he was acutely aware that none of these miscellaneous disciples harbored genuine intentions. They were mere opportunists. He was too disinterested to waste time playing along with these fickle individuals. He returned directly to his room and began to assess the cultivation resources he received as a newly promoted inner disciple, akin to a welcome gift. A storage bag, though it occupied only a small space, was far more convenient than carrying everything in his pockets. A flying artifact, albeit merely a first-tier flying artifact, the Qing Yu shuttle, could allow him to soar through the skies after refinement. While its speed may not be remarkable, it was stable and safe. 20 lower-grade Qi restoration pills, 10 lower-grade vitality nurturing pills, and 10 lower-grade fasting pills, all previously only glimpsed from afar, now within his grasp. Additionally, there were 30 lower-grade spirit stones. A copy of the Inner Disciple's Universal Technique, Qing Xian Jinjing, Qi Refining Chapter. The Qing Xian Jinjing, Qi Refining Chapter is the authentic cultivation method for inner disciples of the Qing Xiandao sect, a stark contrast to the Qing Xianju taught to miscellaneous disciples. At the bottom, there lay a jade slip detailing the privileges of inner disciples, such as access areas in the scripture vault. Lastly, there was a decree regarding cave dwelling allocation. This signified that upon becoming an inner disciple, he was entitled to choose an unclaimed area within specific regions of the sect to establish his own cave dwelling. No longer would he be crammed into a communal bunkhouse like the miscellaneous disciples, nor would he be confined to a mere room like outer disciples, who still lived in groups. Only as an inner disciple could one possess the qualification to establish a personal cave. Gazing at all that lay before him, and recalling the scene of Wu Zai kneeling in front of him to apologize, Su Yuanqing suddenly realized he had truly escaped the fate of a miscellaneous disciple. From this moment forth, he was no longer the lowest rung of the sect, the mere errand boy scorned and ordered about. Elder Lu Suiao, the image of that cool, yet tumultuous beauty, the elder, involuntarily surfaced in Su Yuanqing's mind. He came to a profound realization. Beyond possessing personal strength, it is equally vital to seek the support of influential figures. With a single utterance from Lu Suiao, his circumstances within Qing Xiandaozong were transformed, propelling him from the status of a mere servant disciple to that of an inner disciple. However, mastery of one's own skills remains essential. Su Yuanqing promptly decreed that no one was to enter his room or disturb him without his consent. Subsequently, he once more summoned the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace, cautiously placing 2 low-grade Qi replenishing pills within. Moments later, the 2 low-grade pills melded into a single mid-grade Qi replenishing pill. Indeed, it proved effective. Su Yuanqing's face illuminated with joy. Without hesitation, he swiftly added the remaining 18 low-grade Qi replenishing pills into the furnace. Soon, 9 mid-grade Qi replenishing pills manifested in the palm of his hand. He then attempted to place 2 mid-grade pills into the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace, his expectations running high. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Ultimately, after a full 10 breaths, the 2 mid-grade pills did not fuse, leaving Su Yuanqing somewhat disappointed. However, he quickly composed himself, embracing a sense of contentment. The efficacy of 10 mid-grade Qi replenishing pills surpassed that of 20 low-grade pills by 3 or 4 times, which was already commendable. Subsequently, Su Yuanqing proceeded to place other low-grade Qi nurturing pills, low-grade fasting pills, and low-grade spirit stones into the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace, which fused into mid-grade elixirs and mid-grade spirit stones, respectively. Regrettably, he lacked 2 Qing Yu shuttles. Otherwise, he could have attempted to see if 2 first-tier flying artifacts could be combined into a second-tier flying artifact. After completing all this, Su Yuanqing hurriedly stored the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace within his danshan, then sat cross-legged, regulating his breath and entering a meditative state, prepared to commence his cultivation. Regarding the 5 spiritual roots, which are widely acknowledged as the most chaotic and of the lowest aptitude in the cultivation world, many believe there is no future for such a constitution. Yet, Su Yuanqing remained unfazed. For him, merely stepping onto the path of cultivation was sufficient. Furthermore, He had now grasped the methods of utilizing the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace. Possessing such a legendary object was akin to wielding extraordinary potential. With this opportunity, he felt confident in forging a promising future. Contemplating the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace, Su Yuanqing couldn't help but think of Elder Lu Suiao. After all, not only had he ascended to the rank of inner disciple thanks to her words, but the activation of the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace was also a result of the mystical essence she had imparted. This filled Su Yuanqing with gratitude. Moreover, the allure was undeniably overwhelming. Images of fleeting moments he had caught a glimpse of flash through his mind. As Su Yuanqing pondered Elder Lu Suiao and began his practice. Within a tranquil chamber on Taishu Peak of Qingxian Daozong, the calming incense burned slowly, leaving a faint herbal fragrance in the air. Lu Suiao sat cross-legged in the spirit pond, her complexion flushed, cheeks ablaze, breathing rapidly, and her chest heaving violently. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead, cascading down her cheeks and dampening her hair at the temples. The damp strands clung to her fair face, rendering her previously cool demeanor now imbued with an enchanting allure. Not only that, but her garments were also soaked with sweat, clinging to her form and accentuating her delicate curves, her skin radiating an unusual rosy hue. The most critical aspect was that during the process of refining the Hehuan poison, Su Yuanqing's figure unavoidably invaded her thoughts. Scenes of being embraced by Su Yuanqing and him unfastening her garments to reveal her fragrant shoulders flashed incessantly in her mind, completely beyond her control. In fact, the more she tried to forget those images, the clearer they became. The method to resolve the Hehuan poison was troublesome. I will support you. Unexpectedly, the Hehuan powder proved to be such an intricate challenge. Lu Suiao opened her eyes, her once cold gaze now glistening with moisture. However, a flicker of murderous intent also surfaced in her eyes. The three elders of the Hehuan sect who had ambushed her had suffered 2 deaths and 1 escape. The survivor would undoubtedly face her wrath in the future. Yet, that was a concern for another day. At present, her foremost priority was to eradicate the Hehuan powder within her body. She had initially intended to use all her cultivation to seal the aphrodisiac effects of the Hehuan powder within her until she returned to the sect to address it. However, it appeared she had underestimated the situation. Yunkai, please come here. Lu Suiao's lips parted lightly, her voice like jade chimes, resonating clearly beyond the hall. After a few breaths, a faint, delicate fragrance wafted through the air. Soon after, a graceful silhouette entered from outside the hall, her figure enchanting, dressed in red, which complemented her luminous complexion. With a slight arch of her brow and sparkling eyes, she seemed to exude a natural charm. Sister Suiao, your flushed complexion. Could it be that the Tianshan snow lotus has finally bloomed? The enchanting figure approached, a smile illuminating her face as she regarded Lu Suiao. Lu Suiao's breath remained somewhat hurried as she replied tersely, "Do not speak frivolously. I was ambushed by the elders of the Hehuan sect and fell victim to the Hehuan powder." After recounting the incident, Yunkai's delicate brows furrowed slightly. The Hehuan powder from the Hehuan sect should not possess such potency, she remarked, quickly grasping the reason Lu Suiao had sought her out. Within the entire sect, who had the most knowledge of the Hehuan powder? It was undoubtedly her. Yunkai approached. "Let me see what the issue is." Sitting cross-legged before Lu Suiao, she employed her ocular techniques to observe and then formed seals with her hands, attempting to dispel the poison afflicting Lu Suiao. By the next morning, she declared, "The Hehuan powder you ingested differs significantly from what the Hehuan sect typically uses. It is, in fact, connected to the spirit and soul. This will cause you to become entangled with the first man you come into close contact with while under the influence of the Hehuan powder, making it impossible to eradicate the poison." Yunkai mused aloud, as if explaining. Suddenly, she raised an eyebrow, directing her gaze toward Lu Suiao. "Sister Suiao, after your ambush and succumbing to the Hehuan powder, did you have any intimate contact with an elder of the Hehuan sect?" "No." Lu Suiao shook her head. "Upon returning to the sect, did you have any intimate interactions with other men?" Yunkai pressed, her brows knitting together. "That shouldn't be the case. Sister Suiao is typically aloof and seldom interacts with men privately. Could it be due to the influence of the Hehuan powder?" "No." Lu Suiao shook her head once more. "It is impossible. You must have had some contact with a man after being affected by the Hehuan powder, Yuanqing insisted. As she spoke, her peripheral vision caught sight of a garment not far away. Yuanqing extended her hand, and the outer garment flew into her grasp. Her expression instantly turned suggestive as she teased, "Sister Sueo, this outer garment belongs to a man, does it not?" Lu Sueo sighed softly. "This is the outer garment of a servant disciple from the sect." A servant disciple? Yuanqing's eyes widened in surprise. In an instant, she conjured an image in her mind of the lowest-ranking servant disciple entangled with the alluring elder of the sect. "Do not indulge in wild imaginings," Lu Sueo retorted. Slightly exasperated, she recounted how she had utilized all her cultivation to seal the Hehuan poison, and due to her severe injuries had fallen unconscious and tumbled down a cliff, only to be rescued by Su Yuanqing. However, she omitted the details of being held in Su Yuanqing's embrace and the intimate contact they shared. It seems that if you wish to completely resolve this Hehuan poison, you must either storm the Hehuan sect to obtain the antidote, or find that servant disciple to help you dispel the poison, Yuanqing said with a cheerful smile, her eyes glimmering with anticipation, for storming the Hehuan sect was, realistically, not a feasible option. Lu Sueo's current predicament with the Hehuan poison cannot be prolonged any further. Thus, we can only seek assistance from that servant disciple. If we request the sect leader to intervene, Lu Sueo began to speak. Yuanqing interjected, "Do not harbor such thoughts. The leader and the others are currently absent from the sect, and several of the elders are in seclusion." Lu Sueo's delicate brows furrowed slightly. "Therefore, we are left with but one option. Reveal to me the identity of that servant disciple, and I shall discreetly bring him over to assist you in resolving the Hehuan poison," Yuanqing proposed. Lu Sueo remained silent. Yuanqing continued, "Rest assured, it is not a matter of intimacy. I merely intend for him to come and serve as an aid to alleviate the Hehuan poison. Afterward, you can adequately compensate him." With a soft sigh, Lu Sueo could only nod in agreement. "Then I must trouble you, senior sister." At Lingshou Peak, in the Xianhe district, as the first rays of sunlight cascaded down, Su Yuanqing concluded his cultivation session. It was not that he could no longer continue, but rather that his resources had been entirely depleted. Upon his advancement to an inner sect disciple, the low-grade qi replenishing pills, low-grade vitality pills, and low-grade spirit stones allocated to him had been fused into medium-grade qi replenishing pills, medium-grade vitality pills, and medium-grade spirit stones using the Yin-Yang Transformation Furnace. Initially, he believed that these resources would suffice for a considerable period of cultivation. However, he was astonished to find that they had vanished overnight. This was in part due to the efficacy of the Yin-Yang Transformation Furnace. Su Yuanqing discovered that, once activated, the furnace not only enhanced the quality of spiritual treasures, but also significantly benefited his cultivation. The Yin-Yang Transformation Furnace hovered within his danshan, allowing him to absorb the medicinal properties of the pills and the spiritual energy of the stones with over tenfold efficiency. Despite the rapid consumption, the gains for Su Yuanqing were substantial. His cultivation level had surged from the first layer of qi refining to the second layer within a single night, marking a remarkable leap. This filled him with excitement. After all, he had been stuck at the first layer of qi refining during his year of training at Lingshou Peak. Now, he had finally broken through a minor realm. This not only signified an increase in strength, but also illuminated the path to his rise. With the Yin-Yang Transformation Furnace, how could the five-element mixed spirit root hinder him? Surely, an opportunity to soar was not beyond reach. Su Yuanqing's eyes sparkled with determination. In the realm of immortal cultivation, only those possessing spirit roots could pursue immortality. Spirit roots are categorized into 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, which are the most common. There are also mutated spirit roots, such as wind, thunder, ice, light, darkness, and poison, which are exceedingly rare. It is said that some legendary spirit roots are rarely seen even once in a millennium, but such knowledge was beyond Su Yuanqing's grasp. Among these, those with a singular spirit root possess only one attribute and are exceedingly rare, demonstrating unparalleled talent and rapid cultivation speed with exceptionally pure spiritual energy. This type of individual is referred to as a heavenly spirit root, a prodigy coveted by all sects. Conversely, the more spirit roots one possesses, the lesser their innate talent. A jumbled spirit root results in chaotic spiritual energy, making cultivation arduous. Furthermore, due to this disarray, the might of the spells they cast is often diminished. Alas, he was a possessor of 5 spirit roots: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. He had initially believed himself to be a rare prodigy. Yet within the definitions of this realm, he was but a waste among the masses. He was merely marginally superior to those with incomplete spirit roots who seemed to harbor a glimmer of hope for cultivation, but ultimately could not cultivate at all. He had thought his fate was sealed. However, heaven does not forsake the diligent. As a beneficiary of his transmigration, fortune had finally smiled upon him. Though not in the form of a system that would instantaneously elevate him to immortality, he had at last found an opportunity for ascendance. Resources. I require ample cultivation resources. Su Yuanqing contemplated seeking out Wu Ziyu to reclaim all the resources that had been unjustly withheld from him over the past year. As for the amount withheld, would Wu Ziyu even be able to quantify it accurately? As an inner sect disciple, his authority was formidable. Whatever he claimed was as good as law. However, just as he stepped outside, a servant disciple approached him. Su Shixing, you have finally emerged. The disciple exclaimed. What brings you here? Su Yuanqing inquired. Observing the disciple's eager expression, the servant disciple promptly replied, Su Shixing, I come bearing urgent news. Before dawn, Wu Shixing departed from Lingshou Peak in search of assistance. It is said he plans to employ a spirit stone to invite an inner sect brother to deal with you. Invite an inner disciple to confront me? Su Yuanqing frowned. Before the servant disciple could finish, 3 figures appeared, riding the flying artifact King Yusha. The servant disciple's face paled instantly, retreating behind Su Yuanqing. Su Yuanqing's gaze shifted to the trio. The leader was someone he did not recognize, but the 2 following him were unmistakably Wu Ziyu and Zhao Qing. Brother Chun. That is him. Upon their arrival, Wu Ziyu pointed at Su Yuanqing. He would rather expend the resources that should be returned to Su Yuanqing to hire an inner disciple to deal with him than return them in full. Brother Chun received the King Yusha, his gaze settling on Su Yuanqing. The second layer of qi refining? He chuckled. Wu Ziyu is at the 4th layer of qi refining, 2 minor realms above him. If Su Yuanqing were not an inner disciple, Wu Ziyu would not have gone to such lengths to seek assistance. Nevertheless, this worked in his favor. After all, if not for the constraints of their identities, Wu Ziyu would never have willingly spent 30 low-grade spirit stones to seek him out. Or would he have acquired such spirit stones? Sushi D, is that correct? Brother Chun regarded Su Yuanqing, his hands clasped behind his back, adopting a condescending posture. Who might you be? Su Yuanqing remained calm, gazing steadily at him. I am Chen Ping, an inner disciple of Kangyu Peak. You should address me as Shixing. Chen Ping stated. May I inquire what brings you here, Brother Chun? Su Yuanqing feigned ignorance knowingly. Wu Ziyu Shidi is my friend. I have come for 2 matters. First, I require you to apologize to Wu Ziyu Shidi. Second, from this moment on, you are forbidden from bullying Wu Ziyu Shidi or demanding any cultivation resources from him. Chen Ping instructed. What if I refuse? Su Yuanqing frowned. If you refuse, it will imply that you are unwilling to grant me this favor, and I shall have no choice but to seek a sparring match with you. Chen Ping replied nonchalantly. The threat was palpable. Had it been in the past, Su Yuanqing would have likely endured it, but times had changed. He was now an inner disciple. If Chen Ping were a true disciple, Su Yuanqing would certainly recognize the wisdom in being compliant, but unfortunately, he was not. Furthermore, this was within the sect. Even if Chen Ping's cultivation surpassed his, he would not dare to harm a fellow disciple. Additionally, Su Yuanqing had keenly picked up on a significant detail. King Yusha. The flying artifact that Chen Ping wielded was the King Yusha. This indicated that even as an inner disciple, he was likely just an ordinary one. After all, the King Yusha was a standardized flying artifact distributed by the sect to inner disciples, lacking in exceptional performance but known for its stability. If he truly possessed sufficient spirit stones or a notable background, he would have upgraded to a higher grade flying artifact long ago. Given this, he had no reason to back down. However, before Su Yuanqing could respond, a melodious voice of a woman resonated in his ears. Do not fear him. I shall support you. In the hallowed halls of Qingxian Daozong, an unexpected voice echoed, breaking the silence. I am Yun Kai, an elder of Taishu Peak, here to assist you. The voice was enchanting, distinct from the icy timbre of Elder Lu Suo, whose voice was ethereal, akin to the sound of celestial music. Su Yuanqing, taken aback, pondered. Who is speaking? Who is conveying their thoughts to me? He was not acquainted with any female cultivators capable of such telepathy within the sect. The voice continued, seemingly aware of his confusion. After dealing with these individuals, you shall accompany me to meet Sister Suayao. A wave of relief washed over Su Yuanqing. He turned to Chunping and stated, I apologize, but you have no standing here. Chunping's expression shifted to one of cold disdain. He had presumed that, having revealed his identity, Su Yuanqing, merely a second-layer Qi refining disciple and a subordinate of the Spirit Beast Peak, would not dare to confront him. The outcome was entirely unexpected, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. Very well, Chunping glared at Su Yuanqing. Since you show such disrespect to your senior, allow me to teach you some manners. Wait, Su Yuanqing interjected. Now you fear? It is too late. Chunping scoffed. Su Yuanqing shook his head. We are both inner disciples. It would be senseless to engage in a brawl without cause, especially since you instigated this trouble. Matters such as these do not weigh lightly. If the law enforcement hall investigates, you will not fare well. I offer you a chance to wager. If I lose, you may do as you please with me. Even if the law enforcement hall gets involved, the fault lies solely with me. But should you lose, you must surrender your storage bag. Do you dare? Chunping was momentarily taken aback before sneering. You are quite clever to target my storage bag. Should you lack the courage, then leave at once. Otherwise, I shall summon the law enforcement hall to address the grievances I have suffered under Wu Ziyu and the other miscellaneous disciples, Su Yuanqing declared. Wu Ziyu's expression changed. Miscellaneous disciples held little power in the sect, yet as Su Yuanqing had pointed out, certain matters do not weigh lightly. If an investigation ensued, it could spell disaster for him. Wu Ziyu, he implored, looking towards Chunping, who frowned. He was reluctant to gamble his storage bag, despite feeling confident in his ability to easily overpower Su Yuanqing. Wu Ziyu, Su Yuanqing is merely at the second layer of Qi refining. I am constrained by my status as an outer disciple from taking action against him. Otherwise, I would have dealt with him myself. It would be child's play, Wu Ziyu whispered urgently. However, the stakes were high, and he knew he had to act. If Chunping did not subdue Su Yuanqing today, he would face dire consequences in the future. Suddenly, a smile crossed Chunping's face. As an inner disciple at the third layer of Qi refining, he had little to fear from Su Yuanqing. Add 20 low-grade spirit stones to the wager, or I see no reason to risk my storage bag against Su Yuanqing. He countered. Though Wu Ziyu gritted his teeth in frustration, he had no choice but to comply. Chunping, determined to ensure his victory, looked at Su Yuanqing and said, Very well, I accept your wager. However, I have a condition. During the duel, neither party may employ magical artifacts. Do you dare? Su Yuanqing noted Chunping's cautious nature, wary of any hidden techniques. Agreed, he nodded. With a disdainful snort, Chunping summoned his inner energy, forming a fiery spell in his left hand while preparing to strike with his right. His third-layer Qi refining prowess would certainly overpower Su Yuanqing's second-layer skills. Yet, as he initiated his attack, an unsettling sensation washed over him. His internal energy suddenly faltered, as if sealed away. With a swift motion, Su Yuanqing struck Chunping across the face with a simple yet forceful slap. Rendered powerless, Chunping could not utilize his cultivation. Su Yuanqing, at the pinnacle of the second layer, delivered a blow that sent Chunping sprawling to the ground, his face swelling and teeth lost. You, Chunping stammered, clutching his face in disbelief. Desperately, he attempted to summon his energy again, but it remained sealed. Stop, I concede, he cried out as Su Yuanqing continued to pummel him, particularly aiming at his groin. With a start, Chunping realized the gravity of his situation and hastily surrendered his storage bag. Hand it over, Su Yuanqing commanded. Despite his swollen visage, the resentment was palpable in Chunping's gaze as he reluctantly relinquished his storage bag. Su Yuanqing accepted it and then turned to Wu Ziyu, who appeared utterly stunned. He never anticipated that the inner disciple he had hired for 50 low-grade spirit stones, a third-layer cultivator, would be so thoroughly defeated by Su Yuanqing, a mere second-layer disciple. Overcome with fear under Su Yuanqing's icy stare, Wu Ziyu knelt before him. What about the resources you withheld from me? Su Yuanqing inquired. I have them all here. Wu Ziyu stammered, hastily producing his storage bag. Are you certain everything is included? Su Yuanqing pressed. Yes, Wu Ziyu affirmed. If there is anything extra, I will return it now. Su Yuanqing remarked, I expect no extras. With a nod from Wu Ziyu, he insisted, there is nothing extra. What is in this storage bag is just enough to repay Su Shixing. Very well. Let everyone witness this, Su Yuanqing commanded, his gaze sweeping over the miscellaneous disciples, who nodded in agreement. And you? Su Yuanqing turned to Zhao Qing. Though Zhao Qing possessed little of value, even a couple of low-grade spirit stones would be a boon for Su Yuanqing. Witnessing his cousin kneel, Zhao Qing dared not defy him. As a miscellaneous disciple, he lacked a storage bag provided by the sect, nor could he afford one. His belongings were carried on his person. He quickly retrieved a small jade vial containing pills and 5 low-grade spirit stones, offering them to Su Yuanqing. Is this also the compensation for the cultivation resources you previously withheld from me? Su Yuanqing inquired. Zhao Qing had never actually withheld anything. He simply lacked the authority to do so and had merely oppressed Su Yuanqing. Yet, at this moment, he dared not refute and quickly nodded in agreement. With that, Su Yuanqing left, quite satisfied. However, before departing, he did not forget the servant disciple who had tipped him off. He rewarded the disciple with 2 low-grade spirit stones as a token of appreciation, ensuring that Wu Ziyu would not seek revenge against the servant. After leaving the Xianhe district and arriving at a secluded place, Su Yuanqing suddenly saw a flash before his eyes. A woman in a light pink dress, with a captivating figure, appeared before him. The gossamer-like fabric of her outer garment fluttered delicately as she walked, the hem of her skirt billowing as if stirred by the wind. Even the neckline danced gently, adding an alluring charm to her presence. Undoubtedly, the most striking feature was her long, shapely legs, jade pillars reaching to the heavens, was the first thought that crossed Su Yuanqing's mind. Yunkai Zhanglao? Su Yuanqing quickly recognized her. The enchanting woman before him possessed lips that seemed naturally tinted and eyes that sparkled with allure, perfectly embodying the exquisite beauty he had imagined based solely on her voice. It is indeed I. Yunkai's lips were moist, her graceful neck slightly inclined as she looked at Su Yuanqing with an unmistakable appreciation in her gaze. This young man, it seemed, possessed rather mediocre talents for cultivation. Nevertheless, his appearance was undeniably appealing. Upon first seeing Su Yuanqing, she was somewhat taken aback. No wonder, she thought, that her junior sister Suiao would wear his outer garment. If it had been a coarse-looking servant disciple, dark and unattractive, Suiao would certainly not have donned their clothing. Furthermore, Su Yuanqing's recent performance had garnered Yunkai's admiration. If she had already secretly decided to back him, yet he acted timidly, she would have looked down upon him. Instead, Su Yuanqing had seized the opportunity, winning Chen Ping's storage bag and effortlessly taking the bags of 2 others without leaving any incriminating evidence. He not only looked handsome, but was also clever, an intelligent individual. It was a pity he possessed a mixed elemental root. Had he merely had a 3-element root, she would have been interested in bringing him to Taishu Peak for proper cultivation. Follow me, Yunkai commanded with a graceful wave of her delicate hand, and a divine rainbow enveloped Su Yuanqing, whisking him away from Ling Shou Peak in an instant. What a delightful fragrance! As he was carried to Taishu Peak by Yunkai, having previously experienced a similar sensation when Lu Suiao brought him back to Qingxian Daozong, Su Yuanqing had grown accustomed to being flown about. Hence, his focus shifted to the faint, pleasant aroma wafting into his nostrils, stirring some whimsical thoughts in his mind. Yunkai Zhanglao smells wonderful. She must be soft as well. However, he was self-aware, despite the thought bubbling up. His gaze remained clear and fixed ahead, avoiding any indiscreet glances that might offend the alluring Yunkai. Before long, Su Yuanqing was quietly led by Yunkai into Lu Suiao's cave abode. At that moment, Lu Suiao had changed into a dress resembling moonlight and flowing silk, her wide sleeves trailing to the ground. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her dark hair cascaded like a waterfall, making her appear like a celestial being from a painting. Yet, a lingering blush on her cheeks disrupted her ethereal aura and regal demeanor. I have come to greet Zhanglao, Suiao. Upon seeing Lu Suiao again, Su Yuanqing was astonished internally, yet maintained an outward calm, cupping his fists in greeting. Upon seeing Su Yuanqing, Lu Suiao couldn't help but recall her previous attempts to refine the Hehuan poison, during which her thoughts often drifted to him. A slight unease crossed her features. I was ambushed by an elder from the Hehuan sect, sustaining injuries and succumbing to poison. Today, I seek your assistance in detoxification. This process may cause some discomfort, but I assure you your life will be without peril, and you will receive appropriate compensation afterward. Are you willing? Lu Suiao stated. I have already been brought here. If I were to refuse, could I still leave? Su Yuanqing nodded in agreement. I am willing. This was heartfelt. He had been contemplating how to maintain contact with Lu Suiao and cling to this formidable ally. Unexpectedly, while he was drowsy, Yuanqing had brought him the pillow. That settles it. You may sit cross-legged beside the lotus platform. There is no need for you to do anything special, Yuanqing instructed. Su Yuanqing complied, sitting as directed. Immediately, Yuanqing stepped onto the lotus platform, facing Lu Suiao. She formed hand seals, and a faint red flame symbol appeared from her palm, merging into Lu Suiao's brow. Su Yuanqing, are you prepared? Yuanqing softly asked. I am ready, he replied. Hearing this, Yuanqing waved her sleeve, and a fine thread of spiritual essence slowly extended from Lu Suiao's brow, drifting towards Su Yuanqing like a red silk line. The spiritual thread moved of its own accord, and Su Yuanqing suddenly felt a tremor in his soul, as if something were gently tapping on his sea of consciousness. Do not resist. Empty your mind, Yuanqing gently reminded. Su Yuanqing nodded. He cleared his thoughts, but he discreetly activated the Yin-Yang Transformation Furnace to protect his dantian. Soon, he felt a warm, lingering force flowing into his sea of consciousness through the spiritual thread, a remarkably wondrous sensation akin to a subtle fragrance drifting through his soul, reminiscent of the delicate scent of Lu Suiao. This involuntarily conjured her exquisite, ethereal visage deep within his consciousness. Meanwhile, Lu Suiao, seated upon the lotus platform, felt her previously closed eyes tremble slightly. The Hehuan poison, which had been inextricably linked to her soul, began to be gradually drawn out and weakened by this spiritual thread. She sensed her soul enveloped in a warm embrace, the source of which was none other than Su Yuanqing. A flicker of surprise crossed her mind. Su Yuanqing, a mere servant disciple of mixed elemental roots, should have had a coarse soul. Yet, the feedback emanating from his sea of consciousness was unexpectedly pure and steady, even possessing a hint of unique affinity and allure. It seemed as though their souls were inherently harmonized in some remarkable way. A momentary distraction coursed through Lu Suiao's mind. The Hehuan poison that was being expelled suddenly surged back. She furrowed her brow, emitting a soft moan. At that moment, Su Yuanqing's spirit quivered. He felt as if a melodious, soft hum echoed within his sea of consciousness. The sound carried a hint of allure. Is this the moan of Zhenglao, Suiao? Su Yuanqing's heart raced. You two, do not lose focus. Yuanqing's voice suddenly rang out. Su Yuanqing's mind cleared instantly, and he once again sensed the essence of Lu Suiao's soul. Their energies intertwined, and Su Yuanqing felt an indescribable sensation of bliss emanating from the depths of his soul. Lu Suiao's cheeks flushed, visibly reddening with warmth. Logically, Su Yuanqing's soul and sea of consciousness should not have been able to withstand the presence of a peak Yuanqing practitioner like Lu Suiao. However, with Yuanqing's assistance, they remained unharmed. Soon Su Yuanqing discovered that, aside from the continuous collisions between his spirit and Elder Lu Suiao, his consciousness was receiving feedback and thriving. Not only that, but Elder Yuanqi's power was simultaneously drawing him and Elder Lu Suiao together, while within him, the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace was responding on its own. The furnace's body revealed intricate Taiji patterns, and the dual energies of Yin and Yang began to rotate gently. Although there was movement within him, Elder Yuanqi remained oblivious. The Yuanqing-level magic she wielded was being subtly absorbed by the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace, while at the same time, the furnace was automatically drawing on the true qi belonging to the qi refining stage cultivator within Su Yuanqing's dantian. Two distinctly different forces converged, clashed, and fused within the Yin-Yang furnace, ultimately returning their essence to Su Yuanqing. To his astonishment, he realized that his dantian, which had been chaotic, was gradually transforming under the operation of the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace. Eventually, the chaotic true qi of the 5 elements began to differentiate, forming 5 distinct regions, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each governing its own territory with only slight borders of interaction. The previously mixed true qi had become negligible in quantity. What could this possibly mean? Su Yuanqing was struck with disbelief. Over the past year, as a mere disciple of miscellaneous duties, he had gathered limited information from the sect. Yet he understood that cultivators with 5 spiritual roots, while capable of embarking on the path of cultivation, seemed inherently shackled. The convergence of all 5 elements appeared comprehensive. Yet in reality, it was chaotic and challenging to control. The energies of the 5 elements, being mutually supportive and antagonistic, were inherently difficult to harmonize. When absorbing external spiritual energy, the different attributes would impede and repel one another, making unity nearly impossible. Thus, those with 5 spiritual roots, even if they could condense true qi, often ended up with a tangle of gold and with energies intermingled, resembling a disordered weave of colors. Initially, this was manageable, but as one's cultivation deepened, conflicts among the true qi in their danshan would intensify, leading to stagnation or even backlash, causing physical harm and mental disturbance to many. It was akin to a small cauldron forced to refine 5 incompatible substances, bound to shatter eventually. Hence, it was often said in the sect that while 5 spiritual roots could cultivate, achieving great success was exceedingly rare. This was also the reason why 5 spiritual roots were derisively labeled as inferior. Generally, cultivators with 5 spiritual roots would reach their limits around the 3rd or 5th layer of qi refining, with only a few managing to reach the 7th or 8th layer. But none ever had hopes of forming a foundation. Yet at this moment, the previously chaotic and intertwined true qi within his danshan was now differentiating, each operating independently with clarity. The once crude and disordered true qi had transformed, allowing him to manipulate a singular type of true qi without the interference of the others. Furthermore, this singular true qi had become remarkably pure, likely rivaling that of cultivators with singular spiritual roots. Su Yuanqing felt a tumult within his chest. Was this the nature of 5 chaotic spiritual roots, or could it be considered as 5 distinct spiritual roots? With Elder Lu Suiao, the merging of their souls brought him both surprise and joy. At that moment, Yin Qi's voice reached his ears again. Do not lose focus. Su Yuanqing quickly gathered his thoughts while discreetly observing Yin Qi and Elder Lu Suiao, confirming that they were unaware of the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace within him. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. However, his expression soon turned peculiar again. Despite the absence of any physical contact with Elder Lu Suiao, he felt a profound connection of the spirit. This sensation sparked a delightful warmth from his very soul. Soul communion, a term suddenly emerged in his mind, only to be promptly dismissed. He was merely a small cultivator at the 2nd layer of qi refining, while Elder Lu Suiao was said to be at the peak of Yuanqing. Based on what he knew, the path of cultivation was divided into 9 realms: qi refining, foundation establishment, purple mansion, golden core, Yuanqing, spirit transformation, void return, harmonizing the Tao, and ascension, with transcendence following. The disparity between him and Elder Lu Suiao was akin to that of clouds and mud. His consciousness could not possibly withstand hers. In that instant, even if given the chance, he would likely be at a loss. Thus, the notion of soul communion seemed impossible, regardless of the nature of the experience. Su Yuanqing could not interfere. He could only allow Yin Qi to guide him, reveling in the experience. His only confusion was that Elder Lu Suiao had mentioned he might experience some discomfort during this process, yet he felt no pain whatsoever. On the contrary, he was thoroughly enjoying it. As time passed, Su Yuanqing noticed that the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace seemed to be quietly siphoning their magical power for his own use, benefiting him in the process. Within his danshan, the distinct true qi of water, fire, and wood was gradually increasing. It could be said that if he were any one of these 3 spiritual roots, he could attempt to open a 3rd spiritual meridian, expanding his danshan and striving to break through to the 3rd layer of qi refining. Could it be that between Elder Lu Suiao and Yin Qi, one of them possessed dual spiritual roots? Su Yuanqing mused to himself. Just then, he felt a slight tremor, and a delightful sensation from deep within his soul vanished. Yin Qi remarked, "The toxins tainting your soul have been completely eradicated." Elder Lu Suio opened her eyes, her cheeks flushed, and a hint of allure graced her previously serene features, causing Su Yuanqing's heart to race. "Thank you for your help, Sister Yin Qi," Elder Lu Suio spoke softly. Yin Qi replied, "It was no trouble at all. However, the latest Hehuan sand from the Hehuan Sect can affect the soul, which has inspired me to create an antidote. It is sure to be a bestseller." With that, she rose to leave. Before departing, Yin Qi cast a glance towards Su Yuanqing. "Little one, I trust you enjoyed this experience?" Her voice was sweet, and with a playful wink, she captivated him entirely. Su Yuanqing found himself at a loss against her enchanting gaze. After she departed, Elder Lu Suio appeared somewhat embarrassed, recalling the indescribable comfort she felt during the process of detoxifying the Hehuan sand. It was an experience unlike any she had encountered in her life. She was uncertain if Su Yuanqing had felt the same. If he had, what could that imply? Was it truly supposed to be this way? Or had Sister Yin Qi secretly meddled? Simultaneously, a thread of doubt lingered in Elder Lu Suio's mind. Knowing Sister Yin Qi's personality, it was not impossible for her to play a trick during the detoxification process. As a young man alone with a woman, Su Yuanqing seized the opportunity to approach her. "Elder, may I join Tai Chu Peak?" Elder Lu Suio regarded him thoughtfully. "You wish to join Tai Chu Peak?" "Yes," Su Yuanqing nodded. However, Elder Lu Suio appeared somewhat troubled. Tai Chu Peak ranked among the top 3 within the Qing Xiandao sect, and those who could join were typically the exceptional talents of the sect, usually possessing at least 3 spiritual roots. In fact, those with 3 spiritual roots were exceedingly rare, with the majority being dual-rooted. Otherwise, one would utterly lack the qualifications to join Taya Shifeng. Su Yuanqing, possessing 5 spiritual roots, if permitted entry into Taya Shifeng, would indeed mark a historical precedent. Su Yuanqing had previously rescued her, and now served once more as an instrument to aid her in dispelling the poison of Hehuansen. She pledged to offer him due compensation. To refuse would seem rather inhumane. Within Taya Shifeng, competition is fierce. Should one become an apprentice there, one might face considerable pressure from fellow disciples. "Have you truly contemplated this?" Lu Suio inquired. "I have thought it through," Su Yuanqing nodded. Only by joining Taya Shifeng could he frequently interact with Elder Lu Suio and Elder Yin Qi, who were the strongest individuals he could currently reach out to, both exalted in status within the sect and formidable as Yuanqing practitioners. To survive in this world, one must not only elevate their cultivation, but also have reliable allies. Su Yuanqing was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Furthermore, he understood that Taya Shifeng's formidable strength would likely deter disciples from other peaks from offending him. If resources were to be distributed within the sect, Taya Shifeng would most likely receive priority. "Very well," Lu Suio acknowledged with a glance at Su Yuanqing. "Regarding today's matter," she continued. Su Yuanqing made a gesture to seal his lips. "I would never dare to divulge a word of today's events." Lu Suio nodded. "Will you return now? I shall escort you out to await news." After all, if Su Yuanqing were to leave her cave, dwelling ostentatiously, it might attract unwanted attention. Typically, disciples would not dare to criticize her, but certain elders might not share the same restraint. Moreover, even among disciples, gossip could easily arise. There exists a disparity even among inner disciples. With Lu Suio's backing, Su Yuanqing was discreetly guided to Taya Shifeng by Elder Yin Qi, and then quietly returned to Ling Shaofeng by Elder Lu Suio. Upon returning to Ling Shaofeng, Su Yuanqing wasted no time. In his capacity as an inner disciple, he temporarily resided in the largest standalone room within the Xianhe district of Ling Shaofeng. He simultaneously retrieved the storage bags belonging to Chun Ping and Wu Ziyu. Prior to his return, he had requested Elder Lu Suio to erase the spiritual consciousness restrictions on these 2 bags, thus allowing him easy access. To his surprise, Wu Ziyu's resources within the storage bag exceeded even those of Chun Ping. After a thorough examination, Su Yuanqing couldn't help but curse inwardly. Though Chun Ping, an inner disciple of Kang Yunfen, received more foundational resources monthly than Wu Ziyu, his personal cultivation expenses were also significant. From Chun Ping's storage bag, Su Yuanqing only managed to extract 42 low-grade spiritual stones, a portion of which was likely a bribe from Wu Ziyu. Additionally, there were merely 8 Yankee Dan and 3 Biga Dan, along with a first-tier flying artifact, King Yushu. Is this a flying sword? Su Yuanqing discovered a small sword, about an inch in length, within Chun Ping's storage bag. He promptly summoned it. With no spiritual consciousness imprint present, it appeared that Elder Lu Suiao had not only removed the restrictions on the storage bag, but also the imprint on the sword itself. Su Yuanqing mused internally. Otherwise, Chun Ping would not have been able to utilize the sword without integrating it with his spiritual consciousness. Elder Lu Suiao is quite considerate. Su Yuanqing couldn't help but think. The only regret was that, although his cultivation had increased significantly, he was still only at the second level of chi refinement, with insufficient spiritual consciousness to manipulate the sword freely. Wait, spiritual consciousness. Su Yuanqing suddenly realized that his spiritual consciousness seemed to have grown robust during his time at Taishifeng, serving as an instrument for Elder Lu Suiao and assisting in dispelling poison. His spiritual consciousness had experienced substantial growth. At that moment, it had increased by no less than tenfold. If assessed purely on spiritual consciousness, it might even rival that of a third or even a fourth-level chi refinement practitioner. With this thought, Su Yuanqing immediately integrated his spiritual consciousness into the flying sword. The method of embedding one's spiritual consciousness into a flying sword, or any artifact, to acknowledge it as one's own is considered common knowledge within Kingsuan Daozong. Even the most basic disciples can access such information. He proceeded methodically, and after approximately 100 breaths, Su Yuanqing rose with excitement. Go! He exclaimed softly, pointing his finger. As his intent moved, the small sword transformed into a beam of sword light and shot forth. Halt! This time, Su Yuanqing did not vocalize but instead silently commanded with his mind, controlling the sword with his spiritual consciousness. As the sword approached the edge of the room, on the verge of striking the window, it suddenly hovered in midair. Return! Su Yuanqing beckoned, and the sword flew back to him. Although he had been in this world for a year, Su Yuanqing, being a modern individual, was exhilarated to experience the flying sword for the first time, moving it as if it were an extension of himself. This overwhelming excitement was difficult to contain. After a moment of exhilaration, he suddenly felt the urge to test his skills on Wu Ziyu to see if he could surprise him with a sneak attack using the flying sword. However, this fleeting thought was quickly dismissed. After all, Wu Ziyu was a fourth-level chi refinement practitioner. While his spiritual consciousness might be comparable, his cultivation level was still only at the second level, and his true energy was likely far inferior to Wu Ziyu's. It was wiser not to take such risks. More importantly, this was within the sect. Even as an inner disciple, it would be untenable to kill an outer disciple without cause. He would face punishment for such actions. Should he fail to kill him, it could easily alert Wu Ziyu, leading to a deadly confrontation. Regardless of how he considered it, it was not worth the gamble. Su Yuanqing decided to let Wu Ziyu live for a while longer. Subsequently, he examined all the contents of Wu Ziyu's storage bag. Compared to Chun Ping, Wu Ziyu's resources were significantly more abundant. There were over 100 low-grade spiritual stones and a variety of medicinal pills beneficial for chi refinement, totaling around 40 to 50. Clearly, a substantial portion of these had been withheld from him and other miscellaneous disciples. Additionally, there were various trivial items. Among them was even a book titled Wuxian Yuanjinja. With a critical mindset, Su Yuanqing opened it, genuinely intending to critique it. After all, he was a well-educated young man of the 21st century, well-read and worldly. He had encountered various teachers from different lands as youth and had been influenced by various media in adulthood. The cinematic quality of those films could hardly be compared to mere illustrations. Knowledge knows no bounds. After perusing the book for a while, Su Yuanqing couldn't help but reflect, and he quietly stowed the book, titled Wuxian Yuanjinja, into his own storage bag. Following this, he summoned the Yin-Yang Creation, placing both his King Yushu and Chun Ping's King Yushu within it. As the energies of Yin and Yang swirled within the furnace, the ancient patterns on its body shimmered. Moments later, Su Yuanqing successfully forged a second-tier flying artifact. He then proceeded to gradually introduce the low-grade medicinal pills, low-grade spiritual stones, and other items into the Yin-Yang Creation for fusion and upgrading. Afterward, he officially commenced his seclusion for cultivation. The following day at noon, Wu Ziyu was instructing newly arrived miscellaneous disciples on how to care for the Zion as Su Yuanqing was now an inner disciple and could no longer continue performing menial tasks. The tasks originally assigned to Wu Ziyu still required completion, so he applied to have a newcomer transferred in. Suddenly, Wu Ziyu heard a piercing cry and hurriedly looked into the void. He then noticed a cultivator returning astride a celestial crane. An inner sect senior brother? Wu Ziyu discerned the identity by the type of crane. Within the sect, disciples borrowing celestial cranes must be registered, so Wu Ziyu quickly confirmed the visitor's identity through the registry. It was Song Yiming of Wuji Peak, the indisputable foremost peak within the sect. Disciples admitted to Wuji Peak are either extraordinarily gifted or possess formidable backgrounds. Celestial Crane area of the Spirit Beast Peak, outer sect disciple Wu Ziyu pays respects to senior brother Song. Wu Ziyu greeted respectfully. Song Yiming glanced at him and said, "The crane has returned safely. Register it." Without further words, he departed. As an outer sect disciple, Wu Ziyu was hardly worthy of his courtesy. Though he wished to ingratiate himself, he dared not force conversation. Song Yiming summoned a flying vessel, leaped aboard, then paused and turned back, almost forgot something. Sensing an opportunity, Wu Ziyu stepped forward respectfully. "Please, senior brother Song, do instruct." Song Yiming replied, "Nothing to instruct. Just to inform you that a menial disciple named Su Yuanqing from the Spirit Beast Peak's crane area was taken out of the sect by me 5 days ago. He was supposed to tend to the cranes during my mission, but unfortunately, he fell from a crane and died outside." With that, the flying vessel activated, and Song Yiming prepared to leave. Wu Ziyu was stunned. Su Yuanqing died outside? No, he was still within the Spirit Beast Peak. Not only alive, but elevated to an inner sect disciple. Senior brother Song, Su Yuanqing is not dead. He returned 2 days ago, Wu Ziyu hastened to explain. Song Yiming halted, turned sharply, his gaze icy. "You say Su Yuanqing is alive?" "Yes, absolutely," Wu Ziyu affirmed. He immediately sensed hostility between Song Yiming and Su Yuanqing. Moreover, Su Yuanqing has somehow ascended to inner sect disciple status, Wu Ziyu added. Song Yiming's expression darkened. He has even become an inner disciple? Indeed, Wu Ziyu nodded. "Where is he?" Song Yiming inquired. "Senior brother Song, I shall lead the way." Wu Ziyu saw this as a perfect chance to curry favor with Song Yiming and simultaneously leverage him against Su Yuanqing, a double advantage. Song Yiming, after all, hailed from the sect's premier peak, his prestige far eclipsing that of Su Yuanqing, who lacked a master's lineage. "Please, this way," Wu Ziyu guided. At that moment, a voice interrupted, "No need to lead me. I'm right here." A handsome youth emerged slowly, hands behind his back. "Su Yuanqing, you survived?" Song Yiming's eyes darkened ominously. If looks could kill, Su Yuanqing's gaze alone would have torn Song Yiming apart repeatedly. Yet after a moment, Su Yuanqing's expression calmed. "Thanks to senior brother Song, I was fortunate to escape with my life," he said, looking steadily at the very person who had thrown him from the crane and off a cliff. Indeed, Song Yiming had forcibly taken Su Yuanqing out of the Spirit Beast Peak and then discarded him from the crane, all sparked by a few teasing words from a junior sister he fancied. "How dare you speak to me this way? Are you unaware that even among inner disciples, there are hierarchies? I want to see which peak you belong to now, that you, a mere Qi refining stage 2, dare challenge me." A Qi refining stage 6 senior brother, Song Yiming snorted coldly, though surprised that Su Yuanqing had advanced from stage 1 to 2 in mere days. He considered it inconsequential. Both were insignificant ants in his eyes. He reached out, gathering his true Qi into a vivid palm imprint that lunged at Su Yuanqing. Wu Ziyu watched eagerly. Suddenly, a streak of icy light sliced through the sky, arriving in an instant. The Qi palm exploded. "Who?" Song Yiming growled. "Who dares protect Su Yuanqing and oppose me now?" Upon seeing the tall figure clad in azure robes with a cold demeanor, his face changed drastically. Indeed, this was Lu Suiao's style. Wuji Peak inner disciple Song Yiming pays respects to Elder Lu. Song Yiming hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed, his scalp tingling with fear. He had just sneered at a nascent soul elder, a terrifying mistake. Spirit Beast Peak outer disciple Wu Ziyu pays respects to Elder Lu. Wu Ziyu trembled and bowed. "Greetings, Elder Suiao." Su Yuanqing also cupped his fists and bowed. Yet his form of address was different from Song Yiming and Wu Ziyu's, which made them sneer inwardly. Su Yuanqing dared to call her Elder Suiao instead of Elder Lu? Was he courting death by offending Lu Suiao? However, contrary to their expectations, Lu Suiao did not rebuke Su Yuanqing for the perceived affront. No need for formalities, she said. Su Yuanqing relaxed and straightened. Song Yiming and Wu Ziyu did likewise. You disciples of Wuji Peak are truly arrogant, Lu Suiao remarked. Then she cast a glance at Song Yiming, who felt a chill down his spine. He realized that her words no need for formalities were directed at Su Yuanqing, not him. Song Yiming hurriedly bowed again. Elder Lu, I was unaware it was you. If I offended you, please punish me. He did not dare to ask for forgiveness, only punishment. Lu Suiao, who disliked idle chatter, would have ignored Song Yiming entirely if not for Su Yuanqing. Go to the law enforcement hall to receive your punishment, she said without looking at Song Yiming. Then turned to Su Yuanqing. Come with me. With a wave of her slender hand, a streak of icy light enveloped Su Yuanqing, whisking him away from the spirit beast peak in an instant. Alas, Su Yuanqing had hoped to capitalize on this moment and extract some leverage from Song Yiming. But Lu Suiao's demeanor differed greatly from Elder Yuanqing's, dashing his plans to take advantage of the situation. Bereft of opportunity, he could not deal with Song Yiming. Soon, Su Yuanqing was brought by Lu Suiao to Taishu Peak's administrative hall, subordinate to the Sect's main affairs hall. As the name implies, the affairs hall governs all Sect matters. The Taishu Peak's affairs hall specifically manages all matters pertaining to Taishu Peak disciples. Greetings, Elder Lu, Su Yuanqing said upon entering. Lu Suiao, accompanied by Su Yuanqing, received respectful bows from all present who recognized her. Su Yuanqing, inner disciple of Spirit Beast Peak, is hereby admitted to Taishu Peak, Lu Suiao announced succinctly. The steward of the Fengyu Hall, smiling amiably, turned to Su Yuanqing and requested, Esteemed Junior, may I kindly ask for your identity token? Thank you. Su Yuanqing complied and presented his Xianyu token to the steward. However, just then, an unexpected voice resonated from the direction of the hall's entrance. In an instant, a flash of lightning illuminated the air, and before Su Yuanqing could comprehend the situation, a middle-aged man materialized beside him, exuding an overwhelming aura that startled him. An anomalous lightning spirit root. Su Yuanqing thought, recognizing that typically, only cultivators with corresponding spirit roots could wield specific magical abilities. For instance, those with water spirit roots could only employ water-related techniques, and, similarly, only those endowed with lightning spirit roots could summon lightning-based powers. The lightning spirit root was a rare variant, commanding unparalleled dominance. What is the matter? Lu Suiao inquired, casting a glance at the newcomer. That individual cannot be accepted into our Taishu Peak, Lei Ming declared. Why is that? Lu Suiao asked, her tone steady. Because he possesses a mixed 5-element spirit root. Such a root is unworthy of entry into Taishu Peak, Lei Ming asserted. And if I insist on admitting him to Taishu Peak? Lu Suiao countered, knowing well the obstacles she might face, particularly from Lei Ming, with whom she had long been at odds. Lu Suiao, as elders of Taishu Peak, you and I both hold responsibilities. Should you attempt to circumvent the rules and allow him to enter through the back door, I too have grounds to oppose his admission, Lei Ming responded resolutely. Su Yuanqing's expression grew solemn. Was Lei Ming genuinely safeguarding the reputation of Taishu Peak by denying entry to someone with a 5-element spirit root? Or was it merely a personal vendetta against Suiao? Perhaps it was a combination of both. Regardless, it seemed that his path to join Taishu Peak would not be straightforward. Crucially, Lei Ming's words indicated that Suiao's efforts to admit him could indeed be seen as bending the rules, and he acknowledged that Lei Ming had a legitimate point. Lu Suiao remained unfazed, her demeanor as tranquil as ever. It appears that a confrontation is inevitable. Indeed, Lei Ming scoffed. At that moment, another elder appeared. Elders Lu and Lei, let us remain calm. Peace fosters prosperity. There is no need for violence, the elder chuckled. Lei Ming, with a forced smile, retorted, Elder Yuan, you oversee this Fengyu Hall. Is it not against the rules for someone to attempt to sneak in a 5-element spirit root? If it were merely a tri-element root, I might concede, but a mixed 5-element root? Do you truly believe Taishu Peak is a place for refuse? His words were blunt and unyielding. Su Yuanqing's expression darkened in response. Suddenly, a sword, radiating an icy aura as if forged from frost, appeared in Lu Suiao's hand. It seems you did not learn your lesson last time and wish to be taught again. I shall oblige, she declared, her lips barely parting. This time, it remained uncertain who would end up teaching whom. Lei Ming revealed a palm-sized hammer, crackling with lightning arcs. Both of you, allow me to offer some counsel. Elder Lu, you desire this young man to join Taishu Peak, while Elder Lei, you believe it breaches protocol. Let us sit down and discuss the matter. There are always alternative solutions. Elder Yuan interjected. Without waiting for Lu Sui Ao and Lei Ming to respond, he turned to Su Yuanqing. Young one, in half a month, we will hold our annual entrance examination for Taishu Peak. All disciples may participate. If you can pass the examination, you will be eligible for admission, regardless of your spirit root. No one can dispute that. Do you accept? Half a month until the entrance examination? Su Yuanqing was unaware of this. Had he known earlier, he would not have asked Elder Sui Ao to facilitate his entry. He could have simply participated in the examination himself. With the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace by his side, he felt confident. No need, Lu Sui Ao interjected, rejecting Elder Yuan's suggestion. Having made a promise to Su Yuanqing, she intended to keep her word, regardless of opposition. If necessary, she would argue her case. Elder Yuan felt overwhelmed. Lu Sui Ao, known for her cool demeanor and limited interactions with the male elders, was not easily swayed. However, her calmness did not equate to being devoid of ambition or being easily manipulated. The ordinary disciples might be unaware, but the elders recognized that Lu Sui Ao preferred to resolve differences through action rather than mere verbal disputes. If one opposed her, they would find themselves engaged in a debate. Should one succeed in besting her, she might concede, even if they were wrong. Conversely, those who lost would have to acquiesce to her authority. To date, Lu Sui Ao had only experienced one draw in a debate and had never suffered defeat. If a confrontation were to ensue, Su Yuanqing believed that despite Lei Ming's fierce demeanor, he would likely find himself bested by Lu Sui Ao once more. I wish to give a try, Su Yuanqing stated confidently. Lu Sui Ao turned her gaze to him. You wish to try? Yes, I want to prove to everyone that Elder Sui Ao is correct. I am indeed qualified to join Taishu Peak, rather than being a burden forced into the sect. Though the allure of a shortcut was tempting, especially through Elder Sui Ao's influence, Su Yuanqing recognized that earning his place through the entrance examination would be the most honorable path, silencing any detractors like Lei Ming. After all, one must possess the skill to effectively rely on another's support. If he became a liability to Elder Sui Ao before proving his worth, his chances of gaining her favor in the future would diminish. Lu Sui Ao nodded. Your determination is commendable. Elder Yuan exhaled in relief, as he did not wish for further conflict between Lu Sui Ao and Lei Ming. Yet, Lu Sui Ao continued, however, since I have committed to this matter, I shall not go back on my word. Let us register Su Yuanqing as an inner disciple of Taishu Peak. Half a month from now, upon passing the entrance examination, we shall complete the necessary formalities. Her voice was clear and authoritative, leaving no room for dissent. Elder Yuan's expression twitched. Indeed, this was characteristic of Lu Sui Ao. Let us proceed with registering Su Yuanqing as an inner disciple of Taishu Peak. The necessary procedures will be finalized after he passes the entrance examination, Elder Yuan announced. The steward of the Fengge Hall promptly began the registration process. Is that sufficient? Elder Yuan inquired, glancing at Lu Sui Ao. Lu Sui Ao inclined her head slightly in affirmation. At that moment, Lei Ming scoffed. Lu Sui Ao, if this boy fails the entrance examination, I shall be eager to see how you justify this. Lu Sui Ao replied coolly. What if he passes the examination? Then what if he does not? Lei Ming retorted. Lu Sui Ao asserted. Even if he does not pass the entrance examination, I will still accept him into Taishu Peak. This was her vow to Su Yuanqing. The outcome of Su Yuanqing's assessment and the relationship between him and Lei Ming will not bear any consequences. However, if he indeed fails the entry examination, it would imply my inferiority to you. Lei Ming let out a cold snort, wishing to retort that Su Yuanqing was already beneath him. Nevertheless, he found himself unable to voice such insincere words and instead stated, if he does not pass the entry examination, you shall publicly apologize to me and acknowledge that your actions were gravely mistaken. Agreed, Lu Sui Ao replied with a slight nod of her head. But if he does pass, you must apologize to him. She gestured towards Su Yuanqing, who was taken aback. Apologize to me? Lei Ming furrowed his brow. Apologizing to a mere junior of mixed elemental roots? No problem. His expression darkened, feeling that Lu Sui's insistence on him apologizing to Su Yuanqing rather than to her, a fellow elder, was a deliberate humiliation. Nevertheless, Lei Ming did not haggle, but directly acquiesced. Soon after, Lu Sui waved her sleeve, enveloping Su Yuanqing in an icy rainbow, whisking him away from the Peak Affairs Hall. I am eager to see how a junior with mixed elemental roots can pass the entry examination of Tai Chu Peak. At that time, I will relish witnessing the expression on Lu Sui's face. As Lei Ming observed Lu Sui leading Su Yuanqing away, he let out a cold scoff. Elder Yuan, from the Peak Affairs Hall, shook his head, sharing the sentiment that a junior with mixed elemental roots would likely be incapable of passing the Tai Chu Peak's entry examination. However, an inexplicable premonition suggested that Lu Sui would not be embarrassed. Since the time he had known her, she seemed to have never suffered any losses. This upcoming entry examination piqued his interest, and he couldn't help but smile. After leaving the Peak Affairs Hall, Lu Sui took Su Yuanqing directly to her cave dwelling. Although it was not his first visit, previously he had been brought by Elder Yuanqing and had appeared directly in a grand hall. This time, he truly witnessed the entire visage of Lu Sui's cave dwelling, which differed from his imagination of a cavern carved within the mountain, arranged as a paradise. Instead, in the pristine surroundings of Tai Chu Peak, several ancient and elegant pavilions were built by the lake, surrounded by an abundance of flora and fauna, with the sweet songs of birds and fragrant blossoms. Su Yuanqing wished to inquire why Lu Sui had him apologize to Elder Lei Ming, but ultimately he remained silent. For the next half-month, you shall seclude yourself here, and I will personally guide your cultivation. In half a month, you must ensure that you can pass the entry examination of Tai Chu Peak, Lu Sui instructed as she placed Su Yuanqing in a pavilion by the lake. This time, she was not under the influence of the He Huan poison and was openly accompanying Su Yuanqing, unafraid of any slander. Su Yuanqing nodded. Elder Sui, rest assured. I will give my utmost effort. Lu Sui gazed at the exceptionally handsome youth before her, sighing inwardly. It was a pity that he possessed mixed elemental roots. In this lifetime, he was destined to be unable to establish a foundation, at most achieving high-level chi refinement. In truth, she did not favor those who sought special treatment. It was merely that during her process of dispelling the He Huan poison, Su Yuanqing played an indispensable role, and she had promised to compensate him. Since he wished to join Tai Chu Peak, she saw no reason to refuse, considering he might very well fail the entry examination. She decided to make an exception for him and bring him to Tai Chu Peak. Normally, there would be no issue if she personally took action. However, Elder Lei Ming's intervention complicated matters. Initially, she thought it was not a significant problem. At worst, she would reason with Elder Lei Ming, and, as usual, the party in disagreement would need to retreat for a period, resolving everything without issue. Yet, Su Yuanqing was considerate and did not wish to tarnish her reputation, wanting to participate in the entry examination. Very well, since I promised him, I must fulfill it, Lu Sui thought. With a gentle flourish of her hand, 200 low-grade spirit stones appeared before Su Yuanqing. Here, I have a spirit-gathering formation in place, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth will continuously converge. Cultivating here will yield twice the result with half the effort. These 200 low-grade spirit stones should suffice for your breakthrough to the third layer of chi refinement. Strive to elevate your cultivation to the third layer before the entry examination, Lu Sui instructed. Thank you, Elder Sui, Su Yuanqing expressed. Elder Sui. Lu Sui had heard him address her this way before. She felt it was somewhat inappropriate and intended to rebuke him, suggesting he call her Elder Lu or simply Elder. The term Elder Sui sounded rather intimate. However, upon reflection, since she had not objected when he first addressed her this way, it would seem odd to suddenly request he refrain from doing so now. Thus, Lu Sui decided to let it be. Continue your cultivation here. If you encounter any issues, make a note of them and inquire upon my return. With that, Lu Sui transformed into an icy rainbow and vanished from her cave dwelling. Wait, why did Ti object the first time he called me Elder Sui? As she departed, a thought emerged in Lu Sui's mind, leaving her somewhat puzzled. She could not even recall when Su Yuanqing had begun to call her Elder Sui. Yet, throughout all, she felt no aversion. After Lu Sui left, Su Yuanqing found himself in the pavilion, gazing at the 200 low-grade spirit stones, hesitating. Should he summon the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace here? Aside from being a transmigrator from Earth, the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace was currently his greatest secret, although he had not interacted with it extensively, based on Elder Suo's character. She did not seem like someone who would covet the treasures of others, Yuanqing mused. However, such matters were not to be gambled with. The only consolation was that Elder Suo had temporarily departed. She likely hadn't left any consciousness to monitor this place. Brother Furnace, can you help check if there are any consciousnesses probing here? Yuanqing silently contemplated, attempting to communicate with the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace. He initially thought it would be futile, but to his surprise, the furnace provided feedback. The Yin-Yang Creation Furnace, suspended within his danshin, began to circulate its dual energies, emanating from his body. Concurrently, an involuntary thought arose in Yuanqing's mind. Safe. No one is spying here, so it possesses such marvelous utility. A smile spread across Yuanqing's face, and he relaxed. Seizing the opportunity while Elder Suo was away, he hurriedly summoned the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace and cast 100 low-grade spirit stones into it. Soon, he acquired 50 mid-grade spirit stones. Yuanqing, not satisfied, tossed in 2 mid-grade spirit stones, but there was no reaction. It appeared he could not infinitely combine them to yield higher-grade spirit stones. Having anticipated this outcome, Yuanqing was not disappointed. He stored the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace and began utilizing the mid-grade spirit stones for cultivation. Of course, he did not forget to retain 100 low-grade spirit stones. Otherwise, when Elder Suo returned and discovered he had used all the low-grade spirit stones on mid-grade ones, he would have no explanation. Now, he merely needed to proceed step by step, utilizing the 5 spirit roots to absorb the spiritual energy circulated through the meridians, and refine it into 5 elements true qi within his danshin. Once the 5 elements true qi filled his danshin, he could attempt to open the 3rd spiritual vein and break through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Yuanqing contemplated his upcoming cultivation within the confines of the loft, resuming his practice once again. Meanwhile, Elder Suo and Elder Yuanqing, the 2 women, stood in contrast to one another, with senior sister Yuanqing being particularly notable. After leaving her own cave dwelling, Suo arrived at a private medicinal garden located on the opposite side of Taisha Peak. This garden, belonging to Elder Yuanqing, was distinct from the spirit herb peak established by the sect, as all the spiritual herbs cultivated here were privately owned by her. Sensing Suo's arrival, a barrier in the garden automatically opened a small section, allowing her entry. Shortly thereafter, she found Elder Yuanqing deep within the garden, in a courtyard. However, at this moment, Yuanqing did not resemble the enchanting figure with naturally rosy lips and captivating eyes that Yuanqing had encountered. Instead, she appeared somewhat disheveled. Her long hair was loose and unkempt, and her once radiant complexion bore traces of medicinal dust. Upon noticing Suo's arrival, Yuanqing hurriedly said, "Junior Sister Suo, please wait for me for an hour." "All right." Suo nodded, choosing not to disturb Yuanqing and instead sought a different location to cultivate. An hour later, Yuanqing approached, asking, "Junior Sister Suo, would you dare to assist me in testing a medicinal pill?" Suo opened her eyes and paused her cultivation, responding, "I dare not." Yuanqing replied with a hint of melancholy, "I haven't even mentioned what kind of pill it is. It can only be the detoxification pill you developed for the Heroines. Suo retorted. Yuanqing chuckled, "Ah, you truly understand me, Junior Sister Suo. The newly released Heroines from the Heroines Sect actually affects the soul. If we do not produce a specific detoxification pill, it would be far too easy for us women to suffer should we encounter the nefarious disciples of the Heroines Sect. Now, I am merely waiting to test the efficacy of this detoxification pill so that I can prepare for a grand sale. Please assist me, and I shall share 20% of the profits with you." With a graceful motion, Yuanqing appeared beside Suo, resembling a charming young girl as she playfully tugged at Suo's arm, exuding an irresistible appeal. Unmoved, Suo replied, "Your tactics may work on men, but they are ineffective with me." Yuanqing pouted, "It seems my cultivation is still lacking. Otherwise, I should be able to charm both genders equally." As they spoke, she stored the detoxification pills she had previously concocted. "Junior Sister Suo, you have come to me regarding Yuanqing, have you not?" Yunkai inquired. Lu Suiao was not surprised, as she understood the purpose of her visit. Did you not cultivate a with spiritual root using innate Yumu, thereby opening a second Danshan within yourself? I believe your method may offer some insights for Su Yuqing, she explained. Yunkai's eyes widened in surprise. Surely you are not infatuated with that young man? I admit, he is quite handsome, with a striking appearance that stirs the heart. However, you know full well the arduous path I traversed to cultivate the wood's spiritual root, the hardships I endured, and the resources I expended. Lu Suiao interjected, Sister, you misunderstand. I am not seeking to acquire those innate spiritual treasures. I wish to draw from your experience to see if I can identify a relatively superior spiritual root among his mixed elemental roots. Then, I would temporarily seal the other 4 roots, focusing on one, to refine his true energy from its current chaotic state into something more pure, ensuring he can pass the entrance examination of Teisha Peak. Yunkai was momentarily taken aback. The entrance examination? Lu Suiao nodded. He wishes to join Teisha Peak. She conveyed Su Yuqing's request, explaining her initial intention to directly bring him into Teisha Peak, but she was thwarted by Elder Liming. To avoid causing her trouble, Su Yuqing had willingly proposed to participate in the entrance examination instead. This young man is rather astute. Yunkai laughed. Very well, even if it is not for Su Yuqing. I have no reason to refuse, especially to prove a point to Elder Liming. With that, Yunkai agreed, a mischievous glint lighting up her face. Su Yuqing had initially assumed that Elder Lu Suiao would be away for an extended period after departing, but to his surprise, she returned in merely an hour or so, accompanied by Elder Yunkai. Upon sensing their presence, he quickly stowed away the mid-grade spirit stones into his storage bag, leaving only 2 low-grade spirit stones in hand. Greetings, Elder Suiao. Greetings, Elder Yunkai. Upon seeing the 2 strikingly beautiful women of differing temperaments appear together, Su Yuqing immediately rose, cupping his fist in salute. Come here. Let me check your condition, Yunkai said, having changed into a fresh outfit, her hair neatly arranged, her cheeks dusted with a hint of color, her expressions filled with charm. Su Yuqing felt a wave of delight upon seeing Elder Yunkai alongside Elder Lu Suiao. After all, witnessing 2 stunningly beautiful women was quite a visual treat. As he observed the 2 elders standing together, he could not help but draw comparisons. Elder Lu Suiao exuded a celestial aura, yet her figure was slender and delicate, while Elder Yunkai possessed an innate allure, her every gesture imbued with grace, contrasting sharply with Su Yuqing's preconceived notions of the female immortals of Qingxian Daizong. In fact, if he were to encounter a woman like Elder Yunkai in the Heroines sect, he would find her much more fitting. Moreover, compared to Elder Lu Suiao's modest attire, Yunkai's clothing was more revealing, exposing much of her fair skin to Su Yuqing's gaze. As a result, he found himself involuntarily comparing the 2. However, his moment of contemplation was abruptly interrupted by Yunkai's words, causing his heart to skip a beat. The suggestive remark she made stirred a sense of unease within him. If Elder Yunkai were to examine his body, would she discover the Yin-Yang Transformation Furnace within him? Would she notice that the chaotic true energy within his Danshan was now distinctly separated? If Elder Yunkai were to uncover this, she might perceive him as an anomaly. Although he yearned to seek the support of both Elder Lu Suiao and Elder Yunkai, their relationship was still not sufficiently familiar. Su Yuqing remained uncertain whether discovering the Yin-Yang Transformation Furnace would incite thoughts of theft or murder, or if recognizing the clarity of his elemental true energy would lead her to regard him as a prodigious talent deserving of cultivation. Is it inappropriate for Elder Yunkai to examine me, given the norms of male-female interactions? Su Yuqing tentatively refused. Yet, Yunkai, unfazed by conventional boundaries, smiled and replied, Male-female interactions? Not a problem. If I turn you into a girl, we'll both be women, and it won't matter at all. Su Yuqing's scalp tingled at her words. Although she spoke with a smile, her tone and gaze suggested a seriousness that left him uncertain whether she was jesting or sincere. I am indeed a man. That is of little consequence. Please proceed, Elder Yunkai, he hastily replied. At the same time, his mind raced, Brother Furnace. Is it possible to recombine the true energy within my Danshan? Can Elder Yunkai remain oblivious to your presence? Su Yuanqing hastily directed his consciousness towards the Yunyang Zhao Hualu. Previously, It seemed that the Yuanying Zhao Hua Lu understood his intent and had conducted a preliminary examination for any spiritual awareness lurking nearby. Su Yuanqing could only place his hopes once more upon the Yuanying Zhao Hua Lu. Before he could sense any changes, Elder Yunkai had approached him, unabashedly disregarding the propriety of gender interactions. Seizing Su Yuanqing's wrist, her magical power coursing through his spiritual veins and permeating his body. Su Yuanqing assessed his own condition and suddenly realized that the Yuanying Zhao Hua Lu, which had once hovered above his danshan, had inexplicably vanished. Were it not for his innate awareness that allowed him to sense its presence beneath the sea of qi within his danshan, he might have thought it had disappeared completely. However, the five-elemental true qi had not mingled once more. Under his intent, the previously distinct five-elemental true qi began to disperse towards the boundaries, intertwining with one another. Fire and water entwined, while metal and wood clashed. Though it appeared chaotic, it was a deliberate manipulation. With a moment's introspection, one could still discern that the danshan was roughly divided into 5 regions, with the boundaries having transformed from rigid barriers into a blurred amalgamation. Elder Yunkai's probing seemed to reveal no trace of the Yuanying Zhao Hua Lu. Su Yuanqing, who had felt as if his heart were lodged in his throat, finally exhaled in relief. The furnace is indeed reliable, he mused. As for the 5-elemental true qi being divided into 5 regions, he felt less concern. This was at least not extraordinary. Moreover, it laid a foundation for him to later employ different pure true qi distinctly. With his mind at ease, Su Yuanqing's attention shifted away from his self-assessment. How intense! His gaze shifted, and he suddenly realized that Elder Yunkai was holding his wrist and standing quite close. She was dressed lightly, and from his perspective, the comparison between Elder Yunkai and Elder Sueo became strikingly clear. Curves that spoke of allure. The scent of her fragrance was captivating. While Elder Yunkai's long legs were indeed eye-catching, other aspects were equally noteworthy. Do you find it appealing? A soft voice suddenly drifted into Su Yuanqing's ears, startling him. He quickly averted his gaze, only to meet a pair of enchanting eyes, which sparkled with an almost mischievous smile, yet he sensed an elusive danger emanating from them. A life-threatening question? Su Yuanqing's mind raced, conjuring various responses to justify his previous actions. However, his instinct warned him that to articulate such reasoning might lead to unfortunate consequences. For Elder Yunkai likely did not favor such sophistry. He followed his instincts and nodded. It is appealing. Do you wish to see more? Elder Yunkai's voice was soft and intimate, like a fragrant breeze, wrapping around Su Yuanqing's ear like an invisible thread. His heart raced uncontrollably. I dare not, he replied hastily, choosing his words carefully. Such honesty. Should your gaze wander again inappropriately, I shall have to remind you, Elder Yunkai began, and Su Yuanqing braced himself for potential threats. But to his surprise, she changed her tone. Do remember to inform your sister in advance, so she can adopt a different posture, allowing you to find a better angle. Su Yuanqing nearly choked on his own saliva. At that moment, the faint sense of danger he had felt from Elder Yunkai dissipated, indicating her satisfaction with his response. This alluring figure was indeed challenging to navigate. Su Yuanqing thought to himself. Elder Yunkai was unlike Elder Sueo, while Elder Sueo exuded a cold demeanor that felt distant. She was approachable when she chose to engage. In contrast, Elder Yunkai appeared warm and seductive, seemingly easy to approach, yet she was akin to a beautiful rose. Adorned with thorns, one must tread carefully to avoid being pricked. What are the results? Elder Sueo interjected, interrupting the playful banter. This young one possesses surprises within. You shall discover them for yourself. Elder Yunkai raised an eyebrow, while Elder Sueo approached without the same directness, extending several icy threads from her palm to entwine around Su Yuanqing's arm. A refreshing chill permeated his being, clearing away distractions and clarifying his mind. Yet, Su Yuanqing's heart remained tense, as Elder Sueo stood closer than Elder Yunkai. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze, meeting her moon-like visage, her brows and eyes exquisitely drawn. Her skin as pristine as snow. To avoid the awkwardness of direct eye contact, he quickly lowered his eyes. However, Elder Sueo's slender figure was striking, her waist delicate. Yet her bosom was undeniably prominent, the contours unmistakable. Although her attire leaned towards conservatism, It could not conceal her striking form, reminiscent of branches weighed down by snow. The phrase slender branches bearing heavy fruit echoed in Su Yuanqing's mind. Yet, recalling his previous experience with Elder Yunkai, he quickly turned his gaze away. One must not gaze at that which is inappropriate. But her aura was too close, imbued with a subtle chill, distinctly different from the warm, enticing fragrance of Elder Yunkai, yet equally disorienting. Fortunately, Elder Suo's examination of Su Yuanqing took only a few fleeting moments before she withdrew her power. "How have you cultivated?" she inquired, her lips parting gently. "Your true qi within is remarkably ordered, devoid of chaos or disarray." Su Yuanqing had prepared his explanation. "I simply practice in the usual manner, intentionally absorbing spiritual energy from different roots and converting it into true qi, placing them in distinct areas within my danshan to prevent entanglement." Elder Suo's gaze towards Su Yuanqing grew peculiar, and even Elder Yunkai regarded him with a strange expression. "What is it, Elder Suo, Elder Yunkai? Is there a flaw in my method?" Su Yuanqing asked earnestly. "No, your approach poses no issue. The problem lies with many cultivators of mixed spiritual roots who aspire to do the same, yet all have invariably failed. The Qingxian Dao sect has existed for over 2,500 years, and among all cultivators with mixed 5-elemental roots, you alone have achieved this feat," Elder Yunkai declared. "Is it truly that remarkable?" Su Yuanqing thought, initially believing it to be unexceptional, yet now it seemed far from ordinary. "Thus, I'm not a waste. Perhaps I might be a prodigy?" Su Yuanqing began to act, displaying a look of astonishment. "If, as your realm advances, you can consistently ensure that the 5-elemental true qi within you remain separate and operate independently, as they do now, you may indeed be a genius. You could become the first individual in the history of the Qingxian Dao sect, or even the entire realm of cultivation, to successfully establish a foundation with mixed 5-elemental roots, thus pioneering a new era," Elder Yunkai proclaimed. She gazed at Su Yuanqing with a fervent intensity. "This little fellow is indeed a treasure. If I delve deeply into his essence, perhaps I could unravel the enigma of the 5 elements mixed spiritual roots that prevents foundation establishment. Just the thought of such a remarkable achievement being born from my hands fills me with exhilaration." Su Yuanqing, under the scrutinizing gaze of Elder Yunkai, felt a chill run down his spine, instantly gripped by a foreboding sense. Indeed, Elder Yunkai soon spoke. "Junior Sister Suo, entrust him to me. I shall take him back for thorough research, and I guarantee that in half a month he will confidently pass the entrance assessment." "Research?" Those words made Su Yuanqing's heart plummet into despair. "Very well, I shall trouble you, Senior Sister." Lu Suo nodded slightly. She had never engaged with any males privately before. Su Yuanqing was the first to enter her abode. Had it not been for her promise to Su Yuanqing to assist him in joining Taisha Peak, intending to let him enjoy the spirit-gathering array and personally guide his cultivation to ensure his success in the entrance assessment, she would never have brought him here. Now, with Elder Yunkai wanting to take Su Yuanqing away, Lu Suo had no objections. After all, compared to her purely cultivating, Elder Yunkai had researched many peculiar things, even nurturing a second spiritual root herself. She had initially invited Elder Yunkai to assist her, so it was indeed beneficial for Lu Suo that Elder Yunkai took the initiative in this matter. She believed that Elder Yunkai was more suited than herself to ensure Su Yuanqing's success in passing the entrance assessment. However, Su Yuanqing felt increasingly uneasy. Something was amiss in Elder Yunkai's gaze. It felt wrong, very wrong. He could not shake the sensation that Elder Yunkai regarded him as some sort of experimental subject. Yet, before he could voice his concerns, Elder Yunkai waved her hand, enveloping Su Yuanqing in a crimson haze. After exchanging pleasantries with Junior Sister Suo, Elder Yunkai took Su Yuanqing back to her medicinal garden. Su Yuanqing resigned himself to his fate. "I will go prepare some items. You are free to explore the garden, as long as you do not recklessly harvest the medicinal herbs," Elder Yunkai said with a mysterious smile. Su Yuanqing's foreboding grew stronger. What exactly did Elder Yunkai intend to do? A sense of trepidation welled up within him. Nevertheless, he did not sense any malice from Elder Yunkai, which he used to console himself. After all, there was no life-threatening danger. Soon, he began to wander throughout Elder Yunkai's garden. To his astonishment, Many seemingly inconspicuous herbs turned out to be exceedingly rare varieties. Unfortunately, having previously raised celestial cranes at Spirit Beast Peak, he possessed considerable knowledge about their care, but had limited understanding of spiritual plants and herbs. Many of the herbs were unfamiliar to him. However, this did not hinder his ability to discern that these herbs were indeed precious. A surge of impulse rushed through Su Yuanqing, wishing to throw all of these herbs into the Yin-Yang Transformation Furnace to see what effects might arise. Ultimately, he managed to suppress this urge and instead contemplated whether it was possible to borrow 4 first-tier spiritual herbs from Elder Yuanqing and return a second-tier spiritual herb in exchange. After all, for certain second-tier spiritual herbs, their value far exceeded that of 4 or 5 first-tier ones. In this way, Elder Yuanqing would gain a second-tier herb in exchange for 4 first-tier ones, ensuring a profit, while he would benefit from the difference in value. As Su Yuanqing indulged in this delightful fantasy, Elder Yuanqing's voice called out, "Come here." Su Yuanqing gathered his thoughts and approached the courtyard. The once empty courtyard now contained a glazed jade tub filled with a flowing liquid of crimson radiance. As he approached, Elder Yuanqing was still adding more herbs into the tub. With a flick of her finger, a power resembling crimson mist merged into the tub, causing the added herbs to dissolve rapidly, and the liquid began to boil visibly. "What is this?" Su Yuanqing was perplexed. "Undress," Elder Yuanqing commanded. "Undress?" Su Yuanqing was taken aback. "Quickly, remove your clothes and get in," she insisted. Su Yuanqing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He was indeed eager to be closer to Elder Yuanqing and would relish the opportunity to admire her beauty while bathing. However, to undress before her? His face flushed with embarrassment, and he found it quite difficult to comply. Noticing his hesitance, Elder Yuanqing leaned closer, her breath fragrant as she said, "This is my personal bathing tub, infused with my essence. I do not mind you using it, so why hesitate?" A gentle fragrance wafted towards him, stirring Su Yuanqing's heart. No, he must remain steadfast. He reminded himself not to succumb to temptation. The consequences of offending Elder Yuanqing could be dire. "Elder Yuanqing, could you step outside for a moment?" Su Yuanqing tentatively inquired. "Why should I be shy when you're the one feeling bashful?" Elder Yuanqing raised an eyebrow. "There are distinctions between men and women," Su Yuanqing replied. He wasn't truly opposed to undressing before her. It was just that Elder Yuanqing's alluring presence made it difficult for him. If he reacted inappropriately, she might think he was disrespecting her, and that could lead to trouble. "Little fellow, have you grown up enough to discuss gender distinctions with me?" Elder Yuanqing seemed to grow impatient, casting a spell that instantly disrobed Su Yuanqing. Before he could comprehend what had happened, his clothes lay scattered beside him, leaving him exposed before Elder Yuanqing. Without waiting for him to react, she tossed him into the jade tub. As he plunged into the tub, Su Yuanqing felt as though he had fallen into molten lava, the searing heat enveloping him painfully. At that moment, all distractions vanished. "The first time could be a bit painful. Bear with it," Elder Yuanqing instructed. Yet, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. This boy, though merely a youth, did not seem like an innocent fledgling. He resembled a fierce eagle. She observed Su Yuanqing's struggle in the tub while contemplating her thoughts. Thus began Elder Yuanqing's experiment and Su Yuanqing's journey of transformation. Meanwhile, another thought flickered through Elder Yuanqing's mind. It would soon be hard to claim that Su Yuanqing was an untouched boy. After all, she herself had not surpassed him in that regard. However, these fleeting thoughts were merely a brief interlude in her mind, as her attention quickly returned to the process of refining Su Yuanqing. Within the tub, Su Yuanqing gasped for breath, feeling as though he had been cast into a cauldron of fire. The intense pain enveloped him, forcing him to wear a mask of suffering. Had it not been for a subtle force holding him down, preventing any escape, he would have leaped out of the tub by now. Yet, after enduring the initial agony, Su Yuanqing discovered that the pain seemed to gradually diminish. Of course, it was also possible that he had simply begun to acclimatize to this level of suffering. Simultaneously, he sensed certain benefits. A unique energy permeated his skin, wandering through his limbs and bones, circulating through his meridians before ultimately converging in his dantian. Furthermore, this energy bore no specific attributes. Upon entering the dantian, it seamlessly integrated with the true qi of the 5 elements. Su Yuanqing then felt that within his dantian, The previously mixed true qi he had intentionally fused was actually being separated. The 5 elements returned to their rightful places. As time passed, the true qi within him differentiated into 5 distinct regions, no longer resembling the chaotic changes he had previously experienced. Additionally, a barrier gradually formed at the junctions of the true qi, temporarily isolating his 5 elemental true qi. This sensation was akin to the creation of 5 spiritual pools within his danshin, each accumulating his respective true qi of the 5 elements. Although not stable, it was indeed achieved. At the moment when the 5 spiritual pools formed within Su Yuanqing's danshin, Yin Qi, who had been dozing beside the jade tub while holding a chair, suddenly opened her eyes. A glimmer of joy flashed in her beautiful gaze. Su Yuanqing also opened his eyes, ceasing his internal observation. He then noticed that the liquid in the jade tub, which had resembled magma, seemed to have completely expended its energy and transformed into clear water. Su Yuanqing's expression shifted slightly. Clear water? Did that not imply that Elder Yin Qi could see through him entirely? Although she had previously observed him, Su Yuanqing felt a considerable unease upon realizing this, and he quickly turned his back. At this moment, Yin Qi's cheeks bore no trace of blush. After all, during the past 2 hours, she had refined Su Yuanqing while he appeared to be in a meditative state, yet her consciousness had remained enveloped around him. One could say that she was quite familiar with every part of his being. Come out, Yin Qi commanded. Elder Yin Qi, I still feel a bit embarrassed. Su Yuanqing replied. You've already been seen. What is there to be shy about? Why are you acting so coy, you big man? Yin Qi chided. No longer did she refer to Su Yuanqing as a boy yet to mature. Nevertheless, Su Yuanqing remained in the tub, saying, Elder Yin Qi, could you perhaps step aside for a moment? Step aside for you? Yin Qi waved her hand, and Su Yuanqing was suddenly propelled from the tub. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly understood why Su Yuanqing had requested her to step aside. It turned out that the eagle had spread its wings. Yin Qi paused for a moment. This scene was something she had only encountered in illustrations while researching the Heroines sect, depicted in texts concerning the principles of yin and yang. This was, however, her first experience in reality. But what kind of person was Yin Qi? She had thoroughly studied the Heroines sect. She quickly regained her composure, elegantly raising her delicate hand, causing Su Yuanqing's clothes to levitate and fall into his hands. Put on your clothes and focus on your cultivation. Once your 5 spiritual pools are filled, you can attempt to open a 3rd spiritual vein and break through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. I shall now research how to stabilize your 5 spiritual pools, ensuring that the true qi remains distinct and free from entanglement. You may cultivate here on your own, Yin Qi instructed before turning to leave. She needed to seize the opportunity. After all, a cultivator like Su Yuanqing, possessing mixed roots of the 5 elements, had never appeared in history. It was a rare and fortuitous chance. She aspired to create a perfect cultivator with 5 elemental roots. Indeed, not merely mixed roots of the 5 elements, but true 5-element roots, the heavenly 5-element roots. These were some of the concepts swirling in Yin Qi's mind. Naturally, she was acutely aware of the challenges and the resources required, having previously cultivated a wood elemental root and created an auxiliary danshin within her own. However, such a divine opportunity must not be missed. Noticing that Elder Yin Qi was about to depart, Su Yuanqing immediately inquired, Elder Yin Qi, regarding the medicinal herbs in your herb garden. Before he could finish, Yin Qi's graceful figure had vanished from his sight. Nevertheless, her voice echoed in the air. You may freely use the herbs in the southwestern corner of the herb garden, but remember, you can only fill your stomach, not hoard. Su Yuanqing was overjoyed. Thank you, Elder Yin Qi. He quickly recited the King's Inju to calm the eagle, donned his clothes, and hastily made his way to the southwestern corner of the herb garden as indicated by Elder Yin Qi. Gold and silver grass, Qingyu fruit, gamma leaf, Suinhuo mushroom, Huangjing root. Su Yuanqing's gaze swept across this section of the herb garden, discovering that it was divided into 5 parts, each cultivating first-tier spiritual herbs corresponding to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It was tailor-made for him. Su Yuanqing thought, Brother Luzi, please check if anyone is spying on this southwestern corner of the herb garden. Su Yuanqing silently instructed. He then sensed the Yin-Yang Transformation Furnace, resting at the bottom of his danshin, stirring to life as the yin and yang energies flowed. Soon, a thought emerged in Su Yuanqing's mind. No one is spying. Su Yuanqing sighed in relief. He was resolute and swiftly summoned the Yin-Yang Transformation Furnace. Then, like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, he harvested 10 of each: gold and silver grass, Qingyu fruit, gamma leaf, Suanhuo mushroom, and Huangjing root. Afterward, using the Yin-Yang Transformation Furnace for fusion and enhancement, he ultimately obtained 5 second-tier gold and silver grasses, second-tier Qingyu fruits, second-tier gamma leaves, second-tier Suanhuo mushrooms, and second-tier Huangjing roots. Su Yuanqing commenced his cultivation. He directly absorbed the spiritual energy and medicinal properties from these second-tier spiritual herbs. Soon, he realized that this was far more effective than merely absorbing the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth or from those spiritual stones. Days passed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Ultimately, a full 10 days elapsed. Yuanqi's voice once again resonated in Su Yuanqing's ears. Come here, to the usual place. Su Yuanqing opened his eyes, concluding his cultivation, and rose to walk toward Elder Yuanqi's courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, he noticed that the exquisite jade tub had reappeared. This time within the tub, there was a different liquid, resembling a 5-colored rainbow, ethereal and resplendent. Su Yuanqing had a premonition that the colors radiating from this liquid likely corresponded to the powers of the 5 elements. Undress. Yuanqi commanded, her tone succinct. This time, Su Yuanqing had learned his lesson. He did not wait for Yuanqi to act and proactively began to remove his clothing. Too slow, Yuanqi retorted with dissatisfaction. With a flick of her wrist, Su Yuanqing found himself stripped bare and unceremoniously tossed into the jade tub. Su Yuanqing felt like crying without tears. Elder Yuanqi, you possess such a captivating and alluring appearance. Why the prowess you possess is utterly mismatched with your appearance, rendering such beauty a mere waste, Yuanqi remarked indifferently. Being handsome is not my fault, Su Yuanqing retorted. Yet, he soon ceased his protests. Under Yuanqi's guidance, he began to endure the pain inflicted by the radiant liquid enveloping him in the bath, absorbing its energy. This time, Su Yuanqing remained submerged in the Liuli jade tub for an extended duration, lasting a full day and night. Yuanqi Shija, how is Su Yuanqing faring? The following day, Su Yuanqing was still immersed in the jade tub when Lu Suiao's voice unexpectedly resonated from outside the medicinal garden. He is doing quite well. He has already reached the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Yuanqi responded, simultaneously deactivating the array restrictions of her medicinal garden. Lu Suio transformed into a beam of icy radiance, appearing directly within the courtyard, only to be momentarily stunned. Is this how you assist him in his cultivation? She swiftly turned away, her originally ethereal countenance now visibly flushed with a faint crimson hue. At that moment, the liquid in the Liuli jade tub, which had been swirling with vibrant colors, had become significantly diluted. Although it was not entirely transparent, it was nearly so. Thus, upon entering the courtyard, Lu Suiao inadvertently witnessed a scene that caused her cheeks to redden profusely. Suiao Shime, I believe you should take this opportunity to observe more. Yuanqi chuckled. Observe what? Lu Suiao replied with annoyance. Of course, you should observe Su Yuanqing. He is exceptionally handsome. Look at his facial contours, chiseled as if sculpted by a master, almost flawless. This young lad may not appear particularly robust, yet he possesses an exquisite physique, visually appealing and substantial. Moreover, Yuanqi continued, it is evident that this assessment is made in a top-down manner. Yuanqi Shija. Lu Suiao shot her a glance. Yuanqi merely smiled, choosing to leave the matter at that. However, I'm speaking sincerely. Do you know why you suffered against the 3 elders of the Hehuan sect? Yuanqi inquired. Lu Suiao responded, 3 pinnacle Yuanqing elders of the Hehuan sect ambushed me, and although I managed to slay 2 and severely injure 1, how could I be said to have suffered? Being struck by Hehuan San is not considered suffering? Yuanqi countered. Had it not been for this young lad, should anything have occurred during your period of unconsciousness, you would have regretted it too late. Lu Suiao fell silent. Well, allowing you to observe this young lad may be a bit of a burden for you. Suddenly, Yuanqi burst into laughter, her delicate hand flipping through the air, causing an ancient tome to materialize in her palm, which she then handed to Lu Suiao. What is this book? Lu Suiao asked. a book to broaden your horizons. Do not focus solely on cultivation. It is beneficial to acquire knowledge in other areas. Gathering knowledge and experience may one day help you avoid pitfalls or even save your life, Yin-Chi explained. Lu Sui Ao accepted the nameless ancient tome, casually flipping to a page. Dragon and Phoenix presenting auspiciousness. The four ancient characters leapt into view. The flush on her cheeks, which had slightly subsided, instantly returned to a deep red hue upon glimpsing the accompanying illustrations. She promptly closed the tome, intending to return it to Yin-Chi, declaring she had no need for it. However, at that moment, the Leolide jade tub rippled, and Su Yuanqing opened his eyes. Elder Yin-Chi, I believe I have absorbed nearly all the medicinal properties. Sui Ao Elder, you are here as well? Su Yuanqing felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Yet, Lu Sui Ao was even more embarrassed. The ancient tome she had intended to hand to Yin-Chi was now awkwardly in her possession, making it difficult to decide whether to give it or keep it. In an instant, the nameless tome vanished from her grasp. Reluctantly, Lu Sui Ao stored it within her storage ring. Yin-Chi offered Lu Sui Ao a mysterious smile, causing her cheeks to redden further. Sui Ao Shija, I will leave Su Yuanqing's cultivation in your capable hands. I shall not return until before the peak assessment. After saying this, she left without acknowledging Su Yuanqing, who did not even catch a glimpse of her face before she departed. Yet, this spared Su Yuanqing some embarrassment. After all, he was not one to seek exposure. In Yin-Chi's presence, he felt compelled. If possible, he wished to retain an air of mystery and leave a favorable impression on Lu Sui Ao. Allow me to examine your physical form, Yin-Chi stated. Her refining of Su Yuanqing's body was not merely to ensure he could wield true qi without being bested by mere mortals. It was crucial that his physicality was sufficiently strong, for any misstep in manipulating Su Yuanqing's danshan could lead to dire consequences if his body could not withstand it. In Yin-Chi's presence, Su Yuanqing felt at ease. Leaning against the Leolide jade tub, he extended his arm. Yin-Chi pinched his bicep, simultaneously channeling a thread of her power into his body, and a faint smile graced her lips. It appears the results are quite satisfactory. The barrier of your spirit pool has solidified further. It should suffice to support your cultivation during the qi refinement stage until I procure suitable materials. Moreover, your physique finally possesses the semblance of a cultivator. Mundane blades and weapons should no longer easily pierce your skin. Su Yuanqing was astonished. He understood that his physique had significantly improved, but he had not anticipated it would reach the point of being impervious to blades and weapons. Although Yin-Chi had specified mundane weapons, it nonetheless signified a substantial advancement. Unable to contain his excitement, Su Yuanqing felt a surge of exhilaration. However, the soft smile at the corner of Yin-Chi's lips, the gentle touch of her delicate hand on his arm, and the faint fragrance wafting from her presence stirred emotions within him beyond mere excitement. Compared to Su Yuanqing, the Heroines sect is utterly worthless. Su Yuanqing quickly recited the cleansing heart mantra within his mind. Calm down. Remain composed, he admonished himself, fearing that if Yin-Chi perceived him as disrespectful, it might lead to unforeseen complications. Yet, as Su Yuanqing silently recited the mantra, Yin-Chi unexpectedly drew closer. The subtle fragrance enveloped him, and he realized the cleansing heart mantra was of no avail. He found himself increasingly distracted. What are you thinking about? Yin-Chi inquired, her breath fragrant like orchids. Her gaze fixed on Su Yuanqing, even casting a glance toward the jade tub, as if she had discerned all. Su Yuanqing instinctively hunched his shoulders, attempting to conceal himself, but there was no way to hide. Put on your clothes and come out. I will wait for you outside. Fortunately, Yin-Chi refrained from teasing him further and turned to leave. Su Yuanqing exhaled in relief, hastily climbing out of the jade tub, drying himself, and quickly donning his garments. After Yin-Chi exited the courtyard, her back turned to him. She spread her palm, revealing another ancient tome devoid of a cover or text, appearing in her grasp. She swiftly flipped through several pages, then frowned, muttering to herself, "These books from the Heroines sect do not seem particularly authoritative." The adults depicted in these illustrations are outshone by Su Yuanqing, a mere youth. A bunch of worthless fools, seemingly filled with disdain. Yin-Chi summoned a flame from her palm, incinerating the tome. Just then, Su Yuanqing emerged, standing beside Yin Qi, clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Elder Yin Qi. After enduring 2 medicinal baths, though he suffered greatly, the benefits he reaped were undoubtedly substantial. During this time, Elder Yunkai devoted considerable effort, and Su Yuanqing felt a profound sense of gratitude. In the peak assessment, there will be a practical combat segment. What spells have you mastered thus far? Yunkai inquired. Su Yuanqing replied, I have mastered 3 fundamental spells: Fireball Technique, Water Condensation Technique, and Wind Blade Technique. Among these, the Water Condensation Technique is the one I am most proficient in, as it is essential for nurturing the Immortal Cranes. As for the Fireball and Wind Blade Techniques, although their initial preparation is quite lengthy, their power is sufficient for performing in the mundane world. A look of exasperation crossed Yunkai's beautiful yet perilous visage. You truly are wasting such a fine appearance, Su Yuanqing remarked. Had I entered the inner sect as a novice instead of being oppressed by Wu Ziyu and Zhao Qing on the Spirit Beast Peak, my circumstances would not be so dire. Reflecting on the past year, Su Yuanqing himself found his situation distressing. His cultivation resources were withheld, he was exploited for labor, and he dared not resist. Even his chi refinement level and mastery of these 3 spells were achieved through immense toil. This was indeed more grueling than the life of a beast of burden. In comparison, the 996 work schedule seemed like a blessing. However, Su Yuanqing also grasped the implication behind Yunkai's words, and a glimmer of joy appeared on his face. I humbly request Elder Yunkai to impart the spell to me. Yunkai nodded. There are 4 days remaining until the peak assessment. During this time, focus solely on cultivating one spell. As she spoke, Yunkai displayed her jade green palm before Su Yuanqing and lightly clapped it in the void. A vivid imprint of a blazing palm emerged in the air. This spell was known as the Blazing Palm. It is considered a fundamental fire technique, yet boasts impressive explosive and destructive power, suitable for male practitioners. I will teach you the method of cultivation. You must study this spell diligently, Yunkai instructed. Initially, Su Yuanqing found the Blazing Palm to be exceptionally graceful, resembling Yunkai's pristine hand transformed into a fiery form. Yet, at the moment Yunkai finished her words, the Blazing Palm imprint suddenly traversed the void. Su Yuanqing instantly felt an overwhelming wave of heat erupting in the air. Boom! Not far away, a stone mountain was obliterated under the impact of the palm imprint, reduced to countless fragments, leaving behind a charred imprint. Su Yuanqing couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. If that palm imprint had struck him, he would not merely have suffered bruises. He might have been vaporized. However, what astonished Su Yuanqing even more was Yunkai waving her sleeve. A surge of azure energy sweeping through. The shattered stone mountain, along with the swirling fragments, astonishingly reformed, returning to its original state, as if she had never unleashed that palm at all. I merely provided you with a brief demonstration, although the Blazing Palm is only one of the fundamental fire techniques. When cultivated to a high level, with sufficient power, a single strike could reduce a city of 1 million inhabitants to ashes with ease, Yunkai explained. After imparting the cultivation method to Su Yuanqing, she added, if you can leave a scorched palm imprint on that stone mountain with one strike, it indicates you have grasped the basics of the Blazing Palm. If the mountain shatters into pieces, it signifies you have achieved minor proficiency at your current level. Should you be able to completely obliterate it with one hit, that would be considered mastery. With that, Yunkai vanished from Su Yuanqing's sight. The Blazing Palm, Su Yuanqing mused. Following the method Yunkai had taught him, he began to study and cultivate. With only 4 days until the peak assessment, though it smacked of last-minute cramming, it was better than doing nothing. Yunkai returned to her courtyard. Rather than practicing, she took out paper and a pen, leaning over to write and draw. Dressed in a cool manner, her posture revealed a hint of her bosom, an alluring sight that, if someone stood nearby, would grant them a view seldom witnessed by ordinary eyes. Yet, unfortunately for her, apart from herself, only Su Yuanqing was present. Meanwhile, Su Yuanqing was outside, engrossed in comprehending the Blazing Palm and entirely oblivious to the scene in the courtyard. Currently, the situation merely addressed the symptoms rather than the root cause. As his cultivation improved, the spiritual barrier I erected for him would become increasingly fragile. The 5 elements are in opposition. However, he possesses only one Danshin. His situation differs from nurturing a wood spirit root. This plan seems inadequate. I must devise another. As Yunkai jotted down her thoughts, she occasionally murmured to herself. Despite her innate charm and myriad of allure, she now exuded an unwavering determination, revealing a stubbornness that would not relent until her goals were achieved. Thus, an hour swiftly passed. Boom! Suddenly, Yunkai heard a thunderous noise from outside, a significant commotion. Her consciousness swept casually over, and a look of astonishment graced her captivating features. In a flash, Yunkai vanished from the courtyard, reappearing beside Su Yuanqing. She glanced at him and then at the stone mountain, now reduced to rubble. "Did you do this?" Yunkai asked knowingly. Su Yuanqing's face bore an expression of excitement as he nodded, yes. After Yunkai's departure, he delved deeper into the blazing palm. The more he explored, the more insights he gained, yet he still had not truly unleashed it, merely condensing the palm imprint in the void. Until an hour later, just moments ago, he felt the timing was right to attempt it. Initially, he thought achieving minor proficiency in the blazing palm before the peak assessment would be commendable. However, it now seemed he had surpassed his expectations ahead of schedule. Yunkai scrutinized Su Yuanqing and suddenly broke into a smile. "You mastered the blazing palm to perfection in just 1 hour. Your understanding truly befits your handsome appearance." Receiving her acknowledgement, Su Yuanqing could not contain his delight. He suddenly inquired, "Elder Yunkai, how long did it take you to master the blazing palm?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Yuanqing realized his mistake. He sensed a subtle wave of unease emanating from the alluring presence of Elder Yunkai. In a flurry of thoughts, Su Yuanqing quickly amended, "Elder Yunkai, I merely wished to gauge how my comprehension compares to yours when you cultivated the blazing palm." Yunkai responded, "Your understanding is quite commendable. In that case, I shall impart a few more fundamental spells to you. Apply yourself diligently in your studies." Su Yuanqing, recognizing the implication, refrained from probing further and respectfully clasped his fists. Expressing his gratitude, "May I choose one of the spells?" he asked. Yunkai, intrigued, inquired, "Which spell do you wish to select?" After some contemplation, Su Yuanqing replied, "The spell that allowed you to instantly remove my clothing before the medicinal bath." Though he had not witnessed Yunkai cast a spell, he speculated it must be some form of magic. Yunkai leaned forward slightly, extending a finger to lightly touch Su Yuanqing's chest, her breath fragrant as she said, "So, you wish to learn the art of disrobing?" "So it is called the art of disrobing," Su Yuanqing mused. He nodded. "I believe this spell could prove unexpectedly useful in dangerous situations, during battles and skirmishes." "Oh." Yunkai raised an eyebrow. The reason she learned this spell was primarily due to her fondness for bathing. Even now, after 10 or 20 years without a wash, her entire being remains immaculate and untainted. Should she gather any dust, a simple incantation would restore her cleanliness. However, her true passion lies in soaking in a bath. Yet, the thought of painstakingly unfastening each article of clothing felt tedious, prompting her to master this particular spell. In an instant, she could divest herself of all garments. She had never considered, however, the potential utility of this spell in combat. Su Yuanqing elucidated in the fray of battle among cultivators, especially those of similar realms. A minor lapse can lead to significant consequences. If at a pivotal moment I were to deploy the disrobing technique, rendering my opponent unclothed, it would undoubtedly distract them. That distraction would be my opportunity. Yunqi was momentarily taken aback. This was a perspective she had never contemplated. Moreover, she recognized the merit in Su Yuanqing's assertion. The reason it held only partial validity rather than complete truth was that she remarked, for lower-tier cultivators, such a tactic might be effective, but for higher-tier ones, employing a rudimentary disrobing spell to strip an opponent of their clothes would be implausible. Nevertheless, in your realm, especially when used against women, it could yield unexpectedly advantageous results. Su Yuanqing nodded in agreement, knowing well that this was merely one of his motivations for learning the spell. His initial desire was not rooted in combat, a fact he would never confess to Yunqi. Yet, he suddenly sensed a shift in Yunqi's gaze, which had turned somewhat perilous. A subtle feeling of danger washed over him as Yunqi fixed her eyes on him and remarked, "You saved junior sister Suo, and initially, she described you as a naive youth. Yet now, you unmistakably appear to be rather mischievous. Your thoughts are quite dangerous." Su Yuanqing was taken aback. He had believed his reasoning for wanting to learn the disrobing spell was entirely valid. Little did he know it had tarnished his image of innocence. A blunder indeed. However, unexpectedly, Yin-Chi's tone softened, and a smile graced her lips, her enchanting demeanor seeming to dissolve into that very expression. I find your style rather appealing. There are far too many dull individuals in this world. It is far better to possess a touch of intrigue. Su Yuanqing was once again left speechless. Elder Yin-Chi, indeed, resembled a thorny, captivating rose, and he reaffirmed that notion in his mind. Beautiful, alluring, tempting, yet with thorns that could unexpectedly align with her preferences or trigger her ire. The critical aspect was that sometimes he might misjudge what would provoke her, while at other times, seemingly innocuous actions might inadvertently offend her. Very well, continue your training at your own pace. As she wished, Yuan-Chi imparted the disrobing spell to Su Yuanqing, along with 4 additional spells. She then returned to her chamber, resuming her writing and research on theoretical compositions. Shortly thereafter, within less than an hour, she was again alerted by a tremendous commotion outside. With a sweep of her spiritual sense, she realized that this young man not only possessed extraordinary talent as a male, but also exhibited remarkable comprehension. She was once again taken aback. 4 days later, at the hour of Chun, a multitude of disciples from the Qing Xiandao sect gathered at the foot of Tai Chu Peak. When Su Yuanqing arrived, he was astounded. So many people? A cursory glance revealed that the number of disciples present was likely in the tens of thousands. Indeed, tens of thousands. Moreover, the number would only increase, not diminish. Naturally, more than half of them were miscellaneous disciples. It appeared that regardless of whether they were miscellaneous, outer, or inner disciples, anyone without a mentor sought the opportunity to test their luck at entering Tai Chu Peak. Su Yuanqing mused to himself. Even if he were to serve as a miscellaneous disciple, being one at Tai Chu Peak would still be a level above those at other peaks. It was akin to serving as a personal attendant to a high-ranking official versus laboring on an assembly line in a small factory. The distinction was clear. The entrance examination for Tai Chu Peak was not merely about meeting certain criteria. There were fixed quotas, and only the top-ranked individuals would be accepted. The rest, no matter how exceptional, would remain outside. Clearly, there was some pressure involved. Su Yuanqing contemplated quietly. What is the Tao? The harmony of yin and yang is termed the Tao. Feeling the weight of pressure, he continued to seize the fleeting moments before the entrance examination to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Even a single thread more of true energy within him would be beneficial. Typically, one should devote themselves to diligent practice rather than cramming at the last moment. Observing Su Yuanqing's efforts, someone revealed a look of disdain. Yet, Su Yuanqing remained unfazed. Half an hour later, a resounding chime echoed from Tai Chu Peak, its sound reverberating like celestial music, shaking the hearts of many. It's begun. The entrance examination is about to commence. The crowd fell silent. Accompanied by the tolling of the bell, a figure clad in purple robes descended from the heavens, exuding a profound aura with eyes like lightning. It was indeed the head examiner for this assessment. Coincidentally, Su Yuanqing had previously met Elder Yuan from the Zhongyu Hall. Fellow disciples, the entrance examination for Tai Chu Peak will consist of 3 trials: temperament, comprehension, and practical combat. Inner disciples, outer disciples, and miscellaneous disciples will undergo uniform assessments, but with varying standards for selection. Based on performance across the 3 trials, a comprehensive score will be tabulated for selection. Elder Yuan Taigzu announced. The crowd was no stranger to this. Even Su Yuanqing had already familiarized himself with the examination format for Tai Chu Peak prior to this moment. Over the years, the assessment criteria had seen little change, though the methods might differ. The first trial, the heart-questioning stare. As his words fell, the mist before them suddenly parted, revealing a staircase seemingly sculpted from white jade, winding upward. This staircase was not long, comprising merely 99 steps. The heart-questioning stare consists of 99 steps. The test is not of your cultivation level, but rather of your Tao heart and innate nature. A time limit of 1 incense stick. Miscellaneous disciples must ascend 20 steps, outer disciples 40 steps, and inner disciples 60 steps to qualify for the next trial. With Elder Yuan Taigzu's proclamation, he waved his sleeve, and everyone felt an overwhelming force engulf them. Su Yuanqing was no exception. He felt his vision momentarily blur, and when clarity returned, he found himself standing beneath the heart-questioning stare. But where were the others? Su Yuanqing surveyed his surroundings, realizing that he was the only one beneath the staircase. Yet, there were clearly thousands participating in the examination. He had initially imagined that all these thousands would compete simultaneously to ascend the heart-questioning stair. Now, it seemed that was not the case. As for how Elder Yuan managed to allow thousands to enter the heart-questioning stair without interference, that was beyond his current contemplation. Su Yuanqing's gaze swept the ethereal space, where an incense stick was slowly burning. He dared not delay further and hastily stepped onto the first step of the heart-questioning stair. In that instant, a grand and ancient voice, devoid of emotion, echoed within the staircase. What is the Tao? What is the Tao? What a perplexing question. Elder Yuanqing had introduced the entrance examination to him, explaining it consisted of 3 stages: temperament, comprehension, and practical combat. Yet, she did not specify the exact questions one might encounter in assessments like the Heart Inquiry Staircase. Even Elder Lu Suiao, who had a wager with Elder Liming, refrained from divulging any clues. Consequently, Su Yuanqing hesitated to respond immediately, fearing a careless mistake. What is the Tao? He pondered carefully. As a university student, he was like many others, possessing a smattering of knowledge but lacking profound expertise. Countless sages' wisdom flashed through his mind. Though incomplete, he recalled fragments and steadied himself before speaking. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the origin of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of myriad things. A confident smile graced his lips. This was Laozi's Tao, the Jing after all. Surely he could master it easily. Yet, the voice responded calmly. These are the words of predecessors, not your own Tao. What is the Tao? Su Yuanqing was stunned. That was unacceptable? He hastily tried again. The highest good is like water. Water benefits all things without contention, dwelling where others disdain. Thus, it is near the Tao. Again, the voice replied, that is virtue, not your Tao. What is the Tao? Su Yuanqing continued. Man models earth. Earth models heaven. Heaven models Tao. Tao models nature. The voice remained unmoved. That is the law of heaven and earth, not your hard-ass Tao. What is the Tao? Realizing his predicament, Su Yuanqing's confidence faltered. He had believed he could pass the Tai Chu Peak entrance test. Could he fail at the very first stage? Such failure would bring disgrace not only upon himself, but also upon Elder Lu Suiao and even Elder Yuanqing, who surely would not overlook his failure. He understood that these profound, esoteric principles learned from books could not withstand this interrogation. They were not truly his own. He reflected, Tao gives birth to 1. 1 gives birth to 2. 2 gives birth to 3. 3 gives birth to all things. The reversal is the movement of Tao. Softness is the use of Tao. To hear the Tao in the morning and die in the evening is acceptable. These thoughts flashed and were dismissed, too grand, too abstract, too empty. Uttering them would be no more than hollow slogans. Suddenly, Su Yuanqing's mind turned to the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace, and an idea emerged. While he lacked deep understanding of the lofty concepts like the Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao, or the highest good is like water, he was well versed in the doctrine of Yin and Yang, having been nurtured by various teachers and media. He declared, 1 Yin and 1 Yang constitute the Tao. This time, the voice did not refute but said, elaborate. Su Yuanqing's heart lifted with hope. Upon mentioning the Yin-Yang Tao, vivid images flooded his mind. Yet, these were naturally ineffable and mostly pertained to the union of male and female, a topic that, if spoken plainly, might brand him as heretical. Carefully, he chose his words. Heaven and earth possess yin and yang. All things have male and female. For humans, male is yang, female is yin. Yang is robust, active, like fire, seeking conquest and possession. Yin is gentle, receptive, like water, adept at acceptance and transformation. Though exceptions exist, this is generally true. Pausing, he continued, when mortal men and women unite, they conceive offspring and continue the bloodline. This is the harmony of yin and yang. We cultivators are the same, but while mortals produce mere flesh, we nurture the Tao foundation, the golden core, and the primordial spirit. Lon Yang does not give birth. Lon Yin does not grow. Only through the union of yin and yang, the harmonious interaction of dragon and tiger, can life be born and all things arise. This is the most fundamental, primordial, and magnificent creative Tao of heaven and earth. Though the world blushes to speak of it, they indulge nonetheless, for it is closest to the origin of the great Tao. He added with a slight cough, refraining from naming the concept instinctively. Water overflows when full. The moon wanes when full. Essence overflows, leading to loss. The path of cultivation is similar. I am male, thus young. The Tao I seek must be fierce, vigorous, and relentless, yet at critical moments. Require the harmonizing influence of Yin. Why cultivate the Tao? Su Yuanqing pondered, aware that elder Lu Suiao had become his mental obstacle. She is female, thus Yin. Pursuing only Yang-S aggression leads to self-destruction. Indulging solely in Yin-S gentleness breeds inner demons and loss of sharpness. Only by understanding the balance of Yin and Yang, knowing when to attack like fire, when to retreat like water, when to be strong, and when to shed pretenses and face one's true heart, can one advance far on the path of cultivation. Yin-Yang harmony, strength, and gentleness united. Therefore, one of the Tao's meanings I comprehend is this Tao of male and female, the Tao of Yin and Yang. Having spoken, Su Yuanqing felt somewhat anxious and prudently clarified that this was but one interpretation of the Tao. Pass. The voice fell silent for a moment before pronouncing the verdict. Su Yuanqing exhaled in relief as he found himself transported to another white jade step. Turning around, he saw he was on the 30th step of the heart inquiry staircase. Was this still not passing? His expression shifted. He had assumed the staircase was climbed according to endurance under pressure, but evidently, it was judged by the quality of responses. Only 30 steps ascended. Perhaps his answer, though accepted, was too superficial to earn a high score. Inner disciples needed to reach the 60th step to advance. A strong sense of crisis welled within him. Meanwhile, atop Tai Chu Peak, within the Elders' Hall, several elders had gathered, including Lu Suiao and Yuanqing. The two sat side by side, like ice and fire, a radiant spectacle amidst the hall. Even those familiar with them could not help but steal glances. At that moment, their attention was fixed on a projection resembling a phantom in the void, displaying Su Yuanqing standing on the white jade steps. Yuanqing withdrew her gaze and whispered to Lu Suiao, "This fellow is lecherous. Talking about the Yin-Yang Tao with such elegance is just a refined pretense. Essentially, he cannot part from women." Lu Suiao asked, "What do you mean?" Yuanqing replied, "Don't you think he is ill-suited for Qingxian Dao sect?" Lu Suiao looked at her. "Why say that?" Yuanqing smiled. "Wouldn't you agree he'd fit better in the Heroines sect?" Lu Suiao answered firmly, "I do not." Yuanqing smiled gently and said, "Now, can you guess whose name was implied but not spoken just now?" Lu Suiao replied, "I refuse to guess." Yuanqing, undeterred by Lu Suiao's dismissal, leaned in with a playful tone and whispered, "I suspect that name might be Lu Suiao." A faint blush crept across Lu Suiao's delicate face. "What nonsense are you talking about?" she retorted, her irritation evident. Yuanqing suddenly remarked, "Why do I sense a hint of guilt in your tone?" Caught off guard, Lu Suiao felt even more flustered but maintained her composure. "I do not," she insisted, adamant that she would never admit that the figure of Su Yuanqing had frequently invaded her thoughts during this time. It all began after Su Yuanqing rescued her when she was afflicted by the Hehuan poison. As she attempted to purge the poison from her system, visions of Su Yuanqing inundated her mind, causing her cheeks to flush. At the time, she dismissed it as a mere effect of the poison. Later, with the assistance of senior sister Yuanqing, she utilized Su Yuanqing's help to dispel the Hehuan poison from her soul, leading to a deeper intertwining of their essences. From that moment on, her thoughts became uncontrollable, and Su Yuanqing's image frequently surfaced in her mind. She gradually began to feel that something was amiss. Later, she inadvertently encountered a vision of Su Yuanqing in a medicinal bath through senior sister Yuanqing, prompting her to believe she had developed a heart demon. Meanwhile, in the Elder Hall, Elder Lei Ming's attention was also fixated on Su Yuanqing. He had heard Su Yuanqing expound on the principles of Yin and Yang, favoring that path. This child harbors no noble intentions. If he were to join the Hehuan sect, he would likely bring calamity to countless women. Elder Lei Ming scoffed inwardly. His disdain was not limited to Lu Suiao and Yuanqing. He had also developed a strong aversion towards Su Yuanqing himself. As Yuanqing and Lu Suiao conversed, and Elder Lei Ming expressed his disgust, Su Yuanqing stood atop the 30th white jade step. In the void, a voice resounded once more, "Why cultivate the Tao?" Why cultivate the Tao? Su Yuanqing furrowed his brow, sensing that this question was a genuine inquiry into his innermost being. Furthermore, the two questions seemed to bear a connection. Why did he cultivate the Tao? If he were to answer in relation to the concept of Tao, would it not imply that he pursued the path due to his fondness for yin and yang, for matters between men and women? While he certainly enjoyed it, to answer in such a manner would surely jeopardize his chances at Tai Chu Peak. He feared he might even be cast out from the Heroines sect altogether. After all, when it came to the yin and yang path, no sect could rival the Heroines sect in the entire cultivation world. Such an answer would be inappropriate. Was it for longevity? For power? For the freedom to roam the realms? These thoughts flitted through Su Yuanqing's mind. Indeed, these were among his reasons. Yet, he understood that they did not constitute his fundamental answer. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuanqing realized he had long harbored the answer within. He recalled that azure planet. His parents back home. A year had passed. Were they well? Did they believe he had perished? Would they spend each day in tears, hearts shattered? Each time he thought of them, a wave of sorrow washed over Su Yuanqing. Moreover, in this bizarre world where strength reigned supreme, weakness was a sin, and death could strike at any moment. Su Yuanqing inhaled deeply and provided his most sincere response. To survive. To return home. This time, Su Yuanqing refrained from elaborating on why survival and returning home were his motives. Yet, he held a resolute conviction within. In this world, to live was to survive. Thus, he would strive to become a formidable cultivator, to find a path back to Earth, to see his parents once more before their passing, to assure them he yet lived, granting them peace of mind. That was his true return home. As Su Yuanqing completed his response, he felt his form sway again. This time, he found himself on another step. Glancing back to count the 60th step, he stood firmly atop the 60th white jade staircase. With a sigh of relief, Su Yuanqing realized he had become an inner sect disciple. Only by reaching the 60th step could he qualify for the next challenge. Now, standing on the 60th white jade staircase, he felt a sense of stability. After a fragrant stick of incense had burned, Su Yuanqing sensed a shift in the void around him, the white jade staircase vanishing beneath his feet. In its place appeared a vast, boundless platform. The disciples who had participated in the assessment began to materialize. Some bore expressions of joy, having successfully passed the first challenge, while others appeared dejected and disheartened, soon to be enveloped by a gentle force and whisked away, evidently eliminated. Su Yuanqing observed that, among the thousands who had started, only about 5,000 remained. The elimination rate was astonishingly high. Before any discussion could commence, Elder Yuan Tegzu's figure reappeared in the void, announcing the first challenge, the heart-examining stairway, is complete. Next, we proceed to the second challenge, the insight stone. As his words fell, the ground in the center of the platform began to rise, revealing an ancient stone tablet, 10 zhang tall, entirely black, as if it could absorb all light, appearing before the crowd. There were no inscriptions upon the stone, only countless chaotic carvings marred its surface. Some profound as abysses, others faint as threads, intersecting in a tangled web. This is the insight stone, a treasure acquired by our first ancestor of Tai Chu Peak. Within it lies the essence of numerous fated connections. It will automatically present different requirements based on your identification tokens for inner sect disciples, outer sect disciples, and miscellaneous disciples. The time limit is also a stick of incense. Any insights gained from the insight stone within this time will count as passing the challenge. Your understanding will be graded and will influence your overall score. Now the assessment begins. With that proclamation, a stick of incense was lit in the void, fragrant smoke curling upward with the breeze. The crowd, not daring to delay, quickly settled into meditative postures. Su Yuanqing followed suit, focusing intently as the chaotic carvings on the stone seemed to come alive, twisting, shifting, and reconfiguring before his eyes. At that moment, he felt dizzy, his vital energy becoming somewhat disordered. He reminded himself to calm his mind and not be deceived by appearances. Taking a deep breath, he compelled himself to regain composure. However, at that instant, Su Yuanqing sensed a slight tremor from the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace within him. Easy now, don't act out. If Elder Yuan discovers I'm cheating, it would be a small matter to be eliminated. If he turns his attention to you and harbors thoughts of stealing or harming, that would be dire. Su Yuanqing thought anxiously, his heart in turmoil over potential complications. Fortunately, Although the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace stirred within him, it did not attract the attention of Elder Yuan. Simultaneously, as Su Yuanqing gazed at the Insight Stone, the imagery within his sight began to shift. The originally chaotic carvings revealed the flow of Yin and Yang energy. The two energies, distinct yet intertwined, attracted one another. They clashed at times, unleashing destructive forces, and merged at others, birthing vibrant vitality. They resembled a pair of lovers engaged in the most primal and fervent exchange, embodying the evolution of the yin-yang path. The principles of offense and defense, advance and retreat, rigidity and softness, life and death, all conflicting laws were vividly displayed in the entanglement of these black and white energies. Observe, witness. In Su Yuanqing's heart, a profound realization began to take shape. Was this the myriad evolutions of the yin-yang principle? Did it relate to the yin-yang transformation furnace within him? He pondered. Soon after, Su Yuanqing ceased his musings, immersing his mind entirely into the experience. He beheld white streams of energy morphing into an indomitable sword, while black streams transformed into a colossal shield capable of encompassing all. He also witnessed the black streams taking the form of a gargantuan maw that devoured everything, while the white streams radiated as a divine light that purified all things. Ultimately, all these visions coalesced into one. The black and white energies spun rapidly, forming a vast grinding wheel. The upper half was white, emanating boundless masculine energy that crushed and obliterated everything, while the lower half was black, exuding infinite feminine force that absorbed and dissolved all. The yin-yang grinding wheel, a thought, a path of enlightenment, naturally surfaced in Su Yuanqing's mind. Based on the dual energies of yin and yang, he constructed the grinding wheel's manifestation. Yang is for offense, shattering all, while yin is for defense, resolving all methods. The interplay of yin and yang, a perfect balance of attack and defense, cycles endlessly, sustaining life. With yin and yang as the guiding forces, he materialized energy into form. Su Yuanqing clasped his hands in a specific gesture, his left hand embodying yin and his right hand embodying yang. Within the 5 spiritual pools of his being, the true energies of the 5 elements began to circulate simultaneously. Wood nourishes fire, fire transforms into earth, earth yields metal, metal generates water, and water nourishes wood. An unending cycle. Wood and fire belong to yang, metal and water to yin, with earth at the center, harmonizing the dualities. The 5 elements coalesce into yin and yang, and yin and yang encompass the 5 elements. In an instant, Su Yuanqing's true energies surged forth, swiftly differentiating into black and white before him. Uniting, he abruptly brought his hands together. The black and white energies instantaneously merged and began to swirl. A circular phantom, approximately 3 feet in diameter, half black and half white, appeared in the air before him. The grinding wheel slowly rotated, emanating a force capable of both shattering and dissolving all. Although it was not yet terrifying, this yin-yang grinding wheel had already taken on the rudiments of divine power. Moreover, this technique was entirely derived from Su Yuanqing's insights, aided by the yin-yang transformation furnace and his own realizations drawn from the Tao enlightenment steel. For him, it was far more aligned than the blazing palm technique imparted by Elder Yuanqing. After all, the blazing palm draws upon one's own fire spirit energy, whereas the yin-yang grinding wheel arises from the combined strength of the 5 elements. At Tai Chu Peak, within the Elder Hall, Elder Liming, who had been observing Su Yuanqing intently, narrowed his eyes slightly. Was this the embryonic form of a divine power? How could he comprehend it so swiftly? Furthermore, the essence of this yin-yang principle was remarkably pure. Elder Liming found it hard to believe his own eyes. A mere servant disciple, particularly one with a mixed elemental root, was destined never to establish a foundation. How could he possess such high comprehension? Not just Elder Liming, but even Elder Yuan Tegzu appeared somewhat astonished. The disciples participating in the Tai Chu Peak assessment had little connection to him, and there was no particular need for him to pay special attention. However, there was one exception, Su Yuanqing. While Su Yuanqing did not directly concern him, his success in the assessment was tied to the interests of Liming, Lu Suiao, and Yuanqing. Thus, Elder Yuan Tegzu had been closely monitoring Su Yuanqing since the Yuxin steps. if he had deemed Su Yuanqing's performance on the Yuanqing steps to be average. He was now utterly astonished to see Su Yuanqing grasp the concept of a yin-yang grinding wheel in under half a stick of incense, with the energies being exceptionally pure. This revelation left him quite shocked. As for the third test, the special reward, the sensation of clinging to a powerful ally. In truth, it was not only Elder Liming and Elder Yuan Taixu who were focused on Su Yuanqing. It could be said that the other elders present in the Elder Hall, gathered to observe this assessment, were also taking note of Su Yuanqing to varying degrees. For them, it was not Su Yuanqing's uniqueness that mattered, but rather whether he could pass the assessment, which was tied to the rivalry between Lu Sui Ao and Elder Liming. This time, Elder Liming would likely face defeat once more, embarrassed by Elder Lu Sui Ao. Some were equally astonished by Su Yuanqing's comprehension, silently contemplating. Yet no one spoke up. No one wished to create any discord with Elder Liming for no reason. Just then, Elder Yunkai's delicate laughter broke the silence in the hall. She turned to Lu Sueo beside her, no longer using telepathy, and said with a smile, "Sister Sueo, did you see? I told you this lad's potential in the realm of desire is boundless. Look, it hasn't been long, and he has already comprehended such a yin-yang grinding wheel. If utilized in dual cultivation, it would be quite extraordinary." The expressions of many elders shifted slightly. While they had grown accustomed to Elder Yunkai's bold manner of speaking, her comments on a disciple's dual cultivation in front of everyone were rather inappropriate for an elder. Lu Sueo shook her head helplessly, choosing not to engage with Elder Yunkai's remarks about desire and dual cultivation. Instead, she stated, though his yin-yang grinding wheel has taken on the rudiments of divine power, it remains unstable, and its potency is likely not as formidable as imagined. The others nodded in agreement, sharing Lu Sueo's perspective. Spells and divine powers are not the same. Spells are techniques, external displays of skill, while divine powers are the evolution of principles. Spells can be learned, but divine powers are difficult to obtain. If Su Yuanqing, a mere disciple at the third level of Qi refinement, could directly comprehend an unparalleled divine power, it would be truly extraordinary. However, although Lu Sueo spoke thus, a flicker of unique brilliance flashed in her beautiful eyes. She had already learned from Sister Yunkai that Su Yuanqing was exceptionally quick in mastering techniques like the blazing palm. Yet, she had not anticipated his profound comprehension at the Tao Enlightenment Steel would be so remarkable. Although the yin-yang grinding wheel was merely in embryonic form, the concept of balancing hardness and softness, offense and defense, truly touched upon the foundation of divine power. Should Su Yuanqing eventually establish a foundation, given time, his yin-yang grinding wheel would undoubtedly shine brilliantly. Contemplating this, Lu Sueo could not help but feel a twinge of melancholy. With a mixed elemental root, it seemed that no one had successfully established a foundation to date. Nonsense. Elder Liming scoffed at that moment. The path this child has grasped is excessively radical. Though it pertains to the yin-yang principle, it leans towards depravity. While it possesses the form of divine power, it lacks the balance and harmony that is vital. If this continues, he may fall into the demonic path. Upon hearing this, the other elders furrowed their brows slightly. They felt that Elder Liming was being somewhat extreme regarding Su Yuanqing. Nevertheless, the other elders chose not to voice their opinions, deeming it unnecessary to argue with Elder Liming and foster enmity. As for Lu Sueo, she did not even glance in Elder Liming's direction, completely disregarding him. After a stick of incense's time had passed, the moment arrived. Elder Yuan Taixu's voice resonated across the expansive platform. Some had already awakened, their faces filled with dejection, having gained nothing. Others exhibited bloodshot eyes and disordered consciousness, clearly showing signs of having strayed into the path of madness. However, a portion of individuals like Su Yuanqing maintained a tranquil demeanor, evidently having reaped some rewards before the stick of incense had fully burned. Yet, as Elder Yuan Taixu's voice echoed, everyone was jolted back to awareness. The Tao Enlightenment Steel slowly descended, vanishing from sight. No, I was so close. Just give me 10 more breaths of time, and I would have achieved something. Only 10 breaths more. Some individuals beat their chests and stomped their feet, appearing almost deranged. However, their fervor could not alter the outcome. Amidst the myriad of shimmering lights, The vast platform that once housed 5,000 disciples saw the majority vanish in an instant, leaving only approximately 1,000. The elimination rate left Su Yuanqing in silent astonishment. He suddenly pondered whether he could have passed this second trial without the aid of the Yin-Yang Transformation Furnace. After some contemplation, he believed he still could, albeit with the realization that he would not be deciphering the Yin-Yang grinding plate. His understanding of the Yin-Yang grinding plate remained insufficient. Yet he instinctively felt that his version was not one of mundane practices. As the third trial approached, it was a practical assessment. Following the elimination of the second batch of disciples, Elder Yuan Tegzu spoke again. The practical assessment would involve either arena battles or chaotic skirmishes. Su Yuanqing's gaze swept over the other inner disciples. To his surprise, in another part of the platform, a 12-story pagoda slowly rose. This tower was named the Trial Tower. Its 12 levels corresponded to the first to 12 stages of Qi refinement. Within, there would be guardians of the arena. Each of you, based on your cultivation level, should enter the corresponding tier. Regardless of whether you're inner disciples, outer disciples, or miscellaneous disciples, you will face opponents of the same tier. Thus, inner disciples will encounter guardians from Tai Chi Feng, and outer disciples will face their counterparts as well. The same applies to miscellaneous disciples. You will have the duration of a stick of incense. If you can last for this duration without being defeated, you will pass. Elder Yuan Tegzu declared. At this moment, someone suddenly inquired, Elder, what if I defeat the guardian within the incense duration? Is there any additional reward? Elder Yuan Tegzu smiled. Defeating a guardian within this time is not impossible. If you succeed, you may choose to challenge additional guardians. If you possess sufficient ability to defeat more guardians of the same tier within the incense duration, your score will be higher. Consequently, your final ranking will also improve. The top 3 inner disciples, outer disciples, and miscellaneous disciples will receive special rewards from Tai Chi Feng after their ascent. Upon hearing this, Su Yuanqing felt a surge of excitement. With special rewards at stake, it was worth the gamble. But why hadn't elders Lu Sui-Ao and Yun Qi informed him of this beforehand? Did they believe he had no chance of making it into the top 3? Regardless, whether for the reward or to prove himself, Su Yuanqing resolved to give it his all. The higher his ranking, the more gratifying the blow to Elder Lei Ming would be, and it would surely please both Lu Sui-Ao and Yun Qi. Once they were satisfied, it would be easier for him to gain their favor. Su Yuanqing's mind could not help but conjure images of Lu Sui-Ao and Yun Qi, and he wondered what it would feel like to embrace their long, elegant legs. The contrast of their personalities, one cold and the other warm, made him curious if it would create a sensation akin to ice and fire coexisting. With these thoughts, Su Yuanqing entered the 3rd level of the trial tower. He found himself in a peculiar space, where only a young man shared his presence. It seemed the trial tower was divided into numerous spaces, allowing all disciples to enter without interference. Su Yuanqing silently mused, Senior brother, I am Su Yuanqing. He greeted the young man with a respectful fist salute. The other nodded, but did not introduce himself, seemingly uninterested in Su Yuanqing. Are you prepared? The young man asked simply. I am ready, Su Yuanqing replied. You may begin, the young man said, standing with his hands behind his back. Su Yuanqing noticed the incense stick had begun to burn in this space. He understood that if he wished to secure a top 3 position among the inner disciples, he could not afford to delay. All right, Su Yuanqing nodded. Not knowing the extent of his opponent's strength, he dared not be careless. He summoned all his power and launched himself forward, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. This was a technique from the realm of speed. Phantom steps, one of the spells that transcended the influence of spiritual roots and could be practiced regardless of one's affinity. Of course, those with mutated wind spiritual roots would wield it even more effectively. This was one of the techniques taught to him by Elder Yun Qi during his time in the Herb Garden. Where is he? The young man's expression shifted as he realized that Su Yuanqing had vanished, replaced by mere shadows in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a wave of intense heat surged from behind him. The inner disciple of Qi refinement at the 3rd stage from Tai Chi Feng's expression changed dramatically. He instinctively executed a sliding maneuver, attempting to evade. However, even with his quick reflexes, he could not completely avoid the blazing palm strike unleashed by Su Yuanqing. His shoulder was grazed, his clothing burned, and his skin turned charred. A searing pain radiated from his shoulder. Before he could recover, a flying sword shot toward him. This time, The third stage inner disciple of Tai Chifeng could not evade. The sword aimed directly for his brow. Yet, in a moment of urgency, it halted. This was due to Su Yuanqing's sudden retraction of force and a mysterious power within the space that restrained him, preventing the inner disciple from being harmed or even killed by Su Yuanqing. The young man's expression was blank, filled with disbelief. He had lost. In the annual entrance assessments, many seasoned disciples from Tai Chifeng would often take on the trial tower tasks, as it allowed them to earn spirit stones while also tormenting the new disciples, with little risk involved. This had become a privilege for the senior disciples of Tai Chifeng. Over the years, there had indeed been instances where seasoned disciples were overturned by new entrants of the same realm. Such occurrences were not uncommon, almost happening every year. Yet, this was a rare situation. The key was, even if seasoned disciples lost to new competitors, it was never in mere moments. They typically fought valiantly before conceding defeat. Yet now, he had not only lost, but suffered an unprecedented humiliation. From the initiation of the confrontation to his defeat, had barely 3 breaths elapsed? Not even that. It was utterly disgraceful. Su Yuanqing wins. A voice echoed. Before the young man could utter a word, a force surged forth, transporting him away. Su Yuanqing watched this unfold, equally bewildered. Was I truly that formidable? Doubts crept into his mind. Will you continue the challenge? The enigmatic voice disrupted his thoughts. Yes. Su Yuanqing quickly nodded. He had to continue. Otherwise, how could he strive for a top 3 position? However, he had initially anticipated that defeating the previous elder would require a fierce battle. The smoothness of the encounter had surpassed his expectations. Moments later, another young man appeared before Su Yuanqing, albeit this one was portly. Upon the sudden appearance of the corpulent figure, Su Yuanqing deftly maneuvered his flying sword, advancing swiftly towards him. In that instant, the rotund man, caught unawares, was met by the ominous presence of the sword. Although he instinctively sought to react, his mind registered the threat before his body could respond. The sword was already poised at the center of his brow, emanating a chilling sword aura that pricked at his forehead and sent a shiver down his spine, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his back. Had this encounter occurred outside the confines of the trial tower with the intent to kill, he would surely have met his demise. Brother, you have lost, Su Yuanqing declared. By skillfully controlling the flying sword, he refrained from unleashing it with the same vigor he had shown against the previous disciple, thus avoiding triggering the automatic defenses of the space around the corpulent man. The initiative rested firmly in his hands. The rotund man grimaced, wishing to protest that he had not yet made ready for such an encounter, having only just entered. He yearned to challenge the unfairness of the ambush, yet found himself unable to articulate these thoughts, for the rules permitted this. For Su Yuanqing, the span of time equivalent to the burning of an incense stick was a window for him to act at will. It could only be said that he had been exceedingly careless. Brother, you have lost. Will you concede and exit this space, or shall I expel you? Su Yuanqing inquired once more. The corpulent man twitched his lips, but quickly regained his composure, a smile spreading across his face. Junior brother, may I propose a matter for discussion? Su Yuanqing replied, Brother, I aim to secure a place within the top 3, and I am pressed for time. Any negotiations can wait until after the peak assessment. The rotund man insisted. No, once the time has elapsed, it will be of no use. Rest assured, I will not delay you for long. The brief time I require will not hinder your pursuit of the top 3. Historically, if you can defeat 3 senior brothers within the time allotted, a place in the top 3 is almost guaranteed. Is defeating 3 senior brothers sufficient for entry into the top 3? There is still time, Su Yuanqing mused, retracting his flying sword and clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. What matter do you wish to discuss, brother? The corpulent man quickly explained. The young man you eliminated earlier holds a grudge against me. I wagered that I could endure longer than he did, and place some stakes on it. I hope to remain here a while longer, so that when we exit, I may relish in my victory over him. Fear not, brother. I will ensure you do not suffer any loss. Grant me an additional 100 breaths of time, and I shall bestow upon you 100 low-grade spirit stones. What do you say? Su Yuanqing was taken aback by the offer. 100 low-grade spirit stones were a considerable sum for disciples of lower realms. When he ascended to the inner sect as a first-layer Qi refinement disciple, he received 30 low-grade spirit stones monthly, and as a third-layer disciple, that increased to 90. This offer exceeded a month's worth of resources. 100 breaths, then? Very well, Su Yuanqing concluded, having assessed the time. A delightful collaboration. The corpulent man beamed, promptly counting out 100 low-grade spirit stones to hand to Su Yuanqing. Your generosity is commendable, brother, Su Yuanqing responded, smiling. After 100 breaths passed, the corpulent man was eliminated. Upon your exit, please refrain from disclosing any of my details, Su Yuanqing cautioned. Rest assured, I understand, the rotund man nodded. Even for his own sake, he could not afford to reveal any information that might expose his deceit. Once the corpulent man departed, Su Yuanqing did not retract the flying sword, but instead kept it suspended in the very spot where the rotund man had stood. Both the first young man and the second corpulent figure had emerged from the same location, leading Su Yuanqing to suspect that the third senior disciple would also materialize there. In his first layer Qi refinement days, he had served as a tool for Elder Lu Suiao, aiding in her detoxification, which had led to a significant enhancement of his consciousness. With his current cultivation at the third layer of Qi refinement, his consciousness had expanded even further, comparable to that of a fifth layer Qi refinement practitioner. He felt confident that he could easily overpower any peer of his level, as long as he maintained control over the flying sword, without needing to reveal any other abilities. After 3 breaths of time elapsed, he sensed the arrival of another. Su Yuanqing's eyes brightened. True to his expectations, the air shifted, and another figure appeared within his line of sight, exactly as the first two had. Brother, you have lost, Su Yuanqing promptly declared. The third brother, named Yuanqing, paled at the sudden turn of events. He had barely entered the space when a flying sword hovered menacingly at his brow, the sword aura causing a sharp pain. Junior brother, let us speak calmly. Do not act rashly. Killing is prohibited within the trial tower, Yuanqing hastily exclaimed. Su Yuanqing smiled slightly. Brother, did you make a wager with those outside before entering? Yuanqing was taken aback. How did you know? Su Yuanqing replied, I merely guessed. Since you have placed a bet, how about you provide me with some spirit stones, and I will allow you to remain for 100 breaths before you are eliminated. What do you think? Yuanqing's face contorted. So he had been anticipated here. Yet, with the elimination of the previous two, he recalled the discussions among his peers regarding this oddity, who had effortlessly dispatched 2 senior disciples. They had entertained small wagers, and he himself had bet on his ability to last over 200 breaths. This confidence now seemed misplaced as he stood on the brink of elimination. 200 breaths. No, I shall require 190 breaths, Yuanqing asserted, wishing to uphold his dignity while still securing a profit. He realized that negotiating with Su Yuanqing would consume precious time, which would further decrease his chance of survival. 190 breaths? Su Yuanqing nodded. Very well. I shall charge you 190 low-grade spirit stones at market price. Market price? What in the world is that? Yuanqing's lips twitched again, realizing there was no actual market for such dealings. Suddenly, it dawned on him that the rotund man had likely made a similar arrangement. Very well, he acquiesced, recognizing that even if he paid 190 low-grade spirit stones, he would still stand to gain from the wager he had made on his own endurance. 178, 179, 180. Su Yuanqing counted down the seconds. After the transaction was completed, after 180 breaths of time, Su Yuanqing spoke. Shixing, the time is up. Yuanqing's expression changed dramatically. Wait, wasn't it just 180 breaths? We agreed on 190 breaths. Su Yuanqing replied. It is indeed 190 breaths. Yuanqing anxiously interjected. From the moment we reached the agreement. Su Yuanqing interrupted him. Shixing, the time is naturally calculated from when you entered the trial tower. Otherwise, wouldn't you have benefited from the earlier time for nothing? Yuanqing was dumbfounded. He had thought he was being clever by saving 10 breaths, but now it appeared he had shot himself in the foot. As the flying sword hovered at his brow, its sword energy surged forth. He hurriedly exclaimed, Wait, I'll make up the time. I'll add another 10 breaths. Su Yuanqing recorded another 10 low-grade spirit stones. After 200 breaths, Yuanqing was eliminated. Meanwhile, in the Elder Hall of Teishupik, due to Lu Suiao, Yunkai, and Liming, along with Su Yuanqing's insights into the yin and yang energies during the second round at the Insight Monument, which led to the emergence of the rudimentary form of the Yin-Yang Mill, all the elders were paying close attention to Su Yuanqing's activities in the trial tower. Su Yuanqing swiftly eliminated the first Shixing. They had thought that was astonishing enough. After all, in their understanding, no one with mixed 5-element roots had ever achieved this. However, with the appearance of the second plump individual and the third Shixing, they were utterly taken aback. What was supposed to be a peak entrance assessment had been turned into a business transaction by Su Yuanqing. Ironically, this did not constitute cheating for Su Yuanqing, as it was not he who bribed the Shixings with spirit stones to gain leniency for the duration of a joss stick. Rather, the senior disciples gifted him spirit stones to extend his time. The tables had turned. It was evident that those senior disciples, lacking any sense of shame, had resorted to cunning and trickery, yet they couldn't find fault with Su Yuanqing. This young man was both courageous and resourceful, with a cunning edge that made him increasingly likable to me. Yunkai's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and the corners of her luscious lips involuntarily curled into a slight smile. Liming intervened, and with the intervention of the pseudo-celestial root, Su Yuanqing's reaction speed was remarkable. Before Elder Liming and others, Lu Suio's usually cold demeanor rarely displayed even a hint of a smile. Although she appeared aloof and distant to many, she was not as rigid as she seemed. In fact, she demonstrated unexpected tolerance and understanding towards many novel occurrences. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her and Yunkai, seemingly opposites, to become close friends. Regarding Su Yuanqing's performance in the trial tower, while she would not have been able to replicate such feats, it did not hinder her admiration for him. What did Su Yuanqing consider the entrance assessment to be? A mere child's play? Elder Liming snorted coldly. Lu Suio finally turned her gaze toward Elder Liming and asked calmly, "Is this a violation?" Elder Liming was momentarily speechless. Was it a violation? No. Just as everyone had previously thought, if Su Yuanqing had bribed the disciples guarding Teishu Peak with spirit stones, that would certainly be a violation. However, the situation was now reversed, and it could not be deemed a violation on Su Yuanqing's part. Acknowledging that he could not pin any fault on Su Yuanqing, Elder Liming coldly remarked, "Those inner disciples have utterly disgraced Teishu Peak." With that, Elder Liming transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished from the Elder Hall. At that moment, Yunming had just been eliminated from the trial tower. 200 breaths. Yuming Shidi, you struck it rich. The previously plump individual was now grinning from ear to ear. Yuming had profited, but he had profited even more. He had traded with Su Yuanqing and made a blind bet that Su Yuanqing would also transact with Yuming. He had placed a huge wager, and the results were exceedingly favorable. While some rejoiced, others were dismayed. How could you last for 200 breaths? I'm at a huge loss. Compared to the plump one's excitement, many inner disciples of Teishu Peak suddenly wore despondent expressions. Yunming's face also broke into a smile, ready to collect the spirit stones, intending to reclaim all 200 low-grade spirit stones he had given away. However, at that moment, a flash of lightning appeared. Sensing the overwhelming presence, the expressions of the crowd changed instantly. They had seen Elder Liming. Numerous inner disciples hastily bowed in respect to the figure that had appeared. In the entrance assessment, "You are gambling here. What kind of decorum is this?" Elder Liming spoke coldly. The inner disciples' expressions shifted dramatically. Such occurrences were not uncommon during previous entrance assessments. After all, this could only be considered a private bet among them, such as wagering on which participating disciple could last the longest or who would place in the top 3. Although this situation was somewhat unusual, it still revolved around how long these senior disciples could endure under the challenge of a new disciple participating in the entrance assessment, a rather unconventional wager. Yet fundamentally, it was no different from past events. They had not interfered with the fairness of the assessment. There was no assertion that anyone was unqualified or had intentionally allowed others to qualify for Teishu Peak. In the past, all elders had turned a blind eye to such matters. But today, Elder Liming had suddenly appeared to hold them accountable, leaving the inner disciples in a state of trepidation. This matter could escalate or be trivial. If not taken seriously, it would be inconsequential. However, if it were, the disciples involved in the wager might face minimal consequences. But those like Yunming and the plump disciple, who had bribed Su Yuanqing, would be in trouble. Thus, the plump disciple and Yunming felt as if they had been doused with cold water, their excitement about accumulating spirit stones completely extinguished. All wagers are forfeited. This shall not happen again, Elder Liming coldly declared, directly confiscating all the spirit stones involved in the bets. In an instant, everyone became a loser, especially the plump disciple and Yunming, who faced significant losses. They had not only bribed Su Yuanqing with spirit stones, but also bet on them. and now they had lost everything. Yet, as this was a confiscation by Elder Liming, they felt quite displeased, though they dared not express it. Chunyi, you will assess Su Yuanqing. There must be no occurrence of bribery or any other disgraceful conduct. Following this, Elder Liming summoned a woman. She was unremarkable in appearance. Her figure was decent, but nothing more. However, upon her arrival, her gaze toward the male disciples was filled with disdain and contempt. The plump disciple, Yunming, and other male disciples suddenly wore unflattering expressions upon seeing Chunyi. It's her. That kid is likely to encounter trouble, Yunming thought to himself. Chunyi harbored a peculiar aversion to the opposite sex for reasons unknown, going so far as to believe that men existed solely to waste resources and pollute the air. The key was that Chunyi possessed extraordinary talent, being a pseudo-celestial root. The term pseudo-celestial root was used because she only had one type of spirit root, the wood root. However, this wood root was not entirely pure, and compared to other truly pure single spirit roots, it had certain disparities. Therefore, this less than pure singular spirit root was referred to as a pseudo-celestial root. Nevertheless, even a pseudo-celestial root was still a celestial root. It was far beyond the capabilities of mixed spirit roots. Within the same realm, except for a rare few disciples possessing heavenly spirit roots, no one dared to claim with certainty that they could defeat Chunyi. In truth, due to Chunyi's antagonism, many male disciples had suffered losses at her hands, including some whose cultivation level surpassed hers. Consequently, when Yunming and others saw Chunyi, their expressions dimmed. The reason Lei Ming summoned Chunyi was precisely this. There was no need to explicitly instruct her, for she would undoubtedly exert every effort to prevent Su Yuanqing from passing. Had she violated any rules? Absolutely not. Although Chunyi's cultivation was not at the third layer of qi refinement, upon entering the third level of the trial tower, her power would be constrained to that level. Even Lu Sui Ao and Yun Qi could find no fault with this. This fellow truly excelled in vexing others. Yun Qi sneered coldly in the Elder Hall. Lu Sui Ao said nothing but fixed her gaze intently on the screen, focusing on Su Yuanqing. Meanwhile, within the space of the third level of the trial tower, where Su Yuanqing stood, he still controlled his flying sword. Hovering at the position where the previous three senior brothers had appeared, intending to imitate their tactics and seize the fourth senior brother by surprise. Yet one breath passed. Then two. Then three. No new challenger appeared. Su Yuanqing frowned. After 6 breaths, no new opponent had emerged. The interval for replacement was rather long. It seemed the next adversary might be more formidable and possibly would not appear at the same location. With this in mind, Su Yuanqing's intuition sparked. Suddenly, he flickered and employed the illusory step technique. Simultaneously, a sword aura sliced through the void, striking at Su Yuanqing's original position. However, Su Yuanqing's true form had already vanished with the illusory step, leaving only a residual shadow behind. The sword aura struck merely the afterimage. Su Yuanqing stabilized his stance and saw a sword-wielding woman enter his field of vision. Though her figure was decent, compared to Lu Sui Ao's slender and elegant form and Yun Qi's statuesque long legs, she was far less striking. Her appearance was quite ordinary. Naturally, this woman was Chunyi. Her reflexes were impressively swift. Chunyi snorted coldly. Su Yuanqing felt a foreboding sensation from the disdain in her eyes. He discerned she was a formidable opponent, markedly different from the 2 senior brothers who had been willing to negotiate. It was clear that genuine trouble had arrived. Glancing at the slowly burning incense in the void, nearly half the time remained. Su Yuanqing realized he must either swiftly eliminate this woman or endure her assault for half an incense stick's duration. Taking the initiative, although lacking extensive combat experience in magical dueling, Su Yuanqing, as a university student from Yuanqing, possessed at least a rudimentary understanding of many things. Furthermore, having watched numerous martial arts analyses on films, television, and short video platforms, his combat awareness was present even if his practical experience was limited. Instantly, Su Yuanqing unleashed the illusory step again, leaving a residual image in place while his true form appeared swiftly behind Chunyi. At that moment, he launched a dual attack. A blazing palm strike surged toward Chunyi, while employing divine consciousness comparable to the 5th layer of qi refinement. He manipulated his flying sword from another direction to strike her. Chen Yi snorted and countered with a palm strike, releasing a cyan palm imprint from her hand that clashed with Su Yuanqing's blazing palm. Simultaneously, she slanted her sword in a diagonal slash. Su Yuanqing's flying sword was deflected. Amidst agile movements, Chen Yi struck again, this time with a sword slash preceded by a wave of cyan sword aura sweeping through the void, slanting towards Su Yuanqing's waist. Su Yuanqing's mind flashed with the memory of the first senior brother's sudden, sliding dodge during his initial sneak attack. By instinct, he replicated the maneuver, combining it with the illusory step to evade Chen Yi's sword and reappear behind her. Within him, the fire spirit chi erupted wildly, instantly forming 9 blazing orbs around his body. With a wave of his hand, these 9 fireballs shot forth like fiery cannonballs toward Chen Yi. Despite her quick reflexes, Chen Yi's strength was insufficient. All her efforts were in vain. She did not attempt to evade, but instead slashed her sword horizontally and vertically in the void, unleashing a cross-shaped cyan sword aura that effortlessly shattered Su Yuanqing's 9 fireballs. Su Yuanqing frowned, striving to remain calm. This was his first encounter with such intense magical combat, and the first time he truly sensed imminent danger, causing his heart to race wildly. Yet instead of panic, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Swiftly, Chen Yi advanced again, her sword emitting a piercing sound as it cleaved through the void with astonishing speed. Su Yuanqing instinctively prepared to use the illusory step to create distance. At that moment, Chen Yi formed a hand seal. Suddenly, countless tender sprouts erupted from the ground around Su Yuanqing, swiftly growing into numerous vines that entwined his feet and body. Even the surrounding void was filled with these creeping vines, effectively preventing him from using the illusory step and restricting his movements. Su Yuanqing hurriedly unleashed his fireball technique, flames sweeping in all directions. Though the vines ignited immediately, burning fiercely, Chen Yi, possessing a wood-type pseudo-heavenly spirit root, layered the vines so densely that they could not be reduced to ashes at a mere blink of an eye. Seizing this moment, Chen Yi's sword came hurtling towards Su Yuanqing. A sharp pain pierced his brow as an unprecedented sense of peril engulfed him. He understood that such a sensation signaled the Trial Tower's forces were about to intervene, protecting him from the sword's blow. However, this protection would mean his elimination. As this scene unfolded, in the Elder Hall, the returned Elder Lei Ming watched with an inscrutable expression, casting a subtle glance toward Lu Suiao and Yin Qi, seemingly confident. Yin Qi furrowed her brow. Lu Suiao sat composed, but a keen observer would notice her jade hand resting on her knee subtly clenched, her knuckles whitening. Alas, Su Yuanqing was unlikely to withstand this sword strike. Elder Yuan Taixu, also observing Su Yuanqing's predicament and Chen Yi's unexpected vine entrapment, shook his head gently. Su Yuanqing was at a disadvantage due to his brief tenure since initiation, lacking mastery over spells and combat experience compared to Chen Yi. Although Chen Yi's cultivation was suppressed to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement upon entering the 3rd level of the Trial Tower, she was ultimately a disciple of the higher ranks of Qi refinement. In terms of cultivation time, combat experience, and battle awareness, one can still hold certain advantages. Su Yuanqing's performance has been commendable, yet, being his first encounter in a magical duel, he still falls short in comparison to Chen Yi. For instance, he did not anticipate Chen Yi's sudden utilization of the vine technique. Even though he countered with the fireball technique, it was a moment too late. His movements were hindered, preventing him from leveraging his agility to evade Chen Yi's sword strike. Had it been a seasoned cultivator like Yuan Taixu, he would have remained wary upon realizing Chen Yi was a wood spirit root cultivator, recognizing that such practitioners frequently employ spells like the vine technique to restrain their opponents. Especially when the possibility of the opponent casting such a spell arises, one must exercise utmost caution. Nevertheless, Su Yuanqing's performance was indeed commendable. From their exchanges, one could observe that, as a 3rd-level Qi refinement cultivator, he displayed notable prowess. Unfortunately, he faced Chen Yi. Yuan Taixu mused that it would be a pity if Su Yuanqing were eliminated within the Trial Tower, especially after having already defeated 3 disciples guarding the platform. Had he merely delayed for the duration of an incense stick, he could have secured his position. However, opting to continue the challenge introduced the risk of elimination from the Trial Tower. Despite his impressive performance, it would diminish his chances of being recruited to Taichu Peak. rendering a spot in the top 3 unattainable. As Yuanqing shook his head, his expression suddenly shifted. Within the trial tower, Chun-Yi lunged at Su Yuanqing with her sword, and in a critical moment, he executed the disrobing technique. Su Yuanqing formed a hand seal, and Chun-Yi's garments were instantaneously stripped away, falling to the side, leaving her completely exposed before him. This abrupt turn of events caused Chun-Yi's complexion to change dramatically. Her clothing had unexpectedly vanished. "You seek death." To Su Yuanqing's surprise, amidst her shock, Chun-Yi's expression transformed into one of fierce anger. Whether she was indifferent to her nudity or her combat experience, and instincts dictated that, at that moment, even abandoning the intent to slay Su Yuanqing in favor of preserving her modesty was too late, was unclear. In any case, Chun-Yi's response was unlike that of an ordinary maiden. After a startled cry, she merely covered her vital areas with one hand while the other still brandished her sword, aimed with rage at Su Yuanqing, displaying a resolve to slay him. It seemed she had forgotten that this was merely a trial. She could eliminate Su Yuanqing, but could not truly kill him. However, the sudden loss of her clothing and the ensuing chaos ultimately provided Su Yuanqing a fleeting opportunity. As the saying goes, a minor error can lead to a significant deviation. Chun-Yi's beauty was insufficient to captivate Su Yuanqing's attention. Thus, he did not glance at her even once. Seizing that moment, an aura of yin and yang began to swirl before him, and a circular shadow of a grinding disk, approximately 3 feet in diameter, half black and half white, materialized in the air. As the grinding disk began to rotate slowly, Chun-Yi's furious thrust aimed at Su Yuanqing's brow was halted, as if frozen in place, making no progress whatsoever. At that moment, Su Yuanqing finally saw that the vines were incinerated. He executed the phantom step, disappearing instantaneously from his position. The yin and yang grinding disc vanished, descending to strike down upon Chun-Yi. Her complexion changed drastically. Yet at this juncture, the grinding disc was unstoppable. Though she reacted, her third-level chi refinement cultivation was insufficient to withstand it. A force emanating from the trial tower enveloped and protected Chun-Yi, while simultaneously preparing to transport her away. This clearly indicated that Su Yuanqing had emerged victorious, while Chun-Yi faced defeat. As the assessment for entry into the peak concluded, opinions on Su Yuanqing varied. Some admired him, while others expressed dissatisfaction. Su Yuanqing kindly cautioned, lest Chun-Yi be sent away in a state of undress, which would undoubtedly incite animosity between them. From the look in Chun-Yi's eyes, it seemed that such animosity had already taken root. It was uncertain whether Su Yuanqing's warning had any effect, or if the force had no intention of transmitting Chun-Yi unclothed. Regardless, as he issued his caution, her garments were swept back to her, landing in her embrace, shrouded in a faint glow that obscured her form from even Su Yuanqing's view. Approximately 10 breaths later, she was transported away. Su Yuanqing saw her no more, but surmised that she had likely dressed by then. Fortunately, I learned the disrobing technique from Elder Yuanqing. Su Yuanqing thought to himself. Meanwhile, at Taichu Peak, in the Elder Hall, Yuanqing, witnessing Su Yuanqing's triumph over Chun-Yi, was momentarily taken aback before a radiant smile graced her lips. It is fortunate that the young man learned the disrobing technique from me. While Yuanqing was pleased, the other elders were left dumbfounded. Even Lu Suiao's flawless visage betrayed a hint of astonishment. No one had anticipated that Su Yuanqing would employ the disrobing technique during the duel. While his victory was ultimately attributed to the yin and yang grinding disc he discerned from the Tao comprehension steel, had the disrobing technique not momentarily unsettled Chun-Yi, he might not have had the opportunity to manifest the grinding disc in time. Thus, while the grinding disc played a pivotal role in Su Yuanqing's victory, the disrobing technique was equally significant. However, Su Yuanqing's actions elicited mixed reactions. Some admired his ingenuity, like Yuanqing, who held him in high regard, although Lu Suiao was surprised. She found no fault in his actions. The disrobing technique could be deemed somewhat indecorous, particularly when employed against a woman, yet in such circumstances, to be overly concerned with propriety would be a true folly. While she would never resort to such a spell to undress a man, she did not oppose Su Yuanqing's use of it to secure his victory. Elder Yuanqing also regarded it with appreciation, recognizing that it demonstrated Su Yuanqing's cleverness and ability to seize opportunities in critical moments. Conversely, Elder Liming and another female elder in the hall frowned disapprovingly. Elder Liming harbored disdain for Su Yuanqing, especially since Chun Yi had lost, further embarrassing him. After all, he had already skirted the edges of fairness by compelling the higher-ranking Chun Yi to suppress her cultivation level to face Su Yuanqing, while not outright against the rules. It was undoubtedly undignified. Thus, his true ire stemmed not from Su Yuanqing's use of the disrobing technique against Chun Yi, but rather from the fact that Su Yuanqing had triumphed over her. The other female elder was simply displeased that Su Yuanqing had stripped Chun Yi bare. Although ordinary disciples could not witness it, all the elders who had been observing Su Yuanqing's actions were fully aware, which left her quite vexed. She cast a discontented glance towards Lu Suiao and Yun Kai. Lu Suiao remained unfazed, while Yun Kai met the disapproving gaze of the female elder, unperturbed by her expression. It was impossible for her to feel guilty. Such impropriety. The female elder, known as Sun Fenjiao, also referred to as Fenjiao Jinren, scoffed coldly to herself. She had never been fond of Yun Kai. Yin Qi's attire, behavior, demeanor, and speech often defied convention to such an extent that one might even deem them scandalous. She firmly believed that Qingxian Daozong was a prestigious orthodox sect and a major power in the cultivation world. As an elder of the sect, one should not only maintain a dignified image at all times, but also conduct oneself with propriety and dress appropriately. Yet Yin Qi's fashion sense was remarkably audacious. Clad in a crimson dress that scarcely concealed her long legs, she seemed to undermine the very image of Qingxian Daozong, the reputation of Taishu Peak, and the dignity of the elders. Senior sister Yun Qi, you taught him the disrobing technique, didn't you? At this moment, Lu Suiao communicated with Yun Qi through a voice transmission. Well, what do you think? Aren't you going to thank me? If it were you, you'd never teach him the disrobing technique. Only I, senior sister, have taught him, and it's a great contribution. Yun Qi boasted about herself. Lu Suiao replied calmly. Senior sister, how do you know I wouldn't teach him? Yun Qi was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that you would teach him the disrobing technique? Then she suddenly laughed. What is this? Has the aloof fairy changed her ways and started appreciating handsome men? In truth, Lu Suiao would never teach it. If Su Yuanqing were with her, he would never have the chance to learn the disrobing technique. After all, she would never, like Yin Qi, unhesitatingly employ the disrobing technique to strip Su Yuanqing naked and toss him into a bath barrel. Inside the trial tower, after Su Yuanqing had narrowly eliminated Chun Yi, he waited for several dozen breaths, but no challenger appeared. Why is no one coming? Shouldn't someone arrive by now? He wondered. He even hoped a bulky fellow like Yun Ming would appear so he could make full use of the remaining time to earn some spirit stones. Alas, no one came. When the incense stick burned out completely, still no one appeared. Instead, a force swept him out of the trial tower. Su Yuanqing reappeared on the platform, looking around. The number of participants had drastically dwindled. Initially, over 10,000 disciples had gathered at the foot of Taishu Peak to take the entrance examination. Now, only about 600 remained, 100 inner disciples, 200 outer disciples, and 300 auxiliary disciples, as the trial tower slowly descended and vanished. Elder Yuan Taixu reappeared before the crowd. Congratulations to all of you for passing the entrance examination of Taishu Peak. From now on, you are officially disciples of Taishu Peak. Yuan Taixu announced. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with excitement. Even those who had expected a pass could not help but feel exhilarated, including Su Yuanqing. He had truly joined Taishu Peak as an inner disciple, not by any backdoor favor from Lu Suiao, but by genuinely passing the entrance test. This signified that he had earned a legitimate status within Qingxian Daozong and gained a certain degree of self-protection. This is the evaluation of your 3 trials and the final rankings, Yuan Taixu said, waving his sleeve. 3 enormous scrolls appeared in the void like celestial tapestries, slowly unfurling. They displayed numerous names and performance evaluations, clearly divided among inner disciples, outer disciples, and auxiliary disciples. Su Yuanqing's gaze immediately landed on the inner disciple scroll. He quickly located his name. 27, first place, rewarded with the dragon's saliva pool. Elder Liming, you may begin to apologize now. Name, Su Yuanqing, heart questioning ladder, B middle, enlightenment steel, A upper, trial tower, A upper, comprehensive evaluation, a middle, ranking first. His breath quickened with excitement. He had hoped to break into the top 3. According to the bulky fellow's words inside the trial tower, eliminating 3 challengers would almost guarantee a top 3 position. And he had eliminated 4 without any further challengers appearing. He had guessed he might make the top 3, but was uncertain, especially since he had only reached the 60th step of the heart-questioning ladder, just meeting the inner disciple threshold. His performance was merely average. Now, seeing his name not only among the top 3, but shining brightly at the very summit, firmly holding first place, Yuanqing was genuinely elated. Throughout his life, his academic performance had always been mediocre, never failing but never excelling. From elementary school to university, he had never ranked higher than 11th in any exam, never breaking into the top 10. Now, having transmigrated into this cultivation world, he had achieved first place in the entrance examination of Taishu Peak, a personal record beyond all previous achievements. He fancifully considered himself a modest yet prodigious cultivation talent, even possessing a 5 elements mixed spirit root. Suddenly, many voices echoed around him. Inner Disciple first place, Yuanqing. Enlightenment Steel and Trial Tower, both rated A upper. Comprehensive Evaluation A middle. Ranking first? This guy is incredible. Who is he? I want to know him. Hearing these praises, Yuanqing remained outwardly composed, but secretly felt a surge of pride. Others did not know him, but were admiring him, even discussing him nearby, giving him a hidden sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. Nonetheless, amid his delight, he glanced at the other scores. The second-place Inner Disciple had ratings of a lower, B upper a lower, with a comprehensive evaluation of a lower. The third-place Inner Disciple's overall score was only B upper. The Outer Disciples' rankings mirrored those of the Inner Disciples, with the top 3 rated a middle, a lower, B upper, differing only in specific trial scores. Yuanqing allowed sufficient time for digestion and discussion. After over 100 breaths, he said, "Next, all of you shall proceed to the Taishu Peak Affairs Hall for registration. After completing registration, the entrance ceremony will be held, officially inducting you as disciples of Taishu Peak. Officials from the Affairs Hall will then guide you to your residences and inform you of all matters concerning Taishu Peak. Of course, the special rewards for the top 3 inner, outer, and auxiliary disciples will be distributed uniformly after the ceremony." With that, Yuanqing waved his hand, conjuring a current of air that swept everyone along to Taishu Peak's Affairs Hall. Yuanqing was no exception. However, compared to others, his situation was somewhat special. He had already become a disciple of Taishu Peak earlier and was now merely completing the formalities. The registration and entrance ceremony proceeded in order. Upon completion, Yuanqing received the exclusive reward for the first-place Inner Disciple in the entrance examination, just as promised. Certainly, apart from the cultivation resources such as Lingxi, Danyao, and Linjiao, the most significant reward is the Longxian baptism. This reward is unique and can only be obtained by the top scorer of the peak entry assessment from previous years. In cases of a tie, inner disciples are prioritized over outer disciples and servant disciples. Thus, this opportunity has fallen upon Yuanqing. Furthermore, the Longxian pool baptism can only be accessed once every 3 years, meaning he must enter the pool this year alongside the top scores from the previous 2 assessments. However, the time for the Longxian pool to open has not yet arrived. He will have to wait an additional 3 days before he can enter. Yuanqing has also been informed of the time for his entry into the Longxian pool. After this, the other inner disciples, outer disciples, and servant disciples departed under the guidance of their respective stewards. However, Yuanqing was called to a halt by Elder Yuanqing. Yuanqing, wait a moment. Elder Yuanqing said with a smile. Yuanqing paused and clasped his hands in greeting. Elder Yuan, what is your command? You shall accompany me to the Elder Hall. Elder Yuan replied. The Elder Hall? Yuanqing was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that Lu Suiao and Yin Shi were likely within the hall. Perhaps Elder Lei Ming was also present. After all, Elder Yuanqing had no personal connection with him and had no reason to summon him to the Elder Hall. At the Taishu Peak, Yuanqing entered the hall under Elder Yuanqing's lead. An invisible pressure emanated from within. These were the elders of Taishu Peak, all-powerful beings at the Yuanqing stage, capable of effortlessly extinguishing his existence with a mere thought. Yuanqing contemplated this. Although he did not wish to be there, He understood that if he wanted to firmly grasp the favor of Lu Suiao and Yun Qi, he could not show any sign of retreat at this moment. Even if he was merely a Qi refining stage disciple, he risked offending a Yuanqing stage powerhouse like Elder Lei Ming, yet he could not falter. Otherwise, he would find himself in an even less favorable position. Thus, despite the immense pressure, Su Yuanqing continually reassured himself and maintained a calm facade as he followed Elder Yuan Tegzu into the Elder Hall. Inner disciple, Su Yuanqing pays respects to all the elders. Upon entering the Grand Hall, he immediately clasped his hands in salute. It was during this moment that he noticed a total of 8 elders present in the hall, making for 9 when including Elder Yuan Tegzu. Yuanqing, come over here. Yin Qi suddenly beckoned to Su Yuanqing, her smile radiant and warm. Yuanqing, if he recalled correctly, this was the first time Elder Yin Qi had addressed him in such a manner. A surge of joy filled Su Yuanqing's heart, indicating that Elder Yin Qi was indeed pleased with his performance in the peak entry assessment, as evidenced by the detail in her choice of address. Without hesitation, Su Yuanqing walked towards Yin Qi and Lu Suiao, even under Elder Lei Ming's gloomy gaze. What a delightful fragrance! Upon reaching Lu Suiao and Yin Qi, Su Yuanqing couldn't discern if it was his heightened sense of smell or something else, but he felt 2 distinct, subtle fragrances wafting towards him. Upon closer inspection, the faint scent from Elder Lu Suiao seemed to bring a sense of tranquility, while the aroma from Elder Yin Qi stirred something within his heart. You have done well, Lu Suiao remarked with a faint smile, akin to a Tianshan snow lotus blooming, both elegant and ethereal. Before Su Yuanqing could respond, she turned her gaze toward Elder Lei Ming and coolly stated, Elder Lei Ming, now that the party involved is present, you may begin your apology. Elder Lei Ming apologizing? Su Yuanqing becoming a disciple? Do not fear, I shall stand by you. You must pay a price for underestimating you. Lu Suiao's cool voice resonated in Su Yuanqing's ears, and he suddenly understood. The reason Elder Lu Suiao did not wish for Elder Lei Ming to apologize to her, but instead to Su Yuanqing, was imbued with profound significance. Warmth surged within Su Yuanqing's heart. He was acutely aware of the vast disparities in strength, status, identity, and cultivation level between himself and Elder Lei Ming. Although Lei Ming looked down on him, he felt little anger. He harbored no intention of seeking revenge against Elder Lei Ming, understanding that the chasm between the Qi refining and Yuanqing stages was insurmountable. It was akin to a CEO of a Fortune 500 company disdainfully regarding his poverty, an undeniable truth. Even if he wanted to retaliate, it would only be when he approached that level in the future. A Qi refining disciple thinking of confronting a Yuanqing elder was tantamount to courting death. Nevertheless, Su Yuanqing felt deeply moved. This was the first time he had experienced warmth since his arrival in this world. At that moment, Elder Lei Ming stood, his face ashen and his expression grim as he fixed his gaze on Su Yuanqing, or rather, on Su Yuanqing, Lu Suiao, and Yin Qi. His stare was decidedly unfriendly. Can't take a loss? Lu Suiao's cool voice cut through the tension. Elder Lei Ming's fists clenched tightly. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave, he announced abruptly. One elder suddenly stood, clearly wishing to vacate the scene to avoid being caught in Elder Lei Ming's wrath. Do not leave, Lei Ming commanded, seeing through the elder's intentions. I, Lei Ming, am not someone who cannot accept defeat. Is it just an apology? He turned to Su Yuanqing and said, I apologize. With those 3 words uttered, Lei Ming flicked his sleeve and departed. To any discerning observer, there was little sincerity in his apology. Yet, for Lei Ming to apologize to a mere Qi refining disciple like Su Yuanqing was an unprecedented occurrence. Like a bolt of lightning, he vanished into thin air. Today, the peak entry assessment has concluded. For those elders who wish to accept disciples from this assessment, feel free to make contact, Elder Yuan Tegzu announced. As his words fell, 2 elders' gazes shifted towards Su Yuanqing, one of whom was Elder Yuan Tegzu himself. The other elder, after a moment of contemplation, weighed the implications of Su Yuanqing's relationship with Elder Lei Ming and Lu Suiao before ultimately refraining from speaking. Elder Yuan Tegzu pondered for a moment, yet could not resist glancing at Lu Suiao. Elder Lu, is Su Yuanqing not your disciple? No, Lu Suiao replied. Elder Yuan Tegzu then turned to Yin Qi. Before he could even inquire, Yin Qi interjected, No, Inwardly delighted, Elder Yuan Taixu was about to ask further when Yun Shi continued. If Elder Yuan intends to take Su Yuanqing as a disciple, there is no need to trouble yourself. Elder Yuan Taixu's expression stiffened slightly, realizing that she had preempted his inquiry. Elder Yun Shi, do you intend to take Su Yuanqing as a disciple? He asked. No. Yun Shi shook her head. Elder Yuan Taixu's countenance faltered again. If you do not intend to take Su Yuanqing as a disciple, why prevent me from doing so? Lu Sui Ao, equally curious, turned her gaze towards Yun Shi, wondering why she would obstruct Elder Yuan Taixu if she had no intention of accepting Su Yuanqing as a disciple. In her view, having Su Yuanqing join Elder Yuan Taixu's ranks would indeed be a favorable outcome. Sister Sui Ao, why are you looking at me? Yun Shi chuckled as she caught Lu Sui Ao's questioning gaze. I am simply watching Su Yuanqing. Are you not planning to take him as a disciple? Lu Sui Ao was taken aback. Taking Su Yuanqing as a disciple? She had not considered that. Currently, it was not part of her plans to accept any disciples. Perhaps one day in the future, she would take on a disciple, a notion she had contemplated. However, Lu Sui Ao also considered that if fate allowed her to encounter a female infant with a mutated ice spirit root, and if the circumstances were appropriate, she might accept her as a disciple. Furthermore, throughout her lifetime, she intended to take only one true disciple of that specific kind, a disciple and a daughter. Unlike other elders who had numerous true disciples and countless registered students, she envisioned a singular, profound connection. Yet, this was merely a plan for the future. Presently, she had neither encountered such a girl nor felt the inclination to raise a young disciple into adulthood. Thus, she had never contemplated accepting Su Yuanqing as her disciple. It was entirely outside her intentions. At that moment, upon hearing Elder Yunkai's words, Su Yuanqing felt a flicker of surprise. Elder Sui Ao intended to take her as a disciple, yet she had not previously expressed such an intention. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. Since Elder Yunkai had stated it in the presence of other elders, it must surely be true. A fortuitous event, an extraordinary blessing. After all, Su Yuanqing had been pondering how to better align himself with Lu Sui Ao and Yunkai, especially now that Elder Liming harbored resentment towards him. He desperately needed to cling to the support of Lu Sui Ao and Yunkai. However, even if he joined Taisha Peak, merely being an inner disciple would not guarantee a significant connection with Lu Sui Ao or Yunkai. At most, it would provide him with more opportunities to interact with them. Yet, if he became Lu Sui Ao's disciple, the relationship would transform into an inseparable bond. As for adhering to the etiquette of a disciple, that was inconceivable. If possible, wouldn't it be more exhilarating to defy the conventions of a master-disciple relationship? Coughing lightly, Su Yuanqing quickly dismissed that thought from his mind and, with great swiftness, faced Lu Sui Ao, performing the customary gesture of respect. Disciple Su Yuanqing pays respects to master. Lu Sui Ao glanced at Su Yuanqing, then at Yunkai, who was smiling with delight. Su Yuanqing has paid his respects to you. Why not promptly accept this exceptional disciple? Lu Sui Ao furrowed her brows slightly. She noticed the gaze of the other elders upon her. If she were to outright reject Su Yuanqing, would it not be a loss of face? Would it not wound his pride? If word got out, would others not mock her? Moreover, would he think she was merely exploiting him? Casting him aside after humiliating Elder Liming, a myriad of thoughts flashed through Lu Sui Ao's mind. Yet, she truly had no intention of accepting a male disciple. Even if she were to take on a disciple, it would only be under suitable conditions, and only a female disciple, one nurtured from infancy. The conditions were stringent, necessitating serendipity and the hope of encountering such a being. The crux of the matter was that during her prior self-purification from the Hehuan powder, Su Yuanqing's image had repeatedly surfaced in her mind, and she had involuntarily entertained some untoward thoughts. Later, at Yunkai's request, Su Yuanqing even assisted her in dispelling the Hehuan poison from her soul. Their souls had intertwined, resulting in an indescribably exquisite sensation. Under such circumstances, how could she accept Su Yuanqing as her disciple? Yet now, Su Yuanqing had already performed the gesture of respect before the assembled elders. Lu Sui Ao felt an inexplicable surge of irritation. Why was he so hasty in wanting her to be his master? It felt as though a pent-up frustration resided within her, with no outlet for release, leaving her to silently observe Su Yuanqing, her gaze subtly shifting. Ultimately, Lu Sueo rose and sighed lightly. Do you truly wish to take me as your master? Indeed, Su Yuanqing replied without hesitation, providing an unequivocal affirmation. Very well, from this moment forth. You shall be my disciple, Lu Sueo declared. Thank you, master. Su Yuanqing exclaimed with immense joy. However, amidst his elation, he suddenly sensed something amiss in Lu Sueo's gaze towards him, an impression of pity and frustration, as if she lamented his misfortune and resented his lack of ambition. No, that was not quite right. How would he articulate this feeling? In that moment, Su Yuanqing found himself at a loss for words. Yet, with his predominant emotions being joy and excitement, he dismissed the fleeting impression of Lu Sueo's gaze as it returned to normal. Yuan Taixu, witnessing Lu Sueo's acceptance of Su Yuanqing, was greatly astonished. He had contemplated taking Su Yuanqing as a disciple due to his extraordinary talent and intellect, but merely as one among many disciples. Moreover, with Su Yuanqing possessing a mixed spiritual root, it would be challenging for him to establish a foundation throughout his life. Ultimately, the level of his cultivation would depend solely on his own fortune. Furthermore, Lu Sueo had never taken a disciple before, and now her first disciple was one with a mixed spiritual root. He could not ascertain whether this was a fortuitous event for her. Nevertheless, despite his thoughts, Yuan Taixu maintained a composed demeanor, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Elder Lu, on taking a disciple today." His previous desire to accept Su Yuanqing as a disciple made this congratulation seem quite natural. The other elders, particularly Elder Sun Yufeng, who harbored a strong dislike for Su Yuanqing, emphasized, "Congratulations to Elder Lu for acquiring an exceptional disciple." The emphasis on exceptional disciple was pronounced. Given Su Yuanqing's mixed spiritual root, which would likely hinder his ability to establish a foundation, this statement sounded rather peculiar. Even Su Yuanqing sensed the underlying sarcasm. However, Lu Sueo remained unperturbed, displaying no particular reaction. It was merely an assumption that she had accepted a troublesome disciple due to his mixed spiritual root. Once he established his foundation in the future, she was eager to witness their reactions. Since Lu Sueo was willing to take him as a disciple, Su Yuanqing felt compelled to avoid bringing her shame, as well as his own. For the first time, he genuinely felt a desire to prove himself to the elders. Soon, the gathered elders dispersed from the elder hall, leaving only Su Yuanqing, Lu Sueo, and Yunkai behind. Lu Sueo turned to Yunkai and transmitted, "Sister, look at the good deed you have done." Yunkai's face, almost alluring, brightened with a smile, seemingly more charming than before. "Sister Sueo, you have gained an exceptional disciple. Why do you not express your gratitude towards me, yet adopt a tone of reproach?" Yunkai employed the same phrase, exceptional disciple, but her tone was clearly teasing. "Honestly, I believe your cultivation has become rather mundane, lacking the vibrancy of worldly affairs. Your journey has been smooth and unimpeded until the peak of the Yuanqing stage. Yet upon reaching this point, have you not felt a bottleneck?" Yunkai remarked, her tone shifting away from jest. Lu Sueo frowned. "Indeed, I had previously found my cultivation quite smooth, but only upon reaching the peak of the Yuanqing stage did I begin to perceive a bottleneck. I have attempted to break through several times without success." Yunkai responded, "Thus, it is time to introduce some change into your life and cultivation. Did you not mention that when you take on a disciple, it should be based on fate? Do you not feel that Su Yuanqing and you share a profound connection? You, a distinguished practitioner at the pinnacle of the Yuanqing stage, fell into a state of unconsciousness, only to be fortuitously rescued by a mere disciple at the first layer of qi refinement. Such an extraordinary coincidence seems almost implausible to be penned in a tale. Moreover, this disciple aided you in dispelling the poison of Hehuan, which further emphasizes the depth of this connection. Recently, I encountered an ancient text that discussed how practitioners in the primordial era would undergo a transformation into the mundane before achieving the divine, allowing them to experience the myriad facets of life and thereby rectify their inner deficiencies. I believe this is particularly applicable to your situation. Thus, since Su Yuanqing has appeared in your life, it could be said that he is the catalyst for your potential breakthrough into the divine stage." Lu Sueo fell into contemplation. Transforming into the mundane before ascending to the divine, rectifying the heart's state? Although Yunqi did not elaborate, Her perceptiveness allowed her to grasp the profound implications immediately. Many wandering cultivators, from the onset of their journeys, have endured great trials, experiencing the full spectrum of life. Those who have managed to reach the Yuanqing stage are often those who have faced countless life and death situations, witnessing the joys and sorrows of the human experience. Yet, unlike them, she, being in the Qing Xian Dao zone with exceptional talent and the support of her sect, lacks the wealth of life experiences that wandering cultivators possess, transforming into the mundane before ascending to the divine. Lu Suio murmured to herself. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze. Yunqi, I understand now. Thank you. Yunqi responded with a smile. Now, relish the intimate world you share with your disciple. Lu Suio nodded slightly. Yet, a sense of ambiguity lingered in Yunqi's words. What did she mean by relishing their two-person world? Returning to the Bing Hu, they arrived at the awkward moment for the master and disciple. At Tai Chu Peak, within Lu Suio's abode, Su Yuanqing accompanied her back. From now on, you shall cultivate here at the Bing Hu, Lu Suio stated. Su Yuanqing thought to himself. So this lake is called Bing Hu. He felt a chill emanating from waters. Indeed, he nodded. Will you establish a separate abode? Or would you prefer to reside in one of the halls I have constructed? Lu Suio inquired, her lips parting gently. I need not establish another abode. I only seek a place to stay, Su Yuanqing replied. This location boasts several grand halls and pavilions, constructed by the lakeside, resembling a celestial paradise. He deemed it unnecessary to disrupt such beauty, especially since the spiritual energy here is abundant. Lu Suio, or rather his master, has already arranged a large gathering array to amass the essence of heaven and earth. He could simply partake in its benefits without needing an additional dwelling. Then follow me. Lu Suio instructed. She led Su Yuanqing to a side courtyard and said, You shall reside here. This space was originally designed for a potential female disciple she might recruit. Little did she anticipate that before she encountered that fated girl with ice spirit roots, she would inadvertently accept Su Yuanqing as her disciple. Though they are master and disciple, the distinction between genders remains. She occupies the main courtyard, while Su Yuanqing resides in the side courtyard, which is quite fitting. Thank you, master, Su Yuanqing smiled, his address changing accordingly. Upon hearing the term master, Lu Suio's brow furrowed slightly. A ripple stirred within her previously calm heart. She felt an impulsive urge to stop Su Yuanqing from calling her master, but what else could he call her? Lu Suio sighed inwardly. Very well, master it is. Yunqi is right. Perhaps I truly should experience a phase of transforming into the mundane before ascending to the divine, to remedy certain deficiencies in my heart. Since I have accepted you as my disciple, I shall take responsibility for you. Allow me to present you with a token of our first meeting, she offered. A token of our meeting? Su Yuanqing's heart leaped with joy. He quickly clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, master. Do you particularly enjoy calling me master? Lu Suio shot him a glare. Su Yuanqing, puzzled, wondered why she had glared at him. Had he inadvertently offended her? The mind of a woman is difficult to fathom, and he found himself at a loss, deciding to remain silent. Lu Suio continued, Please take out everything from your storage bag. I would like to see what you lack so that I may replenish your supplies. Su Yuanqing's heart swelled with excitement. Indeed, one must hold on to the powerful. Not only is she powerful, but she is also affluent, a veritable heiress in the realm of cultivation. Su Yuanqing's greatest secret is the Yin-Yang Zhao Hualu. But since it resides within his danshan, there are no secrets in his storage bag. Therefore, he hesitated not and promptly opened his storage bag, emptying its contents before Lu Suio. As she scanned the items, her gaze sharpened slightly. With a flick of her hand, a book soared from the pile. Landing in her grasp, Su Yuanqing's countenance instantly stiffened. It was the book titled Wu Shan Yun Yu Jinjia, an explicit manual he had previously perused with a critical mindset, believing in the boundless pursuit of knowledge, deeming it necessary to keep. To prevent anyone from discovering this little secret, he had even erased the 6 ancient characters on the cover. Thus, when it appeared in Lu Suio's hands, it bore no name. What is this book? If it is a technique you acquired from somewhere, you cannot practice it recklessly. We must examine its compatibility with you. Lu Suio began. Having never taken on a disciple, especially a male one, she felt at a loss without Yunqi's presence. She thought it prudent to start by guiding Su Yuanqing's cultivation. However, Upon opening the book, her expression froze. Su Yuanqing thought to himself, "This is it." He dared not look at Lu Suiao, convinced that if Elder Yin Qi were to see it, she might simply tease him a bit. However, with Lu Suiao's pure and cold demeanor, such material would be utterly repugnant in her eyes. Would she deem him a wayward practitioner and cast him out of the sect mere moments after accepting him as a disciple? He braced himself for the tempest of her wrath. To his surprise, moments later, Lu Suiao returned the nameless Wu Shan Yin Yuzhen Jie to him without uttering a word. Su Yuanqing felt a pang of guilt. He intended to gauge Lu Suiao's expression to discern her feelings, hoping to adapt accordingly. To his disappointment, he found nothing to observe. Lu Suiao's expression remained as cold and unchanging as ever. Then, a storage ring appeared before Su Yuanqing's eyes. "As my disciple, from now on, use this storage ring. It will be more convenient for you," she instructed. Within the ring, she had prepared various resources for his cultivation. "If these are insufficient, come find me. This courtyard has been unoccupied, so if you wish to procure anything, simply take your identity token to the Fengwu Hall and state your requirements. As long as it is within the purview of inner disciples, the hall will accommodate your needs." Having spoken, Lu Suiao transformed into a shimmering ice rainbow and vanished from Su Yuanqing's sight. Su Yuanqing grasped the storage ring tightly. "Thank you, master." He called out loudly in the direction she had departed. Then, gazing at the storage ring in his hand, a broad smile of excitement spread across his face. A storage ring. This is indeed a storage ring. In comparison to storage bags, the storage ring is not only more convenient, but also exudes a sense of sophistication, with a significantly larger internal space. Moreover, its value is exorbitant. The vast majority of inner disciples, even many of the more advanced ones, still utilize storage bags, which underscores the rarity of storage rings. Su Yuanqing directed his consciousness towards it, eager to discover the cultivation resources that Master Lu Suiao had prepared for him. Yet, he was left astounded. Although he had received a storage ring, it was bound by restrictions far beyond what a mere third-layer Qi refinement disciple like him could dispel. What could this mean? Was Master Suiao implying that he must first cultivate to a level capable of breaking the restrictions before he could use it? That seemed unlikely. Su Yuanqing pondered silently, questioning whether there was a deeper significance behind it. Meanwhile, Lu Suiao transformed into a shimmering ice rainbow as she returned to the main hall. Upon her arrival, the hall doors closed automatically and the internal restrictions activated, isolating her from any external scrutiny. She was no longer the aloof ice fairy she had just appeared to be. A faint blush rapidly adorned her cheeks. The subtle quivering of her chest revealed that her inner turmoil was far from the calm demeanor she exhibited before Su Yuanqing. Did I reveal any unusual behavior just now? As a master, my image should remain untarnished, she mused, feeling the heat rise in her cheeks. Indeed, the items of the Heroines sect are truly beguiling, capable of unsettling one's mind. Heaven knows the impact that the images she encountered upon opening that technique had on her, even more so than the ancient tome gifted by senior sister Yunkai. With this thought, the blush on her cheeks deepened. She forced herself to suppress her emotions, anxious about Su Yuanqing potentially noticing her distress, and hurriedly departed. Was that book genuinely so captivating? After a while of calming down, Lu Suiao frowned slightly. Su Yuanqing had seen it, and senior sister Yunkai possessed not just one, but several copies, even insisting she peruse them under the pretense of broadening her horizons. It is beneficial to expand one's knowledge beyond mere cultivation. It may well help avoid pitfalls in the future, or even serve as a lifesaver. Reflecting on senior sister Yunkai's words, Lu Suiao's brow furrowed. With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, a wordless ancient text materialized before her. It was the very book that Yunkai had forcibly thrust upon her in Su Yuanqing's presence, which she had reluctantly stored away to avoid his gaze. To read or not to read, to expand one's knowledge. Before achieving transformation, one must first understand the mundane. Thoughts raced through Lu Suiao's mind as she began to examine the ancient text. The characters danced upon the page, proclaiming auspicious symbols of dragons and phoenixes, as if she had opened the door to a new world. Suddenly, she felt as if she no longer recognized these idioms, her understanding profoundly shaken. Her previously calm and pristine face, now flushed with a vibrant hue, resembled a peach ripe for the plucking, ready to burst with sweetness. If anyone were to witness this transformation, they would surely be astonished. Is this truly the ice fairy, Lu Suiao, known to them? After some time, Lu Suiao closed the ancient text, her once ice-blue pupils now shimmering like melting glaciers, glistening with the depth of autumn waters. The items of the Heroines sect are indeed beguiling, capable of disturbing one's spirit. She closed the book with a huff, but conceded that senior sister Yuanqing's advice held some merit. After reading the entire tome, her understanding had indeed expanded, and her resolve strengthened. Should she encounter such insidious teachings again, she felt confident that she would be able to maintain her composure. Unlike the near disruption she experienced in Su Yuanqing's presence today, cultivation is also a matter of the heart. True purity is not the absence of dust, but rather the ability to remain untainted by it. She mused, her expression returning to its natural, unblemished state. On the other hand, Su Yuanqing contemplated the storage ring for a moment, but was unable to unlock its restrictions. He decided against seeking out Lu Suiao, feeling that their relationship had yet to reach a level of familiarity. In this situation, it would be prudent to minimize any inconvenience caused to her. He resolved to approach her when the time was right. As he surveyed the empty courtyard, he planned a list of items for himself and summoned the Void Shuttle. Guided by the Qingyu shuttle, he departed from the Ice Lake courtyard and made his way to the Peak Affairs Hall. As a disciple of Lu Suiao and the top scorer of the Inner Sect assessment, he was recognized upon entering the hall, where the process proceeded remarkably smoothly. Soon, he acquired all the necessary items to establish his residence. However, his notoriety meant he could not remain inconspicuous. News of his presence rapidly spread. As Su Yuanqing prepared to return to the Ice Lake courtyard aboard the Qingyu shuttle after leaving the Peak Affairs Hall, a sudden streak of azure, sword energy sliced through the air. A woman's voice, laced with malice, echoed, "Vile scoundrel, prepare to meet your end." At the sound, Su Yuanqing's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately recognized the voice. It was none other than Chun-Yi, whom he had defeated within the trial tower using the disrobing technique and the yin-yang grinding disc. The sword energy surged towards him. Su Yuanqing's heart raced as an unprecedented sense of peril enveloped him. He felt the chilling breath of death. In that instant, the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace, which had lain dormant within his dantian, stirred to life. With no time for contemplation, Su Yuanqing instinctively retreated back towards the Peak Affairs Hall. He had only just exited and stood at the entrance, preparing to summon the Qingyu shuttle for his departure. Thus, stepping back was merely a matter of a step or two. However, even that was not enough. As a third-layer Qi refinement disciple, he was acutely aware that Chun-Yi was undoubtedly a high-level Qi refinement practitioner. This was not the same as their earlier encounter in the trial tower, where her powers had been suppressed to match his level. There was no time. Retreating was futile. In that critical moment, a strand of ice silk sword energy soared through the air, shattering Chun-Yi's attack with ease and hurtling directly towards her. Her expression shifted dramatically as the ice silk sword energy halted her advance, hovering ominously before her. At that moment, an icy chill permeated the air, as if an entire world of frost and snow had descended. A figure draped in a flowing ice-blue gown appeared, stepping gracefully through the air. She resembled a celestial being emerging from the ice lake, her cascading hair flowing like a waterfall, her garments billowing ethereally. Her presence radiated a chill as pure as frost, her skin delicate and translucent, seemingly untouched by the mortal realm. Wherever she tread, the void itself froze, and frost formed intricate patterns, creating a palpable tension in the air. "Master Suiao," Su Yuanqing exclaimed, turning to behold Lu Suiao's profile, and he could not help but appreciate the allure of her enchanting figure. Indeed, she was a splendid fruit hanging from a delicate branch. If only she could dress as lightly as Elder Yuanqing. One could hardly imagine what a breathtaking sight that would be. Coughing, Su Yuanqing quickly corrected his thoughts and found that Lu Suiao at this moment was both cold and beautiful, exuding an air of elegance. This manner of appearance was unprecedented in his experience, utterly dazzling. If only it were accompanied by a fitting background score, it would be truly invincible. Alas, upon his arrival in this world, his phone and its contents had been lost. Otherwise, perhaps he could have indeed provided a suitable soundtrack. No, that wouldn't work either. no power. Suddenly, the image of Elder Liming flashed in Su Yuanqing's mind. Despite his aversion towards Elder Liming, he had witnessed the Elder wielding thunder. Could other cultivators with lightning roots serve as a source of charge? A flurry of chaotic thoughts, incongruous with the realm of cultivation, flickered through Su Yuanqing's mind before vanishing. He focused on Lu Suio's figure, silently noting that when he attains strength in the future, he too must find a spectacular way to make an entrance. Chunyi, having met Elder Lu before, felt a chilling aura envelop her, causing her to shiver and turn pale as she hastily sheathed her sword, bowing to Lu Suio. With Lu Suio's arrival, she could no longer confront Su Yuanqing, lacking both the strength and the courage to act recklessly before Lu Suio. Any slight movement on her part could invoke Lu Suio's icy sword energy, which might just as easily lead to her demise. Even if she were killed, the law enforcement hall would hardly pursue a Yuanqing elder, merely offering a token gesture for appearance as sake. Such is the reality. Lu Suio, as a dignified Yuanqing elder, bullying my disciple. Does she truly believe she has no mentor to rely upon? Just then, a woman's voice suddenly resonated through the void. Before her presence could be felt, everyone sensed a wave of frigid sword intent sweeping through them. Cold, excruciatingly cold. The sword intent. Ruthlessly cold sword intent. The temperature around the peak affairs hall plummeted as if it had reached the freezing point. Then, the air trembled, as if a long sword descended from the heavens, cutting through the layers of clouds. A mature woman clad in a pristine white sword robe appeared before everyone's eyes, walking through the air with ease. The fabric of her robe seemed woven with spiritual threads, devoid of ornate designs or excessive embellishments, strikingly simplistic. Only a subtle sword pattern glimmered at her ample bosom. Her sleeves fluttered in the wind, seemingly ready to transform into sword intent that could cleave the void. Following her was a young girl, also dressed in a white sword robe, her black hair tied high, her figure tall and graceful. Su Yuanqing gazed upon them. Mother and daughter? Sisters? Two thoughts sprang to mind. The two women, one appearing slightly mature and the other somewhat youthful, resembled both mother and daughter and sisters alike. However, there remained another possibility, master and disciple. Their temperaments were quite similar, yet their appearances differed. This was not the mundane world, but the Qing Xiandao sect. Most likely, they were indeed master and disciple. Yet, one thing was certain. In terms of beauty, these two women could certainly stand alongside Lu Suio and Yuanqing, all being extraordinary beauties of the world. Master, upon seeing the mature woman radiating coldness, Chunyi instantly felt relieved and hurriedly bowed to her. Chun-Yi had encountered her master. She had met senior sister Kingli. Chun-Yi spoke up. It became clear to Su Yuanqing. So, the girl with the high ponytail and a hint of youthful innocence, who was both beautiful and elegant, was named Kingli? Not only was she beautiful, but her name was also exquisite. Were she on Earth, appearing in a school setting? Su Yuanqing could bet 100% that she would become the object of many boys' infatuation, a memory that they would find hard to forget throughout their lives. Are they truly that enchanting? Just as Su Yuanqing's gaze swept over the master and disciple, a voice suddenly whispered in his ear, soft and sweet, as if caressing his very soul. Su Yuanqing promptly realized it was Elder Yuanqing's voice. Elder Yuanqing had arrived too. Before he could respond, Yuanqing's sweet voice chimed in again. That woman, named Jiang Yuanyin, has always been at odds with your master and me. Aren't you afraid your master will get jealous with you staring at her like that? Jealous? Wasn't it anger? Su Yuanqing quickly replied, no. Elder Yuanqing and my master are much more beautiful. It was a jest. In moments like this, one must certainly praise their own. And who do you think is more beautiful, me or your master? Yuanqing's voice rang out once more. Su Yuanqing's expression froze slightly. It seemed he had dug a pit for himself. Just then, two streams of sword energy suddenly clashed in the void, unleashing a wave of terrifying sword aura. In an instant, Yuan Tai Su appeared, hastily intervening to dissipate the spreading aftermath, ensuring it did not affect the Peak Affairs Hall or the surrounding structures. However, Yuan Tai Su was also at his wit's end. The animosity between Lu Suio and Jiang Yuanyin was palpable. If they truly began to fight here, the situation could spiral out of control. Elders, Yuan Tai Su began, refraining from addressing them as Elder Lu or Elder Jiang. For doing so would invoke the question of who he named first. The elder called first might not mind, but the latter could take offense. Thus, he opted for a neutral title. This is the Peak Affairs Hall, not an arena. Can we discuss matters amicably? Jiang Union shot a glance at Yuan Tai Su and coldly remarked, "Where were you when she bullied my disciple? Now you show up?" Yuan Tai Su felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. Lu Suio also chimed in, "Elder Yuan, Su Yuanqing came to your Peak Affairs Hall, only to be ambushed by Chun-Yi. Did we not see you take action? If I had not protected him in time, would he have perished here?" Yuan Tai Su felt sweat trickling down, his scalp tingling. He could hardly contend with either of these formidable women. "I just arrived," Yuan Tai Su offered as an explanation. Jiang Union replied, "In that case, you should return. This matter does not concern you. I wish to see how much Elder Lu's cultivation has advanced after 3 years." In an instant, the sword aura quivered, a ruthless sword energy pervading the void. "Then let us test it." Lu Suio's tone was equally indifferent as an ice-blue long sword materialized in the air. Instantly, an icy chill enveloped the surroundings, as if capable of freezing miles of land at any moment. Su Yuanqing was left astounded. What animosity lay between Master Suio and Jiang Union? They seemed ready to fight upon their first meeting. Moreover, this situation had arisen because of him, sending a shiver down his spine. Just then, a flash of lightning appeared. Elder Liming emerged into view. Liming immediately turned to Jiang Union. "Congratulations on your emergence, junior sister Jiang." Jiang Union coldly replied, "Just call me Elder Jiang." Lei Ming remained unruffled. On the contrary, his gaze toward Jiang Wunyan softened perceptibly. Su Yuanqing's mind suddenly entertained a curious suspicion. Could Lei Ming be Jiang Wunyan's sycophant? Instinctively, he sensed that Lei Ming's unexpected appearance might portend ill tidings. Indeed, Lei Ming addressed Jiang Wunyan and Lu Chonglao with a conciliatory tone. Elders Jiang and Lu, both venerable elders of Taishu Peak, ought to avoid needless disputes lest other disciples become mere spectators. Since this discord arises amongst disciples, it would be prudent to resolve it amongst themselves. He then pointed towards Su Yuanqing and declared, "This is Su Yuanqing, a newly accepted disciple under Elder Lu Shuiyao." Su Yuanqing inwardly cursed, realizing that the conflict was being directed onto him. Jiang Wunyan's cold eyes flickered with surprise, evidently unprepared for Lu Shuiyao to have taken on a male disciple. Yuan Tai Su quickly cast a grateful glance toward Lei Ming, silently acknowledging him as a benevolent figure. By confining the strife to the disciples, the elders could avoid a fierce confrontation between two peak Yuanqing elders. Crucially, should a clash erupt between Lu Shuiyao and Jiang Wunyan, the outcome would remain uncertain for a considerable time. Since her debut, Lu Shuiyao had engaged in numerous debates, emerging victorious in most, save for one stalemate, the very one against Jiang Wunyan. Likewise, Jiang Wunyan had never been defeated in battles of equal standing, their sole draw being against Lu Shuiyao. Yet in the next moment, Yuan Tai Su was taken aback as Lei Ming proposed. Since Su Yuanqing is Elder Lu's disciple and Jiang Qingli is Elder Jiang's disciple, why not let them compete, each representing their master's honor? Yuan Tai Su's lips twitched involuntarily at the absurdity of the suggestion. Jiang Qingli was a disciple at the pinnacle of the 12th level of qi refinement, on the cusp of foundation establishment, a virtually unassailable position among Taishu Peak's inner disciples. Once she crossed that threshold, she would be recognized as a true successor of Taishu Peak. Since Jiang Qingli had been brought under Jiang Wunyan's tutelage, she was both disciple and cherished as a daughter, receiving complete and unconditional instruction. While Chun-Yi was also Jiang Wunyan's disciple, she cannot compare to Jiang Qingli in any regard. Few masters within Qingxian Dao Sect value their disciples as deeply and unreservedly as Jiang Wunyan did Jiang Qingli. Many elders, even when accepting true successors, retained certain reservations. Jiang Wunyan, however, bore no such secrecy. Under these circumstances, for Su Yuanqing, who had only just become Lu Shuiyao's disciple, to compete against Jiang Qingli was tantamount to folly. Yuan Tai Su discerned Lei Ming's true intent. Ostensibly to mitigate the dispute fairly, his proposal was heavily skewed in Jiang Wunyan's favor. Although Su Yuanqing was new to Taishu Peak and its intricacies, even a casual observer would recognize the vast gulf between him and Jiang Qingli. suggesting a contest was effectively declaring Yuanqing Li the undisputed victor. Lu Shuiyao's brow furrowed, but before she could respond, a faint, elegant fragrance wafted through the air. A striking woman clad in red, possessing impressively long legs, appeared beside Su Yuanqing. Instantly, Su Yuanqing recognized her. It was none other than Yun Qi. Upon her arrival, unnoticed by most, she deliberately cast a flirtatious wink at Su Yuanqing before turning to Lei Ming with a derisive sneer. Lei Ming, have you been kicked by a donkey? Lei Ming's countenance darkened abruptly. Yun Qi interrupted him sharply. What do you mean you? If your mind isn't addled, how else could you propose pitting Su Yuanqing against Yuanqing Li? Consider their respective realms. Su Yuanqing's cultivation duration, Yuanqing Li's years of training. The length of time each has been under their master's guidance. Knowing all this, your suggestion is either the product of a donkey's kick to the head or sheer malevolence. Lei Ming's expression grew increasingly sour as he gritted his teeth. They shall duel within the trial tower, their realm suppressed to equality. A contest between equals is fair. Yun Qi scoffed. Do you believe your own words? Why not suppress your realm to Qi refinement level 3 and compete with Su Yuanqing yourself? How equitable that would be. Lei Ming's face darkened further, his gaze ominously fixed on Yun Qi. Yet she showed no fear. Thunder rumbled around Lei Ming, while Yun Qi's aura subtly intensified, the temperature rising as if she stood ready to strike. Yuan Taisu's complexion shifted uneasily. With the Taishu Peak's master absent from both the peak and the Qingxian Dao sect, no one could forcibly quell the elder's tension. He hoped to prevent a major conflict and hastened to intervene, proposing a compromise. Esteemed elders, perhaps the duel between Su Yuanqing and Yuanqing Li could be postponed until they reach the foundation establishment stage. By then, Su Yuanqing would have truly become Elder Lu's successor, making any contest fairer, whether by realm suppression or other means. What say you? In truth, Yuan Tai Su knew Su Yuanqing possessed only a 5-element mixed spirit root and would never reach foundation establishment. The dispute between these disciples might never come to fruition. However, Lei Ming exposed Yuan Tai Su's intent. Since Su Yuanqing's 5 elements mixed spirit root precludes foundation establishment, waiting for that stage means he will never have the opportunity. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wunyan's gaze shifted between Su Yuanqing and Lu Shuiyao. To think Lu Shuiyao would accept a male disciple with such a spirit root, it was a disgrace unworthy of contest. With a cold sneer, Jiang Wunyan turned to leave. Su Yuanqing observed Lu Shuiyao's subtle frown, clearly troubled that admitting a male disciple with a flawed spirit root weakened her position against Jiang Wunyan and left her unable to retort effectively. Despite Jiang Wunyan's formidable presence, an elder at the Yuanqing stage, her unadorned features carved with exquisite, chilling precision. Radiating an unapproachable beauty, Su Yuanqing refused to let himself become Lu Shuiyao's vulnerability. Gathering his resolve and sensing the power of his Yin-Yang Creation Furnace within, he stepped forward and declared, I am willing to contend with Yuanqing Li on equal footing. Su Yuanqing expressed his stance, while Yin Qi suggested that Lu Shuiyao's dominance rendered him no match for her, urging him not to overexert himself. The moment Su Yuanqing spoke, Lu Shuiyao's voice resonated in his ears. Master, if I do not step forward to battle Yuanqing Li and vindicate your name, wouldn't you be conceding defeat to Elder Jiang? Su Yuanqing spoke with a mix of sincerity and pretense. He wished to uphold Lu Shuiyao's reputation while also expressing his loyalty, hoping to gain her favor. Only in this manner could he secure a more favorable position within Qingxian Daozong during his time on Taishu Peak. As anticipated, upon hearing Su Yuanqing's words, Lu Shuiyao's gaze flickered with slight intrigue. Jiang Wunyan's attention turned toward him as well. Her tone was indifferent, encapsulated in a single dismissive word, revealing her contempt for Su Yuanqing, a disciple with a mixed elemental root, whom she deemed unworthy to face Yuanqing Li. In fact, she was reluctant to allow Yuanqing Li to engage with Su Yuanqing at all, as such a one-sided battle would offer no growth for Yuanqing Li. Indeed, it is I achieved first place among the inner disciples during the entrance assessment. Surely, I possess some qualifications to challenge Yuanqing Li at the same realm. Su Yuanqing declared. His boldness was not entirely unfounded, as he had the Yin-Yang Transformation Furnace to aid him. In the trial tower, he believed he might stand a chance against Yuanqing, a disciple with a mixed elemental root securing first place in the entrance assessment. How lacking are this year's candidates? Jiang Yunyan's gaze shifted to Lu Suiao. Are you certain you wish for your disciple with a mixed elemental root to face Qingli? Lu Suiao furrowed her brows. Had she trained Su Yuanqing for several years, she might have considered his chances against Jiang Qingli in the Qi refinement stage. Yet, Su Yuanqing had only recently become her disciple and had received no guidance from her. He had merely trained under senior sister Yun Qi for a fortnight, which hardly constituted formal instruction. Even his victory over Chen Yi was a product of surprise tactics and the yin-yang mill. Jiang Qingli, however, was not comparable to Chen Yi. Allowing Su Yuanqing to duel Jiang Qingli right now, even in the same realm, would be unfair. At that moment, Yun Qi stepped forward gracefully, her figure elegant, with a subtle smile gracing her lips. If I recall correctly, Jiang Qingli also achieved first place in the entrance assessment while at the third level of Qi refinement. Is that not so? Indeed. Although Jiang Yunyan's demeanor remained frosty, her expression softened slightly at the mention of Jiang Qingli. At that time, she entered the Longxian pool for a baptism, causing the phenomenon of 8 dragons, and persisted for an hour, correct? Correct. Jiang Yunyan nodded, acknowledging that the event had caused a stir on Teishu Peak, attracting the attention of the sect's leader. Both the 8-dragon baptism and the 1-hour duration were astonishing feats on their own. To achieve both simultaneously was a rarity within the 2,000-year history of Qingxian Daozong. Given that both Su Yuanqing and Jiang Qingli attained first place in the entrance assessment at the third level of Qi refinement and entered the Longxian pool, perhaps it would be more appropriate to compare their performances during the baptism. Yin Qi smiled lightly. Though the audience had already speculated on her conclusion, they were nonetheless taken aback when she articulated it. Comparing Su Yuanqing's performance in the Longxian pool to Jiang Qingli's past achievements was tantamount to pitting them against each other directly. The only distinction lay in whether Su Yuanqing would face defeat now or 3 days hence. But not entirely. Should Su Yuanqing and Jiang Qingli engage in a duel within the trial tower at the same realm, Su Yuanqing would inevitably suffer a crushing defeat at Jiang Qingli's hands. This could potentially impact his resolve. However, if it were based on his Longxian pool performance, even should he fall short of Jiang Qingli, it would merely signify an indirect loss rather than a direct defeat by her sword. Such a setback would be less brutal and more bearable. That is indeed a feasible approach. Lu Suiao inclined her head slightly. If a confrontation between Su Yuanqing and Jiang Qingli was unavoidable, then not allowing them to battle directly would be more suitable for Su Yuanqing. It would serve to protect him and prevent a collapse of his resolve. He is your disciple. Your words hold no weight. Jiang Yunyan interjected. Lu Suiao discreetly inquired of Su Yuanqing. Do you wish to compare yourself to Jiang Qingli in this manner? If you do not desire to, do not concern yourself with my standing relative to Jiang Yunyan. I will ensure matters are handled at the elder's level. Absolutely. I refuse to allow my actions to tarnish your reputation. Master, Su Yuanqing replied firmly. Lu Suiao gazed at Su Yuanqing's nearly flawless visage and suddenly smiled gently. She turned to Jiang Yunyan and stated, Senior sister Yun Qi's words reflect my sentiments. Very well. In 3 days, I shall see if your disciple can match the achievements of Qingli from years past, Jiang Yunyan remarked coolly. With that, she departed with Jiang Qingli and Chen Yi, leaving the Peak Affairs Hall. Throughout the exchange, Jiang Qingli, clad in a simple white sword robe, her black hair elegantly tied up, stood quietly beside Jiang Yunyan, seemingly detached from the world around her. Upon Jiang Yunyan's departure, Yuan Tegzu finally exhaled in relief, having averted an internal conflict among Yuanqing experts, and felt considerably lighter. Suddenly, a chilling sword light sliced through the air. Lei Ming, still gazing in the direction Jiang Yunyan had departed, wore a gentle expression, clearly harboring unrequited feelings. Yet, at that moment, the sword light surged forth, enveloping him in a frigid aura. His expression shifted dramatically. Thunder roared as a formidable, thunderous fist began to coalesce. It was too late. Before the thunderous imprint could fully materialize, the icy sword energy had already grazed his cheek, severing a few strands of his hair. The slight wound did not bleed, but the chilling aura permeated around it. Not even the flickering arcs of lightning could dispel the cold instantaneously. Lei Ming's countenance turned ashen. The sudden sword light unleashed by Lu Suiao, although bearing the semblance of a sneak attack, indicated that he had been caught off guard and wounded. This also revealed his inferiority to Lu Suiao. Otherwise, even in an unexpected situation, he should have been able to counterattack, evade, or at the very least avoid injury. Moreover, Lu Suiao's actions took place before Su Yuanqing and several other disciples and stewards of the Peak Affairs Hall, effectively declaring to all of Taishu Peak that he was indeed outmatched by Lu Suiao. This sword serves as a mild lesson for you. In the future, should you attempt to plot against me or my disciples again, do not blame me for being merciless and disregarding the bonds of camaraderie, Lu Suiao declared coldly. If you manage to win, dear sister shall reward you. Lei Ming clenched his fists tightly, the surrounding atmosphere crackling with thunder, clearly unable to contain his fury. Eager to take action, Yuanqing had just breathed a sigh of relief, and before he could fully relax, this incident transpired. Under Lu Suiao's single strike, she had actually wounded Elder Lei Ming, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Just as he had managed to mediate between Lu Suiao and Jiang Yunyan's conflict, he turned to find another clash erupting between Lu Suiao and Lei Ming. However, this time, Yuanqing did not hesitate. He directly transmitted a message to Lei Ming. Elder Lei Ming, Lu Suiao has now reached the peak of the Yuanqing stage. When the moment is right, she may even have the potential to transcend to the divine transformation realm. As a respected elder of Taishu Peak, renowned throughout the land, it is said that men should not quarrel with women. Why bother contesting with her over trivial matters? The first half of the message served to remind Lei Ming of Lu Suiao's current prowess, hinting that he was still somewhat lacking. Do not act impulsively. Such recklessness can lead to ruin. Should a real fight break out, you may indeed suffer great losses, and the embarrassment would be monumental. The latter half provided Lei Ming with a graceful exit. While he did not explicitly state that he should not contend with a mere woman, the implication was clear, protecting him from potential disgrace. This matter was thus put to rest, benefiting both parties, particularly Elder Lei Ming. Lu Suiao 3 days hence. After the dragon saliva pool baptism concludes, I shall see what face you have left. Lei Ming snorted coldly, transforming into a bolt of lightning, vanishing without a trace. However, before departing, he secretly invoked a technique known as the Wangchuan art, casting it upon the servants and disciples of the Peak Affairs Hall. This art merges magical power with consciousness, transforming into the waters of Wangchuan. A single drop can erase all memories from moments prior. Only those at the Yuanqing stage can execute it, and it can only be applied to cultivators of lower realms. Lei Ming wished to preserve his illustrious reputation from being tarnished, preventing himself from becoming the laughingstock among the disciples. He promptly erased the memories of the vast majority of those present. Of course, this did not include Lu Suiao, Yuanqing, Lei Ming, and Su Yuanqing. He knew that performing the Wangchuan art would not escape the notice of Lu Suiao and the others, while he could cast it on the others. Attempting it on Su Yuanqing would surely provoke Lu Suiao, leading to unnecessary complications. Should Lu Suiao advance to the divine transformation stage before him, old and new grudges would surely be settled. Lei Ming's gaze turned cold. Taishu Peak, Ice Lake Courtyard. Su Yuanqing was brought back by Lu Suiao and Yuanqing from the Peak Affairs Hall. Senior Sister Yuanqing, may I entrust Su Yuanqing to you for the next 3 days to aid in his cultivation? Lu Suiao inquired. Su Yuanqing felt perplexed. He had just become Lu Suiao's disciple, yet now he was to be handed over to Elder Yuanqing. What purpose lay behind this? Yuanqing asked. Are you planning to challenge Jiang Yunyan? Lu Suiao nodded, indeed. However, prior to challenging her, I need to make a trip to the frozen plains in the far north. I shall return within 3 days, and then confront Jiang Yunyan before the baptism at the dragon saliva pool. Should I triumph over her, the outcome of the baptism will be less significant. Yuanqing smiled. Perhaps we need not be in such a hurry. What if he manages to surpass Yuanqing in the baptism at the dragon saliva pool? Lu Suiao paused, taken aback by this possibility. She had not considered such an outcome. For Su Yuanqing to elicit the 8 dragon baptism in the dragon saliva pool and maintain it for over an hour, surpassing Yuanqing was no small feat, especially for one with a mixed elemental root. Even if Su Yuanqing Sect-S spiritual energy. Bolstered by his own training and senior sister Yuanqing's assistance, momentarily separated from him, defeating Yuanqing in the baptism remained nearly impossible. Yuanqing remarked, "Based on his performance at the Enlightenment Steel, I believe there is some hope." Lu Suiao fell silent. She suddenly reflected whether it was because she had never intended to accept Su Yuanqing as a disciple in the first place, only to have fate intervene. In truth, she had never fully recognized him in her heart. Though she wished to protect Su Yuanqing and treated him like a disciple, she had never truly considered the possibility of him surpassing Yuanqing. Consequently, she had been contemplating how to defeat Jiang Yunian herself, aiming to alleviate the pressure on Su Yuanqing. While her intentions were noble, it seemed she herself did not hold much faith in Su Yuanqing. Conversely, senior sister Yuanqing appeared to harbor some hope for him. This was troubling. Such a mindset was unbecoming of a mentor. It was unacceptable. After a moment of silence, Lu Suo suddenly stated, "There is no need to trouble senior sister further. I shall personally guide his cultivation over the next 3 days. As his mentor, it is only right that I wholeheartedly support Su Yuanqing and maintain a degree of hope for him." At that moment, Su Yuanqing interjected, "Master, I have come to understand the nature of the dragon saliva pool baptism, and I actually feel it may not be as daunting as it seems." Lu Suiao and Yuanqing turned to him in unison. "Are you delusional? What did I mishear?" Yuanqing raised an eyebrow. Lu Suiao replied, "The dragon saliva pool baptism is not something everyone can withstand. Its effects vary based on individual constitution, spiritual roots, willpower, and the compatibility with innate dragon chi and the essence of the earth. While triggering dragon chi baptism is certainly not difficult to surpass Yuanqing, one must either invoke the legendary 9-dragon baptism or the 8-dragon baptism and sustain it for over an hour. Do you grasp the magnitude of this challenge?" Su Yuanqing shook his head. "I do not." Lu Suiao explained, "If you can outperform Yuanqing in the dragon saliva pool, you would rank among the top 5 in the 2,500 years of history within the Qingxian Dao Sect-S dragon saliva pool baptism." The top 5? Su Yuanqing mused. In truth, he remained confident. This confidence did not stem from himself, but from the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace. He had a premonition that with the furnace in hand, he might not lose to Yuanqing during the baptism. Naturally, he could not disclose anything about the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace. "Regardless, I am quite confident," Su Yuanqing asserted. Yuanqing suddenly laughed. "You seem genuinely confident. It does not appear to be an act. Sister will refrain from inquiring about the source of your confidence. But I can promise you this. Should you indeed surpass Yuanqing during the dragon saliva pool baptism, I shall reward you handsomely." "A reward? Is it the kind of reward I am thinking of?" Su Yuanqing blinked innocently. "Su Yuanqing has just become my disciple. You are merely his senior, not his elder sister." Lu Suiao corrected. Yuanqing chuckled. "Sister Suiao, you are wonderful in every way, yet at times you could be a touch too serious." Lu Suiao suddenly fell silent. If senior sister Yuanqing were to discover that she had secretly read that ancient tome, would she still deem her too serious? No. Just the thought of it was somewhat embarrassing. She must not let senior sister Yuanqing perceive any hints. Lu Suiao hurriedly dismissed the intrusive thoughts from her mind. "Quick, you should also make a promise to him. If he defeats Yuanqing, offer him some reward to motivate him further," Yunqi playfully suggested, winking at Lu Suiao. Su Yuanqing immediately turned his eager gaze toward Lu Suiao. "A reward for a single encounter with me. The Qingxian Dao scripture." Lu Suiao retorted with a roll of her eyes directed at Yunqi. Yunqi, determined to continue, insisted on rewarding Su Yuanqing with an encounter. Having thoroughly perused the ancient text provided by Yunqi, she understood the inherent ambiguity of promising a reward to a male. Now, Yunqi was inciting her to offer Su Yuanqing some incentive, which would only lead to misunderstandings. Yet, in response to Lu Suiao's eye roll, Yunqi remained cheerful and full of anticipation. Lu Suiao refrained from immediately offering a reward and instead inquired, "What is it that you desire? What I wish for?" Su Yuanqing's mind momentarily flashed with a reckless thought, nearly escaping his lips. Fortunately, he restrained himself and instead expressed, "I simply wish for my master to be a bit happier. If she could bestow upon me a smile, I would be utterly content." "A smile? The desire for my happiness?" Lu Sui Ao regarded Su Yuanqing with eyes that betrayed a stirring within her. She could sense that his words were not mere pleasantries, but rather heartfelt. Coupled with his striking appearance, even the typically aloof Lu Sui Ao found herself inexplicably drawn to him. Hearing Su Yuanqing's words caused her heart to race unexpectedly. Young man, at such a tender age, you certainly know how to enchant women, even your own master. Yin Qi remarked, raising an eyebrow with a grin. Su Yuanqing felt no guilt, as his intentions were pure. He genuinely wished to see Lu Sui Ao smile. They had interacted numerous times, and now, as her disciple, he longed to witness her joyful expression. He was eager to discover how enchanting a smile would appear on someone as ethereal as she. Moreover, if Lu Sui Ao could agree to smile at him, he believed it would deepen their bond, for some connections are nurtured through such subtle, everyday moments. To gain favor, he added the phrase about wanting his master to be happy purely as embellishment. This sincerity was what Lu Sui Ao sensed, recognizing the authenticity behind his words. Very well, Lu Sui Ao replied, her heartbeat quickening before she regained her composure. If you can indeed surpass Yuanqing's performance during the dragon's saliva pool baptism, I shall smile at you. The last part of her statement felt like a burning ember on her tongue, and she could not bring herself to articulate it fully. I shall grant you this, she amended. Following her words, Lu Sui Ao suddenly noticed Yin Qi burst into laughter, a particularly suggestive giggle. Only then did she realize that her declaration, if taken out of context, carried a significant ambiguity, perhaps even more so than Yin Qi's earlier suggestion. Yin Qi seemed to revel in her perceived victory, teasingly continuing. Satisfy him? What are you going to satisfy him with, Sui Ao? Lu Sui Ao's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson as she retorted. And what reward would you offer him? Dressed in a revealing manner, Yin Qi displayed her fair skin, speaking boldly. Me? What shall I reward him with? A kiss? A hug? Or perhaps, given my extensive knowledge of the Heroines sect, I could guide him in the ways of Yin and Yang? Her words, laced with playful seduction, sent ripples through the air as if a gentle breeze had disturbed the stillness of a lake. Su Yuanqing was momentarily taken aback. Despite being well aware of Yin Qi's playful demeanor and her tendency to tease him, and even Lu Sui Ao, yet her remarks caused his ears to flush with warmth. Just as he was about to respond, he noticed Lu Sui Ao's previously composed visage transform, a faint blush arising at the mention of kisses and hugs. The blush was not merely cosmetic, but radiated across her delicate features like the dawn's light on snow-capped peaks, adding an enchanting allure to her usual icy demeanor. Yin Qi, what nonsense are you spouting? Lu Sui Ao finally exclaimed, irritation mingling with embarrassment. Yin Qi, stifling laughter, teased, oh, it's merely my fanciful musings. But look at the sincerity in your disciple's eyes. He may genuinely desire it. She turned her gaze towards Su Yuanqing, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Young man, what was it you wished for just now? A smile, was it? Would you like me to smile for you? Before Su Yuanqing could respond, Lu Sui Ao swiftly interjected. You ought to prepare your own courtyard first. Understood, Su Yuanqing replied, rising to take his leave. Given Yin Qi's higher status, he felt it was best to refrain from engaging her further, especially in Lu Sui Ao's presence. Departing was, in fact, more advantageous for him. Are you feeling jealous? Yin Qi continued to tease Lu Sui Ao. The latter would never admit that, in that moment, she felt an uncharacteristic urge to prevent Yin Qi from teasing Su Yuanqing further. 3 days passed swiftly. During this time, Su Yuanqing diligently cultivated within the Ice Lake courtyard. Lu Sui Ao personally appeared to guide his training and imparted the Qingxian Dao scripture, a privilege reserved for true disciples, which surpassed the Qingxian formula accessible to outer disciples and the Qingxian true scripture practiced by inner disciples. This scripture represented one of the most authentic and advanced cultivation techniques applicable to all spiritual roots in the Qingxian Dao sect. As Lu Sui Ao explained, even the elders had practiced the Qingxian Dao scripture during their qi refinement phase, selecting more suitable techniques only after establishing their foundations. Upon transitioning to the Qingxian Dao scripture, Su Yuanqing indeed discovered marked improvements in both the absorption and refinement of spiritual energy, yielding greater efficiency in his cultivation. Furthermore, with the assistance of the Yin-Yang transformative furnace, and situated in the spirit-gathering array of the Ice Lake courtyard, along with the spiritual stones Lu Suiao previously provided. He made significant progress in a mere 3 days, advancing from the initial to the late stage of the Qi refinement 3rd level. Finally, the time for the dragon saliva pool baptism on Teishu Peak arrived. The atmosphere was charged with spiritual energy, and throngs of people gathered in the Teishu Square, including inner, outer, and even miscellaneous disciples, with many true disciples present as well. In the Elder Hall, a greater number of elders congregated than during the peak assessment, clearly drawn by the impending clash between Lu Suiao and Yuanqing. It had been a long time since such a lively scene had unfolded. An elder chuckled as he spoke, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the esteemed figures of Lu Suiao and Yuanqing, a playful smile gracing his face. Many disciples were unaware of the origins of the conflict between Lu Suiao and Yuanqing, yet the elders were well informed. It was not that the two harbored deep-seated animosity. Rather, it was a matter of incompatible energies. Lu Suiao, ethereal and aloof, kept others at a distance. A demeanor shaped by her naturally indifferent disposition and her ice spirit root. Although she did not favor close interactions with men, she was neither aggressive nor overly sharp, exuding a coolness that was far from chilling. In contrast, Yuanqing embodied true coldness. Her practice of the Taisheng, Yuanqing Ju, emphasized the severance of emotions and desires. A philosophy compounded by her familial issues, resulting in an intrinsic aversion, even disdain, towards men. This led to both women becoming renowned for their frigid beauty within the realm of Teishu Peak and the entire Kingsuan Dao school. However, while Lu Suiao's demeanor was refreshing, Yuanqing's was icily forbidding. Both being sword cultivators, their sharpness was apparent. It was also the reason Lu Suiao preferred to resolve ideological disagreements directly with her sword rather than engage in lengthy debates. Yuanqing, being a rare and exceptional sword cultivator with a mutated sword spirit root, further amplified their rivalry. Despite the absence of any real conflict, their encounters invariably sparked a sense of opposition, a desire to outdo one another. Over time, their relationship evolved into one of irreconcilable differences, each nurturing a competitive spirit, yearning to surpass the other. Their previous public confrontation had ended in a stalemate. This time, though Lu Suiao and Yuanqing did not duel directly, their disciples were set to clash, a confrontation spanning generations. Naturally, the elders were intrigued, not only by the outcome, but also by Yuanqing's choice of a disciple with a congenital mutated sword spirit root, while Lu Suiao had taken on a male disciple with a mixed 5-element spirit root. What extraordinary qualities did this male disciple possess? The atmosphere in Teishu Square was abuzz with discussion, voices rising like tide. In the area designated for outer and inner disciples, a group of young men and women stood, their breaths deep and their auras remarkable. Their mere presence caused the surrounding spiritual energy to swirl around them, showcasing their exceptional cultivation. A discerning eye would quickly recognize the distinction between them and the outer and inner disciples, for they were all cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, the true inheritors of Teishu Peak. Initially, I had aspired to enter Lu Elder's tutelage, but was met with disappointment, informed that she had no intention of accepting male disciples. Yet now, she had taken on a male disciple, Su Yuanqing, who, despite possessing a mixed 5-element spirit root, had evidently captured Lu Elder's favor. What remarkable attributes did he possess? A young man, barely in his 20s and clad in black, sighed softly. The missed opportunity to join Lu Suiao's ranks was a significant regret in his life. He had reconciled with this fate, recognizing that it was not due to his inadequacies, but rather the constraints of gender. Yet, hearing that Lu Suiao had accepted a male disciple felt like an affront, suggesting that it was not merely his gender that limited him, but his own shortcomings. As a dual spirit root cultivator, he believed he should have been superior to a disciple with a mixed 5-element spirit root, leaving him feeling somewhat unsettled. Senior brother Chen Ming, while I cannot speak to everything, I am certain that Su Yuanqing possesses exceptional qualities. In fact, he may well surpass the majority of male disciples at Teishu Peak. No, I would argue he surpasses all of them. At that moment, among the group of true inheritors, a notably graceful young woman suddenly burst into laughter. Chen Ming turned to look at the elegant figure of Sun Qing, furrowing his brow. Sun Shimei, what brings about such confidence? Not only Chen Ming, but also the other true inheritors, regardless of gender, turned their attention to the delightful Sun Qing. Indeed, Sun Shija, what makes you so certain that he surpasses all our male disciples? Other true inheritors chimed in, curious. Sun Qing smiled. I do not know him personally, but I have seen him before. I am genuinely curious as to what makes him superior to me. Chunming chuckled again. Sun Qing, not one to keep them in suspense, replied gleefully, his appearance. His appearance? Chunming was taken aback. The other true inheritors shared his surprise. Sun Qing continued. I have seen Su Yuanqing, and I can assure you he is the most handsome man I have ever laid eyes on. I emphasize the most. There is no other. Chunming retorted. So, his only shortcoming compared to Su Yuanqing is his looks? He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, believing himself to possess a fair appearance. If not strikingly handsome, clad in black, with a tall posture and steady gaze, he exuded the sharpness and intensity befitting a grand cultivator. Many of his female peers admired him. Even some senior sisters had expressed their approval. Yet, now Sun Qing claimed he could not measure up to Su Yuanqing, which was hard for Chunming to accept. Sun Shija, words alone are not enough. You say Su Yuanqing is more attractive than us, but is that enough proof? I do not believe it. At that moment, a male true inheritor expressed his discontent. His words elicited agreement from several handsome and confident peers, their eyes reflecting a hint of resentment. This sentiment could hardly be classified as jealousy. Rather, it was an unwillingness to accept that they, with their talents, cultivation, and looks, had all gained their status through hard work, only to see a seemingly ordinary male disciple who had only been initiated for a year, chosen by Lu Sui-Ao as her sole disciple. This struck a blow to their pride and led them to openly contest the situation. Of course, those voicing their dissent were mostly those with commendable looks, while a few with more ordinary appearances chose to remain silent, aware of their standing. Sun Qing initially intended to explain further, but her peripheral vision caught sight of a tall, striking youth akin to a celestial being descending to earth. Slowly entering the crowd's view. Su Yuanqing? Sun Qing ceased her explanations, pointing with a hint of pride. There he is, that is Su Yuanqing. But I advise you not to look at him, for I fear it may induce feelings of inferiority. Feel inferior? Chunming's face contorted with disbelief as he followed Sun Qing's finger to behold the approaching Su Yuanqing, though clad in the standard attire of an inner disciple. With only a simple black jade belt at his waist, he emanated an extraordinary demeanor, truly resembling a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Chunming's next words were caught in his throat. The disparity. Even as he stubbornly held onto his pride, he recognized the vast gulf between himself and Su Yuanqing. Standing from male perspective, he had to concede that the latter's image was nearly flawless. Thus, Chunming fell silent, acknowledging the truth in his heart. He truly was exceptionally handsome. Suddenly, it struck him that this Su Shidi, even with a mixed five-element spirit root, would not be an unworthy companion. Upon encountering Su Yuanqing, several female disciples could not help but entertain certain thoughts in their minds, while their rationality prevented them from acting on these impulses. It was nonetheless a genuine sentiment at that moment. All right, I concede, remarked one male disciple. Isn't it merely a matter of being somewhat more attractive? Even if one were to study under Elder Lu Sui-Ao for a lifetime, they would never achieve the foundational level we have attained. Some remained unconvinced. While they acknowledged Su Yuanqing's superior appearance, they believed he fell short in other aspects. Upon arriving at Taisha Square, Su Yuanqing found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the myriad of gazes directed at him. After all, in both his past and present lives, this was the first occasion he had garnered such widespread attention. Although in this realm, cultivation and strength are paramount, physical appeal undeniably adds to one's allure. Su Yuanqing noticed many women regarding him with unabashed admiration, which filled him with a sense of pride. Yet, he remained perplexed as to why he had been transported to this world by the Yin-Yang Zhao Hualu, experiencing a rejuvenation that transformed him from university student into a youthful appearance. He was equally mystified by the significant enhancement in his looks, as if all previous imperfections had been rectified, rendering him flawless and imbued with a particularly captivating aura. This transformation had been the primary reason for Zhao Qing's jealousy during their time at the Spirit Beast Peak, where he had been subjected to daily harassment. Despite his confusion, he was quite pleased with the outcome. After all, back on Earth, he had been somewhat handsome, but nothing compared to his present appearance. No one would decline the opportunity to become a more attractive version of themselves. Meanwhile, the elder responsible for initiating the Longxian pool baptism was still Yuanqing. Upon Su Yuanqing's arrival, he gestured for him to step forward. As Su Yuanqing approached, another young man stood beside elder Yuanqing. Noticing Su Yuanqing's arrival, he extended a friendly gesture and said, "Junior brother Su, greetings. I am Fu Yu, a disciple who joined Taishu Peak last year under Elder Wan Hai." Fu Yu's status as last year's top candidate in the entrance examination was immediately apparent. Elder Wan Hai, Su Yuanqing was unfamiliar with him, but as an elder, he was undoubtedly a formidable Yuanqing-level cultivator, akin to his own master. Adhering to the adage of not striking a smiling face, Su Yuanqing reciprocated Fu Yu's goodwill, clasping his fists in greeting and stating, "I have heard of you, senior brother Fu, and I hope for your guidance in the future." Fu Yu chuckled, "No problem. If you ever need anything, just let me know. However, as Elder Lu's old disciple, you might find yourself in a position to assist me instead." Su Yuanqing replied, "Should there be any way I can assist you, do not hesitate to ask." Fu Yu then remarked, "I actually have a small favor to ask of you. I wonder if you would be willing to help?" Su Yuanqing responded, "I was merely being polite. Did you take that seriously? It's rather forward of you to ask so soon after our introduction." Before Su Yuanqing could elaborate, Chen Yi approached, exuding a chilling sword intent that was clearly directed towards him. Fu Yu's expression shifted slightly, aware of Chen Yi's presence. He refrained from continuing his conversation with Su Yuanqing and said, "I will find you after the Longxian pool baptism." Su Yuanqing nodded, sensing that Fu Yu lacked a sense of propriety, but he deemed it unnecessary to refuse outright at that moment. He would wait to see what Fu Yu would require of him later. As for Chen Yi's arrival, Su Yuanqing was not surprised. He was already aware that she had topped the entrance examination for Taishu Peak the year before. After her arrival, Chen Yi cast a cold glance at Su Yuanqing, who returned her gaze with indifference. After a brief pause, Yuanqing announced, "The time has come. Are you prepared?" The three nodded in affirmation. "Open the Longxian pool." Yuanqing waved his sleeve, his voice resonating like a mighty bell throughout Taishu Square. In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth trembled violently, and as the energy coalesced, a faint portal appeared in the void, revealing a shimmering vision of a spiritual pool that appeared to be surging with golden liquid. Surrounded by 9 dragons, it emanated an unparalleled sanctity. Was this the Longxian pool? For many disciples, this was a sight they had never witnessed, particularly the new entrants who had not even heard of its existence. Even from a distance, they could feel the pure energy emanating from within, igniting a sense of envy as they looked at Su Yuanqing, Chen Yi, and Fu Yu. "Before you enter, I must impart a few words of caution. The Longxian pool contains the ability to cleanse impurities, refine the physique, and elevate one's spiritual roots. Once you enter the pool, you must concentrate fully, suppressing all distractions and stabilizing your mind, allowing the spiritual liquid to permeate your body and resonate with your spiritual roots. However, the baptism is not determined solely by one's cultivation level. It is intricately connected to one's physique, spiritual roots, and willpower. During the baptism, you will encounter a unique pressure known as dragon pressure, which is both a cleansing of spiritual energy and a suppression of dragon intent. Conversely, if you can withstand this dragon pressure, you'll have the opportunity to summon dragon chi. The more dragon chi you invoke, the greater the amount of Longxian liquid you can absorb, enhancing the effectiveness of your baptism. However, be mindful that the more dragon chi you summon, the stronger the dragon pressure you will experience. Remember, moderation is key. If you cannot provoke the 8 dragons for the baptism, do not attempt it. Otherwise, the pressure may cause your body to explode. Within the sect, I will ensure your safety, but if it comes to the point where I must intervene to save you, it will mean disqualification, and you will no longer be eligible to enter the Longxian pool. In that case, your chance for the baptism will be wasted. Do you understand? After delivering this warning, Yuanqing cast a meaningful glance at Su Yuanqing, who understood that the elder was advising him not to overexert himself, lest he face adverse consequences. "Enter now." With that, Yuanqing waved his sleeve, enveloping Su Yuanqing, Chen Yi, and Fu Yu in a powerful force that propelled them into the Longxian pool. Once inside the Longxian pool, Chen Yi immediately distanced herself from Su Yuanqing and Fu Yu, moving to the far side. Fu Yu was not surprised and conveyed to Su Yuanqing telepathically, "She is under Elder Jiang. she may not be fond of us men. Su Yuanqing acknowledged this. Though he was curious whether Chun Yi's disinterest in men stemmed from her inherent nature or was influenced by Jiang Union. It doesn't matter. I have no particular fondness for her either, Su Yuanqing replied to Fuyu. Fuyu was taken aback for a moment, not expecting Su Yuanqing to so bluntly express his disinterest in Chun Yi. I feel the same, Fuyu telepathically responded with a smile. They then separated and found their respective spots within the Longxian pool. Chun Yi frowned, clearly reluctant to share the spiritual pool with two men, especially among them. There's that shameless fellow, Su Yuanqing. However, she has no choice. For the sake of Longxian pool, she can only grit her teeth and endure. Su Yuanqing, on the other hand, has completely disregarded Chun Yi. As soon as he entered the Longxian pool, he sensed an extraordinarily pure energy enveloping him. The Yin-Yang Transformation Furnace, which lay dormant in his danshan, trembled slightly and stirred into activity. Brother Furnace, refrain from causing too much commotion today. Many Yuanqing stage elders are watching. If you create too much noise, it will likely be discovered, Su Yuanqing hurriedly communicated with the Yin-Yang Transformation Furnace. Although the furnace did not respond, it indeed fell silent once more, providing Su Yuanqing with a modicum of relief. Meanwhile, while he was communicating with the furnace, Chun Yi and Fuyu had already begun absorbing the energy from the Longxian pool. The dragon's might surged, and the two of them easily withstood it. After all, Chun Yi and Fuyu were the top performers in the last two entrance examinations, and in terms of talent among the disciples of Taishu Peak, they were undoubtedly among the finest. Soon, a roar erupted. Chun Yi, the senior sister, had surprisingly triggered the dragon energy so quickly. The numerous disciples gathered at Taishu Square watched the scene in the Longxian pool through the reflected images. A few disciples immediately grew excited. The majority, however, exhibited astonishment, not expecting Chun Yi to evoke the dragon energy so swiftly. Truly, she deserves the title of pseudo-Tianlingen. Even with the pseudo label, it barely falls within the realm of Tianlingen, and certainly, it cannot be compared to cultivators with dual or multiple spirit roots. At this moment, among the true disciples, Chun Ming couldn't help but express his sentiments. Perhaps by this time next year, Chun Yi will break through to the foundation establishment stage and become a true disciple. If we do not strive, we might even be surpassed by her. Even Sun Qing expressed similar feelings, for both she and Chun Ming were inherently dual spirit roots, falling short compared to the pseudo-Tianlingen. Roar. While they were discussing, once again, the sound of dragon roars emanated from the Longxian pool. Some came from Chun Yi's direction, while others originated from Fuyu's. Junior sister Chun Yi has initiated the 6th dragon baptism. It seems she is challenging the 7th dragon baptism. No, it appears she has failed and stabilized at the 6th dragon baptism. What a pity. If she had truly been a Tianlingen, she might have had the chance to trigger the 7th dragon baptism. What is there to lament? The 6th dragon baptism is already impressive. If it were us, we would probably only achieve a performance similar to Fuyu's. Indeed, it seems that junior brother Fuyu has exerted all his effort to barely initiate the 6th dragon baptism, which has proven to be much more strenuous than for junior sister Chun Yi. However, under these circumstances, the duration of junior brother Fuyu's performance will likely be considerably shorter than that of junior sister Chun Yi. Numerous true disciples began to discuss among themselves. Wait, it seems we have overlooked someone, Chun Ming suddenly remarked. All right, Su Yuanqing, what about him? Why hasn't he triggered any dragon energy? It seems he hasn't even caused a single trace of dragon energy to appear. Sun Qing suddenly realized as well. Their gazes shifted from Chun Yi and Fuyu to Su Yuanqing. At this moment, Su Yuanqing was submerged in the Longxian pool, clearly absorbing the Longxian spiritual liquid. Yet there was no notable reaction. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Ultimately, they stared at Su Yuanqing for a full 10 breaths, but still, there was no significant response from his side. Not to mention triggering the dragon energy baptism. Not even a shadow of a dragon energy was seen. Is this it? Chun Ming's expression suddenly could not contain itself, breaking into laughter. He had initially felt a sense of gloom in his heart, thinking Su Yuanqing resembled a celestial being, making him feel inadequate. But now, seeing Su Yuanqing unable to evoke even a single trace of dragon energy for so long, he felt inexplicably relieved. Completely relieved. A 5-element mixed spirit root is simply a 5-element mixed spirit root. What good is merely being good-looking? Could it be that junior brother Su is truly pleasing to the eye, but lacks substance? Sun Qing's lips twitched slightly. Su Yuanqing was exceptionally handsome, indeed aligning perfectly with her aesthetic preferences. In her eyes, Su Yuanqing was flawless in terms of appearance. No one in Taishu Peak could compare to him. Thus, she harbored a natural fondness for Su Yuanqing. She was already aware of his 5-element mixed spirit root status and had anticipated that his performance in the Longxian pool would likely be quite ordinary. However, this was excessively ordinary. It was overly mediocre. After all, one must at least possess the qualifications to evoke 1 or 2 traces of dragon energy. At the very least, it should be somewhat respectable. Although Sun Qing did not know that Su Yuanqing's performance was related to the conflict between Lu Sui Ao and Jiang Yunian, given the current situation, she purely speculated whether, after the Longxian pool baptism, Elder Lu Sui Ao would directly expel Su Yuanqing from the sect. After all, if he were unable to trigger even a single trace of dragon energy, it would indeed be too embarrassing. In the Elder Hall of Taishu Peak, the expressions of the elders were rather peculiar. They were aware that Su Yuanqing's performance was related to Lu Sui Ao and Jiang Yunian. Although nearly no one believed that the 5-element mixed spirit root Su Yuanqing could surpass the achievements of Yuanqing in the Longxian pool, they still thought that since Su Yuanqing could be accepted as a disciple by Lu Sui Ao and had secured the first place in this year's entrance examination, he should possess some extraordinary qualities. At the very least, he should not lose face too significantly. However, if this situation continues and Su Yuanqing cannot trigger even 1 trace of dragon energy, it would not simply be a matter of losing face. Even these elders began to doubt whether Lu Sui Ao would clean up her ranks afterward. Indeed, a waste is merely a waste. Lei Ming secretly sneered. Due to Su Yuanqing's use of the disrobing technique during the trial tower, which undressed Chun Yi, Elder Sun Yufeng also harbored a strong dislike for Su Yuanqing. Now, seeing that Su Yuanqing had not triggered even a single trace of dragon energy for so long, she silently shook her head. However, the parties involved, Lu Sui Ao and Jiang Yunian, appeared unfazed, showing no signs of change. Lu Sui Ao maintained her cold demeanor, while Jiang Yunian continued to exhibit her icy indifference. Neither of them furrowed their brows in worry or provocation due to Su Yuanqing's current performance. Meanwhile, in the Longxian pool, Su Yuanqing was on the verge of madness. Brother Furnace, you are truly unreasonable. Even if you're absorbing the energy, you should at least leave some for me. The Longxian spiritual liquid I absorbed into my body, you drained it completely, leaving not a single drop. I cannot trigger the dragon energy baptism. This is a dilemma. Su Yuanqing incessantly attempted to convey his thoughts to the Yin-Yang Transformation Furnace. Yet this time, the furnace remained obstinate. Su Yuanqing urged it not to act restlessly to avoid attracting too much attention from the Yuanqing stage elders of Taishu Peak. It complied, indeed remaining calm. However, the Longxian spiritual liquid he absorbed was of no concern to the furnace, which consumed it all without regard for Su Yuanqing's willingness. Looking at Chun Yi and Fu Yu, both of whom had triggered the 6th dragon baptism, he felt an unbearable sense of restlessness. If it were just him, that would be one thing. At worst, he would simply consider this opportunity of the Longxian pool baptism as a missed chance, entirely offering it to the Yin-Yang Transformation Furnace, which would be inconsequential. However, this time the baptism in the Longxian pool also involved a dispute between Master Lu Sui Ao and Elder Jiang Yunian. If he failed to initiate the 8th dragon baptism and endure it for more than an hour, or only managed to trigger the 9th dragon baptism, then his master would be defeated. His previous solemn assurances would be rendered utterly meaningless. How would Lu Sui Ao regard him thereafter, even if she chose not to hold it against him? His plan to grow closer to her would inevitably be dashed. Calm, composed, Su Yuanqing silently admonished himself. You are so eager to absorb, are you? Then I shall first satiate you. That should suffice. Reluctantly, Su Yuanqing forced himself to calm down and devoted his entire being to the process of absorbing the Longxian essence. He sought to absorb as much as possible, hoping to feed the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace fully and reserve some time for himself. According to the rules of the Longxian pool, if one triggers the Dragon Chi baptism, one must remain until unable to endure any longer. If the Dragon Chi baptism does not ignite, the maximum time allowed is 1 hour within the pool. He still had a chance. As breaths passed, 1, 2, 3, The half-hour mark quickly elapsed. A thunderous sound erupted as Fu Yu could no longer endure. The six-fold dragon chi shattered, marking the end of his Longxian pool baptism. Yet his face bore an unmistakable expression of exhilaration, clearly having reaped great benefits. He glanced at Su Yuanqing, bewildered, having barely triggered the six-dragon baptism himself. He had been utterly focused on his own trial, unwilling to be distracted and unaware of Su Yuanqing's situation. Now, however, he suddenly realized Su Yuanqing remained serenely still. Had his dragon chi baptism concluded, or had it failed to ignite altogether? Soon, Fu Yu received confirmation. After his dragon chi shattered, the pool automatically expelled him. Yet Su Yuanqing remained immersed within. This suggested Su Yuanqing had not initiated the dragon chi baptism at all. Fu Yu's baptism had ended with 6 dragons, while Su Yuanqing had yet to trigger even one. It seemed certain he would fail to ignite the dragon chi baptism, risking becoming a disgrace as the top candidate in the annual peak entry examinations. Many disciples in Taishu Square shook their heads and whispered among themselves. From what they knew, previous top candidates in the peak entry trials had at least triggered a 4-dragon baptism within the Longxian pool, a rarity in itself. Most could sustain 5 or 6 dragons, and some even 7 or 8. For example, 5 years prior, Yuanqing had ignited the 8-dragon baptism and endured it for an hour, causing a sensation across Taishu Peak and attracting the Sect master's attention. Now, the lowest record seemed poised to be broken by Su Yuanqing, who might fail to trigger even a single dragon chi baptism. Some murmured incredulously, doubting how he had secured first place in the peak entry examination, suspecting some hidden scandal. They considered his position a waste, believing they could have performed better, at least igniting 1 or 2 dragon chi baptisms. Because Fu Yu had completed his 6th dragon baptism, while Su Yuanqing remained inactive, many disciples' gazes turned disdainful. Even some menial disciples began to look down upon him, convinced they would have performed better. Meanwhile, in the elders' hall, the atmosphere was equally peculiar. Many elders glanced at Lu Suiao and Jiang Yunian. Lu Suiao remained cold and impassive, showing no change in expression. Jiang Yunian sat silently with an icy demeanor, showing no sign of prematurely celebrating. What is wrong with this youngster? I was about to reward him, to indulge him once, yet he seems utterly dispirited. Such a young age, yet he appears so powerless. Yin Qi whispered to Lu Suiao. Patience, Lu Suiao replied. Since the hour isn't over, there is still hope. He is so handsome. If he can't even ignite the dragon chi baptism, it would be a shame to his appearance. Yin Qi chuckled. This time, Lu Suiao offered no retort. Thus, another incense stick's worth of time passed silently. Chun Yi's 6 dragons finally shattered, and she opened her eyes, her face bright with undisguised joy, clearly having gained much. Yet, like Fu Yu, upon seeing Su Yuanqing calmly seated within the pool, she was stunned and momentarily dazed. Even after being expelled, Su Yuanqing remained in the Longxian pool. She understood then. Su Yuanqing had not ignited even a single dragon chi baptism. Her smile deepened, mingling the thrill of her own success with the satisfaction of Su Yuanqing's failure. Useless, not even a single dragon chi baptism. Yet he dares compare himself to senior sister Qingli? This time, not only you, but also Lu Suiao. I want to see where you two will save face. Chun Yi sneered inwardly. With Chun Yi's baptism concluded, the time Su Yuanqing could remain in the pool dwindled to less than an incense stick's duration. The gazes directed at him shifted again, many openly filled with contempt. Were it not for deference to elder Lu Suiao, some might have openly mocked him. They restrained themselves only to avoid incurring her displeasure, yet their eyes betrayed their scorn. Useless. At that moment, more than 90% of both elders and disciples had already labeled Su Yuanqing a failure. Had they been in his place, with Fu Yu and Chun Yi finished and gone, they would have long since lost face and departed the pool. But Su Yuanqing, possessing a thick skin, remained within the Longxian pool for the full hour, even if failing to ignite the dragon chi baptism. Soaking in the essence still allowed for some absorption. Many whispered in small groups, mocking his looks and branding him a worthless individual. Within the Longxian pool, Su Yuanqing had transformed from anxious to utterly composed. Even seeing Chun Yi complete her baptism and exit did not perturb him. For if the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace ignored his commands and consumed all essence indiscriminately, no urgency would help. If the furnace possessed awareness, it should grant him time and aid in igniting an 8-dragon or higher baptism. With this hope, Su Yuanqing calmed completely, exerting maximum effort yet maintaining serenity, continuing to absorb the Longxian essence to feed the creation furnace. Another quarter hour passed, yet Su Yuanqing remained motionless. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 180 breaths. Time flowed unceasingly. Was anyone keeping track? Has the time not yet arrived? Someone at Teishu Square remarked impatiently. Do you not calculate? Once the time is up, he will certainly be summoned. Another responded. There's still approximately 20 breaths of time left, said yet another. At this moment, within the Elder Hall, Yuanqing let out a soft sigh, feeling that Su Yuanqing was unlikely to evoke the Dragon Qi baptism. After such a prolonged period without a response, the final 20 breaths had dwindled to mere seconds. How could he possibly trigger the Dragon Qi baptism now? Lu Suiao maintained her usual cold demeanor, yet inwardly she sighed, having already prepared herself to engage in battle with Jiang Yunian on behalf of the elders. 5 elements mixed spiritual roots are indeed just that. Even achieving first place in the peak assessment changes nothing about the fact of being worthless. Lei Ming also scoffed coldly within. 10 breaths, 9 breaths, 8 breaths, 5 breaths, 4 breaths, 3 breaths. The time is drawing near. Even Elder Yuan Taixu, who had been attentively monitoring the time, shook his head. He had already resolved to guide Su Yuanqing away from the Longxian pool. With only 2 breaths remaining, nothing could be altered. Just as Elder Yuan Taixu was about to act, at the moment when only 1 breath remained in the hour, a tremendous roar erupted from the Longxian pool. Accompanied by a thunderous sound, the cry of the dragon reverberated throughout the cosmos. Dragon's roar. Upon hearing the dragon's cry, the many disciples who had been waiting to see a farce all changed their expressions. Even Elder Yuan Taixu, who was about to summon Su Yuanqing, momentarily froze. The final breath. You, my boy, managed to trigger the Dragon Qi baptism at the very last moment. Meanwhile, at Teishu Peak, the expressions of the many elders also stiffened. They had all prepared themselves for a spectacle, eager to witness Su Yuanqing returning empty-handed, without even a single Dragon Qi baptism to show for it, and to see how Lu Suiao would react. But now, in the final breath, the sound of the dragon's roar resonated. Roar, roar, roar. The continuous dragon roars echoed forth. 6 dragon roars. Regardless of whether they were elders in the hall or disciples at Teishu Square, everyone was transfixed, gazing at the image of the Longxian pool in the void. Accompanied by the 6 dragon roars, 6 strands of Dragon Qi appeared around Su Yuanqing. Although he had only managed to evoke them at the last moment, he had achieved the 6th dragon baptism, which, while not as impressive as Yuanqing Li's, still reached an average standard. Elder Lu Suiao's reputation was somewhat salvaged in this instance. Yuan Taixu mused to himself. However, just as he thought Su Yuanqing would stop at the 6th dragon baptism, another dragon roar resounded, revealing a 7th strand of Dragon Qi within the Longxian pool. Gasp! The many disciples at Teishu Square could not help but draw in a breath. The fellow they had just mocked, Su Yuanqing, had actually summoned the 7th strand of Dragon Qi? How could this be? It was utterly unreasonable. Among the true disciples, Chun Ming's face again grew stiff, feeling as though he had been slapped in the face. Sun Qing, however, was filled with excitement. Indeed, good looks can be functional. I said that someone as handsome as Su Yuanqing could not merely be a pretty face with no substance. Within the Elder Hall, the elders fell silent. Elder Lei Ming's expression turned sour, while Jiang Yunian remained as icy as ever. Lu Suiao maintained her cold demeanor, though her posture relaxed slightly. Only Yuanqing wore an unabashed smile. 7 dragon baptisms. Young man, you have not been a disappointment. However, keep striving to surpass Yuanqing Li, Yuanqing thought, her eyes betraying a hint of joy. Suddenly, her smile faltered. An 8th dragon baptism? She heard another dragon roar and opened her eyes wide, witnessing the emergence of the 8th strand of Dragon Qi. 8 dragons? This time it was not just Su Yuanqing. The entire Elder Hall and Teishu Square were thrown into an uproar. It should be noted that among the elders, half had joined Teishu Peak during their Qi refining stage and had once achieved first place in the peak assessment. Elders like Wan Hai, who was Fu Yu's master, and Sun Yufeng, who harbored disdain for Su Yuanqing due to the clothing incident, had both entered the Longxian pool, but ultimately only managed to invoke the 7 dragon baptism. While the number of Dragon Chi baptisms does not wholly determine future achievements, it certainly reflects numerous aspects. This alone suggests that Su Yuanqing, with his 5 elements mixed spiritual roots, outperformed these Yuanqing stage elders during their time in the Longxian pool. At this moment, within the Longxian pool, upon witnessing the emergence of 8 strands of Dragon Chi, Su Yuanqing felt a sense of relief. 8 dragons had been achieved, reaching the level of Yuanqing in her youth. Now, as long as he could stabilize the 8 dragon baptism for over an hour, he would surpass Yuanqing. Brother Luzi, next time, please do not engage in such antics, nearly stalling at the last breath. It's too nerve-wracking, Su Yuanqing thought to himself. However, the Yin-Yang Transformation Furnace seemed almost sentient, as if it knew it had put Su Yuanqing in a tight spot and was now compensating for him. Following the 8 dragons, another roar echoed through the void. The 9th dragon, Qi, coalesced in form. Surrounded by 9 dragons, the Longxian pool at this moment was a spectacle, with the 9 dragon heads exhaling dragon breath. The 9 dragon roars erupted in unison, filling the heavens. Above the Longxian pool, clouds roiled and billowed, as 9 ethereal dragon figures, formed from Dragon Qi, soared into the sky, their massive forms glimmering with golden scales and razor-like horns. Enveloped in a potent aura of dragon breath and spiritual pressure, they've bowed their heads in unison, unleashing golden energy towards the youthful figure within the pool. Is this the 9 dragon baptism? In an instant, apart from Lu Sui-Ao and Jiang Yunian, all others in the Elder Hall rose to their feet in astonishment. The entire hall was stunned. Even as elders, they could not help but reveal expressions of incredulity. Even Yin Qi was no exception. Her once alluring eyes now filled with shock. Her expectations for Su Yuanqing had merely been for him to maintain the 8 dragon baptism longer than Yuanqing, allowing Lu Sui-Ao to triumph over Jiang Yunian. She had held only the faintest hope for this. Yet, she never anticipated that Su Yuanqing would trigger the legendary 9 dragon baptism. It is known that within the entire history of the Qingxian Dao sect, the 9 dragon baptism had only occurred once before, during the era of the 2nd-generation ancestor who greatly advanced the sect, over 2,000 years ago. Since then, no one had managed to invoke the 9 dragon baptism. The most anyone could achieve was the 8 dragon baptism. This led many to believe that the Longxian pool had lost its capacity to produce the 9 dragon baptism. Unexpectedly, a surprise has emerged. Yunkai lightly bit her rosy lips, her gaze towards a figure in the Longxian pool growing fervent. Meanwhile, the other elders remained in a state of astonishment. The Zhulong baptism. This was indeed a Zhulong baptism. After over 2,500 years since the founding of the Qingxian Dao sect, a disciple had triggered the Zhulong baptism in the Longxian pool for only the 2nd time in history. It was particularly astonishing that this occurred with a disciple possessing a mixed elemental root. If they had not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would hardly have believed it. As the elders absorbed the shock in their hearts, they redirected their attention to Lu Sui-Ao and Jiang Yunian. Initially, they were convinced that Jiang Yunian was destined to win, while Lu Sui-Ao would suffer a crushing defeat. A disastrous defeat. However, in the final moments, the situation took an unexpected turn. Su Yuanqing not only held on, but also triggered the Zhulong baptism. Even if Su Yuanqing could only endure for a brief moment during the Zhulong baptism, he undoubtedly surpassed Yuanqing. Thus, in this contest between the disciples, it was ultimately Lu Sui-Ao who triumphed. Even Yuan Tegzu from the outside world could not help but cast a glance their way. Lu Sui-Ao and Jiang Yunian had long been locked in rivalry, yet today they had finally determined a victor in the contest of disciples. Would Jiang Yunian, with her cold demeanor, willingly concede defeat? Jiang Yunian gazed at the figure surrounded by the Zhulong in the Longxian pool, her expression finally shifting. Moments later, she rose and cast a glance at Lu Sui-Ao. Lei Ming, noticing Jiang Yunian's frosty demeanor, disregarded the peculiar looks from others and boldly stated, "To trigger the Zhulong baptism in the Longxian pool is indeed surprising. However, a disciple with a mixed elemental root is destined to be unable to establish a foundation throughout their life. He can never compare to Qingli. If they were to battle at the same level, he would certainly not be a match for Qingli. Upon hearing this, the elders within the Elders' Hall, including Yuanhai, exchanged peculiar glances. Yuan Tegzu frowned. He genuinely believed that if the current Su Yuanqing were to face Yuanqing at the same level, Su Yuanqing would indeed be at a disadvantage. However, what was currently being compared was solely Su Yuanqing's performance in the Longxian pool. Su Yuanqing triggering the Zhulong baptism clearly surpassed Yuanqing's past performance. In this instance, it was evident that Yuanqing had lost. To insist otherwise would only reveal an inability to accept defeat. As expected, Yunkai spoke up. Lei Ming, starting today, I shall begin to admire you. To utter such shameless words without a change in expression is truly something I cannot achieve. Admiration indeed. Lei Ming's expression instantly soured. Nonetheless, at that moment, he felt compelled to defend Jiang Yunian. Yunkai, you would do well to watch your words. Lei Ming coldly huffed. Yunkai laughed. What? Is it unacceptable for me to admire you? Or do you think yourself shameless? Upon speaking, Yunkai suddenly turned her gaze towards Jiang Yunian. Oh, perhaps she cannot bear to lose, which is why. As Yunkai confronted him, Lei Ming managed to restrain his anger. Yet Yunkai's focus on Jiang Yunian pushed him to the brink. Yunkai, if you dare to speak nonsense again, Lei Ming exclaimed in fury. Enough. Jiang Yunian interjected at that moment. Seeing this, Lei Ming quickly assured, Elder Jiang, you need not worry. I will not allow anyone to insult you. No one at all. Jiang Yunian replied, I meant to say enough. Lei Ming, my matters are of no concern to you. Please mind your words. Her expression was cold, her tone even colder. This declaration rendered Lei Ming's face an alarming shade of red. He had devoted himself entirely to Jiang Yunian, even disregarding his own dignity, merely attempting to defend her honor before all the elders. Yet now, Jiang Yunian claimed it was none of his business? This was a blow to Lei Ming, leaving him feeling profoundly embarrassed, more so than ever before. Under the gazes of the many elders, he wished he could vanish into the ground. Jiang Yunian then turned to Lu Suiao and stated, Lu Suiao, in this contest of disciples, I concede to you. With that, Jiang Yunian transformed into a streak of sword light and departed the Elders' Hall. What relief! Yunkai could not suppress her laughter, her smile becoming increasingly radiant. After all, between Lu Suiao and Jiang Yunian, there existed an inherent clash of energies, both renowned as sword cultivators of Taishu Peak, each embodying a cold beauty, naturally placing them in competition. Neither wished to appear inferior to the other. Their conflict, however, was purely personal. The icy demeanor and innate charm were at odds, each dismissing the other. Indeed, this feeling was quite pleasant. Lu Suiao, too, rarely smiled. She had never determined a victor against Jiang Yunian before. Unexpectedly, Su Yuanqing had granted her a victory this time, causing Jiang Yunian to willingly bow her head before her. This sensation was truly delightful. With Lu Suiao and Yunkai in high spirits, the elders, including Yuanhai, watched with interest, while Lei Ming's expression was as dark as ever. Particularly, Yunkai could not resist another jablet. A lapdog ends up with nothing at the last. This incited Lei Ming's fury. Suddenly, a purple gold hammer materialized, and thunder echoed through the Elders' Hall. The sound of swords rang out, accompanied by a chilling aura that enveloped the entire space, as if freezing the very air. Lu Suiao's Bingpo sword was drawn 3 inches. Sensing the threat of the sword energy, Lei Ming's expression shifted drastically. Facing Lu Suiao alone was already a considerable challenge. Facing both her and Yunkai would surely lead to his own downfall. If a fight broke out, his humiliation would only deepen. Damn it, Lei Ming gritted his teeth. But as moments passed without anyone stepping in to mediate, his expression darkened further. In that moment, he was caught in a dilemma, neither able to fight nor retreat. Everyone, let's calm down. Perhaps we should focus on the developments regarding Su Yuanqing for now, shall we? Finally, the peacekeeper Yuan Tegzu entered the Elders' Hall and spoke. Initially eager to witness the unfolding drama, Yuanhai shot Yuan Tegzu a resentful glance. Yuan Tegzu returned a similarly discontented look, finding the situation utterly outrageous. Yuan Tegzu's arrival provided Lei Ming with a way out. Without hesitation, he seized the opportunity and coldly scoffed. I am eager to see how long Su Yuanqing can endure after triggering the Zhulong baptism. Lu Suiao sheathed her sword, and the chilling atmosphere in the Elders' Hall receded like tide. Yunkai turned to Lu Suiao, feigning admiration, and whispered, "Junior Sister Sueo, your protective stance earlier was so impressive. If you were a man, I would surely marry you. But since you are a woman, we are not entirely without options." Lu Sueo, exasperated, replied, "Senior Sister, please act a bit more normally." Yuanqing then blinked her enchanting eyes, reining herself in, before turning her gaze towards Su Yuanqing in the Longxian pool. Meanwhile, Su Yuanqing found himself amidst a blend of pain and joy in the Longxian pool. The pain, of course, stemmed from the pressure of the Zhejiang baptism, which felt as if he were being crushed repeatedly from within. Though he was unaware of the sensation of being flayed alive, he could certainly sense the overwhelming weight upon him. However, this suffering, compared to Ling Qi, is perhaps not so different. Oh no, the only distinction being that Ling Qi leads to death while he remains alive. Yet, it is indeed tormenting. Nevertheless, the benefits are apparent. His physical form is undergoing a transformation under the relentless pressure of the dragon's breath, evolving time and again. The effects surpass the medicinal baths previously provided by Elder Yin-Qi Manifold. Furthermore, Su Yuanqing senses the elemental energies within him steadily amplifying until they overflow. The fourth spiritual meridian is directly opened, achieving the fourth level of qi refinement. Subsequently, the expanded Danshan Qi Sea during the baptism of the 9 dragons once again overflows, resulting in the fifth spiritual meridian being unblocked, thus reaching the 5th level of qi refinement. Ultimately, Su Yuanqing discovers that he has surged forth, breaking through to the 6th level of qi refinement in one go, only halting when his physical body could no longer bear it. Excessive pursuit can be detrimental. If he were to continue, it would not be an elevation, but rather a self-inflicted injury. Before reaching that critical point, the baptism of the 9 dragons dissipates and concludes. Immediately, Su Yuanqing is transported away from the Longxian pool. As he appears in the air above the Tisha Square, he feels countless gazes converging upon him. Those eyes express shock, awe, disbelief, incredulity, envy, jealousy, and admiration, allowing Su Yuanqing to once again experience the sensation of being the center of attention. So, this is what it feels like to be a star, he muses inwardly. Although he believes one should remain humble to prolong life, he cannot help but savor the spotlight. Sister has promised to reward you this time. Originally, he thought that this junior brother Su would ultimately face ridicule, but it turns out that I was too naive. Fu Yu also stands in Tisha Square, unable to suppress a tinge of envy in his gaze towards Su Yuanqing. After emerging, he noticed that Su Yuanqing had not triggered the dragon's baptism and had mentally prepared to comfort him. After all, even without the baptism, Su Yuanqing remains the only disciple of Elder Lu Sueo, making him worthy of forming a connection. He intended to approach Su Yuanqing to cultivate goodwill and deepen their friendship, even devising various comforting phrases. However, it now appears that he underestimated the situation. In stark contrast to Fu Yu's nonchalance, Chen Yi's expression is as grim as can be. This shameless individual has triggered the 9 dragons' baptism, surpassing junior sister Kingli, an outcome she finds utterly unacceptable. She is acutely aware that Su Yuanqing's current performance signifies a double defeat for both her master and a junior sister Kingli, the 2 individuals she admires most in this world, and whom she has always aspired to emulate. Now, due to Su Yuanqing, she feels humiliated, fueling her resentment towards him. If given a chance, she would not hesitate to eliminate Su Yuanqing. One cannot help but admire. Among the disciples, Chun Ming chuckles bitterly. Setting aside everything else, he admits that his performance in the Longxian pool pales in comparison to Su Yuanqing's. Oh, and let us not forget his looks, though he is reluctant to admit it. He must concede that Su Yuanqing is indeed more handsome than he. I am genuinely moved. Even if junior brother Su cannot establish a foundation, I would still willingly approach him to become Dao partners. Just gazing at him daily would be a feast for the eyes. Sun Qing contemplates quietly. Yet, she soon realizes that with Su Yuanqing having Elder Lu Sueo as his master, accustomed to such extraordinary beauty, he likely would not regard her. She considers herself merely delicate in appearance, decent among her peers, but when compared to Elder Lu Sueo's level of beauty, she feels unworthy. I do not deserve to compete. How about it, Su Yuanqi, my brother? Do you know? I have transacted with him. We share a bond of 100 low-grade spirit stones. Among the inner disciples of Taishu Peak, a plump individual cannot help but boast at this moment, as Su Yuanqing departs the Longxian pool to the admiration of many. This baptism also marks its conclusion. Elder Yuan Taixu reappears. Esteemed disciples, this session of the Longxian pool baptism is hereby concluded. I will now release some dragon's essence liquid into the void for you to draw and absorb. Compete amongst yourselves, but do not resort to violence. Understood? Elder Yuan Taixu declares. Understood. The crowd in Taishu Square erupts with excitement, redirecting their gazes from Su Yuanqing back to the unfolding spectacle. In truth, this latter phase, the competition for resources, is what they most relish, and it is the primary reason most disciples flock to Taishu Square. Watching Su Yuanqing partake in a Longxian pool was merely a means to witness others reap rewards. The final segment directly correlates with their own interests, explaining their prolonged wait. In the next moment, Elder Yuan Taixu waves his sleeve, and the dragon's essence liquid gathers in the air, ultimately transforming into a rain of droplets, cascading over the entire Taishu Square. At this moment, the numerous disciples present spring into action, striving to draw the droplets formed from the dragon's essence liquid. Though scant, even securing a single drop would be a modest gain. If they managed to acquire several drops, that would constitute a significant reward. Of course, if they fail to obtain any, they must accept their fate. Observing this, Su Yuanqing immediately prepares to act. However, Yuan Taixu, visibly exasperated, quickly interjects, "You have already triggered the 9 dragons' baptism within the Longxian pool, refining your body, expanding your meridians, and elevating your spirit. You have broken through 3 realms in cultivation. Do you still wish to compete with the other disciples for this trivial opportunity?" Su Yuanqing's expression becomes somewhat awkward. He had assumed that all disciples in Taishu Square could participate, contemplating collecting additional dragon's essence liquid for future cultivation. However, with Elder Yuan Taixu's intervention, he naturally feels disinclined to compete. "Junior brother Su, my master calls for me. I must seek her out. Do not forget our agreement. I will come to find you later." Fu Yu's voice reaches him from the side. Agreement? Su Yuanqing realizes that Fu Yu refers to the favor he is to assist him with. All right, Su Yuanqing responds. As for whether he could or would help, that would depend on Fu Yu's future intentions. Shun Yi shoots Su Yuanqing a cold glance before departing. Let us return. Simultaneously, a cool, crisp voice reaches Su Yuanqing's ears. Unmistakably belonging to Lu Suiao, Su Yuanqing immediately bows to Elder Yuan Taixu. "Elder, my master has summoned me. I must take my leave." "Very well," Yuan Taixu nods. Su Yuanqing then summons his King Yu shuttle and departs from Taishu Square. Soon, he spots the 2 figures standing side by side. One exudes a cold elegance, her form refined. Even when modestly attired, the curves of her upper body and her slender waist starkly contrast, akin to fruit-laden branches that do not appear out of place. The other is clad in a flowing red gown, possessing a beguiling grace, her face adorned with a captivating smile, the curve of her lips seemingly capable of ensnaring souls. Particularly her pair of long legs that hint at their power beneath the hem of her dress. Indeed, it is Lu Suiao and Yunqi. Upon beholding them, Su Yuanqing felt his heart involuntarily leap twice with unrestrained fervor. Hastening forward, he respectfully greeted. Disciple pays respects to master. Greetings to Elder Yunqi. Su Yuanqing performed the customary salutations with utmost propriety. Yunqi, her face radiant with a gentle smile, winked at Su Yuanqing and said, "Why so formal? Do not forget, your sister has promised to reward you this once. Your master will also indulge you. Let's not waste time. Let us return swiftly so we may fulfill these rewards and satisfy you." Yunqi, please compose yourself. Su Yuanqing's heart, having just steadied, began to race again upon hearing Yunqi's words. Lu Suiao retorted with a hint of irritation. "Elder Yunqi, please behave properly." "I am perfectly proper. Am I not?" Yunqi replied. Turning to Su Yuanqing, she asked, "Su Yuanqing, tell your master, am I improper?" Su Yuanqing, recognizing the delicate moment, wisely chose silence, focusing inwardly to maintain composure. Lu Suiao then gestured to Su Yuanqing, taking the initiative to escort him back to the Binghu estate with utmost haste. "You have reached the 6th level of qi refinement. Both your body and soul have transformed. Evidently, The benefits you reaped from a 9-dragon baptism within the dragon saliva pool exceeded expectations, Lu Suiao remarked after a brief examination. The sole issue is that the 5 spiritual pools forged by Elder Yuanqing within your body have been damaged. All spiritual energy has reconsolidated into the Danshan. Although clearly segregated, a minor degree of conflicting energies remains inevitable. Su Yuanqing nodded in acknowledgement, recalling this occurrence during the 9-dragon baptism. Elder Yuanqing had initially assured him that the 5 spiritual pools would remain usable during the Qi refinement phase, yet the baptism's overwhelming force had breached them. No matter, he thought. At this juncture, Elder Yuanqing spoke again. Though your 5-element mixed spiritual roots are uncommon, you are truly different from others. Despite the collapse of the 5 spiritual pools, your Danshan remains unaffected, and the spiritual energies have not descended into chaos. I cannot decide whether to attribute this to innate talent or sheer fortune. Given the current circumstances, forging 5 spiritual pools for you may not be the optimal path. Allow me to contemplate further. Rest assured, I shall exhaust every means to help you establish your foundation. Together with your master and me, we shall make history and immortalize our names throughout the realms of cultivation. Yuanqing's declaration was grandiose, yet Su Yuanqing shivered inwardly, sensing that she regarded him somewhat as a test subject, with his benefits merely incidental. She then shifted her tone, but before that, we must fulfill our promise. Su Yuanqing quickly grasped the implication, while Lu Suiao cast a subtle glare at Yuanqing, as if chiding her for broaching an awkward subject. Unperturbed, Yuanqing smiled brightly at Lu Suiao. Sister Suiao, should you not properly satisfy him now? Her enticing visage bore an expectant expression. Lu Suiao's response was terse, and even Su Yuanqing's lips twitched involuntarily. The agreement between Lu Suiao and Su Yuanqing's master had been nothing more than a smile. Yet from Elder Yuanqing's mouth, it sounded as if it were something exhilarating. Moreover, Yuanqing insisted on witnessing Lu Suiao's fulfillment of this promise, evoking a peculiarly intimate atmosphere, as if they were sisters sharing a mischievous secret. While Su Yuanqing felt a mixture of awkwardness and reluctant excitement, Lu Suiao's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. She had anticipated smiling at Su Yuanqing at an appropriate moment during their forthcoming interactions. But Yuanqing's direct mention forced the matter prematurely and publicly, rendering her unable to summon a genuine smile. Yuanqing pressed on. You have always honored your promises. Have you not? Or do you only maintain discipline before outsiders, reneging on your word to your own disciple? Or perhaps you intend to satisfy him secretly behind my back? Sister Suiao, that would be unfair. After all, shared joy is greater joy. Why keep it hidden? Let the 3 of us partake. Su Yuanqing nearly choked on these words, as the final suggestion was overwhelmingly provocative, conjuring images best left unimagined. Lu Suiao's cheeks deepened in color, and even the delicate skin behind her ears and her swan-like neck seemed tinged with a rosy hue. Having recently perused the ancient Hehuan tome gifted by Elder Yuanqing, such remarks inevitably summoned vivid and somewhat indecorous associations in her mind, involuntarily picturing herself, Elder Yuanqing, and Su Yuanqing entwined in symbolic imagery. Elder Yuanqing, please restrain yourself. Lu Suiao inhaled deeply, striving for composure. Very well, I shall remain proper. Yuanqing nodded emphatically, observing Lu Suiao's blush. Su Yuanqing's heart quickened anew, his earlier calm completely undone. Fortunately, Lu Suiao recovered swiftly. Within moments, a chill seemed to emanate from her, flushing her cheeks back to their natural tone. Yet Yuanqing, seemingly in high spirits, feigned propriety only to resume teasing. Sister Suiao, hurry and satisfy him. Elder Yuanqing, if you wish to satisfy him, you may do so yourself, Lu Suiao retorted sharply. Very well. Yuanqing responded with enthusiasm, her crimson robes fluttering as if stirred by an unseen breeze, revealing glimpses of her alabaster, supple legs. Her graceful figure swayed as she approached Su Yuanqing, leaning slightly forward before extending a slender, jade-like finger to gently tap his chest. Let your sister smile on behalf of your master, setting an example, she purred, her laughter sultry and sweet, reminiscent of a feline sharpening its claws in the night, eliciting an irresistible itch in the heart. Su Yuanqing's heart thundered wildly. and he was seized by an impulsive desire to grasp the sliding finger and draw Yuanqing into an embrace. Yet he forcibly restrained such thoughts, mindful of the precariousness of the cultivation world. Should the formidable nascent soul stage elder Yuanqing detect any impropriety in his mental images or sentiments, it would be disastrous. Given their disparity in strength, only she could tease him, never the reverse. Lu Suiao had initially regained her composure, her expression returning to normal, her cool cheeks reflecting tranquility. However, upon hearing the melodious laughter of Yuanqing Shija, a faint blush crept across her face once more. Yuanqing Shija. I believe it is necessary for us to engage in a discussion, Lu Suiao asserted. As she spoke, an icy aura surged forth, and Su Yuanqing felt a fleeting chill wash over him. In an instant, both Lu Suiao and Elder Yuanqing vanished from sight. In the void, ripples of energy resonated, reminiscent of a clash between ice and fire. Yet, Su Yuanqing could only perceive the residual waves of this formidable force, which left his scalp tingling. The might of a Yuanqing master was indeed terrifying. However, his expression soon morphed into one of bewilderment. Suiao Shime, please be gentle, you're hurting me. Though he could not see the figures of Lu Suiao and Elder Yuanqing, he could hear the latter's voice echoing repeatedly. The sound was enough to stir one's blood. Merely hearing it conjured vivid images of Elder Yuanqing's alluring charm. Yet, this peculiar situation did not endure for long. Moments after Elder Yuanqing's outburst, the terrifying fluctuations of power dissipated, and she reappeared before Su Yuanqing, her demeanor unruffled as if nothing had transpired. In contrast, Lu Suiao was nowhere to be seen. Her voice, however, emanated from the direction of the main hall. Yuanqing, accompany Yuanqing Shija to her medicinal garden. Allow her to fulfill her promise. Yes, master. Su Yuanqing replied, perplexed and unaware of the events that had unfolded, and thus complied. Let us go, Yuanqing smiled, winking at him and beckoning him with a delicate gesture. A crimson light enveloped Su Yuanqing, whisking him away from the ice lake courtyard. Once they departed, Lu Suiao finally revealed herself, observing the retreating figures of the two. She bit her lip in frustration, feeling utterly powerless. Had Su Yuanqing been present, he would have noticed that, despite her earlier advantage in their discourse, Lu Suiao appeared more flustered than Yuanqing. Her cheeks were flushed, and her attire slightly disheveled. Fortunately, Yuanqing was not a man. Otherwise, one could only imagine the chaos it would wreak upon countless women. Lu Suiao fumed. In their earlier encounter, Yuanqing was actually unable to surpass her, for Yuanqing excelled not in combat, but rather in the study of peculiar phenomena. Yuanqing had cultivated an auxiliary wood spirit root while maintaining her fire spirit root, preserving the purity of her heavenly spirit root. This was a remarkable feat of her own design, allowing her to possess the characteristics of both dual spirit roots while retaining the purity of a singular heavenly spirit root. They complemented rather than hindered one another, enabling her to switch effortlessly between single and dual spirit roots. Thus, Yuanqing could be regarded as a fire attribute heavenly spirit root, while simultaneously embodying both fire and wood spirit roots, with fire as the primary element and wood as the secondary. Even Lu Suiao's cultivation had been influenced by Yuanqing as a naturally mutated ice spirit root. With Yuanqing's assistance, she had improved her own abilities, allowing her to partially transform her ice spirit root into a water spirit root. This enabled her to possess the dual characteristics of both ice and water spirit roots, albeit primarily utilizing her ice spirit root. In comparison to Yuanqing's fire and wood spirit roots, her transition between ice and water was far more seamless. It was fair to say that in the realm of magical research, Yuanqing was truly a genius, even among geniuses, a prodigy among prodigies. However, her combat prowess could not rival Lu Suiao's. Yet, Yuanqing's shamelessness was unparalleled. Unable to best her, she resorted to emitting strange sounds while simultaneously taking advantage of the situation. Lu Suiao, despite having the upper hand, found herself at a disadvantage. At that moment, the slight disarray of her attire and hair diminished her usual air of coolness. Observing the retreating silhouettes of Su Yuanqing and Yuanqing, Lu Suiao let out a soft sigh of relief. After all, it was quite challenging for her to smile at Su Yuanqing in the presence of Yuanqing, especially after witnessing the latter's deliberately enchanting and alluring smile. It was far more bearable to wait until they were alone. Perhaps in a private moment, she could grant Su Yuanqing the pleasure of her smile. What did she mean by grant him? It was simply a smile. Lu Sui Ao suddenly realized, feeling both embarrassed and indignant, that Yin Qi's persistent emphasis on granting once had nearly led her astray. Meanwhile, after Su Yuanqing departed with Elder Yin Qi and arrived at her medicinal garden, he was promptly escorted to the rear courtyard. Please sit here for a moment and wait. I shall return shortly to reward you, Yin Qi said as she turned to leave, casting a smile over her shoulder. In that instant, Su Yuanqing experienced what it meant for a smile to bewitch 100 charms, rendering all beauty in the palace pale in comparison. Elder Yin Qi's smile was almost tangible, and coupled with her ambiguous remarks, it ignited a flurry of alluring thoughts within Su Yuanqing. He found himself eagerly anticipating what kind of reward she had in store for him. Although he understood that it could not possibly be the sort of reward a lascivious man might envision, he still could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of expectation. As he sat upon the spirit stone chair in the courtyard, gazing up at the swirling mist, he waited in anticipation. Soon, a voice called from within the inner courtyard. Come in. Come in? Su Yuanqing had never ventured into the inner courtyard before, so he promptly pushed the door open and made his way inside. There, he beheld a figure clad in a flowing red gown beside a spiritual pool. No, it was not merely a pool. As he drew closer, he realized that the liquid within appeared akin to molten rock, with flames flickering gently upon its surface. Is this a fire spring? Su Yuanqing gasped. He had never encountered a fire spring before, but he had heard tales of them while on Spirit Beast Peak. Certain spirit beasts relied upon fire springs for sustenance, and he had heard of one existing there, though he had not been deemed worthy to witness it. As he approached, he discerned crimson fish swimming within the fiery liquid. Strip, Yin Qi urged with a radiant smile. The familiar command sent shivers down Su Yuanqing's spine. He feared that if he truly disrobed and entered the fire spring, he would be boiled alive, his very hair singed away. The prospect of becoming a bald bird was not daunting. What terrified him was the thought of that bald bird maturing into a fully grown one. Perhaps we should consider a different reward? Su Yuanqing suggested, glancing at Yin Qi. Yin Qi gracefully approached him, exhaling with alluring charm. What sort of reward do you wish to exchange? As long as it does not involve my entering that fire spring, he replied. Yin Qi smiled mischievously. What if I were to join you in the fire spring? Together in the fire spring? It appears that this may not be entirely impossible. Su Yuanqing instinctively inquired, so, will you also undress? The moment the words escaped his lips, he regretted it, feeling a wave of panic wash over him. Such a statement was undoubtedly offensive. Would Elder Yunkai slap him to death? Undress, Elder Yunkai replied. Su Yuanqing's eyes widened in shock. Did Elder Yunkai intend to undress as well? Would she enter the fire spring alongside him? Was this truly a stroke of good fortune? Clearing his throat, Su Yuanqing said, well, that could be arranged. Suddenly, Elder Yunkai seized Su Yuanqing by the shoulders and unceremoniously tossed him out. While still suspended in midair, Elder Yunkai cast a spell, and Su Yuanqing found himself stripped bare, plunging into the fire spring. Young man, I meant for you to remove your clothing, Elder Yunkai chuckled. Su Yuanqing's mind raced with a torrent of bewilderment. He had known it was too good to be true. Wait a moment, was he not scorched? Realization dawned on Su Yuanqing. Although he had fallen into the fire spring, he did not feel the terrifying heat he had anticipated. Instead, it was merely warm, akin to soaking in a hot spring. In fact, he felt enveloped in a gentle warmth, almost pleasant. Just as Su Yuanqing began to suspect he had been the subject of Elder Yunkai's jest, he suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief. Elder Yunkai, too, stepped into the fire spring with graceful strides. As her long, elegant leg first entered the water, ripples spread across the surface. The crimson fish that swam within the fire spring eagerly approached Elder Yunkai. Su Yuanqing swallowed hard, unable to look away. Despite Elder Yunkai still wearing her red gown, the flames flickering in the spring ultimately existed in liquid form. The fabric of her gown became soaked, clinging closely to her exquisite figure, accentuating the exquisite curves of her long legs. However, the fire spring was not as transparent as a clear spring. Instead, it shimmered with the hues of burning flames. As Elder Yunkai submerged most of her body, Su Yuanqing found his view obscured. Little one, summon your Yin-Yang grinding disc, Elder Yunkai instructed. All right, Su Yuanqing nodded. Though he was unsure of her intentions, he resolved to comply. Before he could proceed, he hesitated and asked, Elder Yuanqing, could you refrain from calling me little one? Though he appeared youthful, he was actually in a rejuvenated state, several years older than he seemed. Additionally, even in this youthful form, he had reached an age suitable for marriage and procreation in this world. Being referred to as little one felt somewhat odd. Elder Yuanqing giggled. Indeed, many adults might not compare to you. It seems inappropriate to call you little one. How about I refer to you as big fellow instead? Yuanqing nearly choked on his own breath. What a ridiculous term. Though the matter was quite significant, he quickly replied, just call me by my name. We'll see how I feel. Elder Yuanqing waved her hand dismissively. Yuanqing decided to let the matter rest, instead focusing on channeling the spiritual energy within him, harmonizing the 5 elements into yin and yang. The dual forces began to flow. Soon, a yin-yang grinding disc manifested before Elder Yuanqing's eyes. She extended her delicate hand and gently touched the disc. Even though it was merely her fingertips grazing the yin-yang grinding disc formed from his 5 elements, Yuanqing experienced an inexplicable tremor throughout his body. An indescribable sensation of comfort washed over him. Although it vanished in an instant, the feeling lingered in his memory. What was that expression you just had? It seemed as if you had committed some misdeed. Elder Yuanqing's gaze fell upon Yuanqing. He raised both hands in a gesture of innocence. Elder Yuanqing, I assure you, I have done nothing. She shot him a glance of disbelief. I doubt you would dare. Then, she scrutinized the yin-yang grinding disc closely and queried, did you intentionally guide this formation, or did it naturally manifest in this manner? It occurred naturally, Yuanqing replied. Elder Yuanqing chuckled softly, her tone oscillating between inquiry and self-reflection. With yang above and yin below, nature's law dictates why it cannot also be yin above and yang below. Yuanqing understood her meaning and replied, actually, it is not entirely impossible. As he concentrated, the shape of the yin-yang grinding disc he had perceived at the Tao Enlightenment stele began to shift. Initially, the upper half was white with yang energy flowing, while the lower half was black with yin energy circulating. Now, however, the disc flipped, transforming into black above and white below, yin above and yang below. Elder Yuanqing was momentarily taken aback. Yuanqing remarked, in fact, I quite prefer yin above and yang below. Elder Yuanqing's eyes narrowed as she regarded him intently. You better be referring to the yin-yang grinding disc. Evidently, Elder Yuanqing was an adept practitioner. Yet, Yuanqing would not concede. He earnestly insisted, I am indeed referring to the yin-yang grinding disc. Elder Yuanqing scrutinized him with skepticism. Yuanqing remained composed, steadfast in his assertion that he was speaking of the yin-yang grinding disc. Fortunately, Elder Yuanqing seemed genuinely more intrigued by the grinding disc he had manifested and did not pursue the matter any further. After observing the disc for a moment, she suddenly remarked, this yin-yang grinding disc, the dual energies, are they derived from the 5 elements? Indeed, Yuanqing affirmed with a nod. Elder Yuanqing broke into a smile. I now know how to proceed. Proceed with what? Yuanqing was still processing her words when a wave of heat surged from the fire spring. The water no longer felt like a warm, comfortable bath, but began to rise in temperature at a visible rate. Perhaps the fire spring had always contained this terrifying heat. But Elder Yuanqing's earlier intervention had shielded him from experiencing its true intensity. Now, however, she was gradually relinquishing her protection. Under such extreme heat, Yuanqing not only felt pain, but also sensed that the yin-yang grinding disc he had summoned seemed on the verge of melting. Maintain your focus, Elder Yuanqing instructed. Within this fire spring, I shall assist you in refining the dual energies. Let us see if we can separate them into 5 distinct regions within your Danshin. Yuanqing instantly comprehended. The yin-yang energies he wielded were not acquired through external means. Rather, they stemmed from his innate 5 elements spiritual roots. Though often referred to as a mixed spiritual root, he also possessed advantages that others lacked. He could naturally transform his 5 elements into yin and yang. Any cultivator with only 4 spiritual roots would be unable to achieve this. It could be said that unless one was born with yin-yang spiritual roots, very few cultivators could achieve what he had, transforming the spiritual energy of the 5 elements into yin and yang. Yuanqing set aside his thoughts and concentrated. Under Elder Yuanqing's guidance, channeling the 5 elements into yin and yang, and then using the dual energies to condense barriers within his Danshin. He endeavored to construct 5 regions, completely separating the true energy of the 5 elements. However, despite the promising concept, the execution fell short of the desired outcome for both Su Yuanqing and Elder Yunkai. Even with her assistance, it proved challenging to establish sufficient barriers within his Danshin. If it were not for Elder Yunkai's presence, Su Yuanqing would have been inclined to experiment with the Yin-Yang Transformation Furnace, perhaps successfully manifesting Elder Yunkai's ideas. Yet now, he could never risk exposing the Yin-Yang Transformation Furnace to her. Elder Yunkai chanted softly a few times, and suddenly, a smile broke across her face. Aside from your 5 elements transforming into Yin and Yang, aren't there already existing forces of Yin and Yang here? Existing? Su Yuanqing was not as well versed as Yunkai and momentarily failed to grasp her meaning. Seeing his confusion, Yunkai explained with a smile, I represent Yin while you embody Yang. Do you understand? Su Yuanqing quickly comprehended. Even though Elder Yunkai possessed fire and wood's spiritual roots, she herself did not have a Yin spiritual root and could not generate true Yin energy like Su Yuanqing. However, as a woman, she innately belonged to the Yin. Moreover, it seemed that Elder Yunkai had not lost her original Yin essence. She was still in her prime. A man and a woman, one Yin and one Yang, could be considered the embodiment of the Tao. This was the very concept Su Yuanqing had contemplated while ascending the Heart Quarry ladder. If it weren't to validate my sister's idea, I wouldn't grant you this opportunity, young man. Yunkai suddenly chuckled. Although she did not intentionally display any flirtation, her face naturally exuded a certain charm that caused Su Yuanqing's heart to race. Especially as she leaned closer after speaking, she said, Give me your hand. Hand? Su Yuanqing felt a surge of blood rush to his face, instinctively asking. Yunkai leaned slightly forward, her breath fragrant, and laughed. No need for hands? Or do you wish for something else? You little rascal, despite your youth, your thoughts are quite daring. Su Yuanqing's heart raced uncontrollably, especially with her proximity and the faint fragrance surrounding her, leaving him somewhat flustered. He quickly bowed his head, but then realized that the fire spring was not transparent. Surely, she could not see him. He felt slightly reassured and extended his hand. In another circumstance, Yunkai would have engaged in more playful banter. But now she was not in the mood for such frivolities. She extended her delicate hand to grasp Su Yuanqing's palm. In her mind, she recalled the dual cultivation techniques she had previously collected from the Heroines sect, which she had modified. It was not necessary to achieve the union of Yin and Yang. Rather, as long as there was a transfer of power between the genders, the desired outcome could be achieved, albeit with less effectiveness than the orthodox methods of the Heroines sect. Certainly, only Yunkai would acknowledge that the dual cultivation techniques from the Heroines sect were legitimate, while others from the Qingxin Dao sect, even Lu Suiao, would dismiss them as unorthodox. If Jiang Yunian were present, he would likely coldly sever the matter with a sword. I will impart to you a segment of secret technique. Remember it well. Then, I will guide you, and you need only follow my lead, Yunkai instructed. Thus, Su Yuanqing's mind was filled with a modified dual cultivation technique, now named Taking Zhenling Dual Cultivation Sutra. However, its content diverged from his expectations, primarily discussing the transfer of Yin and Yang energies to achieve dual cultivation, subtly resonating with the principles of Yin and Yang in the universe, rather than being confined to more earthly matters. Su Yuanqing, unaware of the technique's origins and with no further thoughts, promptly followed Elder Yunkai's guidance, channeling his energy and integrating it with the delicate thread of her power, which she had intentionally suppressed to the refining Qi stage. Only draw upon your fire spiritual energy, Yunkai instructed after a moment. Su Yuanqing immediately focused on his internal fire spiritual energy, while Yunkai employed a faint thread of her own mystical energy. Simultaneously, she took his other hand, establishing a genuine cycle of energy transfer between them within the fire spring. For Su Yuanqing, even the slightest trace of Yunkai's mystical energy was an immense burden, given the vast chasm between the refining Qi and nascent soul stages. He cultivated true energy, while she wielded mystical energy. Fortunately, Yunkai adeptly controlled her thread of mystical energy, allowing for a genuine formation of energy circulation, achieving a balance of Yin and Yang. Su Yuanqing soon discovered that even a normal cycle of energy transfer felt like a warm current flowing between their bodies, producing an indescribable sense of comfort. He couldn't help but think that if this felt so delightful, how euphoric would true spiritual and physical union be? Young man, your reaction is quite intense. Yunkai's voice broke through Su Yuanqing's reverie just as certain images surfaced in his mind. Su Yuanqing felt a flush of embarrassment. However, he had begun to adapt to his interactions with Elder Yunkai. She was not overly serious. What others might deem scandalous, she found intriguing. Thus, he replied, well, there's a saying back in my hometown that goes, don't blame the brother for being unworthy, blame the sister-in-law for being too enchanting. Yunkai burst into laughter, her mirth causing ripples in the water. Su Yuanqing was momentarily captivated. Not only that, but Yunkai's fingers began to playfully explore his palm like a cat's paw, further stirring his emotions. So, do you blame me for being too alluring? She teased. Su Yuanqing forced himself to remain calm, but nodded. Yunkai's smile blossomed even brighter and more enchanting, testing his resolve. Of course, in the face of such an overwhelming disparity in strength, Su Yuanqing's composure was unprecedentedly strong. No matter what he saw or felt, he remained unperturbed. After all, he could indulge in light banter with Elder Yunkai, who might even find him amusing rather than priggish. Yet, should it come to more intimate actions, he feared he would face dire consequences. All right, let us not lose focus now, Yunkai suddenly reminded him, her radiant smile gradually fading. Clearly, while she could be quite playful when it came to serious matters, especially those related to her research, she was as earnest as anyone could be. Su Yuanqing understood this and quickly set aside his distractions, concentrating on his danshin. He sensed the emergence of yin and yang energies, not from his internal 5 elements, but from the energy transfer between him and Elder Yunkai, the result of their dual cultivation. Use the method of condensing the yin-yang grinding disc in your danshin to fuse the yin and yang energies. Intertwining them to form a barrier, Yunkai began to guide him. Taiji, yin-yang fish. The image of the Taiji yin-yang symbol emerged in Su Yuanqing's mind. He then began to intertwine the yin and yang energies in a manner that was both entangled yet distinct, incorporating the rotational dynamics of the yin-yang grinding disc into the process. This was a meticulous task. There was no room for haste. In truth, Yunqi was capable of assisting, yet ultimately, she relinquished control. After all, although she was conducting experiments on Su Yuanqing to validate the method, she remained responsible for his well-being. While her involvement could have expedited and perfected the process, it might not have been beneficial for Su Yuanqing. Receiving results directly without experiencing the journey could prove detrimental to his future cultivation. Hence, Su Yuanqing and Yunqi remained immersed within the fire spring for a full 3 days and nights. During this period, as Su Yuanqing's fiery spiritual energy was consumed, Yunqi replenished it in equal measure, rendering his fire spirit qi inexhaustible. Their continuous exchange of magical power generated the dual energies of yin and yang, which, combined with Su Yuanqing's own 5 elements transforming yin and yang energies, ensured an endless supply of these vital forces. At last, after 3 days and nights, Su Yuanqing exhaled deeply, signaling the completion of the grand endeavor. Within his danshin, he delineated 5 equally proportioned regions demarcated by the yin and yang energies, each allocated to store the 5 elemental spiritual energies. This effectively granted him 5 dantians, each fortified by the yin-yang energies, rendering them impregnable unless his entire danshin suffered catastrophic failure. Unlike the previous 5 spiritual pools, these new dantians could withstand the oppressive dragon pressure without collapsing. Even Yunqi exhaled softly, relieved. Su Yuanqing immediately cupped his fists in gratitude, expressing sincere thanks. Throughout the process, he experienced Yunqi's patience firsthand. She displayed no hint of impatience and continuously assisted him. Without her support, accomplishing such a feat within 3 days and nights at his 6th level of qi refinement would have been impossible. This instilled in him a newfound appreciation for the multifaceted Yunqi. To describe her in an unorthodox manner, could it be that Yunqi was like a woman who, when in the kitchen, was a housewife, when out, a noble woman, and in intimate moments, a devoted partner, ordinarily rebellious, uninhibited, and carefree, yet when engaged in serious matters, remarkably focused and earnest, a woman who truly captivated his heart. Su Yuanqing chastised himself for harboring such impure thoughts while expressing thanks. Suddenly, Yin Qi remarked playfully, "Your thoughts have been uncovered." Startled, Su Yuanqing hastened to explain, but she laughed. "I was merely teasing. Your expression gave you away." "You enchantress!" he exclaimed. "I know your gratitude is sincere." She smiled warmly. "But the thoughts in your heart are true as well, aren't they?" Su Yuanqing wanted to protest, but, noticing her gaze casually scanning him, realized the fire spring-esque crimson, shimmering waters obfuscated his vision and spiritual perception. Though he knew nothing of her form within the spring, she was not equally ignorant of his thoughts. Embarrassed, Su Yuanqing found his defenses futile in the face of such undeniable reality. Fortunately, Yin Qi's smile remained gentle, offering no ill intent. Rising gracefully, her alluring figure emerged from the fire spring, the red gown clinging wetly to her form, embodying the epitome of a beauty emerging from a bath, an ephemeral vision of seductive elegance. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she appeared beyond the spring. Her soaked garments instantly dried and restored to normal. Su Yuanqing sighed inwardly at the lost opportunity to admire. He intended to rise, but suddenly realized he could not. Unlike Yin Qi, who had entered the spring fully clothed, rising abruptly now would be too awkward. "Sister, my reward has been given. Dress and return. Seek your master to fulfill your desires," Yin Qi teased, winking before departing the inner courtyard. Su Yuanqing donned his clothes, pondering whether disrobing had even been necessary this time. Given Yin Qi's example, was she deliberately sparing him? Alas, lacking evidence, and even if he had some, it would be useless unless his strength surpassed hers. Perhaps enabling him to perform a stripping technique to forcibly remove her garments, though such thoughts were improper. Taking his leave from Yin Qi, Su Yuanqing departed the medicinal garden, summoning the Qing Yu Suo to fly back through the skies. Suddenly, a voice reached him from another direction. It was Fu Yu, hovering on the Qing Yu Suo. Su Yuanqing turned toward the sound to see Fu Yu approaching on his sword. "Senior brother Fu Yu." Su Yuanqing greeted him with a respectful salute, acknowledging the call. Fu Yu responded excitedly, "What a coincidence. I just emerged and ran into you, junior brother. Do you remember our agreement?" Su Yuanqing smiled wryly. "Senior brother Fu Yu, our relationship is purely innocent. There is no ambiguous agreement between us." His humor gently reminded Fu Yu that their acquaintance was not yet intimate enough for such implications, subtly discouraging any inappropriate requests. Fu Yu's face flushed deeply as he hastened to clarify, "Junior brother, I mean no such thing. I prefer women and am not inclined toward men. Please don't misunderstand." Su Yuanqing internally mused, "Goodness, is that really your intention?" Yin Qi would surely understand her own meaning clearly. Why the need for such elaborate denial? And blushing too, he resolved to be cautious around Fu Yu, suspecting a hidden fondness for men, though he jested lightly. Relaxed, Fu Yu abandoned pretense and spoke candidly. "Junior brother, I have a small favor to ask. Rest assured, it will not be free. I will compensate you." Su Yuanqing chuckled. "Senior brother, you are too courteous regarding payment." Pausing briefly, he continued, "But first, tell me what favor you require. We can discuss remuneration afterward." Fu Yu, about to speak, suddenly choked and coughed twice. Concerned, Su Yuanqing inquired, "Senior brother, is your throat unwell?" Fu Yu waved his hands repeatedly, then, with an air of mystery, transmitted his thoughts to Su Yuanqing. "Junior brother Su, the reason I sought your assistance is that I wish for you to help me with a blind date." This time, it was Su Yuanqing's turn to nearly choke. "A blind date? Is this a term I should be hearing in the realm of cultivation? Who do you intend to meet?" Su Yuanqing inquired. "The little princess of the Dezhou dynasty, Zhou Qing'a," Fu Yu replied. "The Dezhou dynasty?" Su Yuanqing paused briefly. Although he had only been in this world for a year and had spent most of his time at Lingshou Peak, he had heard of the Zhou dynasty's reputation. In this world, apart from cultivation sects, dynasties also existed. Some smaller nations were dependent on these sects, while certain sects relied on the might of powerful nations. Additionally, there were dynasties and sects that stood on equal footing, maintaining a balance and coexisting peacefully. The Dezhou dynasty was one such formidable entity, neighboring the Chu kingdom where the Qing Xiandao sect resided. However, the Chu kingdom was subservient to the Qing Xiandao sect, while the sects within the Dezhou dynasty were under its dominion. In other words, the likes of the Chu Kingdom, Zhao Kingdom, and Zheng Kingdom had to heed the Qin Xian Dao sect, whereas the sects within the Dezhou dynasty were bound to obey the Dezhou dynasty. As for the relationship between the Qin Xian Dao sect and the Dezhou dynasty, it was one of peaceful coexistence. Yet, based on Su Yuanqing's limited knowledge, it seemed that the Qin Xian Dao sect was indeed considerably stronger than the Dezhou dynasty. Moreover, many disciples within the Qin Xian Dao sect hailed from the Dezhou dynasty. For instance, while at Ling Shou Peak, one of the menial disciples was from the Dezhou dynasty and had joined the Qin Xian Dao sect. Now, the blind date that Fu Yu was pursuing was with none other than the little princess of the Dezhou dynasty. Even if the Dezhou dynasty was not as powerful as the Qin Xian Dao sect, the stature itself was significant. In the context of the Qin Xian Dao sect, it was akin to courting the sect leader's daughter. One opportunity this was. If one were to secure such a connection, it would be akin to living a life of ease. Why would you not seize such a splendid opportunity and instead ask me to go on this blind date? Su Yuanqing transmitted his thoughts. He suspected there might be a trap involved, or perhaps Fu Yu's preferences were indeed questionable. A teacher's command is hard to defy. I truly do not wish to go on a blind date with that little princess, Fu Yu stated. A teacher's command is hard to defy? Su Yuanqing was somewhat taken aback. Are you suggesting that this blind date was arranged by Elder One Hai? Indeed, Fu Yu replied with a pained expression. My master has some connections with the Dezhou dynasty. I'm not entirely sure about the details, but there's a marriage contract involved. However, since my master has not taken a partner, married, or had descendants, this task has fallen upon his disciple, and unfortunately, I am the only one of suitable age. Su Yuanqing regarded Fu Yu with a peculiar look. From what you have said, it seems there is no trap. But if Fu Yu does not wish to go on this blind date, what could be the reason? Junior brother Su, what is with that look? Fu Yu asked, feeling uneasy. Su Yuanqing chuckled. Brother Fu, I assure you, I hold no prejudice against those who prefer the same sex. Fu Yu's eyes widened in shock, and he quickly shook his head. Junior brother Su, I have no such inclinations. Do not jump to conclusions. Rest assured, rest assured. Su Yuanqing gave a knowing smile, while subtly distancing himself from Fu Yu. He then queried, if you truly do not wish to go on this blind date or pursue this engagement, wouldn't it be more fitting for you to go yourself? Why is that? Fu Yu inquired. Su Yuanqing responded, why else? Have you not a clear understanding of our appearances? I fear that should I attend in your stead, the little princess may fall for me, thereby ruining your chances. Fu Yu belatedly realized that Su Yuanqing was implying he was more handsome than Fu Yu. Indeed, he agreed with this assessment. However, Fu Yu confidently replied, do not worry. I've already learned that the little princess prefers my robust and rugged type, rather than your more delicate and dashing looks. Therefore, I am concerned that if I meet her, she might take a liking to me. Su Yuanqing's expectations for the little princess shattered. If she were to favor someone as robust and rugged as Fu Yu, she could hardly be considered a beautiful princess. Most certainly not. Su Yuanqing's gaze towards Fu Yu grew even more peculiar. Brother Fu, would you be open to a suggestion regarding your appearance? Su Yuanqing asked. Please. Junior brother Su, go ahead, Fu Yu replied with a smile. Su Yuanqing suggested, why not gain a bit more weight and grow a scruffy beard? Fu Yu looked puzzled. What do you mean? A round face, crew cut, and scruffy beard. I believe it might suit you better, Su Yuanqing stated. Fu Yu touched his head and then stroked his chin. A round face, crew cut, and scruffy beard? I will consider your suggestion, Junior brother Su. However, regarding the blind date, Su Yuanqing interrupted. My master has instructed me to enter seclusion, so I might not be available. Fu Yu waved his hand, causing 300 low-grade spirit stones and 2 bottles of elixirs to appear before Su Yuanqing. Su Yuanqing quickly amended. I might indeed find some time for this, so I shall take on the responsibility of the blind date. After reaching an agreement, Su Yuanqing and Fu Yu parted ways, with Su Yuanqing heading towards the Ice Lake courtyard. 10 days from now, according to Fu Yu, the Dezhou dynasty would visit the Qin Xian Dao sect, likely led by the eldest princess. At that time, he would impersonate Fu Yu to meet the little princess and engage in the blind date, with the task of instilling a sense of aversion in her. Essentially, his role was to disrupt the arrangement and ensure that the blind date failed. For Su Yuanqing, this was not a challenging endeavor. While making a woman fall in love might be a daunting task, inciting dislike was exceedingly simple. He had an odd feeling about it. Though not quite NTL or Chao Zhe, for his goal was not to win the little princess's heart, but to sabotage the blind date. Su Yuanqing dismissed these thoughts, unleashing his true energy to manipulate the Qingyu shuttle, soaring through the air back to the ice lake courtyard. Compared to the little princess, he was far more eager to see his master, Lu Suio, and the smile she had once bestowed upon him. He longed to witness the expression of joy on Lu Suio's face, especially if it were directed solely at him. However, upon returning to the ice lake courtyard, the first woman he encountered was not Lu Suio, but Yuanqing. Yuanqing, one of the female protagonists, a maiden clad in white, Yuanqing. Yuanqing. Upon seeing her, Su Yuanqing was momentarily stunned. What was Yuanqing doing here? It is worth noting that Yuanqing's master and his own were bitter rivals, their relationship being rather poor. Just 3 days prior, Elder Jiang Union had lost to Lu Suio due to Su Yuanqing's performance at the Longxian pool. If he were to run into Jiang Union, he would want nothing more than to keep his distance. How could Yuanqing be outside the ice lake courtyard? Su Yuanqing noticed Yuanqing, and she, too, had spotted him. With a swift motion, her tall and graceful figure darted like a blade of energy, appearing before Su Yuanqing in an instant. What are you doing? Su Yuanqing regarded her warily. Though this girl was undeniably beautiful and exuded a sense of heroism with her high ponytail and fair complexion, she resembled the perfect ethereal figure in a young man's dreams. However, both parties are in a hostile state. Her master has recently faced defeat. Su Yuanqing is deeply concerned for her and, without a moment's hesitation, inflicts a wound upon himself. Fortunately, his fears do not materialize. Yuanqing appears before him, staring at him for a moment. As if summoning the courage to speak, I wish to challenge you to a battle of equal realms. Her voice is crisp, clean, and quite melodious. A perfect match for her striking appearance. Yet, there seems to be a hint of blush as she speaks. Is she shy? Su Yuanqing immediately responds. Am I able to refuse? Yuanqing appears momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting Su Yuanqing to decline, and for a moment, she seems somewhat flustered. Even her fair, heroic face flushes with a faint hue of crimson. Heroic yet bashful? What contrast! This personality is quite different from what he had imagined. After all, the last time he saw Yuanqing, this maiden in white had remained silent, quietly standing behind her master. Su Yuanqing had assumed she, like her master, belonged to the aloof and cold type. He never anticipated her to be shy. Can he not refuse? After a lengthy pause, she speaks again. All right. Su Yuanqing is now completely convinced that he misjudged her. This girl is certainly not the aloof type, unless her acting skills are so masterful that they leave no trace of flaws for him to discern. If that were the case, Su Yuanqing would simply accept it. He straightens his face and declares, no. Oh. Yuanqing's face appears even redder, and she steps aside, no longer obstructing Su Yuanqing's path. I apologize. It was I who intruded. Her face reddens further. My goodness, the blush on the maiden surpasses lengthy dialogues. With her strikingly beautiful face, she now exudes a somewhat naive charm, causing Su Yuanqing's heart to flutter unexpectedly. He finds himself unwilling to refuse. He even feels that denying this maiden in white would be a grave injustice. Ahem, actually, it's not that I cannot agree to your request. Su Yuanqing suddenly states. Yuanqing, who had been too shy to meet his gaze, lifts her starry eyes to look at Su Yuanqing. So do you agree? She asks with a bright voice. No, I do not, Su Yuanqing replies. This time, Yuanqing does not panic, but her eyes reveal clear confusion. Did he not just say that he could potentially agree to her? How can he now say no? Su Yuanqing gazes into her exceedingly pure, yet somewhat perplexed eyes and feels an irresistible urge to tease her. What do you mean, I said it's not that I cannot agree. I never said I must agree to you, Su Yuanqing clarifies. The maiden in white nods earnestly, as if she acknowledges his words. She then asks, how can you agree then? Su Yuanqing replies, let me tell you a story. The maiden in white seems puzzled. She wishes to battle Su Yuanqing in equal realms. Yet what does storytelling have to do with it? Very well. She nods, fearing that if she refuses, he may not agree to the battle. Su Yuanqing chuckles softly, clears his throat, and speaks earnestly. Once upon a time, there was a young man from a humble background, possessing meager cultivation, unable even to afford a suitable magical artifact. One day, he encounters a remarkably gifted female sword cultivator who insists on battling him in equal realms. Yuanqing listens intently, nodding slightly. The young man ponders for a moment, feeling the coin pouch at his waist, and says, "All right, but I have a little quirk. I get distressed about my clothes and magical artifacts during fights, as they are easily damaged. If a magical artifact is broken and I cannot afford to repair it, I would be left without one. If my clothes are torn and I cannot buy new ones, I will be left exposed." Upon hearing the words "left exposed," the maiden in white noticeably blushes. Su Yuanqing glances at Yuanqing, a smirk playing on his lips. "What do you think the female sword cultivator did?" Yuanqing ponders seriously for a moment and quietly asks, "Did she give him money?" Su Yuanqing nods. "Yes, she did. Moreover, she was quite generous about it." Yuanqing thinks again and asks, "How much do you need to repair your magical artifacts and clothes?" Does she understand my point? Not bad. No. Still naive. Otherwise, how could she ask such a question? Su Yuanqing tentatively states, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones? The maiden in white touches the pouch at her waist, retrieves 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, and hands them to Su Yuanqing. Su Yuanqing is momentarily taken aback. Has she really given him 1,000 low-grade spirit stones so easily? When did spirit stones become so easy to come by? This is a loss. I should have asked for more. Now, can we begin the battle in equal realms? The maiden in white asks earnestly. Yuanqing, the innocent maiden. Su Yuanqing nearly exclaims that 1,000 low-grade spirit stones are insufficient and that he needs more. However, looking into her pure eyes and beautiful face, he cannot help but silently chastise himself. To deceive such a naive girl? Truly, he is not a good person. He refrains from asking for more and simply says, "Actually, I'm also afraid of getting hurt." The maiden in white pats her waist pouch, and a small jade vial transforms into a stream of light, flying from her pouch into the void before Su Yuanqing. Inside this vial is a Longhua Dan. My master says that even the gravest injuries during the qi refining stage can be healed as long as there is breath left, even for foundation establishment cultivators. It has excellent healing properties. With this elixir, you need not fear injury. It will heal you, the maiden in white assures. Su Yuanqing is astonished. He does not need to ask or think. He knows this is undoubtedly a precious item. It is akin to gaining an extra life during the qi refining stage. This is incomparable to spirit stones. She is just willing to give it to him. Su Yuanqing reaches out to take it, but instinctively hesitates, feeling it may be too hot to handle. After all, Yuanqing did not mention her master. But it is clear that this Longhua Dan was given to her by her master. If he takes this Longhua Dan, would her master come looking for him and strike him down? To take it or not to take it? That is the question. Ultimately, Su Yuanqing decides to accept it. Just as Su Yuanqing is about to speak, a cold, authoritative voice reaches his ears. Do not go too far. Su Yuanqing's expression stiffens. Has even Lu Suiao's master found it intolerable to see him deceive Yuanqing? It seems so. After all, given Lu Suiao's nature, she would never be intimidated by Yuanqing. The only reason for her intervention must be that she cannot bear to watch. After Yuanqing presents the Longhua Dan, she earnestly asks again, "Now, can you battle me in equal realms?" Su Yuanqing inquires, "Why are you so insistent on battling me in equal realms?" Yuanqing remains silent for a moment before saying, "I wish to defeat you to bring joy to my master." Is it as simple as that? Su Yuanqing asks. The maiden in white nods. Su Yuanqing continues, "Did your master scold you after losing to mine?" The maiden shakes her head. "Did she send you here?" The maiden shakes her head again. "Very well." Su Yuanqing understands. Yuanqing is simply here to restore her master's honor. Yet this girl lacks any imposing aura. If it were Chun-Yi, she would probably have approached him with a cold countenance, ready to strike. Where can one find a scene as captivating as that before my eyes? The enchanting Yuanqing. Very well, I shall accept your challenge to duel at the same level, Su Yuanqing declared. Suddenly, a beam of sword light erupted from Yuanqing's storage pouch, landing gracefully in her hand. It was an exquisite long sword, entirely pure white. Standing with the sword in hand, Yuanqing's aura transformed completely. She was no longer the innocent girl, but embodied the essence of a valiant female, sword immortal. Unity of sword and spirit. A chilling sword aura radiated forth, causing Su Yuanqing's expression to shift. As a fellow sword cultivator, he sensed that Yuanqing Li was far more formidable than Chen Yi. No, there was simply no comparison, even though Chen Yi was also a pseudo-Tianling root. In contrast to Yuanqing Li, she felt like a being from the heavens against one from the earth. This included Su Yuanqing himself, who felt as if he were grounded. Hastily, he said, "Fairy, please wait." Upon hearing Su Yuanqing's words, a flicker of confusion crossed Yuanqing Li's eyes, momentarily disrupting her heroic demeanor. Su Yuanqing continued, "I have promised to duel you at the same level, but not at this moment. But you have already accepted my spirit stones, and the Longhua Dan," Yuanqing Li responded, clearly not naive. Su Yuanqing nodded, "Indeed, I have accepted your spirit stones and Longhua Dan, which is why I agreed to the duel. I merely meant to indicate that it is not the right time. Consider this. Your cultivation is superior to mine. Why would you wish to suppress your cultivation to duel me at the same level? Is it not for the sake of fairness?" Yuanqing Li nodded. "If it is for the sake of fairness, do you truly believe that suppressing your cultivation to match mine equates to fairness?" Su Yuanqing paused. "Allow me to clarify. Do you believe your master is powerful?" Yuanqing Li nodded. "Then, if your master were to suppress their cultivation to match yours, do you think you could defeat them?" This time, Yuanqing Li shook her head. "Exactly. If your master were to diminish their cultivation to the qi refinement stage and duel you, you would not stand a chance because your master is inherently a nascent soul stage cultivator. They have cultivated longer than you, possess more mystical abilities, and their combat experience and techniques far exceed yours. Even if they were to suppress their cultivation, it would still only be relatively fair, as they would maintain advantages in all other aspects. Hence, you would feel incapable of defeating your master. The same logic applies here. You suppress your cultivation to duel me, and it is inherently unfair, favoring you. A duel at the same level exists, but the notion of a fair battle after suppressing cultivation does not exist. Therefore, your intention to suppress your cultivation to duel me is fundamentally unfair. However, if you wish to fight me to vindicate your master, it must be under absolute fairness, correct? Thus, to ensure true fairness, you must wait until my cultivation level matches yours. Once we are at the same level, we shall engage in this battle. Do you not agree with this reasoning?" After Su Yuanqing spoke, he gazed at Yuanqing Li, feeling a twinge of anxiety within him, uncertain if his words would persuade this maiden in white. Yuanqing Li stood still for a moment, contemplating before nodding. Su Yuanqing sighed in relief. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted as Yuanqing Li suddenly moved her sword. Su Yuanqing almost believed she was going to breach the rules of combat and launch a surprise attack. But he quickly felt his face flush with embarrassment as Yuanqing Li did not attack him. Instead, she presented him with a pile of spirit stones, her voice ringing sweetly. "These spirit stones are for you. Cultivate diligently and strive to reach the same level as me, so we may have a fair duel." "Master, have you forgotten something?" Su Yuanqing was rendered utterly speechless. He could hardly fathom that Yuanqing Li would willingly offer him spirit stones to aid his cultivation. Even with Su Yuanqing's boldness, he felt somewhat embarrassed to accept them again, especially since Yuanqing Li had previously gifted him 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, and now she was offering him an additional 873. This indicated that she had likely emptied her storage pouch to assist him. Accepting them would weigh heavily on his conscience. Furthermore, there was the concern of whether Elder Jiang Yunian would personally wield her sword against him upon discovering this act. The more he pondered, the more likely he felt that this could indeed happen. Just as Su Yuanqing was about to speak, Yuanqing Li suddenly announced, "I must take my leave." She provided him no opportunity for further communication, her figure flickering before vanishing like a beam of sword light from his sight. Su Yuanqing stared at the pile of spirit stones before him, suddenly feeling their weight. At that moment, Lu Suiao appeared beside him. "Master." Su Yuanqing quickly clasped his fists in greeting. However, Lu Suiao's gaze was fixed on the spirit stones, and she remarked, "When I first encountered you, I thought your nature was pure and kind, but now it appears you are nothing more than a rogue." "A rogue?" Su Yuanqing's lips twitched slightly. "Master, I was merely concerned about my ability to defeat her and did not wish to bring shame upon you, which is why I resorted to this underhanded tactic." He defended himself. Lu Suiao regarded him quietly, saying nothing, yet her expression conveyed a clear message. Do you believe I am as easily swayed as Yuanqing? Su Yuanqing realized that the more he spoke, the more mistakes he would make, so he chose to remain silent. I have always heard that Yuanqing possesses a clear sword heart and a pure disposition, yet I did not anticipate her to be somewhat simple-minded as well. Lu Suiao commented. Su Yuanqing observed her expression, discerning that she had not transferred her grievances with Jiang Yunian onto Yuanqing. She was clearly discerning in her judgments. Focus on Yuanqing as your target, cultivate diligently, and strive to reach her level as soon as possible. So you may engage in a true duel at the same stage, Lu Suiao advised. Her cultivation progress must be rapid. I may not be able to catch up to her, Su Yuanqing replied. This was one of the reasons he had attempted to deceive Yuanqing. He believed that with her talent, if she cultivated swiftly enough, he would never catch up, allowing them to avoid the duel altogether. She might slow her pace to wait for you, Lu Suiao suddenly remarked. Su Yuanqing was taken aback. Yuanqing would deliberately slow her cultivation to ensure their duel was fair? Was she not foolish? It seemed Yuanqing did possess a certain innocence. Master, are you not afraid that one day I might lose to Yuanqing? Su Yuanqing inquired. Lu Suiao replied, if one loses, then one loses. What is there to fear? As cultivators, should we allow the fear of potential defeat to hinder our pursuit of excellence? Should we refrain from seeking the Tao out of fear of missing the opportunity for ascension? There will always be someone stronger, and none can claim to be invincible. Thus, regardless of one's prowess, anyone may face defeat. It may not even be at the hands of a rival. It could be time, tribulations, or even the trials of love. The affairs of the world are ever-changing. All we can do is give our utmost effort. Even in my contest with Jiang Yunian, I aspire to triumph over her. Yet, I do not fear defeat. Even if one day I should fall to her, there may still be opportunities to surpass her once more. Therefore, in the course of future cultivation, one must never shy away from action due to fear. Do you understand? Su Yuanqing nodded, acknowledging his understanding. Lu Suiao also nodded. You may return now, she commanded. Su Yuanqing followed Lu Suiao into the Binghubiwen. Lu Suiao proceeded directly to the main hall. Is she leaving just like that? Su Yuanqing gazed at Lu Suiao's disappearing figure, a hint of disappointment crossing his face. Meanwhile, within the main hall of Binghubiwen, Lu Suiao took a deep breath. He must be waiting for me to fulfill his expectations, she muttered to herself. Yet, before she could finish her thought, she suddenly realized what she was thinking. What expectations? Just a smile. It was all Yin Qi's fault for constantly emphasizing this, nearly leading her astray. However, to smile, Lu Suiao sighed softly. She had actually contemplated broaching this topic proactively, but whenever the words were on the tip of her tongue, she found it difficult to voice them. Master. Just as she was pondering, Su Yuanqing's voice called from outside the hall. Lu Suiao's cheeks flushed, and she felt a flutter of anxiety within. He has come. He has taken the initiative to seek me out. What if he directly requests that I smile? Should I oblige? A flurry of thoughts raced through Lu Suiao's mind. Master, can you hear me? Su Yuanqing's voice came again. Lu Suiao gracefully raised her hand, causing the hall doors to open automatically. Her cool voice resonated. What is it? Su Yuanqing's voice entered. The storage ring you gave me last time still has the restrictions intact. I cannot open it. The storage ring? Her heart had quickened, thinking Su Yuanqing was about to make that request. Yet it turned out to be about the storage ring. Lu Suiao's figure flickered, and she appeared outside the hall, standing before Su Yuanqing. Let me take a look, she said. Su Yuanqing handed over the prepared storage ring to Lu Suiao. Indeed, Lu Suiao recalled the last time she had given Su Yuanqing the storage ring, having seen the ancient tome of greater significance in his possession. She had hurriedly handed it over to him and left, neglecting this detail, maintaining a calm demeanor. Lu Suiao dispelled the restrictions on the storage ring and returned it to Su Yuanqing. He accepted it and scanned its contents with his divine sense. Discovering that Lu Suiao had prepared a substantial amount of cultivation resources within, sufficient to sustain his practice for some time. Indeed, it is beneficial to hold onto powerful connections. Otherwise, he would likely be struggling for resources like other inner disciples, perhaps even having to undertake sect missions to earn spirit stones. After all, the sect cannot provide various resources unconditionally without expecting any return. If that were the case, Even the Qingxian Dao sect would eventually be unable to maintain normal operations. In reality, two-thirds of the disciples in the Qingxian Dao sect do not frequently remain within the sect, instead engaging in tasks outside. The most common tasks involve assisting the sect in safeguarding its various enterprises or helping expand its territory and seize resources. Previously, through casual conversation with Yuanqing, Yuanqing learned that the peak master of Teishu Peak was leading a team outside, expanding the territory of the Qingxian Dao sect in the illusory Star Sea and competing with other major powers for cultivation resources. Thank you, Master. After receiving the storage ring, Yuanqing smiled. Senior Sister Yinqi has already informed me about your division of your Danshan into 5 parts. In that case, you must cultivate diligently. Perhaps you can break the curse that prevents those with mixed spiritual roots from establishing a foundation. Lu Suiao responded. I will remember, Master, Yuanqing said. Now, return to your cultivation, Lu Suiao instructed. Even now, she was still unsure about how to fulfill her role as Su Yuanqing's master. All right, Yuanqing nodded. However, he did not leave. Is there something else? Lu Suiao's heart began to race, yet she maintained an air of composure, her lips parting to inquire. Master, have you forgotten something? Yuanqing hesitated before reminding her. Trouble is at hand. Jiang Yunian has arrived. What is it? Although Lu Suiao's exterior remained cool and composed, her heart began to race. It concerns your performance in the Longxian pool. If it surpasses Yuanqing Li's, Yuanqing spoke deliberately. Lu Suiao's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, unable to suppress her feelings any longer. I haven't forgotten, she stated. Well then, Yuanqing replied with a smile. Please wait a moment. Lu Suiao spoke. After seeing Su Yuanqing's seemingly disappointed expression, she quickly added, Rest assured, I will not go back on my word. With that, Lu Suiao turned coldly and returned to the main hall. The doors closed automatically. Just as the doors shut, Lu Suiao, who had been feigning composure, suddenly exhaled in relief, her heart racing uncontrollably. This caused her well-filled garments to quiver slightly. At the same time, her cheeks visibly flushed, a vibrant red akin to a ripe peach, contrasting sharply with her usual cool demeanor. After a few moments of silence, Lu Suiao gently caressed her chest, gradually regaining her composure. Her divine sense swept across, discovering that Yuanqing had yet to leave the hall. Gazing at his clean, handsome face, a smile unexpectedly graced her lips. However, in the next moment, her expression hardened. Outside the Binghu Buan, a chilling aura of sword intent surged forth, as if the entire realm was transforming into a desolate sword domain. Even with the formations and restrictions in place within the Binghu Buan, Yuanqing felt an involuntary chill creeping down his spine, his scalp tingling. What was happening? He quickly turned to look and saw Jiang Yunian, clad in a white sword robe, accompanied by Yuanqing Li, appearing before him. At that moment, separated by the restrictions of the Binghu Buan, they coldly regarded him. The instant their gazes met, Su Yuanqing's heart raced, and his sea of consciousness trembled violently, as though assaulted by sword energy. Fortunately, the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace within him began to circulate the dual energies, protecting him. Simultaneously, Lu Suiao appeared beside Su Yuanqing. In an instant, the suffocating sensation vanished without a trace. Lu Suiao, your disciple possesses quite the skill, Jiang Yunian snorted coldly. Lu Suiao soared into the air, standing outside the restrictions of the Binghu Buan. What do you intend to do? Jiang Yunian replied icily. I seek justice for King Li. Lu Suiao retorted. As a dignified Yuanqing stage elder, do you not feel ashamed to meddle in the affairs between disciples? Jiang Yunian's expression was frigid. King Li is my disciple. Anyone who bullies her must provide me with an explanation, whether they are an elder or a disciple. Otherwise, I do not mind overturning your Binghu Buan. You may attempt that, Lu Suiao declared, summoning the Ice Soul Sword. An aura of cold enveloped the area, freezing the surroundings. Jiang Yunian similarly summoned a long sword, its icy and ruthless sword energy tearing through the void. Just as the two were on the verge of confrontation, Yuanqing Li suddenly spoke, Master. It was all voluntary on my part. Jiang Yunian turned sharply to Yuanqing Li. What did you say? The Longhua Dan and Spirit Stones were all given to Su Yuanqing willingly. Yuanqing Li's voice was delicate, as if she were hesitant to meet Jiang Yunian's gaze. Her head lowered, her slender fingers entwined nervously. Why? Jiang Yuanian asked in a low voice. I wish for him to expedite his cultivation, so that he may reach my realm, allowing us to engage in a fair battle of equal standing, spoke Yuanqing. Jiang Yuanian cast a glance at Yuanqing, her eyes reflecting a rare expression of frustration akin to disappointment in one who fails to live up to expectations. At that precise moment, a crimson figure pierced through the void and approached. It was Yunqi. Jiang Yuanian, it is your precious disciple who willingly chose this path. Did you hear? Yunqi said with a radiant smile. Jiang Yuanian's demeanor turned frosty. She took a deep breath, disregarding Yunqi, and directed her gaze towards Yuanqing. Come back with me. Yes, Yuanqing replied, still keeping her head bowed. Wait a moment, suddenly interjected Su Yuanqing. Jiang Yuanian shot a cold, sharp look at Su Yuanqing. Yuanqing, who had been keeping her head down as if in guilt, finally lifted her exquisitely beautiful face, a harmonious blend of strength and softness, and looked towards Su Yuanqing. Su Yuanqing brandished the Qingyu shuttle, soaring into the air, stepping beyond the protective wards of the Ice Lake courtyard, appearing in the outside world. He produced the spiritual stones and Longhua pills that Yuanqing had given him. Yuanqing, I am returning these to you, Su Yuanqing said. A hint of confusion flickered in Yuanqing's starry eyes. What is the meaning of this? These items were given to you by me. Upon hearing this, if looks could kill, Su Yuanqing would have been dismembered by Jiang Yuanian countless times already. No, as a sword cultivator, Jiang Yuanian's gaze could indeed be lethal. Had it not been for Lu Suiao's protection, Su Yuanqing might have been reduced to mere shards by a glance from Jiang Yuanian. Lu Suiao and Yunqi also regarded Su Yuanqing intently. Su Yuanqing chuckled lightly. In truth, I never truly desired these items. Yuanqing's remarkably beautiful starry eyes again registered a flicker of confusion. Did he not recount a tale, urging me to offer him spiritual stones and pills? How naive. Su Yuanqing observed Yuanqing's innocent and perplexed expression, coupled with her strikingly beautiful yet fierce visage, creating a delightful contrast. Su Yuanqing continued with a smile. All my actions were merely to convey one important lesson. What lesson? Yuanqing inquired, bemused. The world is fraught with treachery, Su Yuanqing stated. You see, I tricked you out of these spiritual stones, did I not? My initial intent was to return these pills and stones to you tomorrow while advising you against placing blind trust in others, lest you be deceived. However, I did not foresee that Elder Jiang would bring you here today. Yuanqing remained blissfully innocent, confused. Did you truly deceive me? Of course, I did deceive you, he replied. But now, in the presence of your master, how could I confess that? Did you not see how I concocted an excuse to return these items? I wish to avoid having to be wary of a Yuanqing elder's resentment in the future. Thus, the nature of this matter must change, my dear. Men are all foolish, Su Yuanqing declared. You see, I am merely at the 6th level of qi refinement, while you have reached the 12th level. I can never catch up to your realm. Your level will perpetually surpass mine, rendering a fair battle of equal standing utterly impossible. Yuanqing remained silent for a moment before stating, I will wait for you. Jiang Yuanian, Yunqi, and only Lu Suiao maintained their calm demeanor, her expression indicating a sense of inevitability. Su Yuanqing felt the lethal gaze of Elder Jiang Yuanian intensifying. He quickly added, the crux of the matter is not here. Rather, it lies in my impure intentions. I intentionally stated this to deceive you out of cultivation resources, understand? Yuanqing looked on, still bewildered. In summary, all men are foolish. In the future, should you encounter other men, regardless of age or attractiveness, keep your distance. Remember, those who wish to associate with you are rarely virtuous. Always maintain a sense of caution around them. Do not trust them. Do you understand? Su Yuanqing spoke earnestly, his words filled with heartfelt conviction, for he implied other men, completely excluding himself from that category. Yuanqing, in the future, do not engage with any other men, except for me. Do you understand? Su Yuanqing thought to himself. Yuanqing nodded, somewhat understanding. Following this discourse, Su Yuanqing sensed the murderous intent in Jiang Yuanian's gaze dissipating, as if even her disdain for him had lessened. Men are most familiar with their own kind, and he spoke true. Men are rarely virtuous. Qingli, remember this well. Never trust a word spoken by any man. Jiang Yuanian interjected at this moment. I will remember, Master, Yuanqing nodded once more. Let's depart. Jiang Yuanian led Yuanqing away. Elder Jiang, these spiritual stones and Longhua pills, Su Yuanqing reminded. Jiang Yuanian paid him no heed and continued onward with Yuanqing. Mission accomplished. Jiang Yuanian indeed would not be petty enough to confiscate the spiritual stones and Longhua pills, simultaneously alleviating her murderous intent towards him. Su Yuanqing felt a sense of satisfaction within. In this world, strength is paramount. Yet, mere strength without wit is equally futile. However, as he resumed collecting the spiritual stones and Longhua pills, he noticed the peculiar gaze of Lu Suiao and Elder Yun Shi directed at him, which made him feel a bit uneasy. Indeed, men are not to be trusted. Suddenly, Yin Shi spoke. However, Shi shifted the conversation, glancing at Lu Suiao with a playful smile. If Su Yuanqing could win Yuanqing's heart, what do you think would happen to Jiang Yuanian? Surprisingly, Lu Suiao responded earnestly. She would explode. Yin Shi laughed. I must admit, I am rather eager to see it. If Jiang Yuanian's cherished disciple, raised like a daughter, were to be deceived away by your disciple, would that not imply she is inferior to you in some regard? Lu Suiao shook her head. The matters between Jiang Yuanian and myself have no bearing on Yuanqing. That girl is rather good. Sister Yin Shi, do not incite trouble. I merely spoke in jest. Yin Shi replied with a smile. Subsequently, the trio of Lu Suiao, Yin Shi, and Su Yuanqing returned to the Ice Lake courtyard. Yin Shi transmitted a message to Su Yuanqing. Has her master satisfied you yet? This statement felt oddly peculiar to Su Yuanqing. He cleared his throat and replied, Not yet. You might not be capable, Yin Shi remarked. Elder Yin Shi, you should be well aware of my capabilities, Su Yuanqing suddenly retorted. A vivid image of an eagle flashed through Yin Shi's mind, and she smiled radiantly. What if you are merely a pretty facade without substance? Su Yuanqing was tempted to respond. Why not try and find out? However, the words lingered on his lips, unspoken. When interacting with Elder Yin Shi, one must maintain a delicate balance. Instead, he said, if Elder Yin Shi claims I'm merely a pretty facade, then I must be one. I have no means to prove otherwise. There is a way, Yin Shi countered. Su Yuanqing was taken aback, looking at Elder Yin Shi in disbelief. She continued, you need only win Yuanqing's heart to prove whether you are indeed a mere facade. Su Yuanqing chuckled. Indeed, Elder Yin Shi was stepping into the fray to personally ascertain whether he was merely a figment of imagination. At the same time, the image of Yuanqing's fierce yet innocent face swirled in his mind. Just as he thought of her, the cold gaze of Elder Jiang Yuanian resurfaced in his memory, jolting him back to reality. Keep a close watch on yourself. When the time comes, remember to report back to me. I wish to see whether you possess merit or not. Yin Shi raised an eyebrow with a smile. Su Yuanqing expressed a concern that time might reveal truths that could leave one trembling. Following her jest directed at Su Yuanqing, Yunkai appeared by Lu Suiao's side. Suiao, my junior sister, Yunkai began. What troubles you? Lu Suiao inquired, casting a glance at Yunkai. In a swift motion, Yunkai appeared before her, unexpectedly extending a slender, delicate finger to gently tease Lu Suiao's alabaster chin. Come, smile for your elder sister, Yunkai urged with a breath as fragrant as orchids. Lu Suiao's cool, beautiful face flushed with a hint of crimson, and she hastily swatted Yunkai's hand away. Mind your image. All right, I shall be mindful of my image. Yunkai conceded with a nod. Suddenly, she turned to Su Yuanqing and said, Little one, pay attention. Su Yuanqing was taken aback, wondering what she intended to do. Lu Suiao furrowed her brow, apprehensive of what mischief Yunkai might be plotting. Unexpectedly, Yunkai's two delicate hands glided to Lu Suiao's breathtaking waist, her fingers beginning to tickle. Yunkai, you. Lu Suiao panicked. Stop, don't be silly. As she attempted to break free, Yunkai, though lacking in strength compared to Lu Suiao, matched her agility. For a moment, Lu Suiao found it impossible to evade Yunkai's nimble hands unless she forcibly pushed her away, which could potentially harm her elder sister. However, before Lu Suiao could make a decision, she felt herself involuntarily shiver, her cheeks visibly reddening. Suiao, quickly smile for your sister. If you don't, I want to let go. Yunkai insisted playfully, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Yin Chi. Lu Suiao gritted her teeth, her voice elongated, imbued with a mixture of embarrassment and indignation, her ears turning crimson. Yet, despite her protests, she couldn't help but let out a melodious laugh, her cool demeanor melting away in the playful moment, revealing the enchanting charm of a mortal woman, captivating and heart-stirring. Su Yuanqing watched, momentarily entranced. From his perspective, Lu Suiao appeared to be laughing with abandon, her figure, already curvaceous, now swaying with every giggle, a sight that filled Su Yuanqing's eyes with delight. He finally beheld her smile, invigorating his spirit. Yet, in the blink of an eye, his vision became hazy, obscured from clarity. Su Yuanqing lamented this unfortunate turn, for the scene before him was not only a display of Lu Suiao's joyous laughter, but also a glimpse of the playful beauty shared between the two enchanting elder sisters. While Su Yuanqing contemplated this loss, Yuanqing suddenly exclaimed. He was uncertain of what transpired, but a few moments later, a red streak shot forth from the ice lake courtyard, appearing somewhat disheveled. Yet, the details eluded his comprehension due to his cultivation level. 55. The Heroine 5 Elements Unified Sword Technique. Soft rice is truly delightful, master. A few moments later, Su Yuanqing still found the surroundings blurred. Please wait, Lu Suiao's cool voice broke through. After another few moments, Su Yuanqing noticed his vision returning to clarity, revealing Lu Suiao's tall and full figure before him. However, she no longer bore the previous playful demeanor. Her presence was now as cold and serene as the moon in the sky. The sword technique I cultivate is suited only for those with an ice spirit root. It is not compatible with you. This is the Heroine 5 Elements Unified Sword Technique I have sought for you. It is somewhat obscure, practiced by few, yet perfectly aligns with your 5-element spirit root. You may begin your training with it. I will find you a suitable artifact to truly harness the power of this technique, Lu Suiao instructed, handing Su Yuanqing a jade slip. The Heroine 5 Elements Unified Sword Technique? The name alone sounds formidable. Su Yuanqing expressed his gratitude, clasping his fists in thanks. As my disciple, I shall take responsibility for you. There is no need for formality, Lu Suiao replied with a slight nod. You may now go and practice. Disciple takes leave. Su Yuanqing acknowledged before retreating to his own courtyard. As for requesting another smile from Lu Suiao, he was not foolish enough to mention it again, fearing it might lead to repercussions. Regardless, he had already savored a delightful sight. Upon returning to his courtyard, Su Yuanqing dismissed any further distractions, realizing that for him, the enhancement of his cultivation and strength was of utmost importance. He focused a fragment of his consciousness into the jade slip, activating it. A sword light projected forth, revealing the 8 ancient characters of the Heroine 5 Elements Unified Sword Technique in the air before him. These characters bore resemblance to the ancient small seal script of Huaxia, a script he had mastered during his year of the Spirit Beast Peak, thus avoiding the embarrassment of being unable to decipher the technique. Following the 8 characters, additional text gradually unfolded in the air, resembling a scroll being unveiled. Su Yuanqing immersed himself in the Heroine 5 Elements Unified Sword Technique, and thereafter, tranquility reigned without any disturbances. He secluded himself within the ice lake courtyard, diligently cultivating. On one hand, he absorbed spiritual stones and the essence of heaven and earth, fostering the circulation of the great and small Zhou celestial circuits, refining them into true qi of the 5 elements. On the other hand, he simultaneously contemplated the Heroine 5 Elements Unified Sword Technique. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. One morning, as the mist lingered, the ice lake courtyard remained tranquil. Su Yuanqing sat cross-legged within his room, eyes closed in meditation, as spiritual energy surged around him and the true qi of the 5 elements flowed within. Suddenly, he felt a subtle pulse of spiritual awareness emanate from the Xian Yuling, prompting him to open his eyes. The Xian Yuling has activated? Su Yuanqing mused, his thoughts guiding the talisman to float before him. He extended a fragment of his consciousness into the talisman. Su Shidi, members of the Dazhu dynasty have arrived. Are you available at this moment? The message was brief, the voice belonging to Fuyu. This was indeed a remarkable utility of the Qing Xian Dao Sect's identity talisman, allowing brief communication between disciples over a certain distance. The Dazhu dynasty has arrived? Have I truly been in seclusion for 10 days? Su Yuanqing reflected. He checked his supply of fasting pills and noted 10 had been consumed, confirming the passage of time. Previously, he had been so engrossed in his cultivation and comprehension of the Hunyuan 5 Elements unified sword technique that he had lost track of time. This experience granted him a tangible understanding of the concept of time's oblivion in the pursuit of enlightenment. Su Yuanqing smiled. Since he had made a commitment to Fu Yu, he felt compelled to honor it. Using the Xian Yuling, he replied, "I will be there shortly. Let us gather at the Peak Affairs Hall." With that, Su Yuanqing rose, concluding his training, and stepped out of his courtyard. The voice of Lu Suiao reached him. "Today, individuals from the Dazhou dynasty have come to visit the sect. Would you like to go and see?" Su Yuanqing inquired. "Master, are you going?" "No." Lu Suiao replied nonchalantly. "Unless it is a mandatory occasion, due to my position as an elder of Teishu Peak, I have little interest in such matters. If you wish to experience it, you may request a quota," she added. "No need, Master. I'm going out to find Shixing Fuyu," Su Yuanqing replied. If he were to go on his own accord, how could he assist Fuyu in sabotaging this matchmaking event? However, just as he was about to leave, Su Yuanqing suddenly turned back and asked, "Master, can you defeat Elder Wan Hai?" Without questioning the suddenness of the inquiry, Lu Suiao simply replied, "I can." "That is good." Su Yuanqing smiled. After all, he feared ruining Fuyu's matchmaking and consequently offending Elder Wan Hai. Wait, just as Su Yuanqing was about to depart, Lu Suiao's voice echoed once more. He halted and turned back. Lu Suiao, clad in an ice-blue feathered robe, bore intricate Xianbing spirit patterns on her cuffs and hem, exuding a chill even before she approached. The majestic peaks in the backdrop formed a breathtaking contrast with her slender waist. It was yet another day to admire the delicate branches laden with ripe fruits, Su Yuanqing thought with delight. This set of magical artifacts is for you. With a flick of her sleeve, 5 beams of sword light materialized before Su Yuanqing, transforming into 5 3-inch flying swords. They were named Tianheng, Qingyan, Guishao, Yanhuang, and Kunlun. This complete set of ancient 5-element sword embryos embodied the essence of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Separated, they represented the 5 elements. Unified, they formed a singular entity. As Lu Suiao's words fell, the 5 swords, each a different hue, intertwined in the air, creating a dazzling 5-element ring formation. Soon after, the 5 swords merged into one, coalescing into a long sword of deep black gold hue. Subtle 5-element spirit patterns danced upon the blade, reminiscent of dragons and serpents. The tip of the sword curled upwards, and the spine glimmered with a hint of purple-gold radiance. An invisible sword intent emanated from its edge, cracking the ground beneath before it even touched down, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to dissipate. Witnessing this, Su Yuanqing was astonished. This sword has no name after merging. You may bestow it with one of your choosing. Normally, keep it in your danshin for nurturing. In the future, as your cultivation progresses, it can transform from a magical artifact into a treasure, Lu Suiao instructed. "Thank you, Master." Su Yuanqing hastily expressed his gratitude. Even with his limited understanding, he recognized the rarity of a magical artifact capable of elevation in rank. Indeed, the diligent cultivators would not engage in such endeavors. They prefer to lean on others for comfort and ease. Should he attempt to acquire such a complete and complementary set of 5-element magical artifacts on his own, he could not fathom when that might occur. The matchmaking began. A meeting with the little princess. With a wave of her sleeve, the black gold longsword split into 5 once more, transforming into 5 3-inch flying swords before Su Yuanqing. He gently caressed each one, sensing the flowing 5-element spiritual energy and the inherent sharp sword intent. Tianheng, Qingyuan, Guishao, Yanhuang, Kunlun, what splendid names. He thought, with a mere thought. The 5 flying swords returned to him, like swallows to their nest, gracefully merging into his body. They ultimately hovered within his danshin, resonating with the distinct regions of true qi. Upon the sword's entry, Su Yuanqing immediately felt a profound sense of kinship, as if this set of swords were inherently a part of him, flowing effortlessly within. "Thank you, Master." He gazed at the elegantly poised Lu Suiao, her exquisite and frosty visage eliciting a smile as he expressed his gratitude once more. No need for formality. Lu Suiao nodded slightly before turning to depart. Even now, she had yet to acclimate to the presence of a male in her icy lake residence. finding it awkward to interact with Su Yuanqing alone. Thus, in the absence of Yuanqing, she felt a certain unease. Yet, whenever Yuanqing was present, she would invariably cause some mischief. At Taishu Peak, in the Peak Affairs Hall, when Su Yuanqing arrived, Fuyu was already waiting. "Shidi Su, you have finally arrived," Fuyu exclaimed excitedly, approaching him warmly. "I value the spirit of contracts. Having accepted your request, I shall certainly uphold it." Su Yuanqing subtly reframed the matter of the spirit stones as fulfilling Fuyu's request. Fuyu responded joyfully, "Shidi Su, you are indeed loyal." Su Yuanqing directly inquired, "What shall we do next?" "My master has arranged for me to meet the little princess alone to discern her feelings towards me. If it is suitable, we shall continue developing our relationship. If not, the engagement will be nullified. Therefore, Shidi Su, I am relying on you to help me ruin this matchmaking," Fuyu stated. "No problem," Su Yuanqing nodded. "As I said, it may be challenging to satisfy the little princess, but instigating her disdain should be quite simple. This is my identity token." Fuyu then handed Su Yuanqing his Xianyu token as an intersect disciple of Taishu Peak, saying, "The location is at Jiyu Peak." He conveyed the relevant information to Su Yuanqing, who acknowledged it. He was familiar with Jiyu Peak, which was designated for receiving noble guests from the imperial dynasty, allies of the sect, and visitors from various realms. It featured a reception platform, Yinhe Bridge, Jiu Hall, Minjao Tower, Jinjao Residence, and the Red Maple Garden, each with its unique architectural style. Half a year prior, while he was at the Spirit Beast Peak, he had once delivered a celestial crane to Jiyu Peak. However, at that time, he lacked the qualifications to venture deeper and had left after delivering the crane. Half an hour later, Su Yuanqing arrived at Jiyu Peak for the second time. This time, armed with the Xianyu token, he navigated smoothly to Jinjao Residence, where the little princess resided. "Who goes there?" Upon his arrival, a maid blocked his path. Su Yuanqing presented Fuyu's Xianyu token and replied, "I am Fuyu." "Ah, young Master Fu, please follow me." The maid, evidently informed of his arrival, led Su Yuanqing into Jinjao Residence. After traversing through the courtyards adorned with pavilions and water features, the maid brought him to a pavilion standing amidst a pond. She then withdrew. Su Yuanqing looked ahead and saw a young girl leaning against the railing of the pavilion, scattering bait into the water to feed the fish. Though only a silhouette, her alluring figure was already evident. Could she be a silhouette assassin? Su Yuanqing mused. After all, it was difficult for him to associate someone who admired Fuyu's somewhat rugged and sturdy physique with terms like delicate or beautiful. If someone appeared average, he might compliment them as cute. If they were truly unattractive, he would feign sincerity and say they were very cute. "You've arrived." Just as Su Yuanqing was about to greet her, the girl, with an exquisitely graceful figure, turned around after scattering the bait, revealing her face to him. Su Yuanqing could see that she was around the same age as Yuanqing, with skin as smooth as congealed fat, brows resembling distant mountains shrouded in mist, and a pair of black and white eyes that were clear and lively, her features strikingly delicate. Adorned in a captivating chest-length heza skirt, the fabric woven with scarlet and white threads of gold. The attire is meticulously tailored, elegantly accentuating her slender waist. Over this, she drapes a delicate, pale yellow long-sleeve blouse. The material soft and ethereal as mist. The hem of both the skirt and the blouse is embellished with bright yellow cloud pattern embroidery, the intricate designs cascading like auspicious vapors from the heavens. This little princess, Yuanqing, one of the protagonists, is truly the embodiment of beauty. Her attire and grooming exude an innate regal elegance. Were it not for Su Yuanqing's discerning gaze, which has been sharpened by the likes of Lu Suio, Yinqi, Yuanqing, and Jiang Yunian, one would undoubtedly find her stunning. In truth, the princess's figure and countenance alone are enough to be deemed breathtaking. However, having become accustomed to exquisite beauties, he remains relatively composed. Despite his calm demeanor, he cannot help but internally critique her choice in suitors. How could someone so beautiful be drawn to a rugged and coarse type like Fuyu? There must be something amiss with her aesthetic standards. Nevertheless, these thoughts do not affect his outward politeness as he greets her with a courteous smile. "I am Fuyu. It is a pleasure to meet the little princess." Upon seeing Su Yuanqing, the little princess, in stark contrast to his composure, displays a clear spark of astonishment in her eyes. She is taken aback by his remarkable looks, which exceed her expectations. This realization softens her previously stern expression, but she quickly remembers her intention to disrupt the matchmaking, and her face regains its composure. "Please, take a seat," she says, settling herself on a stone bench within the pavilion. Even with her deliberate seriousness, a hint of adorableness shines through her delicate cheeks. Su Yuanqing swears that this time, her cuteness is genuinely charming, not merely a facade to excuse her beauty. Coming from Earth, where social classes are distinct yet lack the rigid hierarchy of ancient times, he feels no compulsion to bow to royalty. He sits across from the little princess with ease. "Your master must have mentioned the purpose of our meeting." The little princess initiates the conversation. "Indeed," Su Yuanqing replies. "What are your thoughts?" She questions, feigning indifference. "I am, of course, exceedingly willing." He responds, though regrettably, this is not truly a matchmaking between him and the little princess. He recalls his senior brother Fu Yu's request and adds, "I, Fu Yu, am a man of integrity with few desires, merely a few requirements." The little princess regards him and prompts, "Please elaborate." Clearing his throat, Su Yuanqing begins, "We should not expect to marry immediately. According to the royal customs of your Zhou dynasty, we must first become engaged, followed by selecting an auspicious date for the wedding, correct?" The princess nods in agreement. "Yes, we must adhere to the rituals." Su Yuanqing continues, "Then allow me to state my conditions. First, I stand at 8 feet tall, exuding an extraordinary presence, young and vigorous. In comparison to your beauty, you may find a challenge to match my stature. Moreover, as a member of your royal lineage, you possess greater wealth than I. Therefore, should we engage, I will not provide a betrothal gift. Instead, you must bring a dowry, and it cannot be meager. At the time of engagement, please provide me with 80,000 low-grade spirit stones up front, and when it comes time for the wedding, an additional 880,000 low-grade spirit stones as dowry. Not a single piece less. Secondly, if your father or mother wishes for me to address them as father or mother, a fee of no less than 10,000 spirit stones must be paid for each. Thirdly, after our marriage, you cannot reside in the Zhou dynasty, but must come to our Qing Xiandao zone. My focus will solely be on cultivation, and you will be responsible for managing our daily lives. Should you throw a fit like a princess, we shall part ways, and the dowry will not be returned. Fourthly, I possess a temper that is not easily appeased and cannot tolerate suspicion from women. You must trust me unconditionally. Any hint of doubt will result in immediate separation, and the dowry will not be returned. Fifthly, I am somewhat paranoid. Therefore, after marriage, you may not associate with other men, not even eunuchs. If I discover any such interactions, we shall part ways, and the dowry will not be returned. Sixthly, should the Zhou dynasty encounter any difficulties requiring my assistance, or if you request me to risk my life for your dynasty, that is beyond my obligation. Any such demands will result in separation, and the dowry will not be returned. Seventhly, I am not fond of socializing and have no interest in the affairs of the royal family. If your father, mother, or any relatives expect me to pay respects, I fear I may not comply. Should you force me, we shall part ways, and the dowry will not be returned. Eighthly, should any royal celebrations or ceremonies occur within the Zhou dynasty, requiring my attendance for social obligations, I cannot comply. Forcing me will also lead to separation, and the dowry will not be returned. Before he can articulate his ninth condition, the little princess, finally snapping out of her astonishment, interrupts him. "Wait. What did you just say? What is it?" "I have yet to finish," Su Yuanqing smiles. The princess, her delicate face flushed with indignation, retorts, "Do you think I'm a fool? I haven't even begun to exert myself, and you're already faltering?" Su Yuanqing chuckles. "To be honest, were it not for my master-s arrangement, you wouldn't even have the chance to see me. I possess height, looks, and vigor, qualities that are rare in this realm. Though you're a little princess, you must recognize that." Before he can finish, she interrupts again. "Enough. What is it?" "I have not yet concluded," he reiterates. This time, she is not feigning her displeasure. Her cool demeanor reflects her genuine emotions as she states, "There is no need for further discussion. We have no reason to continue. You should consider this carefully. If you miss out on me, you will never encounter a man as exceptional as Fu Yu again." Su Yuanqing asserts. The little princess forces a smile. "Then please, this exceptional man should seek an even more exceptional woman." Coughing lightly, Su Yuanqing acknowledges her self-awareness. "In that case, I I shall take my leave. He stands and bows respectfully. Self-awareness? At this remark, the little princess nearly explodes with fury. You. She glares at Su Yuanqing, nearly unable to restrain herself from striking this audaciously confident man. This is the Qing Xian Dao zone. She repeatedly reminds herself. Her intention was to feign a smile, but ultimately, she finds it impossible to muster one. I want to see you out, she declares, turning her back and biting her lip in frustration. Mission accomplished, Su Yuanqing beams, turning to depart. Once Su Yuanqing's figure vanishes from her sight, she can no longer contain her anger, exclaiming, "How can such a shameless person exist in this world?" In an instant, she disappears from the pavilion by the lake. When she reappears, she finds herself in a secluded loft deep within Jingyaoju. Inside this loft is another woman, also dressed in a pale yellow gown, mirroring the little princess's attire. However, in contrast to the little princess's chest-length dress, her gown exuded a greater majesty, adorned with intricate golden phoenix embroidery. The cinched waist accentuated her astonishing bust-to-waist ratio, perfectly highlighting her figure. On her face, which possessed the beauty of a national treasure, lay a pair of striking Danfan eyes, their glimmer hinting at a subtle sharpness. This aura conveyed both nobility and a commanding presence, distinguishing her from the little princess. Zhao Ning, the eldest princess of the Dazhou dynasty, was one of the leading female characters. Have you met Fu Yu? She inquired. The little princess responded with irritation. I have indeed. By the looks of it, your impression of him seems rather unfavorable. The eldest princess smiled. Sister, you have yet to encounter that fellow. He is infuriating, truly vexing. I nearly felt compelled to strike him. She continued, apart from his good looks, he is utterly lacking in merit. You know I am quite forgiving of attractive individuals, be they men or women. Yet Fu Yu is the first to evoke such disdain in me despite his appearance. The eldest princess, with her piercing eyes, displayed a hint of amusement. Do you find Fu Yu handsome? The little princess affirmed, indeed, yet he is still insufferable. The eldest princess chuckled. I find myself questioning your taste. The little princess was taken aback. Questioning my taste? That is beyond doubt. He is undeniably frustrating, yet undeniably handsome. She insisted, if you saw him, you would agree. Though he may lack in other areas, his looks are certainly commendable. The eldest princess replied, I have already seen his portrait. Do you not find him appealing? The little princess, puzzled, wondered, has your judgment truly surpassed mine? She mused if she ought to elevate her own aesthetic standards, but even with an upgrade, Fu Yu would still be handsome. Regardless, she did not dwell on this and stated, in any case, the matchmaking has concluded, the task is complete. I believe even Elder One Hai will have nothing more to say. The eldest princess nodded gently. She had brought Qing Er along merely for formality. Since Su Yuanqing entered Gu Peak, Fu Yu had been waiting outside, feeling quite anxious. For the first time, he felt time stretching interminably. Finally, with an eager gaze, he saw Su Yuanqing exit Gu Peak. Fu Yu rushed forward. Junior brother Su, how did it go? Su Yuanqing sighed softly. Fu Yu's expression shifted dramatically. A sigh? What does that mean? His heart raced as he urgently asked, Junior brother Su, please do not scare me. Do not tell me you succeeded in your matchmaking. Su Yuanqing sighed once more. Fu Yu turned pale. Finally, Su Yuanqing spoke slowly. Brother Fu, I am sorry to disappoint you. Should I return your spirit stones? Fu Yu felt utterly deflated. After a long pause, he dismissed the notion with a wave of his hand. Upon seeing this, Su Yuanqing dropped the pretense and smiled. Do not worry. The matchmaking was a failure. Really? Fu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Yuanqing nodded. Indeed, but that little princess is a paragon of beauty. A true gem. Are you certain you will not regret this? Rest assured, I shall never regret it. Fu Yu declared fervently, finally feeling relief wash over him. His gaze towards Su Yuanqing turned somewhat resentful. He had truly been startled just now. His emotions fluctuated like a sword soaring through the skies. That settles it. Su Yuanqing confirmed, his mind drifting back to the little princess's delicate form. Although she did not possess the voluptuousness of his master, Lu Suiao, nor the long legs of elder Yun Qi, she was charmingly petite, evoking a sense of regal elegance. The thought of possessing such diverse beauties was tantalizing. Stop! Su Yuanqing hastily quelled these thoughts. At this moment, Fu Yu, realizing Su Yuanqing had indeed thwarted his matchmaking efforts, felt a surge of excitement and nearly embraced him. Su Yuanqing's scalp tingled, and he instinctively stepped back several paces, regarding Fu Yu warily. "Brother Fu, please maintain your composure," Su Yuanqing cautioned. Fu Yu was momentarily taken aback. Why did Su Yuanqing seem so resistant to physical proximity? It felt as though he always maintained a certain distance, as if wary. Was he truly that intimidating? However, recalling Su Yuanqing's previous comments about Long Yang, the realization dawned upon him. His face darkened. "Junior brother Su, I assure you, I do not harbor such inclinations. I am attracted to women. What kind of look is that?" Fu Yu exclaimed, exasperation evident. He suddenly felt as if he had fallen into the Yellow River and could never wash clean. Su Yuanqing scrutinized him with suspicion, but resolutely rejected Fu Yu's embrace, saying, "Brother Fu, if you are genuinely overwhelmed with emotion, perhaps consider dispersing some wealth to relieve your feelings." Disperse wealth? Fu Yu's expression darkened further as he grasped Su Yuanqing's insinuation. However, since Su Yuanqing had assisted him in achieving his goal, Fu Yu was not one to be stingy. He promptly produced 100 low-grade spirit stones to offer his thanks. "Brother Fu, what are you doing? I have already accepted your payment." "It would be inappropriate to accept more," Su Yuanqing protested as he opened his storage ring. Fu Yu momentarily struggled to adapt to Su Yuanqing's demeanor, pausing for a moment before complying with Su Yuanqing's performance. "Brother Fu, should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." Su Yuanqing waved goodbye and returned to the Ice Lake courtyard. However, this time, he did not immediately begin his training. Instead, he summoned 5 flying swords, Tian Heng, Qin Yuan, Gui Chao, Yin Huang, and Kuan Lin, each corresponding to the 5 elements, which swirled around him, vibrating joyfully. Then he pricked his finger, dripping blood to imprint his soul mark on each of the 5 swords, establishing his ownership. After completing this, Su Yuanqing focused his intent, merging Tian Heng, Qin Yuan, Gui Chao, Yin Huang, and Kuan Lin into one, ultimately forming a black-gold long sword that settled in his hand. His master had instructed him to name it himself. Reflecting on the Hunyuan 5 elements returning to one sword technique and considering the 5 elemental swords, he decided, let it be called Yuanqing sword. Thus, Su Yuanqing made his decision. Subsequently, Su Yuanqing swiftly separated the elements, transforming them into Tian Heng, Qin Yuan, Gishao, Yan Huang, and Kun Lun, only to later reassemble them into the Yuanqing sword, continuously testing its might. At the same time, he earnestly began his cultivation of the Hunyuan Yuxiang Gi sword technique. The following day, within the Xian Peak, one of the 2 principal summits of the Qingxian Dao sect, in the Yudao Hall, a designated venue for high-level discussions and the reception of esteemed guests. Princess Chong and the younger princess were present, accompanied by several attendants. On the Qingxian Dao sect side, the peak master of Wuji Peak personally attended, alongside several elders from other peaks, including Yuan Taixu, the elder from Taishu Peak, who managed the affairs of his peak in the absence of its master. The younger princess, Zhou Qing'er, chose to sit alone at the far end. After all, the visit of the great Zhou dynasty to the Qingxian Dao sect was not merely a social call, but involved serious discussions. Recently, a dispute arose at the border between the Chu kingdom and the great Zhou over a newly discovered spirit stone vein, leading to clashes and casualties on both sides. Yet both maintained a degree of restraint. This was due to the fact that while the Chu kingdom's strength was significantly inferior to that of the great Zhou, it was affiliated with the Qingxian Dao sect as a vassal state, while the great Zhou remained wary of the Qingxian Dao sect. Hence, although the spirit stone vein was a mid-level one, with the potential to be mined for over 20 years and of considerable value, neither side resorted to outright conflict. Currently, the ownership of the vein remained unresolved. Additionally, the various vassal states under the Qingxian Dao sect engaged in trade with the great Zhou. This trade encompassed not only mundane goods but also spiritual plants, spirit beasts, medicinal pills, and materials for refining artifacts. Due to differing geographical conditions, the products available to each side varied. For instance, the Qijin bamboo from the Qingxian Dao sect's territories was unattainable for the great Zhou, which struggled to cultivate it to satisfactory levels, despite its necessity in many magical artifacts. Consequently, most of their supply had to be imported from the Qingxian Dao sect. Conversely, Baixian Sha was exclusive to the great Zhou, with no discovery of such in the Qing Dao Sect's domains, necessitating purchases from the Great Zhou. For a long time, both sides had engaged in trade, with each imposing tariffs. This visit led by the elder sister was not only to resolve border disputes, but also to negotiate the reduction of tariffs on precious materials, which was of utmost importance. At this moment, discussions were ongoing. However, the younger princess found little interest in these matters. Instead, she was preoccupied with thoughts of the strikingly handsome but mysteriously self-assured Fu Yu, whose words lingered in her mind. Particularly his remark that she possessed a surprising level of self-awareness, which left her feeling unsettled. Determined, the younger princess resolved that before leaving the Qing Dao sect, she must confront Fu Yu once more. Otherwise, she would be unable to quell her frustration. The thought of his audacious statements caused her discontent, and she felt that departing without addressing it would leave her dissatisfied for a long time. With this in mind, she found it increasingly difficult to remain seated. Yet, as a small princess of the Great Zhou, although not the leading negotiator, she accompanied her sister to gain experience and settle past grievances with Elder Wan Hai. Thus, in the presence of the high-ranking members of the Qing Dao sect, she could not simply slip away. Instead, she bore with it, resting her chin on her hands at the table, lost in thought, her mind drifting to Fu Yu's handsome visage. However, her daydreaming was interrupted by the poised presence of Princess Chong, who engaged earnestly in negotiations with the leaders of the Qing Dao sect. Finally, after half an hour, the younger princess observed that the negotiations showed no signs of concluding, leading her to test the waters with her sister, suggesting a break. Princess Chang's eyes narrowed slightly. The younger princess made a gesture, pinching her thumb and index finger together, mimicking a sealing motion over her lips while fluttering her eyelashes. Princess Chong did not look her way, but the elder Yuan Taigzu caught this exchange. Though he had not intentionally eavesdropped, as a nascent soul expert, he easily perceived the younger princess's mental fluctuations. As the balance keeper among the elders, Yuan Taigzu chuckled and proposed a break. The master of Wuji Peak, Mo Yuan, also chimed in, suggesting that they serve the newly harvested Wu Dao tea for the princess to sample. The prospect of Wu Dao tea, renowned as a priceless treasure, astonished the princess. Acquiring it typically required a considerable expenditure of spirit stones. She understood that in front of the elders of the Qing Dao sect, she was merely a junior. If her presence had been solely due to her status as a princess, they might not have offered her the tea. It was likely due to her representation of the Great Zhou in discussions of mutual benefit that they were willing to extend such hospitality. Gratefully, the princess expressed her thanks. Soon, the fragrant tea was presented, filling the hall with its enticing aroma, even captivating the younger princess, who had contemplated slipping away. It proved to be excellent tea. After a couple of sips, she was pleasantly surprised by its invigorating effects, feeling her cultivation improve significantly, as though those 2 sips equated to 10 days of arduous practice. While Princess Chong sipped her tea gracefully, maintaining the dignified demeanor of the Great Zhou, the younger princess, with less restraint, gulped hers down eagerly. "Can I have a refill?" she inquired, still yearning for more. "Of course," responded Mo Yuan with a smile. Observing this, others from the Great Zhou felt a pang of envy. Though they too desired a refill, they could not approach it as freely as the younger princess did. Fortunately, Mo Yuan ordered refills for everyone from the Great Zhou. Thus, after a brief interlude for tea, the negotiations resumed. Prior to the commencement, the younger princess contemplated sneaking away to find Fu Yu, but ultimately succumbed to the watchful gaze of her sister, returning reluctantly to her seat, eyes fixed ahead, occasionally glancing at Princess Chong. "I'm not as big as my elder sister yet. When I grow to her age, I will be just as tall, perhaps even taller." The little princess mused inwardly. Time dragged on, nearly an hour slipping by in dull monotony. The little princess was in a half-dreamlike state, but still caught fragments of the discussion around her. They were negotiating between the Great Zhou dynasty and the Qing Dao sect regarding the circulation tax rates on fundamental resources such as spiritual materials, elixirs, and forging materials. An agreement had been reached for the next 3 years. Qing Dao Sect's shops within Great Zhou territory and Great Zhou's presence in Qing Dao Sect's marketplaces would mutually enjoy tax exemptions. Yet, many contentious issues remained unresolved. For instance, should high-level spiritual beasts crossing borders be taxed? Were rare spiritual minerals like Hansui crystal prohibited from trade? Was it permissible for private cultivators to purchase spiritual medicines in bulk across borders? The Great Zhou dynasty, which lacks certain materials, hoped Qingxiandao sect would annually allocate more of its abundant reserves, such as Chaijin bamboo, Teishu spirit marrow, and Liwen Lingzi, for sale. Qingxiandao sect had yet to agree. Conversely, Qingxiandao sect wished the Great Zhou dynasty to lift restrictions on rare materials like Baixuan sand and Tianqing sand, or at least apply more to Qingxiandao sect. In essence, both parties continued their strategic bargaining, each striving to maximize their own benefits. The Crown Princess led the negotiations with Qingxiandao sect, engaging in a back-and-forth exchange that left the little princess feeling overwhelmed. Fortunately, another half-hour passed, and the talks seemed to reach an impasse. Neither side was willing to concede, and a balance had yet to be struck. Suddenly recalling her sister's advice, the little princess spoke up. Sister, esteemed elders, may I offer a suggestion? What suggestion? Xian Moiwan, Yuan Tegzu, and others turned their gaze toward her. The little princess pondered briefly and proposed, rather than endless verbal negotiations. Why not settle this through a display of true skill? Since neither side wishes to yield, let us have a contest of magical prowess. To preserve the harmony between Great Zhou and your esteemed sect, let the competition be limited to Qi refining stage cultivators. The victor's standpoint shall prevail. Her words carried a playful smile, effortlessly endearing her to those present. The crown princess finally cast her a somewhat approving glance. Qing Er's proposal is indeed a viable solution. Elders, what say you? The crown princess smiled as well. Xian Moiwan, Yuan Tegzu, and the others are seasoned strategists. Upon hearing the little princess's suggestion, they surmised that the Great Zhou dynasty had anticipated this scenario and come prepared. However, a contest of magical arts? Qingxiandao sect feared no one. Moreover, their overall strength surpassed that of Great Zhou by a considerable margin. To illustrate, if both sides were at the nascent soul stage, Great Zhou might only rank in the mid to late nascent soul, while Qingxiandao sect would undoubtedly be at the peak. Even within the same stage, power varies significantly. Even restricting the contest to Qi refining disciples, Qingxiandao sect's odds of victory were clearly higher. Since the other party proposed this, Great Zhou's preparations suggested confidence. Yuan Tegzu whispered to Xian Moiwan, who smiled and retorted, "They are prepared, but does Qingxiandao sect lack formidable Qi refining disciples? To decline would tarnish our prestige. A contest suits me perfectly. Words are less convincing than action. Victory or defeat will be plain for all to see, leaving no room for dispute. If our disciples triumph, Princess Zhaoning must concede in subsequent negotiations." The elders nodded in agreement, their confidence unwavering despite Great Zhou's apparent readiness. "Very well, as hosts, we shall abide by your terms. How do you propose the contest proceed?" Xian Moiwan inquired. "I have brought my sister along on this expedition and recruited several promising Qi refining disciples into my personal guard, 5 in total, all at the 6th layer of Qi refining. How about each side selecting 5 Qi refining 6th layer cultivators to duel?" The crown princess proposed with a smile. "No problem," Xian Moiwan responded confidently. As the leader of the most formidable disciples of Qingxiandao sect's Wuji Peak, he trusted their capabilities. Out of courtesy, he deferred the format choice to the crown princess. Best of 5, 10-person free-for-all, or a sequential arena tournament? The crown princess, having already decided, smiled and said, "Let be a sequential arena tournament. 1 disciple from each side will face off in turn. The victor remains on the stage while the defeated is replaced. This continues until all 5 from one side are defeated. The side with survivors left standing shall be declared the winner." Agreed? Xian Moiwan nodded. Agreed. Half an hour later, at Wuji Peak's arena, 2 young men leapt simultaneously onto the platform. One wore the inner disciple robe of Qingxiandao sect, his countenance resolute yet smiling. The other bore a glaring scar on his forehead, giving the illusion of a third eye. His aura was cold and stern, and he remained expressionless. The former naturally belonged to Qingxiandao sect. The latter was a personal guard of the crown princess. On the 2nd floor, the viewing gallery and judging platform, Xian Moiwan, Yuan Tegzu, the crown princess, the little princess, and others were seated separately. Xian Moiwan looked at the contestants and declared, "The duel shall determine victory or defeat only. No lethal harm is permitted. Victory conditions include falling off the arena, voluntary surrender, or loss of combat capability. The contest begins. He then resumed his seat. "I am Zhang Ji," announced the Qingxian Dao Sect disciple on the platform, bowing respectfully. He lightly tapped the sword gourd at his waist, and a long sword flew into his hand. Standing ready, he fixed his gaze on the scarred youth from Great Zhou. The scarred youth, expressionless, said Xiao Duanhe. Upon speaking, an ancient bronze-style blade appeared in his hand. "Comrade, be cautious," Zhang Ji warned. In a flash, Zhang Ji soared into the air, his long sword unleashing a fierce and terrifying sword aura that extended 10 zhang in length, sweeping forward. Slash! However, Xiao Duanhe's ordinary strike shattered the sword aura instantly. The blade swept forward, exuding a ferocious might, as if the mountains and rivers themselves were crushing down. Zhang Ji's expression changed abruptly. He shifted his stance swiftly, evading. Yet the next moment, Xiao Duanhe suddenly appeared and delivered a powerful slash. Zhang Ji wielded his sword, yet it proved insufficient to block the lethal strike. The sword shattered, and that very blow nearly cleaved Zhang Ji in two. The reason it did not was that at the last moment, Xiao Duanhe's blade veered slightly, striking Zhang Ji with the flat of the sword. With a cough, Zhang Ji spat out a mouthful of blood, hurtling backward to land heavily on the ground. His complexion ashen, visibly weakened. He gazed in disbelief at Xiao Duanhe on the arena. Xiao Duanhe remained expressionless, observing Zhang Ji and uttering, "Had this been a life-and-death confrontation rather than a mere competition, you would already be dead." Zhang Ji's countenance shifted once more. Another cough erupted from his lips, accompanied by fresh blood. At this moment, on the second floor, the judges' table, the expressions of Xie Mo Yuan, Yuan Tai Su, and others grew solemn. They had initially believed Zhang Ji would emerge victorious, or at least had a considerable chance of doing so. After all, Zhang Ji was among the most formidable disciples within the Qingxian Dao Sect. Wuji Peak was known for housing the strongest students, and Zhang Ji ranked among the elite even within Wuji Peak. Yet now, he had failed to withstand even a single strike from Xiao Duanhe. Although they recognized Zhang Ji's underestimation of his opponent played a role, it nonetheless underscored Xiao Duanhe's formidable prowess. Moreover, there was a palpable aura of bloodthirst and ruthlessness surrounding him. While Zhang Ji possessed remarkable talent, he appeared as a delicate flower sheltered from the storm in comparison to Xiao Duanhe. Despite the gravity of the situation, Xie Mo Yuan did not hesitate to command. "Quickly take Zhang Ji down for treatment." He refrained from deliberately violating the rules to alert the other disciples, trusting that Zhang Ji's experience would serve as a cautionary tale for the remaining 4 disciples he had selected. They would surely recognize the severity of the situation and understand that Xiao Duanhe was not to be underestimated. "Who'll be next?" Xiao Duanhe inquired coldly from the arena. "Let Su Yuanqing come forth," replied one of the onlookers. At the sound of Xiao Duanhe's voice, a young man swiftly leaped onto the arena. "I am Lu Yu from Wu Ji Peak," he declared. "With a single strike, I shall defeat you." Xiao Duanhe responded, not needing to introduce himself again, his tone devoid of warmth. The spectators from Wu Ji Peak gasped at his audacity. How arrogant, they murmured, taken aback by his blatant disregard for their talented disciples. Lu Yu's expression darkened. "I shall see if you possess such strength." His voice dripped with disdain. As a swordsman himself, he unleashed a surge of true energy, propelling forth a strike so fierce it could rival the might of an antelope's horn. The sword energy slicing through the air with lethal precision. However, in the face of Lu Yu's formidable strike, Xiao Duanhe neither flinched nor defended himself. Instead, he raised his long knife, slashing diagonally toward Lu Yu's neck. Is he insane? Lu Yu's countenance shifted dramatically. The opponent's reckless approach was nothing short of suicidal. His previous strike was his pinnacle, executed flawlessly, capable of overwhelming even those at the 7th or 8th level of qi refinement. He had been brimming with confidence. Yet now, Xiao Duanhe appeared determined to absorb Lu Yu's attack with his own body, seemingly prepared to trade blows. In an instant, Lu Yu's sword met Xiao Duanhe's knife. Lu Yu was certain that this strike would claim Xiao Duanhe's life, yet he feared that he too would fall victim to the blade. "I shall see if you fear death," Lu Yu thought fiercely. However, at the critical moment, he hesitated, unwilling to gamble his life against Xiao Duanhe. He retracted his sword, attempting to retreat. In that instant, Xiao Duanhe's strike intensified, as if he had foreseen this very sequence of events. One advanced while the other retreated. One seeking to preserve life, the other seeming to disregard his own. With a resounding clash, Xiao Duanhe's blade, at the last moment, struck Lu Yu's chest, delivering a fierce blow. Lu Yu coughed up blood, propelled backward, his ribs fractured from the sheer force. His internal organs jolted violently. In midair, he faltered, ultimately crashing to the ground in a manner reminiscent of Zhang Ji. Falling from the arena constituted defeat. Clutching his chest, Lu Yu's pallor deepened. Xiao Duanhe, still expressionless, regarded Lu Yu and uttered the same chilling words. Had this been a life-and-death struggle rather than a mere contest, you would already be dead. Lu Yu, whose face had already turned pale, mirrored Zhang Ji's reaction upon hearing those words. He too expelled a fresh spray of blood. Witnessing this scene, the elders, including Xie Mo Yuan and Yuan Tai Su, were now entirely grave. Zhang Ji and Lu Yu were both pseudo-Tianling roots, blessed with exceptional talent and strength. Among disciples of the same level, they ranked among the finest not only in Wuji Peak, but throughout the entire Qing Xiandao sect. Yet now, without exception, they had suffered dismal defeats, almost as though they had been vanquished in a single strike. They recognized that in terms of potential and talent, Zhang Ji and Lu Yu surpassed Xiao, yet in battle prowess, they fell woefully short. For Xiao Duanhe emanated a distinct aura of bloodshed, reminiscent of a seasoned warrior who had traversed the path of violence. Cold-blooded and ruthless, he possessed extensive experience in slaughter. While Zhang Ji and Lu Yu might achieve far greater accomplishments in the future, at present, they remained merely disciples at the 6th level of Qi refinement, having ventured beyond the sect for training perhaps no more than thrice, rendering them incapable of contending with someone like Xiao Duanhe. Thus, from a certain perspective, Xiao Duanhe's assertion was indeed accurate. Had this not been a contest, but rather an unrestrained struggle for survival in the outside world, it was highly probable that Zhang Ji and Lu Yu would have perished at the hands of Xiao Duanhe. Having already lost 2 disciples, they now witnessed Xiao Duanhe standing unscathed upon the arena. CMO Yuan promptly declared, "Li Qiming, you are next," in his desire to secure victory in this contest. CMO Yuan had originally intended for Li Qiming to take the final turn, though Li Qiming had only recently joined the Qing Xiandao sect. Possessing merely dual spiritual roots, he had nonetheless fought valiantly on the battlefield, making him one of the few low-tier disciples of Qi refinement who had faced the brink of death and claimed the lives of numerous foes. Yes, Li Qiming ascended the arena. Xiao Duanhe cast a glance at him. "I will defeat you in 3 moves." Having experienced the bloodshed of battle, Li Qiming sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Xiao Duanhe and dared not underestimate him. He summoned a magical weapon, which was also a long knife, its blade adorned with crimson patterns, stained with the blood of past enemies, lingering as a testament to their demise. With a swift motion, Li Qiming executed a speed technique, lunging forward with his blade at the ready. Yet, this was merely a feint. While it appeared he aimed to strike, he instead unleashed a volley of lime that surged toward Xiao Duanhe's eyes. Simultaneously, a flying sword materialized unexpectedly behind Xiao Duanhe. Both the strike and the lime served as mere distractions. Let Xiao Duanhe mistakenly believe he is merely a blade practitioner. In truth, he wields both sword and blade with unparalleled mastery, his most lethal technique being that very flying sword. Yet the phantom, Li Qiming, seasoned and astute, only realized the discrepancy after making his move. Xiao Duanhe was nothing but an afterimage. As the flying sword passed, the illusion dissipated. A surge of peril erupted suddenly. Li Qiming barely had time to ponder, instinctively executing a sidestep to evade. Indeed, the blade's radiance swept across the spot where he had stood. It can be said that had he not reacted swiftly enough, that recent strike might have either eliminated him or inflicted grave injuries. In the next instant, Xiao Duanhe launched another slash. Li Qiming responded immediately, swinging his blade. The clash of blades reverberated with terrifying force, fracturing the grip of Li Qiming's hand. Simultaneously, his other flying sword shot forth from his sleeve, aimed at Xiao Duanhe. However, even upon noticing the flying sword, Xiao Duanhe did not flinch. He merely adjusted his posture to evade a fatal blow, allowing the sword to pierce his shoulder, erupting a spray of crimson. Yet, Li Qiming had no time to revel in this success. For Xiao Duanhe simultaneously delivered a punch toward his head. Aware of his opponent's formidable strength, Evident from the earlier collision that had shattered his grip, he dared not meet that fist with his head. Nonetheless, he possessed valor and chose to evade the critical area of his head, bracing his shoulder to absorb Xiao Duanhe's blow, while his blade executed a sudden spin, unexpectedly slashing towards Xiao Duanhe. Yet in the next heartbeat, Li Qiming's pupils constricted sharply. Xiao Duanhe had caught his long blade with bare hands and swiftly swung a blade towards his neck. Li Qiming, realizing the gravity of the situation, relinquished his weapon and withdrew. Xiao Duanhe, however, surged forward, one hand gripping his own long blade while the other seized Li Qiming's weapon. I concede. At that moment, Xie Mo Yuan suddenly spoke. Xiao Duanhe, poised to strike Li Qiming with dual blades, abruptly altered his trajectory. Were this not a contest, but a life-or-death struggle, you would not perish, yet would surely sustain serious injuries and be forced to flee. Xiao Duanhe's words signified a form of acknowledgement towards Li Qiming. Nevertheless, the latter's expression grew increasingly grim. He understood that had the peak master not intervened at that moment, he would either have had to concede voluntarily or face severe defeat. On the judge's platform, CMO Yuan's countenance had turned sour. The Dezhou dynasty had only won Xiao Duanhe, yet he had already eliminated Zhang Ji, Lu Yu, and Li Qiming in succession, a trio of defeats. However, among the disciples he had arranged within the 6th level of Qi refinement. Although their talents might surpass Li Qiming's, they would likely falter against Xiao Duanhe in actual combat. If they were to compete, they would probably still fall short against him. At this moment, CMO Yuan felt that confining their realm to the 6th level of Qi refinement had inadvertently restricted their potential. It hindered their ability to perform optimally. For the Qing Xiandaozong, most disciples at this level were still nurtured within the sect and had limited experience in the outside world. Even when they ventured beyond the sect, they typically had strong protectors accompanying them, shielding them from premature demise. Yet, this very protection rendered them less capable compared to Xiao Duanhe. The princess of the Long Palace then took the initiative to suggest Elder Xie, having fought 3 matches. It appears Xiao Duan, he has also sustained injuries. If you do not mind, could we take a brief intermission? CMO Yuan discerned that this was a gracious opportunity presented by Princess Zhou Zhaoning, allowing him time to replace his remaining disciples. After all, the agreement had merely stipulated 5 participants without defining which 5, implying that the 2 remaining disciples could be substituted before their turn to compete. Then let us take a break. CMO Yuan nodded. He pondered which other disciples of the 6th level of Qi refinement could possibly defeat Xiao Duanhe. He no longer restricted his considerations to just the Wu Ji peak, although other peaks might not match the comprehensive strength of Wu Ji peak. It did not exclude the existence of stronger disciples. For instance, the Taichu peak might not compare in overall strength. Yet the disciple Yuanqing Li might surpass any disciple from Wu Ji peak in their level. I propose we have Su Yuanqing come forth to give a try. Yuantai, Su conveyed telepathically. 62, Fuyu? It is he? The young princess was incensed. Su Yuanqing? CMO Yuan turned to Yuantai Su. Is he the one who triggered the Jiolong Shili? It was evident that the event had not only shaken Taichu Peak, but had also garnered the attention of the higher echelons of Qing Xiandaozong. Indeed, he is at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Furthermore, he has previously defeated the pseudo Tianling Jin, Chen Yi, within the same realm, Yuan Taisu stated. However, his expression soon shifted. I must hurry to check on him, otherwise, if he breaks through, it could be disastrous. The ability to provoke the Jiolong Shi Li while possessing a mixed elemental root and defeating a pseudo Tianling Jin at the same level was indeed peculiar. CMO Yuan mused inwardly. Then I shall rely on you, junior brother Yuan, he promptly transmitted, allowing Su Yuanqing to attempt, for the situation could hardly worsen, and he had already begun to prepare himself for the possibility of defeat in this contest. Simultaneously, Xiao Duan he had triumphed over 3 prodigies of Wu Ji Peak, 2 of whom were pseudo Tianling Jin, prompting CMO Yuan to reconsider their previous training methods for disciples. Otherwise, while they provided ample protection for their disciples, it rendered them akin to flowers sheltered in a greenhouse. At Taichu Peak, in the Binghubi Yuan, Yuan Taisu appeared outside the abode. Unlike Yinqi, he did not possess the authority to freely enter the restricted area of the Binghubi Yuan. Upon arriving, he called out, "Is Elder Lu present?" "Soon." A stunning woman clad in ice-blue robes, with a captivating figure, emerged from the Bing Hu Bi Yuan, gazing at Yuan Tai Su. Elder Yuan, what brings you here? I wish to borrow Su Yuanqing for a moment. Yuan Tai Su succinctly conveyed the news of their Qing Xian Daozong's defeat in the contest against the Zhou dynasty to Lu Shuiyao. She furrowed her brow. Although she was not particularly invested in such matters, as an elder of Qing Xian Daozong, her honor and disgrace were intertwined with the sect. Given that it concerned the interests of Qing Xian Daozong, she could not remain indifferent. However, she was uncertain if Su Yuanqing could indeed contend with Xiao Duanhe. We must try. I believe that since he has triggered the Jiulong Shi Li and has previously defeated Chun Yi at the same level. With his yin-yang grinding disc, there is a chance, Yuan Tai Su replied. Even if he could not turn the tide. Defeating Xiao Duan, he would make their loss appear less disgraceful. Of course, if Su Yuanqing truly could not prevail, he would accept that outcome. Then, during his secluded cultivation, Su Yuanqing was roused by Lu Shuiyao's summons. Master, what is it? Upon hearing her voice, he promptly exited his seclusion, only to discover that Elder Yuan Tai Su was also present. Come with Elder Yuan to compete in a match for Qing Xian Daozong, Lu Shuiyao instructed. A match? Su Yuanqing was bewildered. This pertains to the dignity of Qing Xian Daozong and its interests. Give your all to secure victory, Lu Shuiyao reiterated. Su Yuanqing also noticed the solemn expression on Yuan Taixu's face and could only respond, then I shall give it a try. To spur Su Yuanqing on, Yuan Taixu added, should you triumph in the competition, there will certainly be rewards afterward. The mention of rewards invigorated Su Yuanqing even further. I shall give my utmost effort, he declared. I cannot guarantee victory, but I can at least assure my full commitment. With that, he followed Yuan Taixu as they departed. Along the way, Su Yuanqing inquired Elder Yuan, what exactly is this arena competition about? Yuan Taixu briefly explained the situation to him. Su Yuanqing was taken aback. Are you suggesting that we are to compete against individuals from the Zhou dynasty, with the little princess also in attendance? Yuan Taixu nodded. What of it? Su Yuanqing pondered. If I say I won't go now, is it still too late? He realized that attending would undoubtedly expose him. However, judging by Yuan Taixu's demeanor, if he chose not to participate, the elder might very well consume him. Moreover, even his master had voiced the importance of this event for the reputation and interests of Qing Xian Daozong, thus making it imperative for him to attend. It's nothing. If I go, can I say my name is Fuyu? Su Yuanqing tentatively asked. Yuan Taixu did not question why Su Yuanqing wished to adopt the name Fuyu, but replied sternly no. Competing against the Zhou dynasty, even if it is merely a contest among your Qi refining stage disciples, ultimately concerns the reputation and interests of Qing Xian Daozong. To fabricate a name for the sake of convenience would tarnish our sect's reputation. Should the Zhou dynasty discover this, even if you were to win, a blemish would remain. Su Yuanqing conceded. Senior brother Fuyu, it's not that I refuse to work for my reward. It is simply an unforeseen circumstance. The payment is non-refundable. You must take care of yourself. At Wu Ji Peak. In the arena, as Yuan Taixu returned with Su Yuanqing, the master of Song Yu Peak brought forth a disciple with a 6th layer of Qi refining. A true, singular gold spirit root. Let him take the stage last. Allow Su Yuanqing to go first, Mo Yuan stated. Moments later, Yuan Taixu and Su Yuanqing returned to the arena. Fuyu? Initially brimming with confidence, the little princess, who believed that the Zhou dynasty would undoubtedly prevail in this competition, found her interest waning. However, upon seeing Su Yuanqing, her spirits lifted instantly. It's him? The little princess bit her lip, fixated on Su Yuanqing. She had intended to finish writing this plot in one go, but time was running short. Su Yuanqing's pretense had to wait for the next chapter. What's the matter? The eldest princess noticed the little princess's change in demeanor, seeing her biting her lip in frustration, and could not help but inquire. Sister, that's the guy, the one with the inexplicable confidence who claimed I have self-awareness. The little princess fumed. However, she soon pointed at Su Yuanqing and said, Sister, now that you see him, don't you think he looks better in person than in the portrait? The eldest princess's phoenix eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. What do you mean he looks better in person? The little princess replied, didn't you think his appearance was average? You even delicately suggested that beauty lies in the eye of the beholder, leaving me to question my own taste. Now, seeing him in person, what do you think? He is indeed a rare beauty, the eldest princess commented. But didn't you say he was Fuyu? What does he have to do with this? The little princess looked perplexed, gazing oddly at her sister. I ascend, Ti Fuyu? You claim he is Fuyu? The eldest princess furrowed her brow. Yes. He was the one who came to meet me and made those outrageous claims. I found him utterly detestable, the little princess huffed. The eldest princess remarked. He doesn't resemble the portrait I saw. Huh? The little princess was astonished. The eldest princess seemed to have realized something and turned to CMO Yuan. Her lips parting slightly. Elder Xie, may I inquire what that disciple's name is? Upon realizing the eldest princess was referring to Su Yuanqing, CMO Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He knew Su Yuanqing's name and was aware of the 9 dragons baptism that had occurred in the Longxian pool. Yet he had never met Su Yuanqing. Although he now saw Su Yuanqing returning with Yuan Taixu, he hesitated to respond without confirmation. However, just a moment later, Yuan Taixu had already returned. Elder Xie, I have brought Su Yuanqing, Yuan Taixu announced. This allowed CMO Yuan to confirm. His name is Su Yuanqing, a disciple of Taishu Peak. The little princess naturally heard this. Su Yuanqing? ISN Ti Fuyu? She exclaimed in surprise. Yuan Taixu felt puzzled as Su Yuanqing had previously asked if he could be called Fuyu, and now the little princess mistakenly believed Su Yuanqing was Fuyu. What had transpired? Though perplexed, Yuan Taixu replied earnestly, he is not Fuyu. His name is Su Yuanqing, a disciple of our Taishu Peak as Elder Lu Suiao. Fuyu is a disciple of Elder Wan Hai. You deceive me? The little princess fumed. The eldest princess, however, had a glint of surprise in her eyes. She had heard of Lu Suiao's name, known for her rare ice spirit root, and was astonished to learn that she had taken on a male disciple. Elder Xie, can the competition commence again? Moments later, the eldest princess inquired, seeing that Qing Xiandaozong was ready with its candidates. It can, CMO Yuan nodded. Yuan Taixu immediately turned to Su Yuanqing, saying, Su Yuanqing, you shall take the stage and face off against Xiao Duanhe. On their way here, he had already briefed Su Yuanqing on Xiao Duanhe's ferocity. All right, Su Yuanqing could only muster his courage and step up. As for the little princess's gaze, he temporarily chose to disregard it. Upon ascending the stage, Su Yuanqing cupped his fists in a gesture of respect, preparing to politely announce his name. To his surprise, before he could speak, his opponent interjected, I have grown somewhat impatient waiting. There is no need to announce your name, as I have little interest in the names of defeated foes. Hearing this, the disciples from Wuji Peak who had come to spectate, including the previously defeated Zhang Ji, Lu Yu, and Li Qiming, wore expressions of considerable displeasure. Such words were utterly humiliating. Although CMO Yuan, Yuan Taixu, and others maintained their composure, they too felt quite dissatisfied. After all, Xiao Duanhe had already secured 3 victories, thus bringing shame to Qing Xiandaozong. Although the contest among disciples at the 6th layer of qi refining was not of significant consequence, it pertained to the interests at stake during this negotiation and was linked to the reputation of Qing Xiandaozong. Xiao Duanhe's remark was akin to a slap in the face for the sect. However, unlike the others from Qing Xiandaozong, Su Yuanqing did not feel angered by the disdain shown by his opponent. Instead, he hurriedly retorted, wait a moment, do not act yet, regardless of your lack of interest. I must ensure you know my name. I am Su Yuanqing, from Qing Xiandaozong, Taishu Peak, a disciple of Lu Suiao. As for why I want you to remember my name and my lineage, it is because I want you to clearly recall who it is that shall end you here. And the individual responsible for your downfall is none other than the extraordinary master who has nurtured me. Upon uttering these words, the crowd displayed expressions of bemusement. This fellow's focus seemed to differ from everyone else's. Particularly, Yuan Taixu felt an inexplicable notion arise within him. He sensed that Su Yuanqing's emphasis was not on ensuring that Xiao Duanhe remembered his name, but rather on the name Lu Suiao. It was as though he was pledging his allegiance. He glanced beyond the arena, where indeed 2 striking figures were visible, observing the stage from afar. Those were none other than Lu Suiao and Yunqi. This increasingly led him to feel that Su Yuanqing's words seemed to be directed at Lu Suiao, as if he sought to win her favor. Suiao Shime, do you not think this disciple is quite commendable? Even upon ascending the arena, he does not forget his master. You must treat him well, Yunkai said with a beaming smile. Lu Suiao, however, maintained her composure and did not respond to Yunkai's remark, instead inquiring, what do you believe his chances of victory are? 100%, Yunkai replied. You trust him so implicitly? A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Sueo's eyes. Of course. Just based on his substantial capabilities, I place my trust in him, Yuanqing said, a hint of amusement on her cheeks. Substantial capabilities? Lu Sueo appeared slightly puzzled. Yuanqing suddenly leaned close to Lu Sueo's ear and whispered a few words. Instantly, Lu Sueo's face flushed a deeper hue. You. She cast Yuanqing a disapproving glance and chose to ignore her, refraining from engaging further. However, an image involuntarily surfaced in Lu Sueo's mind. The scene of Su Yuanqing bathing in a jade tub, causing her face to redden even more. She hurriedly dismissed the thought and turned her gaze back to the arena. At this moment, on the stage, Xiao Dunhe disregarded Su Yuanqing's words, remaining as indifferent and cold as ever. I will defeat you in 3 moves. The expressions of the numerous disciples darkened immediately, especially Li Chiming, who had previously received the same warning from Xiao Dunhe, and indeed fell in 3 moves. Zhang Ji and Lu Yu looked even more dismal, having been defeated in just 1 move. Yet Su Yuanqing remained unfazed, not at all angered by Xiao Dunhe's taunt, and calmly stated, "Is it your attempt to provoke me and disturb my composure? Apologies, sir, but it is futile." Hearing Su Yuanqing's oddly phrased words, Xiao Dunhe ceased his banter and struck directly. With his opening move, he unleashed the blood-exploding blade. Originally, he had planned to defeat Su Yuanqing within 3 moves. But for some inexplicable reason, he felt a sense of unease arise within him. Additionally, seeing Su Yuanqing's appearance inexplicably displeased him. Thus, he resolved to end the encounter with a single strike, withholding no strength. Before the competition began, he had received directives from the Grand Princess. If he could indeed consecutively defeat 4 disciples of the Qingxian Dao sect single-handedly, he was to feign an inability to continue fighting. This was to preserve the face of the Qingxian Dao sect, as it would be unacceptable for him to single-handedly humiliate them. Therefore, without concern for the next match, he saw no reason to hold back. With a full-powered strike, the violent blood blade emerged. This was his ultimate technique. At the cost of burning a portion of his essence blood, he unleashed a spell that was ferocious, tyrannical, and unstoppable. As Xiao Dunhe's blade descended, the crimson blade light shot into the sky, cleaving downward with tremendous force. Before the blade even landed, the overwhelming scent of blood descended like a dark cloud, causing even the arena floor, designed for Qi refinement disciples, to show faint cracks under the pressure of that strike. Xie Mo Yuan and Yuan Tai Su both furrowed their brows slightly. The power emanating from Xiao Dunhe's strike would not only overwhelm the disciples at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, but would likely surpass even those at the 7th layer. Zhang Ji, Lu Yu, and Li Chiming's faces grew grim, their expressions taut with apprehension. They understood that had they faced Xiao Dunhe's strike, they would have fared even worse. Especially for Li Chiming. He knew that had Xiao Dunhe unleashed this strike upon him from the outset, he too would have fallen. It was over. They were about to witness Xiao Dunhe's consecutive victories. Including themselves, the disciples felt a sense of despair, believing that the Qingxian Dao sect's dignity was utterly lost. On the judge's platform, the Grand Princess observed this scene and nodded slightly. It seemed that her decision to recruit Xiao Dunhe and his 4 companions was indeed a wise choice. Would that fellow sustain injuries severe enough to mar his appearance? Such a thought flickered through the small princess's mind. Although she held disdain for Fu Yu and found Su Yuanqing's earlier audacious remarks intolerable, she still appreciated his looks. If Su Yuanqing were to be disfigured by that strike, it would indeed be a great pity. Further away, Lu Sueo and Yuanqing watched Xiao Dunhe unleash his blade, while Yuanqing's face retained its warm smile. A trace of barely perceptible concern appeared on Lu Sueo's cool visage. Even her delicate fingers involuntarily tightened. In the blink of an eye, on the arena, from a moment Xiao Dunhe executed the blood-exploding blade to the moment it descended. Only the briefest of moments passed. Su Yuanqing seemed not to have reacted at all, as the ferocious, blood-colored blade light bore down upon him, leaving him no time to escape or evade. Even Yuan Tai Su nearly intervened, about to call out for Su Yuanqing to concede and rush to his aid. Otherwise, if Su Yuanqing were merely injured, it could be managed. However, if his foundational cultivation were harmed, he would have no way to explain it to Lu Sueo. Yet in that critical moment, An aura of yin and yang suddenly manifested around Su Yuanqing, forming a silhouette resembling an overturned cauldron. No, it was not a cauldron. It appeared more like the outline of a pill furnace. Without any intricate details, it merely suggested a general form akin to a cauldron. Golden bell shield. Simultaneously, Su Yuanqing bellowed 3 resounding words. Yuan Tai Su nearly choked on his own saliva. That is clearly an inverted pill furnace sheltering you inside. What on earth is this golden bell shield? He recognized it. The golden bell shield, akin to the ironcloth shirt, belonged to martial arts practitioners of the mundane world, though some cultivators utilized it as well. However, the manifestation was typically a golden bell, not the pill furnace formed by Su Yuanqing's flowing yin and yang energies. But soon after, Yuan Tai Su's pupils narrowed slightly. In the eyes of the astonished onlookers, the golden bell shield conjured by Su Yuanqing surprisingly withstood Xiao Dunhe's violent bloodblade. A sound resonated like a great bell being struck, echoing throughout. Subsequently, the solidified crimson blade light shattered piece by piece. It was now Su Yuanqing's turn. As the blood-colored blade light crumbled, he moved, and in his hand appeared a long sword of black gold. He tossed the black gold sword into the air, and it suddenly disassembled into 5 flying swords. Mixed elemental 5 aspects returned to one sword technique. Tianheng, Qingyuan, Gisheo, Yanhong, Kunlun. With a commanding shout, Su Yuanqing unleashed 5 flying swords, each erupting with a distinct elemental power. 5 spirit roots? Is he a composite of 5 elemental roots? The sight of Su Yuanqing simultaneously wielding 5 elemental flying swords and channeling 5 elemental powers astonished the Grand Princess, the Small Princess, and others. Even Xiao Dunhe was taken aback. The 5 flying swords radiated brilliant sword light, and just as the blood-colored blade light shattered, they were poised to strike. At this moment, nearly everyone's attention was captivated by Su Yuanqing's 5 elemental roots and his simultaneous control over the 5 elemental flying swords, including Xiao Dunhe himself. He could perceive that the 5 flying swords complemented each other perfectly, unleashing a formidable power. At that moment, despite exerting his ferocious blood blade technique, he failed to deliver a decisive strike, leaving him momentarily weakened. Hastily, he sought to adjust himself to counter Su Yuanqing's 5 flying swords. Yet, as Su Yuanqing manipulated Tianheng, Qingyuan, Gui Chao, Yanhuang, and Kunlun, preparing to strike and drawing the attention of the crowd, especially Xiao Dunhe, the 5 flying swords remained poised in a perpetual state of imminent attack without ever striking. Suddenly, with a thunderous impact, Su Yuanqing appeared beside Xiao Dunhe. His fist bore an enigmatic yin-yang grinding wheel, resembling a gauntlet worn on his hand. With a surprise punch, he struck Xiao Dunhe, who was sent flying backward, spitting blood, and falling off the arena onto the ground. Defeating you requires only one move, Su Yuanqing said calmly, hands clasped behind his back. His words, spoken only after ensuring his success, resonated through the silent arena. The crowd's astonishment was palpable. Despite having trained with Su Yuanqing in the fire spring for 3 days and nights, Yin Qi, who understood his strength intimately, revealed a flicker of disbelief in her enchanting eyes. Others shared the same amazement, followed by a collective sigh of relief. Lu Suiya, who had been tense, gradually relaxed, a barely perceptible smile gracing her cold cheeks. From a judge's balcony, the young princess's cherry lips parted slightly as she watched Su Yuanqing, marveling, is he truly this powerful? No wonder he is so audacious. This is real strength. The elder princess's eyes reflected surprise. She had expected Xiao Dunhe to triumph decisively over Su Yuanqing. However, defeat was not catastrophic. She had planned that if Xiao Dunhe won the 4th match, he would voluntarily leave the arena to avoid a clean sweep that would embarrass Qing Xiandaozong. Now, even if defeated by Su Yuanqing, it merely meant an early exit. The downfall of the great Zhou dynasty was unthinkable. There were still 4 more warriors like Xiao Dunhe, 2 of whom were even stronger. Although their potential might be limited, possibly unable to break through the foundation establishment stage, their current strength at this level was indisputable. Shi Yuanming, your turn, the elder princess commanded. Instantly, a burly cultivator leapt onto the arena. Nearly 2 meters tall, with a broad, powerful frame resembling a colossal humanoid bear. He exuded an overwhelming presence. A body cultivator. Su Yuanqing thought, recognizing the formidable physical strength this opponent possessed. Even Xian Moiwan and Yuan Tegzu frowned slightly. They wondered where the great Zhou dynasty's elder princess had found such fierce individuals. Though their talent was average, their ferocity was undeniable. Even before Shi Yuanming acted, it was apparent that Xiao Duanhe would likely not be a match for him. This implied that even the geniuses from Qingxian Daozong would struggle against Shi Yuanming. Moreover, both Xiao Duanhe and Shi Yuanming showcased their true strength without resorting to secret techniques or forced bursts of power. Their capabilities at this realm were naturally formidable. While their ceiling was not high within their level, they were nightmares to many cultivators. Finding one such person was rare, yet the elder princess had found 5. Thanks to Su Yuanqing's previous performance, Xian Moiwan, Yuan Tegzu, and others finally felt a surge of confidence. All eyes fixed on the arena. Upon ascending, Shi Yuanming stared at Su Yuanqing and said, "Make your move." "Are you certain?" Su Yuanqing replied calmly. "If I strike first, you won't have the chance to respond." "Very well," Shi Yuanming answered. "You all may have varying strength, but your posturing is impressive," Su Yuanqing remarked dismissively, refusing to waste words. "Golden Bell Shield," he shouted once more. Instantly, the faint image of the alchemical furnace, previously dissipated around him, reappeared inverted, resembling a protective dome. "Again with that?" The young princess sneered, unimpressed. "It's just an upside-down alchemical furnace, neither golden nor bell-shaped. If you insist on calling it a golden bell shield, at least transform it into the shape of a bell." Yet, her eyes remained fixed on Su Yuanqing, curiosity gleaming in their beauty. Could his golden bell shield withstand Shi Yuanming's assault? After all, Shi Yuanming, a body cultivator, boasted immense strength and was nearly indestructible within his realm. Shi Yuanming himself did not interrupt Su Yuanqing. He was eager to test whether the turtle shell Su Yuanqing conjured could withstand his punch. Suddenly, expressions changed dramatically. Su Yuanqing's golden bell shield did not envelop him protectively. Instead, it descended unexpectedly upon Shi Yuanming. The action unfolded swiftly. Having previously misled everyone by concentrating the golden bell shield around himself, all assumed he would repeat the tactic to block Shi Yuanming's attack. Yet, the shield, upon forming, struck directly toward Shi Yuanming. Even he was momentarily stunned, but reacted swiftly, launching a punch to counter the descending shield. As Shi Yuanming raised his fist, his massive arm, thick as an adult's thigh, muscles coiled and tensed, his true energy burst forth, resembling a dragon entwining his arm. With a dragon-esque roar, his devastating punch exploded forward, creating a terrifying fist imprint. The immense force rippled through the void, colliding with the inverted golden bell shield. Remarkably, Shi Yuanming did not retreat or evade after striking. His confidence was evident. He believed he could shatter Su Yuanqing's so-called golden bell shield effortlessly. Yet, with a resounding boom akin to a great bell being struck, the shield withstood the assault, defying expectations. Instead, it was the Jiao Long fist imprint, transformed from his Jiao Long energy, that shattered upon impact. Even his fist, striking against the golden bell shield, experienced a sharp pain. The golden bell shield was merely an inverted phantom of a Dan furnace, yet upon contact, it felt as substantial as reality. This caused Shi Yuanming's expression to change dramatically. He instantly realized something was amiss. However, at this moment, was it too late to retreat? The golden bell shield descended, directly trapping Shi Yuanming within. Bang! 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 Inside, Shi Yuanming continued to strike out, but Su Yuanqing relentlessly reinforced the power upon the golden bell shield. As a result, despite his explosive efforts, Shi Yuanming was unable to break through the golden bell shield. After a considerable duration, Shi Yuanming appeared increasingly anxious, yet still could not shatter the golden bell shield. Su Yuanqing, strikingly handsome and extraordinarily powerful. After being tested by Xiao Duanhe and Shi Yuanming, Su Yuanqing finally exhaled in relief. He had confirmed that during his days in seclusion, while cultivating and comprehending the Yuanqing Gi sword technique, he had, inspired by the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace, utilized the dual energies of Yin and Yang to simulate this spell, achieving remarkable success. The results exceeded his expectations. Of course, the effectiveness was largely due to Su Yuanqing secretly borrowing the power of the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace. While it seemed he was manifesting the phantom of the Dan furnace to confine Shi Yuanming, it was inextricably linked to the furnace itself. Otherwise, relying solely on his own abilities to manifest that phantom would not have been nearly so effortless. His confidence in clandestinely utilizing the power of the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace stemmed from his observation that it seemed to possess a spirit able to evade the scrutiny of others. Even after 3 days and nights of cultivation in the fire spring with Elder Yuanqing, who thoroughly examined him inside and out, and even assisted him in constructing the walls of yin and yang energy within his danshan, the hidden Yin-Yang Creation Furnace remained undetected. This realization provided Su Yuanqing with a sense of assurance. Now, it appeared the results were quite satisfactory. The elders of the Qing Xiandao sect present had not noticed his utilization of the furnace's power. Instead, all eyes were on the stage, where the scene was indeed peculiar. Su Yuanqing merely stood at the edge of the golden bell shield, his palm pressed against it, seemingly imparting strength to the shield formed from the yin-yang energies. Beyond that, he made no further movements. Conversely, Shi Yuanming, trapped within the shield, grew increasingly desperate. In addition to his physical strength, he unleashed all manner of spells and even utilized his magical artifacts. Yet nothing proved effective. Ultimately, after several more moments, Su Yuanqing spoke. Will you voluntarily concede? Or shall I wait until your true energy is exhausted before defeating you on this stage? Or shall I simply push this golden bell shield and send you off the stage without bloodshed? Upon hearing this, Shi Yuanming, trapped within, finally halted. However, his expression was one of utter dismay, as if he had reached the apex of frustration. He was confident he could defeat Su Yuanqing, yet he found himself ensnared and unable to break free from this torturous shell, leaving him utterly vexed, especially as he realized that despite pouring all his strength into the effort, he could not breach this shell. He felt an overwhelming sense of helpless fury, leading him to perceive himself as a monkey performing on stage for all to see. This only deepened his frustration, causing his chest to feel as though it might explode, and even his breathing became labored. I concede. Shi Yuanming ground his teeth, glaring at Su Yuanqing, yet he did not officially concede. At that moment, the princess spoke up. She recognized that without external assistance, even if Shi Yuanming's true energy were to deplete, he would still be unable to breach the golden bell shield cast by Su Yuanqing. Thus, continuing this battle would merely be a waste of time. If you concede, so be it. Su Yuanqing smiled, promptly retracting the golden bell shield. However, upon escaping, Shi Yuanming felt unbearably stifled. Seeing the handsome, smiling face of Su Yuanqing ignited the pent-up fury within him, which he could no longer contain. Boom! Shi Yuanming could no longer hold back. Even though the princess had already spoken on his behalf to concede, he unleashed a sudden, fierce punch aimed directly at Su Yuanqing's head. Bang! Yet, Su Yuanqing seemed to anticipate this unexpected strike. The moment Shi Yuanming's fist approached, Su Yuanqing's own punch, prepared in advance, surged forward first. His fist was still enveloped by the phantom of the yin-yang grinding disc. This punch contained not only Su Yuanqing's own strength, but also a fraction of the power from the nascent divine ability of the yin-yang grinding disc. When Shi Yuanming's fist was merely 3 inches away from Su Yuanqing, poof, the ambush failed, and instead, Su Yuanqing's punch struck Shi Yuanming squarely in the chest, sending him flying. Even though Shi Yuanming was a body cultivator, he could not withstand the combined force of the nascent divine ability of the yin-yang grinding disc and Su Yuanqing's physical might. His chest caved in from the impact, and as he soared through the air, he spewed forth blood, creating a mist of crimson. At that moment, Shi Yuanming's injuries were more severe than those of Xiao Duanhe. Hiss! Observing this, many disciples of Wuji Peak gasped in astonishment. They never anticipated that, even in such a moment, Su Yuanqing would manage to react and even counterattack. If it were them, they believed it would have been impossible to achieve what Su Yuanqing did. Naturally, talents like Zhangji Luyu and Li Chiming recognized that Su Yuanqing's reaction was swift, but more importantly, it was his awareness that stood out. They could see that Su Yuanqing had prepared in advance, anticipating Shi Yuanming's potential refusal to concede and his sudden attack. I am not as capable as him, Zhang Ji and Lu Yu thought to themselves. If it were them, they would have likely accepted Shi Yuanming's loss when the princess stepped in to concede, thus lowering their guard. Only Li Chiming might have had the vigilance that Su Yuanqing displayed. Who would have thought this fellow not only possessed striking looks, but also strength of such magnitude? I cannot let this slide merely because of that. Just the act of impersonating Fu Yu and deceiving me alone would be enough to warrant his demise several times over in the dojo. The young princess glared at Su Yuanqing, her heart huffing with disdain. Meanwhile, on the stage, the expression of the princess turned somewhat frigid, not toward Su Yuanqing, but toward Shi Yuanming. As the crown princess of the Dazhou dynasty, with Xiao Duanhe and Shi Yuanming having sworn allegiance to her, she had provided them with numerous resources. Therefore, they ought to unconditionally obey her commands, given that she had already spoken on behalf of Shi Yuanming to concede. His subsequent ambush against Su Yuanqing was tantamount to disregarding her authority. It was a slap in her face, especially since he had failed in his attempt. It seemed that the time for the princess to retain these individuals should not be long. Beside her, Xian Moiwan suddenly chuckled. The princess could easily discern the implication, suggesting her lack of authority over her subordinates. This deepened her frown. However, she refrained from expressing her anger. After all, the opponent is an elder of Qingxian Daozong. Even though she is the eldest princess of the Dazhou dynasty and represents its interests among her entire entourage, only the two royal Yuanqing elders accompanying her could engage in a dialogue of equal strength with Xie Mo Yuan and his peers. Her status alone does not afford her the luxury of disregarding Xie Mo Yuan. Elder Xie, if you do not wish to exchange participants, I will send in a third contender, the eldest princess stated. If Su Yuanqing harbors any murderous intent, Zhao Mu has already perished twice. Xie Mo Yuan replied with a chuckle. Given Su Yuanqing's current performance, even if she were to falter in subsequent challenges, Qingxian Daozong's disciples at the 6th level of Qi refinement would not suffer an embarrassing defeat. Of course, after witnessing the previous 2 rounds, he was filled with confidence in Su Yuanqing. Even if she could not single-handedly conquer 5 opponents, winning 1 or 2 more matches should not pose a problem. The eldest princess nodded. She subsequently arranged for 2 more participants, whose strengths were comparable to Xiao Duanhe's, yet they were no match for Su Yuanqing. They could neither breach her Golden Bell defense nor withstand her attacks, leading to their simultaneous defeat. It was now Xie Mo Yuan's turn to speak. Eldest princess, would you like to take a break? Implicitly, he was offering them another opportunity to substitute a participant, as is customary in such exchanges. As long as they are from the Dazhou dynasty, it suffices. The eldest princess fixed her phoenix eyes on Su Yuanqing, then smiled. No need. After the exertion of the previous 2 competitors, Su Yuanqing had already consumed some of her true energy, and the next contender was the most formidable among the 5 she had brought. She did not overly concern herself about Su Yuanqing's strength for this reason. Zhao Mu, it is your turn. With the eldest princess's words, a young man stepped onto the stage. His deep-set eyes bore a chilling gaze. I am Zhao Mu. In contrast to Xiao Duanhe's arrogance and Shi Yuanmin's wildness, Zhao Mu appeared quite courteous. Upon ascending the stage, he cupped his fist in greeting to Su Yuanqing and introduced himself. Qingxian Daozong, Teishu Peak, Su Yuanqing. Su Yuanqing reciprocated the gesture. It was then that he noticed the surrounding environment had transformed. Although he was clearly on the stage, it felt as though he had plunged into an eerie wasteland, littered with shattered walls and scattered corpses. A sinister and bloody aura wafted through the air, as if a brutal battle had recently transpired here. What is happening? Su Yuanqing furrowed his brow. This was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. Creak, creak. The piercing sounds reminiscent of nails scraping against a blackboard echoed incessantly, causing a gnawing discomfort. Soon after, Su Yuanqing observed that the remnants of the corpses began to rise from the ruins, moving awkwardly and slowly at first, reminiscent of zombies. However, they soon began to twitch, their necks and limbs contorting back into place with a series of unsettling sounds. Roar, accompanied by a chilling scream. The reanimated corpses lunged at Su Yuanqing as if invigorated. With a resounding clap, Su Yuanqing unleashed a powerful strike. Boom! His inner fire spirit energy erupted forth. The scorching flame palm swept through the air before him, obliterating the first 2 corpses that lunged at him, turning them to ash in a blaze. However, more corpses from all directions continued to charge at Su Yuanqing. In an instant, he summoned his Wu Jin Long sword, which he had narcissistically named the Yuanqing sword. The Yuanqing sword split into 5, transforming into Tianheng, Qingyuan, Guisheo, Yan Huang, and Kunlun, unleashing a myriad of sword lights that clashed against the encroaching corpses, severing them. Yet, as Su Yuanqing surveyed the desolate ruins, he was met with an overwhelming sight. Countless corpses were rising from the ground, stretching far into the horizon. This realization deepened his solemn expression. Meanwhile, outside the arena, not far from the void, Lu Suiao and Yin Qi stood side by side. The two stunningly beautiful women created a striking tableau, yet only those at the Yuanqing stage could perceive their presence. At this moment, Yin Qi frowned. Sister Suiao, your companion has fallen victim to the opponent's illusion. It appears he has yet to discover a way to break free. This bodes ill for him. Surprisingly, Lu Suiao seemed at ease. I have a premonition that this illusion will not confine him. Yin Qi chuckled. Such confidence? Lu Suiao's face flushed slightly. She indeed harbored some faith that Su Yuanqing would not be ensnared by the illusion, but she felt hesitant to share the source of her confidence with her senior sister. Merely nodding and softly stating, as his master, I ought to have sufficient faith in my disciple. Meanwhile, at the judging panel, CMO Yuan and Yuan Tegzu wore grave expressions. They could all see that Su Yuanqing was trapped in an illusion, as from their perspective. He seemed like a headless fly flailing against the air, rapidly depleting his true energy. On the edge of the arena, Zhao Mu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, refraining from attacking Su Yuanqing, seemingly waiting for the right moment to strike, perhaps for Su Yuanqing's energy to dwindle. If things continued this way, it would not bode well. His strength was formidable, and trapped in illusion, it was uncertain what Su Yuanqing was perceiving. Such a frenzied outburst would quickly exhaust his true energy. With his cultivation at the 6th level of qi refinement, he would not last even the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn before his energy ran out. At that point, Zhao Mu could easily defeat him without effort. Beneath the arena, Zhang Ji, Lu Yu, Li Chaiming, and others exhibited anxious expressions. They fervently wished for Su Yuanqing's victory, hoping he could achieve the remarkable feat of defeating 5 opponents, thereby wiping away the humiliation they had endured. Yet the more they watched, the more they felt the situation was dire. In contrast, the members of the Zhou dynasty wore smiles. Even the eldest princess, with her exquisite beauty and noble demeanor, could not help but reveal a faint smile. Zhao Mu, the final contender, her arrangement clearly held purpose. It now seemed that Zhao Mu could indeed defeat Su Yuanqing without much effort. Only the young princess felt a twinge of conflict. From the standpoint of the Zhou dynasty, she naturally wished for Su Yuanqing's defeat, yet inexplicably, she found herself hoping for his success, yearning to witness his triumph over 5 opponents. However, she quickly cast aside such thoughts. That insufferable fellow, who had deceived her by impersonating Fu Yu, represented Qingxian Daozong. If Su Yuanqing were to win, it would cost the Zhou dynasty dearly, and she certainly could not support him. The passage of a single incense stick's time is far too lengthy. I shall eliminate you within the span of half an incense stick. Zhao Mu stood at the edge of the arena, a cold scoff escaping his lips. Were it not for the trepidation he felt towards Su Yuanqing's formidable golden bell shield, he could have effortlessly employed his illusionary arts to strike unexpectedly and seize victory over Su Yuanqing. However, he feared that a sudden attack might fail to breach the golden bell shield and instead alert his opponent, prompting him to bide his time. Yet, he still perceived that waiting an entire incense stick's duration to deplete Su Yuanqing's true energy was excessively slow. With a flick of his fingers, he chanted an incantation, his eyes shimmering with an otherworldly glow, reflecting the desolate ruins as he summoned forth more monstrosities. Not only were there corpses, but even phantoms began to manifest in the void of that illusion. From high above, they relentlessly assailed Su Yuanqing, as he had anticipated, with the addition of more specters. Su Yuanqing was compelled to divert more of his strength to fend off the aerial onslaught. To the spectators, it appeared as if Su Yuanqing was in a state of utter disarray. It seemed that his defeat was merely a matter of time. I had hoped to witness a spectacle of 1 against 5, a resounding slap to the face of the Zhou dynasty, thought many disciples of Wuji Peak. Feeling quite vexed, boom! At that moment, the crowd noticed an unmistakable look of panic emerge on Su Yuanqing's face, leaving them curious about what he had perceived. Suddenly, he soared into the sky, 5 forms of true energy erupting violently. He appeared startled, descending into chaos. This scene brought great satisfaction to Zhao Mu. Why not add a bit more fuel to the fire? He wove his hands in a complex gesture, his eyes radiating a peculiar light as he prepared to conjure even more terrifying creatures to strike at Su Yuanqing. This was, after all, an experiment to gauge the limits of his abilities. After all, the so-called illusionary arts were not merely illusions. Any attack, whether from corpses or phantoms, contained a thread of his power. Otherwise, how could they deceive Su Yuanqing? Yet, the energy he infused was but a fraction, less than 1/10, of what Su Yuanqing had expended. However, just as Zhao Mu intensified his illusion, a beam of sword light suddenly cleaved through the air. Zhao Mu's shoulder was pierced in an instant, creating a gaping wound. At the same time, Su Yuanqing appeared behind Zhao Mu, gripping the Yuanqing sword that had impaled Zhao Mu's shoulder, and with a swift motion, aimed the blade at Zhao Mu's neck. The cold edge of the sword pressed against Zhao Mu's throat, effortlessly slicing through his skin. A thin line of blood began to seep from the wound. Clearly, should Su Yuanqing desire, he could snuff out Zhao Mu's life at any moment. Indeed, had he wished to kill Zhao Mu, that sudden thrust through Zhao Mu's shoulder could have been directed slightly downward, piercing his heart instead. Zhao Mu would have met his demise. Alternatively, that very moment could have been used to decapitate Zhao Mu or pierce through his neck, brain, and heart. In essence, had Su Yuanqing harbored murderous intent, Zhao Mu would have been dead at least twice over. In an instant, a cold sweat broke out on Zhao Mu's forehead. His complexion turned pale, disbelief etched across his face. Why? How could Su Yuanqing suddenly decipher his illusions? How had Su Yuanqing seized that opportune moment? It could be said that had he not sought to challenge himself by conjuring more formidable beings to assault Su Yuanqing from a void, remaining in a state of vigilance, that sword would not have struck him. At the very least, had he detected Su Yuanqing's approach, he could have reacted in time, rather than being caught off guard while deep in the incantation to bolster his illusions. Perfect, truly flawless. At that moment, both the princess in the judge's seat and Xie Mo Yuan, Yuan Tai Su, and others began to comprehend. It was all a ruse. Su Yuanqing's earlier portrayal of being ensnared in the illusion was mere deception, or rather, he had been trapped in the illusion for only a fleeting moment. He had seen through it long before and was deliberately acting for Zhao Mu's benefit, to expose his vulnerabilities. In truth, not only Zhao Mu had been fooled, but they too had been deceived. Su Yuanqing's performance was nothing short of masterful. Moreover, his timing in exploiting the opening was impeccable, perfectly coinciding with Zhao Mu's focus on reinforcing the illusion. Even prior, he had feigned panic before soaring into the sky, a mere act to find the optimal angle for his strike, ensuring a precise hit. Simultaneously, he executed the phantom step, enabling him to close the distance in an instant and counterattack with a swift slash. He had indeed succeeded. In retrospect, all of this appeared astoundingly flawless. This fellow was truly a genius. Even Xie Mo Yuan, the esteemed leader of Wuji Peak, could not conceal his admiration, his gaze towards Su Yuanqing brimming with approval. You have lost. On the arena, Su Yuanqing held the sword against Zhao Mu's neck, stating calmly, I have lost. Zhao Mu's face was ashen, his vitality seemingly sapped. This was not merely due to the wound inflicted by Su Yuanqing's sword, but also because his prized illusion had been so effortlessly unraveled by Su Yuanqing. How did you pierce my illusions? Zhao Mu, like a defeated rooster, sank into despair, murmuring, Apologies, but it's a secret. Su Yuanqing replied with a slight smile. Zhao Mu's expression faltered once more. Yet, he had anticipated this. The means by which Su Yuanqing had unraveled his illusion likely pertained to some secret technique of his own, one that he would naturally not divulge. Had their positions been reversed, he too would have remained silent. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Su Yuanqing spoke again. However, it is not impossible to share a secret. Zhao Mu was momentarily taken aback, instinctively following Su Yuanqing's lead, responding, How might one reveal it? Su Yuanqing sheathed his sword and extended a hand. Rubbing his fingers together, Zhao Mu paused, but quickly grasped the implication. Su Yuanqing declared, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, and I shall tell you. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones? Zhao Mu's once pale visage turned shade darker. He possessed neither the means to gather 1,000 low-grade spirit stones prior to aligning with the princess, They often struggled to amass even 100 low-grade spirit stones, and only through pooling resources with others like Xiao Duan, He, and Shi Yuanming could they scrape together 100. After all, as rogue cultivators, their spirit stones were barely sufficient for daily cultivation, leaving no surplus. It was only after pledging allegiance to the princess that their fortunes improved. However, the princess did not provide unlimited spirit stones, distributing them according to allocation, and with regular consumption, he now possessed less than 200 low-grade spirit stones in total. Yet, Su Yuanqing was demanding 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, an outrageous sum. Zhao Mu was immediately inclined to refuse. At this moment, the princess on the judging panel waved her hand, and 1,000 low-grade spirit stones glided through the air, appearing before Su Yuanqing. Her sharp phoenix eyes regarded him intently, and with her crimson lips slightly parted, she inquired, "This is 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. I am curious, how did you discern his illusion?" Upon witnessing this scene, Su Yuanqing had yet to respond, but the faces of Xie Mo Yuan, Yuan Tai Su, and others darkened. They had initially felt elated, believing Su Yuanqing had earned glory for their Qing Xian Dao sect by defeating 5 opponents. To their astonishment, this individual had begun conducting business on the arena, extorting the people of the Dezhou dynasty. Even Lu Shuiyao and Yun Qi were left exasperated. Though they were already aware of Su Yuanqing's previous dealings in the trial tower and his past deception of Jiangqing Li regarding spirit stones and Longhua Dan, they had not anticipated that he would publicly sell secrets in exchange for spirit stones at this moment. Moreover, after the princess offered the 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, Su Yuanqing displayed no signs of embarrassment and swiftly accepted them, almost as if fearful of the princess retracting her offer. The speed at which he accepted the spirit stones was remarkably swift and adept. However, everyone present, including Lu Shuiyao, Yun Qi, CMO Yuan, Yuan Tai Su, the princess, and the little princess, fixated their gazes upon Su Yuanqing with unrelenting curiosity regarding how he had seen through the illusion and effortlessly dispelled it. "Thank you, princess." After accepting the spirit stones, Su Yuanqing first clasped his fists in gratitude towards the princess, then slowly smiled and remarked, "This secret lies in my exceptional talent." Exceptional talent? The faces of Xie Mo Yuan, Yuan Tai Su, and others darkened once more. It was evident that he intended to swindle the princess of her 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. This response was akin to saying nothing at all. Yet, even the princess of the Dezhou dynasty found it difficult to challenge him, for it was indeed reasonable. "I possess exceptional talent. I can perceive and dismantle this illusion. What of it? Surely, my exceptional talent cannot be invalidated by your own lack thereof." This was indeed valid. However, from Su Yuanqing's perspective, such actions could potentially offend the princess, even if she would not seek retribution against him. A lingering displeasure might sow the seeds for future repercussions. Fortunately, upon hearing Su Yuanqing's words, the princess did not exhibit any displeasure. Instead, she slightly nodded her head, seemingly acknowledging his claim of exceptional talent. Su Yuanqing then continued with a smile, "Of course, in addition to my exceptional talent, my spiritual awareness surpasses that of normal cultivators at the same realm by a slight margin." After all, during his time as a tool assisting Lu Shuiyao's master in detoxification, his soul had intertwined with hers, enhancing his spiritual awareness beyond that of his peers. Now, at the 6th level of Qi refinement, his spiritual awareness was at least on par with that of a 7th level cultivator, perhaps even comparable to an 8th level. Furthermore, this was the arena, situated within the Qing Xian Dao sect. Zhao Mu, merely a 6th level cultivator, could not possibly transport him to another realm within the confines of the Qing Xian Dao sect. Thus, the experiences he faced could only be illusions, Su Yuanqing elaborated. As for the assistance of the Yin-Yang Transformation Furnace in swiftly breaking the illusion, he naturally refrained from disclosing that detail, deeming it a fair exchange for the 1,000 low-grade spirit stones bestowed by the princess. Lu Shuiyao smiled at Su Yuanqing. Zhao Mu's lips moved as he contemplated inquiring about how Su Yuanqing had instantly dismantled his illusion. It was known that although he had employed an illusion, escaping its grasp to perceive the real world without any awareness was exceedingly difficult. He simply could not fathom how Su Yuanqing had achieved it. However, when the question lingered on the tip of his tongue, he ultimately refrained from voicing it. He sensed that Su Yuanqing would likely not respond. and asking would only invite humiliation. Even the princess, despite her sharp eyes still holding a hint of intensity, did not pursue further inquiries with Su Yuanqing. The atmosphere among the people of the Dazhou dynasty grew somewhat heavy, with one exception, the little princess. Although a hint of dissatisfaction graced her delicate, creamy complexion. This discontent stemmed more from Su Yuanqing's impersonation of Fu Yu and his earlier audacious statements. This fellow had indeed bested 5 opponents. His strength was formidable, and he was quite handsome. Yet, his words were intolerable. Each one irked her. The little princess mused. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Su Yuanqing had impersonated Fu Yu to meet her. Their initial agreement on the matter of marriage was thus nullified. Could it have been Su Yuanqing's deliberate intention? With this notion, the little princess grew increasingly convinced of her hypothesis. Otherwise, it made no sense. However, she found it perplexing that if Fu Yu truly wished to avoid the marriage, he could have easily employed an unremarkable man to sabotage the arrangement. Ideally, someone of unattractive appearance would suffice. A mere glance would suffice to derail the so-called matchmaking. Yet, it was Su Yuanqing, a strikingly handsome man, who had taken on Fu Yu's identity. Wait a moment. Could it be that Fu Yu sought to facilitate this union, hence his choice of Su Yuanqing? That seemed implausible as well. If she found Su Yuanqing appealing and acknowledged his strength, she would soon realize that he was not Fu Yu. The little princess's mind raced with conflicting thoughts, yet she could not discern the true nature of Su Yuanqing's impersonation of Fu Yu in the matter of their betrothal. Shall we take a brief respite for a meal before continuing our discussions? On the judging panel, Mo Yuan turned to the princess and suggested with a smile. No need for a break. Let us commence directly, the princess replied, clearly not one to shy away from defeat, nor one who favored delays. Please. Mo Yuan responded with a grin. This time, the representative from Tai Chu Peak, Master Yuan Tai Su, did not follow Mo Yuan and the others to the Xian Peak's discussion hall. Instead, he approached Su Yuanqing with an unmistakable smile, patting him on the shoulder. Well done, young man. You have truly brought honor to our Qing Xiandao sect and Tai Chu Peak. Su Yuanqing, now adept at navigating the situation, promptly declared. All credit goes to my master, Elder Yunqi and Elder Yuan. After a brief pause, he made sure to include Elder Wan Hai's name. Without the guidance of Elder Wan Hai and the other esteemed elders of Tai Chu Peak, I would not have achieved this success. Su Yuanqing continued to express his gratitude profusely, sincerity radiating from his words. This left Yuan Tai Su feeling flushed with embarrassment. Although the entirety of Tai Chu Peak had contributed little to Su Yuanqing's education, aside from Lu Shui Yao and Yun Qi, and considering his brief time at Tai Chu Peak, even their contributions were minimal. Yet here was Su Yuanqing, expressing such heartfelt gratitude, repeatedly invoking their names, leaving Yuan Tai Su feeling somewhat bashful, yet thoroughly pleased. Although his face flushed with embarrassment, he could not conceal the joy reflected in his smile. Here, this is your reward. Double the amount. Yuan Tai Su, with a radiant smile, handed Su Yuanqing a storage bag, saying here. Su Yuanqing weighed the storage bag in his hands and found that it bore no restrictions. His consciousness swept inside, revealing an astonishing 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, along with some medicinal pills that aided in cultivation. Su Yuanqing's face lit up with joy, realizing that his efforts in helping Elder Yuan Tai Su gain prestige were not in vain. It was fortunate that Elder Yuan Tai Su was appreciative, generously providing him with double the benefits. Otherwise, he would have felt awkward asking for such rewards himself. All right, I must head to Xinfeng now. You should go meet your master. Yuan Tai Su gestured towards the direction where Lu Shui Yao and Yin Qi were located. It was then that Su Yuanqing realized that his master and Elder Yin Qi were not far away in the void. He had merely speculated that his master would likely pay attention to this area, but he had not discerned her presence. In fact, his consciousness had detected no one in that location at all. If not for Yuan Tai Su pointing it out, he might have remained oblivious. Thank you, Elder Yuan. Su Yuanqing said gratefully, quickly abandoning Yuan Tai Su to rush towards Lu Shui Yao and Yin Qi. Surely, they heard everything I just said, right? Greetings, Master. Greetings, Elder Yin Qi. He arrived promptly before Lu Shui Yao and Yin Qi, a faint, delightful fragrance enveloping the air around him, making him feel refreshed. With a clear mind, he quickly bowed, A captivating smile graced Yuanqing's enchanting face, her eyes sparkling mischievously. "Little brother, I didn't expect you to be quite formidable," she teased. Yuanqing intended to respond, but held back, considering Lu Shuiyao's presence nearby. "It's all thanks to the teachings of Master and Elder Yuanqing," he replied with a smile. "You performed splendidly this time." Lu Shuiyao's usually cold demeanor softened slightly, revealing a subtle smile. Yuanqing's gaze brightened at the sight of Lu Shuiyao's smile. Though her smile was not as captivating as that of Elder Yuanqing, it was indeed a smile, unlike the previous time when Elder Yuanqing had mischievously made Lu Shuiyao laugh uncontrollably. This smile was akin to the blossoming of a Tianshan snow lotus, pure, elegant, and undeniably beautiful, even in its coolness. "Shuiyao, you finally smiled," Yuanqing remarked, raising an eyebrow at the scene. Lu Shuiyao felt a touch of embarrassment. "Did I smile? I wasn't even aware of it," she replied. "Master, you look beautiful when you smile." Yuanqing quickly added, "It's a pity there are no cameras or phones to capture that moment when you smiled. I believe that smile alone could potentially lead to fame or even win a photography award. No, it must be treasured, exclusively for oneself." Yuanqing interjected, "Indeed, Shuiyao, you look stunning when you smile. You should smile more often." She turned to Yuanqing. "Your task is to make your master smile more. If she doesn't, just tickle her." Despite being a Yuanqing stage cultivator, she can endure a good tickle, if the setting had been more appropriate. Yuanqing might have been tempted to demonstrate this herself. However, Lu Shuiyao remained composed. Glancing at Yuanqing, she replied coolly, "Elder sister, are you suggesting we try that again? What reward do you desire?" she added. Yuanqing's smile suddenly faltered. "You are quite the clever one," she huffed, choosing not to elaborate further. This piqued Yuanqing's curiosity. Previously, during their encounter at the Ice Lake courtyard, when Yuanqing had tickled Lu Shuiyao, it had led to a delightful yet fleeting moment of laughter before Yuanqing had seemingly fled in embarrassment. What truly transpired? He glanced between Lu Shuiyao and Yuanqing, yet found no answers. "I shall take my leave first," Yuanqing waved, departing ahead. Yuanqing then accompanied Lu Shuiyao back to the Ice Lake courtyard. "Today, your victory over the 5 individuals from the Dazhou dynasty has greatly benefited the Qing Xiandao sect, preserving our reputation and enhancing the standing of Taichu Peak. This may also reduce any private criticism regarding my decision to take you as a disciple," Lu Shuiyao remarked. "What reward do you desire?" she inquired. "Another reward?" Yuanqing looked at Lu Shuiyao with surprise. He had initially thought receiving a reward from Elder Yuantai Su was already a delightful surprise. Now, his master also wished to grant a reward. His first thought was to request something akin to what Elder Yuanqing might offer. However, he quickly reconsidered, suggesting that his master join him in a hot spring or spiritual pool, dressed lightly, would likely lead to his dismissal. "What reward do you desire? Speak freely," Lu Shuiyao reiterated, her voice melodious and pleasing to the ear. "Any kind of reward?" Yuanqing asked. "A reasonable reward," Lu Shuiyao replied. After all, it would not do if Yuanqing made requests beyond her capabilities. "As long as it's a reasonable reward, you won't be upset, right?" Yuanqing inquired. "Upset? Why would you ask that?" Lu Shuiyao looked at him, suddenly recalling the ancient tome with a blank cover, which had far more daring content than the one Elder Yuanqing had provided her. Surely, he wouldn't dare to make such a request. Her eyes flickered with concern. If Yuanqing truly had the audacity to request something related to those matters as a reward, how would she respond? Would she scold him or change the subject? Various thoughts raced through her mind, but soon she reassured herself that if he were to make such a request, it would be disrespectful to his teacher and not a reasonable one. Given Yuanqing's intelligence, he should not propose such a thing. She felt a slight relief and said, "For a reasonable reward, I will not be upset." Yuanqing cautiously stated, "Earlier today, when I faced Zhao Mu, I was caught in his illusion. The reason I was able to detect the issue was that my consciousness is actually stronger than his." Lu Shuiyao's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded. She had noticed Yuanqing trapped in the illusion and had confidence in him because she knew his consciousness surpassed Zhao Mu's due to the time when Elder Yuanqing had helped her cleanse the He Huan poison from her soul, using Yuanqing as a tool. During that process, a part of her consciousness had intertwined with his, significantly strengthening his awareness. Why is he mentioning this now? Lu Shuiyao wondered, glancing at Su Yuanqing. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Could it be? As she nodded, Su Yuanqing spoke. I've realized that having a stronger consciousness offers numerous benefits, and I wish to further enhance my consciousness. If you're granting me a reward, I hope it pertains to that. Lu Shuiyao breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, just a desire to enhance your consciousness? I thought, wait, what am I thinking? Why do I seem to be anticipating his request? She felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. I am his master. Resolving herself, she planned to procure some medicinal pills capable of enhancing consciousness. Such elixirs are exceedingly precious. In fact, any pill that can aid in the cultivation of the Shenshi or directly enhance it, as well as rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures, hold immense value throughout the entire cultivation realm. They far surpass in worth those pills that merely assist in cultivation or directly boost one's cultivation level. This is because materials related to Shenshi, whether heavenly treasures or medicinal herbs needed for pill refinement, are scarce, difficult to cultivate, and have a much lower success rate in alchemy compared to ordinary pills. Likewise, if the Shenshi is injured, its recovery is far more arduous than that of the physical body. Hence, pills connected to the Shenshi can be summed up in one word: precious. Outside, they are often scarce commodities with high demand and low supply, sometimes impossible to procure without certain connections. As an elder of Qingxian Daizong Taisha Peak, Lu Shuo naturally has access to such resources. However, just as she was about to retrieve one, her expression suddenly changed. There were none left. She recalled that after being ambushed by an elder of Heroines' sect, upon returning to the sect, she found her soul contaminated with Heroine poison, difficult to cleanse. The few pills she had that affected the Shenshi had all been consumed at that time. Not a single one remained. Wait here, I'll be right back, she said, swiftly departing from Binghu Biwen. She arrived at Danfen, the place where the majority of the sect's alchemists are based and where most pills are produced. Alchemists like senior sister Yuanqing, who practice alchemy but are not stationed at Danfen, are exceedingly rare. Elder Lu greeted an alchemist elder of the nascent soul stage upon seeing her. Elder Yu, I seek pills that can enhance the Shenshi, Lu Shuiyao stated succinctly. Pills that enhance the Shenshi? You're too late, Elder Yu replied wryly. What do you mean? Lu Shuiyao frowned. 3 days ago, under secret orders from the sect master, all pills and heavenly materials related to the Shenshi were requisitioned. It seems there are some issues on the sect master's side that require these, Elder Yu explained. Have you and senior sister Yuanqing used the taking Zhenling dual cultivation scripture? Lu Shuiyao was silent for a moment. As an elder of Taishu Peak, she was aware that the sect master is currently in Yuanqing Sea, leading some of the sect's high-ranking members to explore it. She had not anticipated that the sect master would order all Shenshi-related pills and materials to be taken away. Clearly, the situation in Yuanqing Sea is dire. Quickly regaining composure, she inquired, Elder Yu, do you still have any pills that can enhance the Shenshi? I am willing to pay a premium. Elder Yu shook his head. No, not only do I have none, but the entire Danfen alchemists have none either. Everything was taken away by the Peak Master. It's not just Danfen. Other peaks where such pills are known to exist have also lent theirs out. Lu Shuiyao was taken aback. What a coincidence. Su Yuanqing used all the pills that affect the Shenshi. Danfen has none left. Even within the sect, those pills have basically all been lent out. Will there be more pills related to the Shenshi? She asked again. According to the sect master's secret order, all available pills and heavenly materials related to the Shenshi within the sect are being sent to Yuanqing Sea to supply the sect master and their team. At least for the next 3 months, there will be none here. We must seek to procure some from outside and find a way to send them to Yuanqing Sea. Elder Yu explained. 3 months? Lu Shuiyao's cold expression remained unchanged. After bidding farewell to Elder Yu, she did not return immediately to Binghu Biwen, but went instead to Qiwan, Yuanqing's medicinal garden. She found Yuanqing and explained her purpose. However, Yuanqing also shook her head. I no longer have any Shenshi-related pills. Your bottleneck in breaking through the Huashan stage is not due to the Shenshi, right? Yuanqing looked at Lu Shuiyao suspiciously. Lu Shuiyao did not conceal it. Speaking softly, Su Yuanqing used them. So it was for your Yuanqing. Yuanqing's face displayed a faint, ambiguous smile. What do you mean by your Yuanqing? Lu Shuiyao shot a displeased glance at senior sister Yuanqing, but knew her nature well enough to avoid discussing the matter further, lest Yuanqing say something even more forward. Lu Suiao did not stay long and soon took her leave. This time, she did not visit other places but returned directly to Binghuibuan. When Su Yuanqing saw Lu Suiao again, he looked at her with hopeful anticipation. Lu Suiao's expression flickered with a momentary unease. Faced with Su Yuanqing's eager gaze, she suddenly felt a sense of failure, believing herself an unworthy master. She had promised to reward Su Yuanqing, but when he made a request, she was unable to fulfill it. She had intended to ask him to wait a little longer, as she could try other means outside the sect to purchase pills at high prices. Of course, there was another way to quickly obtain Sure-related pills through the Great Zhou dynasty. There, 2 nascent soul stage experts and the princess could trade for such pills. But unless absolutely necessary, she would avoid approaching the Great Zhou dynasty, lest it expose the sect's lack of Sure-related pills. Thus, Su Yuanqing must wait. Yet, as the words hovered on her lips, Lu Suo suddenly noticed that Su Yuanqing's gaze held an almost invisible enchantment, making it impossible for her to utter those words. She did not wish to see his disappointed expression. What should she do? Lu Suiao fell silent for a moment. Master, what is wrong? Su Yuanqing noticed her unnatural expression and inquired. Nothing. She softly shook her head and whispered, wait here a moment. When I call you, come in. Come in? Su Yuanqing quickly understood that meant entering Lu Suiao's main hall. After saying this, Lu Suiao entered the main hall herself. Not long after, within mere breaths, Lu Suiao's clear voice called out, come in. Su Yuanqing stepped inside and found Lu Suiao seated gracefully upon the lotus platform of the spiritual pool, which appeared to have been arranged with care. Come here, Lu Suiao invited. Yes. Su Yuanqing, puzzled, obediently approached and stood just outside the spiritual pool. Climb onto the lotus platform, she instructed. Su Yuanqing was momentarily stunned. Climb onto the lotus platform? Had he heard correctly? The last time, even when assisting Lu Suiao, who was not yet his master, to cleanse poison during a critical moment, he was not allowed on the lotus platform, but had to sit outside it. Now his master was inviting him to ascend it? Joy instantly enveloped Su Yuanqing. Without hesitation, he soared over the pool and appeared on the lotus platform. The lotus platform was small, only about 2 meters in diameter. Standing there, he was very close to Lu Suiao, although not in intimate contact. A faint, refreshing fragrance filled the air. At this proximity, Su Yuanqing could also sense the powerful aura emanating from his master. Sit cross-legged and relax, Lu Suiao instructed once more. She herself elegantly seated on the lotus platform. Though her movements were graceful, the fullness of her figure caused her garment to tremble slightly at the collar. This allowed Su Yuanqing to indulge his eyes. However, he feigned a demeanor of utmost propriety as he settled down cross-legged. At this moment, he likely surmised what his master intended to do. As expected, Lu Suiao spoke. Next, I shall divide a strand of my spiritual consciousness to guide yours, facilitating a certain degree of fusion. As she spoke, a subtle and unnatural blush distinctly appeared on Lu Suo's fair and cool visage. It was akin to the previous instance when, with the assistance of senior sister Yunkai, she helped me eliminate toxins. Upon hearing this, Su Yuanqing was thoroughly convinced of his earlier judgment. This was indeed a delightful surprise, a joy upon joy. Su Yuanqing promptly nodded. Soon, he sensed a thread of Lu Suiao's spiritual consciousness emanating from her brow, and without reservation, he unleashed his entire spiritual consciousness. Before commencing, Su Yuanqing suddenly remarked, Master, I believe there might be a method more suitable. What method? Lu Suiao inquired, gazing at him. After a moment of hesitation, Su Yuanqing continued, Previously, Elder Yunkai imparted to me a modified version of the Taking Zhenling Shuangziyu Heart Sutra. I believe it may also be beneficial for spiritual consciousness. Lu Suiao's complexion flushed noticeably as if she had been caught off guard. Su Yuanqing noticed this change, and, seeing her expression grow more unnatural, assumed he had offended her. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Suiao preemptively said, What I intend to use is indeed the Taking Zhenling Shuangziyu Heart Sutra. I originally planned to pass it on to you, but it appears that senior sister Yunkai has already conveyed it, which can save us some steps. Su Yuanqing breathed a sigh of relief. So, Master Suiao also intended to utilize the Taking Zhenling Shuangziyu Heart Sutra, which meant her earlier awkwardness was not due to anger. Could it be that she felt shy? A thought flickered through Su Yuanqing's mind, and he found himself secretly delighted at the prospect of engaging in spiritual dual cultivation with Master Sueo, even if it was not a true fusion of spirit and flesh. The use of the taking Zhenling Shuangziyu Heart Sutra would undoubtedly evoke a unique sensation. He reminisced about the indescribable comfort he had experienced the last time their spiritual consciousnesses intertwined. However, he soon realized that Master Suo's expression had shifted again, and her gaze towards him seemed peculiar. "Master, is something the matter?" Su Yuanqing tentatively inquired. After a brief silence, Lu Suo coldly asked, "Have you and senior sister Yunkai used the taking Zhenling Shuangziyu Heart Sutra together?" A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Su Yuanqing. He sensed an unusual emotion lurking within her words, despite her demeanor and tone remaining largely unchanged. This was a question fraught with tension. He regretted mentioning the taking Zhenling Shuangziyu Heart Sutra. Nonetheless, there was no turning back. Su Yuanqing could only nod. "How did you cultivate?" Lu Sueo's tone seemed to cool further, yet also bore an air of neutrality. Su Yuanqing pondered briefly before responding. "At that time, while in the fire spring, due to my 5 elements transforming into yin and yang, the power of the yin and yang energies was insufficient. Elder Yunkai then imparted a portion of her power to me, allowing our energies to interact and generate the yin and yang energies, assisting me in delineating my danshin. It was also for this reason that she imparted the taking Zhenling Shuangziyu Heart Sutra to me." Su Yuanqing spoke only the truth, omitting certain details. Specifically, that Elder Yunkai had also entered the fire spring and had engaged in a rather enticing display. Lu Sueo nodded slightly, though her expression remained unchanged. Her heart was overwhelmed with a mix of embarrassment and irritation, not directed at Su Yuanqing, but rather at herself. She could not comprehend why she had felt compelled to inquire about the interaction between Su Yuanqing and senior sister Yunkai regarding the taking Zhenling Shuangziyu Heart Sutra. It seemed to be an instinctive urge. Yet, whether Su Yuanqing and senior sister Yunkai had cultivated together held no relevance to her. Strangely, upon learning that they had indeed used the taking Zhenling Shuangziyu Heart Sutra together, she experienced a surge of inexplicable emotion, something she had never felt before. In the past, her heart had been as calm as still water, with little emotional fluctuation. Quickly, Lu Sueo adjusted her mindset and stated, "Now, let us concentrate on cultivation. I will use a strand of my spiritual consciousness to cultivate alongside yours, elevating your spiritual consciousness to the 9th level of chi refinement. Excessive indulgence could be detrimental. Therefore, she could only elevate Su Yuanqing to the 9th level of chi refinement. Otherwise, even if she continuously guided him using the taking Zhenling Shuangziyu Heart Sutra, the ultimate result would merely shatter Su Yuanqing's sea of consciousness. Given his insufficient cultivation, his sea of consciousness had not expanded or solidified enough to withstand the overwhelming force of an advanced spiritual consciousness. "Thank you, Master," Su Yuanqing expressed his gratitude. Attaining the spiritual consciousness of the 9th level of chi refinement while at the 6th level of chi refinement was entirely satisfactory for him. Soon, his spiritual consciousness began to merge with a strand of Lu Sueo's spiritual consciousness, following the principles of the taking Zhenling Shuangziyu Heart Sutra, creating a cycle of yin and yang, a spiritual transference. Previously, he had only interacted with Elder Yunkai's strand of magical power using his true energy, and even that had left him feeling pleasantly invigorated. Now, the exchange of spiritual consciousness magnified that sensation infinitely. Although the taking Zhenling Shuangziyu Heart Sutra was modified and did not require physical contact for effectiveness, it remained a dual cultivation method. Thus, the reward Lu Sueo bestowed upon him was an experience of sheer delight and exhilaration. During this process, Su Yuanqing discreetly opened his eyes, hoping to observe Master Sueo's reactions. However, just as he was about to do so, Lu Suo seemed to anticipate his actions and commanded, "Do not open your eyes." Su Yuanqing had no choice but to comply. After that, he could not even sense her presence anymore. Aside from the strand of spiritual consciousness interacting with his, she seemed to have entirely vanished from Su Yuanqing's perception. Or rather, Lu Sueo had effectively shielded herself from his awareness. This left Su Yuanqing somewhat disappointed. Yet he focused intently on relishing the uplifting experience of enhancing his spiritual consciousness. Fortunately, the process of enhancing his spiritual consciousness was not as laborious as constructing barriers of yin and yang within his danshin. It required less meticulous effort. Moreover, Lu Sui-Ao's formidable cultivation and her guidance during the dual cultivation meant that in less than a short incense stick's duration, Su Yuanqing's spiritual consciousness had already reached the equivalent of the 9th level of qi refinement. Your spiritual consciousness is ultimately not solely a product of your arduous cultivation. Thus, it may appear somewhat insubstantial. Next, you must refine and hone it properly. Otherwise, even if your spiritual consciousness attains the 9th level of qi refinement, should you encounter other formidable practitioners at the same level, engaging in a contest of spiritual consciousness would be akin to eggs striking against stone. Do you understand? Meanwhile, Lu Sui-Ao's voice resonated in Su Yuanqing's ears. I understand, Su Yuanqing nodded. You should return and enter seclusion to refine your skills. Lu Sui-Ao instructed once more. Yes, master. Su Yuanqing assented. His original intention was to catch a glimpse of Shifu Shui Yao. However, after Lu Shui Yao's admonition, an unseen force propelled him out. The doors of the main hall closed automatically. This left Su Yuanqing, who had just elevated his consciousness, unable to catch even a fleeting glance of Shifu Shui Yao. Despite being so close, right above the lotus platform, Su Yuanqing clicked his tongue, relishing the exquisite sensation he had just experienced. He couldn't help but wonder if Shifu Shui Yao felt the same way. With a tinge of regret, he turned to leave and returned to his own courtyard. Meanwhile, within the main hall, after swiftly sending Su Yuanqing away, Lu Shui Yao lifted the perceptual barrier she had placed around him. Sitting cross-legged on the lotus platform, her complexion was flushed, and even her earlobes and neck bore a delicate rosy hue. Her originally cold, beautiful eyes shimmered with a hint of moisture. If Su Yuanqing were present, he would undoubtedly be astounded, for Lu Shui Yao's current appearance resonated deeply with the aftermath of a profound experience. Blushing, Lu Shui Yao rose, intending to employ a cleansing technique to purify herself with spiritual energy. However, after a moment's hesitation, she decided to retreat to the inner chamber, to another spirit pool devoid of a lotus platform. She performed a disrobing spell, shedding her garments, and stepped into the spirit pool. The wondrous effects of the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace, elevating true energy and consciousness. Upon returning to his courtyard, although Su Yuanqing savored the enchanting experience of dual cultivation with his master, he did not dwell excessively on it. Soon, he immersed himself in the cultivation of his consciousness. Yet, he realized that relying solely on personal refinement was rather slow. After an entire hour of honing his consciousness, he had barely achieved 1,000th of his potential. This led him to a profound understanding of why consciousness was so difficult to enhance and why it was challenging to recover from damage. In comparison to absorbing spiritual energy, circulating it through the body, and refining it into true energy for cultivating consciousness was indeed much slower. Even so, based on his understanding, his efficiency was already considered quite high. Otherwise, many cultivators would not retreat for years or even decades. Although disciples in the qi refinement stage did not experience such extremes, it was still quite common for them to seclude themselves for several months to cultivate specific techniques or refine their realms. Spending a year or two was not unusual. Suddenly, he recalled the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace. To be honest, since acquiring the furnace, he had yet to fully comprehend its functions. Thus far, he only knew 3 prominent abilities: synthesis, dispelling illusions, and concealment. Synthesis allowed 2 low-grade spirit stones to be combined into a mid-grade spirit stone. Dispelling illusions enabled him to penetrate falsehoods and perceive his surroundings, detecting any prying eyes or unnoticed entities. The concealment aspect, however, was not much reflected in Su Yuanqing himself. It primarily pertained to the furnace's own ability to remain hidden within his danshin, undetected even by Yuanqing level experts. Could he use the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace to refine his consciousness? Su Yuanqing pondered. He then commenced a straightforward attempt, channeling 1% of his consciousness into the furnace and activating it to observe the effects. Even if something went awry, losing only 1% of his consciousness was well within his limits. As the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace was activated, the Tai Chi fish at its base seemed to come alive, with the dual energies swirling. A wave of agonizing pain, as if emanating from the depths of his soul, washed over him, nearly causing him to black out as he instinctively gasped for breath. It felt as if his consciousness was being tempered. No, it was not merely a feeling. It was indeed the case. Soon, Su Yuanqing discovered that the 1% of consciousness he had infused into the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace had undergone a remarkable transformation, shrinking by about 60% while becoming denser in essence. This sensation resembled a pot of syrup that had been reduced from a full boil to a thick, viscous consistency. Had he succeeded? Su Yuanqing retrieved that 1% of consciousness back into his sea of consciousness. In this brief time, the refined 1% was even more concentrated than the thousandth he had spent an hour honing. Su Yuanqing was overwhelmed with joy. Pain? It was non-existent. A momentary discomfort was easily endured. He began to channel other parts of his consciousness into the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace. However, he refrained from pouring in the remaining 99% all at once, fearing he might not withstand it. One must eat slowly to avoid choking. Thus, Su Yuanqing decided to only use 10% of his consciousness for refinement this time. What followed was an excruciating ordeal. By the time he had refined all his consciousness, his back was drenched in cold sweat, and his complexion had turned pallid. The pain was unbearable. Nevertheless, the benefits were tangible. After utilizing the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace for refinement, he completed the process in less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick. His sea of consciousness, which had been nearly overflowing, was now significantly emptied, leaving ample space. This revelation alleviated any urgency to expand his sea of consciousness. However, he felt an overwhelming impulse to seek out his master. Longing to once again engage in dual cultivation with the Tai Ching Zhenling Shuang Xiu Xian Jing. He vowed that his motivation was not merely for the exquisite experience or pleasure, but a genuine desire to enhance his consciousness and see if he could once more fill his sea of consciousness. Of course, reliving that delightful sensation would be a welcome consequence. In the end, however, he refrained from taking action. It would be difficult to explain how his consciousness had been refined to such an extent in such a short time. This was no longer something that could be attributed solely to exceptional talent. Patience is key. Su Yuanqing resolved to wait a while before indulging. If consciousness could be refined, what about his own true energy? Su Yuanqing began to draw parallels, his thoughts becoming lively. It was said that true energy cultivated from the 5 elements' mixed spiritual roots was disordered and chaotic. However, due to the clear divisions within his danshin, the true energy he cultivated had become rather refined. Moreover, according to Elder Yunqi, the true energy he produced was notably condensed. Yet, if he were to isolate any single type of true energy and compare it to that of cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots, it would still lack the purity of their energy. Currently, his 5 elements spiritual roots in the danshin were divided into 5 distinct regions, which could be viewed as having 5 separate dantians. If he sought to refine the true energy from each small danshin to match the purity and richness of that from heavenly spiritual roots, the time and effort required would exceed 5 times that of normal cultivators with heavenly roots. The resources consumed would also be more than 5-fold. Of course, this 5-fold figure was a conservative estimate. As Elder Yunqi had previously stated, due to the nature of the 5 elements' spiritual roots, a balance must be maintained, meaning he would likely need even more time. Currently, in the Qi refinement stage, his cultivation level was still low and the effects were not yet obvious. However, as he progressed to higher realms, the differences would become increasingly pronounced. If he could truly break the curse that prevented 5 elements' spiritual roots from forming a foundation and successfully establish one. At that time, it was presumed that Yuanqing could ascend from the foundation establishment stage to the Ziffer realm within 3 years. It was likely that he would require 2 to 3 decades. However, this was merely theoretical. Su Yuanqing pondered for a moment and resolved to utilize the Yin-Yang Transformation Furnace to see if he could directly refine his own true Qi. Since the Yin-Yang Transformation Furnace had remained dormant within his danshin, the process of refining true Qi was comparatively easier than that of refining spiritual consciousness. He directly summoned the Yin-Yang Transformation Furnace, causing it to hover above his danshin, drawing true qi into the furnace for refinement before expelling it back into his danshin. This process was far less agonizing than the refinement of spiritual consciousness. In comparison to spiritual consciousness, it proceeded more smoothly. Similarly, the true qi within his danshin, after refinement, was reduced by about half, yet became significantly more concentrated. Even a mere strand of true qi, transformed into sword qi, unleashed a power that was incomparable to before. To put it more directly, the current Su Yuanqing could easily defeat 3 to 5 of his former self from yesterday, if not more. He was filled with excitement, completely immersed in this newfound strength. That evening, Su Yuanqing sensed a shift in his Xin Yuling. Upon examining it, he discovered that it was his senior brother Fu Yu calling for him, leaving a message. Junior brother Su, the matchmaking incident has been exposed. I am at GU Peak. Come to my rescue. Compensation offered. Today's update is just a brief one as I request a leave of absence. Tomorrow, 3 chapters will be released. The attitude is absolutely earnest. Confront the eldest princess and the little princess directly. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Compensation. Su Yuanqing's heart stirred. In truth, even without compensation, he could not escape this matter, but it seemed that senior brother Fu Yu was quite astute. Just a moment, I will be there shortly. Su Yuanqing replied. He rose, left the secluded courtyard, and set off for GU Peak. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly turned back and approached the main hall. Master? He called out. What is it? A moment later, Lu Suiao's voice responded. It seems I have gotten into trouble. Su Yuanqing said. The hall door opened, and Lu Suiao appeared before Su Yuanqing. What trouble have you caused? Su Yuanqing recounted how Fu Yu had asked for his assistance, impersonating Fu Yu's identity to engage in matchmaking with the little princess, laying everything bare. He had initially planned to handle it alone, but reconsidered. What if he couldn't manage it? It was more prudent to inform his master beforehand. Do you lack spirit stones? Lu Suiao inquired, observing him. This reaction was somewhat different for what he had anticipated. He thought his master might reprimand him, or at least be somewhat speechless. To his surprise, Lu Suiao merely asked if he was in need of spirit stones. Yes. Su Yuanqing nodded. Spirit stones were fundamental resources in the realm of cultivation, and also served as universal currency. One could never have too many. Moreover, although he possessed several thousand low-grade spirit stones, it was still not considered ample. He thought that once he had 100,000 in savings, perhaps he could alleviate his anxiety over spirit stones. With a graceful wave of her hand, Lu Suiao produced another 3,000 low-grade spirit stones before Su Yuanqing. Take these 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, with the ones you already possess. They should suffice for your cultivation for quite some time, given your current level of cultivation in the qi refinement stage, Lu Suiao stated. Su Yuanqing was momentarily stunned, looking at Lu Suiao not as a master, but as a wealthy benefactor. Thank you, master. He promptly stored the spirit stones and inquired. What about my impersonation of senior brother Fu Yu during the matchmaking? Lu Suiao replied calmly. If you are impersonating him, then so be it. If anyone gives you trouble, your master will not stand idly by. Thank you, master. Su Yuanqing couldn't help but smile. His master was truly exceptional. At GU Peak in the Jinjiao residence, Su Yuanqing arrived once more. The same little maid stood at the entrance, and upon seeing Su Yuanqing, she proactively approached him. You must be young Master Su? Hearing this, Su Yuanqing realized that the maid recognized him as Su Yuanqing rather than Fu Yu. He nodded. The maid then led Su Yuanqing into the Jinjiao residence. Once again, they arrived at the cool pavilion by the lake. This time, however, in addition to the little princess, there were 3 others present. Among them was the eldest princess, now adorned in a resplendent yellow phoenix robe, her lips glossy, her figure regal, exuding an air of nobility. The other 2 were Elder Yuanhai and Fu Yu. Elder Yuanhai was seated, while Fu Yu stood by, appearing as if he had committed a grave error. Su Yuanqing observed that both Elder Yuanhai and Fu Yu were robust and sturdy in build, clearly sharing a familial resemblance. He approached without hesitation, disciple Su Yuanqing. Pays respects to Elder Yuan, the eldest princess, the little princess, and senior brother Fu. All eyes turned to Su Yuanqing. Thanks to Lu Suiao's words, if you are impersonating, then so be it. If anyone gives you trouble, your master will not stand idly by. Su Yuanqing felt bolstered with confidence. His heart remained calm, his breath steady. Sister, it is he. The little princess stood, indignantly pointing at Su Yuanqing. He impersonated Fu Yu and confronted me with demands regarding dowries and such. Sit down, the eldest princess said, her red lips parting gracefully. The little princess pouted. The eldest princess cast a sidelong glance at her, and although the little princess still pouted, clearly displeased, she obediently took her seat. The eldest princess maintained a measured demeanor and refrained from overstepping, remaining silent. Elder Yuanhai then asked, Su Yuanqing, did you not know the little princess's identity? Why did you choose to engage in mischief alongside Fu Yu? On the way here, Su Yuanqing had already communicated with senior brother Fu Yu through the Xian Yu Ling and was aware of the current situation, having devised various strategies in response. Elder Yuanhai's inquiry had been anticipated. Su Yuanqing promptly replied, in response to Elder Yuan, it was not senior brother Fu who was reckless, but rather I who lost my composure. Oh, Elder Yuanhai regarded Su Yuanqing. The eldest princess, the little princess, and Fu Yu also turned their attention to him. It is said that the little princess of the great Zhou dynasty possesses unparalleled beauty, with a visage that could captivate the world, her skin like fine jade, her eyes like autumn waters, embodying a grace that can make fish sink and geese fall. She is indeed a beauty that can topple kingdoms. And what is even rarer is her intelligence and wisdom, akin to a celestial maiden descended from the heavens, possessing the potential for immortality. It is rumored that many men have secretly discussed that if they could merely catch a glimpse of her, they would gladly sacrifice years of their lives. As he spoke earnestly, Elder Yuanhai's expression darkened, while Fu Yu stared in disbelief. The eldest princess narrowed her eyes, and the little princess bit her lip. Her cheeks flushed with a mix of anger and shyness. How exaggerated! The little princess protested, though her tone betrayed a hint of concealed delight. Su Yuanqing clasped his hands and said, in the beginning, I also found it exaggerated. Even if she were a celestial being descended to earth, such praise would be unwarranted. Thus, I approached this with a sense of admiration while genuinely wishing to ascertain whether the rumors circulating in the world held any truth. Upon hearing that Brother Fu was to meet the little princess, I took the initiative to request a stand-in for him and meet her myself. I must admit, it was my fault. Brother Fu was compelled, and it was through his identity that I obtained the Xian Yu Ling to fulfill my desire to meet the little princess. It was only then that I discovered the rumors were not exaggerated at all. The little princess's beauty surpasses even the tales told about her. Su Yuanqing's performance was masterful, delivered with sincerity. Elder Yuanhai's expression darkened further, and Fu Yu stared in astonishment. Had he not been privy to the truth, he might have believed Su Yuanqing's words entirely. The eldest princess regarded Su Yuanqing with skepticism, her demeanor calm, as if she were merely an observer of his performance. Only the little princess displayed an uncharacteristic discomfort. Since you are so eager to meet me and believe I am so wonderful, she lifted her gaze to Su Yuanqing, her expression taking on a hint of arrogance. Why then do you utter such distasteful words? Sighing softly, Su Yuanqing replied, Little princess, it is all my fault. Ever since I laid eyes on you, I truly wish for you not to succeed in your courtship with Brother Fu. At that time, I was impersonating him. If I had appeared content, and you and Brother Fu truly became engaged, what then? Thus, it is all my fault. I deliberately spoke those words to disrupt your courtship. Upon hearing this, a faint blush crept onto the little princess's fair cheeks. She glanced at Su Yuanqing, who did not shy away from her gaze. Truly, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. His expression radiated honesty. However, the little princess was no fool. Despite Su Yuanqing's earnestness, there were numerous inconsistencies in his words. She could not fully believe him. Yet, there was nothing to be done. Su Yuanqing's words were pleasing to her ears, bringing her joy, and thus, her anger towards him dissipated. Let it go, sister, the little princess interjected. This time, it was the eldest princess, noble and graceful, who was left in disbelief. Request our father to arrange your marriage. After the little princess spoke, Elder Yuanhai chimed in. Eldest princess, what do you think of this matter? The eldest princess replied. Since the issue has been laid bare, let us consider it resolved. What say you, Elder Yuan? Elder Yuanhai smiled, agreed. The marriage contract shall be annulled, and this matter shall be settled. What do you think, Elder Yuan? The eldest princess's lips moved slightly as she spoke again. No problem, Elder Yuanhai nodded. He had never expected his disciple Fu Yu to wed the little princess, This was merely a resolution of an existing matter. The reason he had appointed Fu Yu was precisely because he understood that this little princess of the Dezhou dynasty would not be drawn to a man like Fu Yu. Unaware of his master's thoughts, Fu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Su Yuanqing felt a measure of relief as well. For he could discern that the eldest princess did not truly believe his words. He also understood that this revelation would not escape her scrutiny, nor would the little princess likely put her faith in him entirely. However, belief was not the crux of the matter. What was important was that his words had provided emotional value to the little princess, granting her a sense of ease and preserving the dignity of the Dezhou dynasty. Thus, all parties were afforded an exit. The matter was resolved. Elder Wanhai rose to take his leave with Fu Yu, and the eldest princess personally saw them off. Although her status as the eldest princess of the Dezhou dynasty was paramount, in terms of cultivation, Elder Wan was her senior, and she would not presume to be arrogant. Su Yuanqing prepared to depart as well, but just as he was about to leave, the eldest princess called out to him. Su Yuanqing, you shall stay. Su Yuanqing's expression shifted slightly. Eldest princess, my master is waiting for me at home. He invoked Lu Suiao. The eldest princess narrowed her phoenix-like eyes, instilling a sense of pressure within Su Yuanqing. This pressure did not arise from her cultivation, but rather from the inherent regal aura she possessed, a quality unmatched by any other woman he had encountered. His master, Lu Suiao, embodied a cool and aloof demeanor, while Elder Yunkai exuded a captivating and sensual charm. Jiang Yunian was the epitome of an icy, mature woman, and Jiang Qingli appeared simple and naive. Even among the sisters of the Dezhou royal family, while the little princess carried some nobility, she paled in comparison to the eldest princess. After all, the little princess was more youthful and proud, while the eldest princess exuded an air of authority befitting a sovereign, making Su Yuanqing feel as if he were facing a queen. Nonetheless, Su Yuanqing's only sensation was one of pressure in his gaze, devoid of any significant reverence. In fact, he could not suppress a burgeoning desire to subdue the eldest princess, as if to compel her to submit. Chaos within the palace. Such a thought involuntarily surfaced in his mind. With this notion, his gaze swept over the eldest and little princesses, a thrill of excitement bubbling within him. This young man, clearly a disciple still in the qi refining stage, exhibited no trace of fear, even though he was the disciple of Elder Lu Suiao. Logically, such behavior should not be expected. The eldest princess mused silently. Su Yuanqing appeared to harbor no genuine fear of authority or power. This was a sign of rebellious nature. Previously, the Dezhou dynasty had witnessed such prodigies, exceptional talents with unmatched abilities, ultimately driven by ambition, aligning with several sects to incite rebellion and govern their own territories. Alas, they were ultimately suppressed. To this day, that once great prodigy of the Dezhou dynasty languished in some forbidden place, unable to escape or perish, serving a purpose within confinement. Your master does not mind waiting for a brief moment. If you're anxious, I can personally seek out your master to explain, the eldest princess stated. Su Yuanqing inwardly cursed, not due to her words, but rather her choice of self-reference. When addressing Elder Wanhai, she referred to herself as I, but in his presence. She opted for this palace. It was a clear indication of her disdain for him. Infuriated, Su Yuanqing feigned indifference, responding, if that is the case, I shall trouble the eldest princess. The eldest princess's eyes narrowed slightly. She was merely being polite, using this manner to convey that he was to remain for a while. However, Su Yuanqing's reaction took her by surprise. Very well, she did not refuse, lightly waving her sleeve, causing a paper crane to appear, imbued with a thread of her consciousness. The paper crane then vanished in an instant. Since this was within the Qing Xindao sect, the paper crane she released did not immediately seek out Lu Suiao, but instead appeared at Jiu Peak to deliver the message. Su Yuanqing realized that the eldest princess was not to be trifled with. Since he could not evade her, he would face the storm head-on. Eldest princess, may I inquire what further matters require my presence? He asked. A subtle smile graced the eldest princess's lips, her red mouth curving into a delicate arc. Since you were so fond of Qing'er, why not accompany me back to the Dezhou? To become a prince consort? Su Yuanqing chuckled. The eldest princess smiled and said, that depends on your ability. If you can establish a foundation with the 5 element spiritual roots, I can promise to petition the king to grant you marriage. The young princess, standing nearby, was displeased and about to speak, but an invisible force sealed her lips. Sensing this, she snorted softly and cast a dissatisfied glance at her sister. Su Yuanqing chuckled. Eldest princess, isn't this a classic case of getting something for nothing? You only promised to petition for marriage, but never guaranteed it would succeed. Moreover, everyone knows that the 5 elements' mixed spiritual roots cannot establish a foundation. Eldest princess, your sincerity is lacking. That lad has a sharp mind, the eldest princess replied. It is indeed difficult for those with mixed spiritual roots to lay a foundation. But nothing is absolute. Perhaps you are that one in 100 million chance. Su Yuanqing retorted, Eldest princess, why do you take me for a fool? The eldest princess resumed her seat on the stone bench, her demeanor dignified as she smiled. I shall not beat around the bush. Previously, you displayed a rudimentary form of the Yin-Yang mill on the arena. If my intuition serves me right, that is an unrefined, nascent divine ability, is it not? There's no need to deny it. You are a disciple of Elder Lu Suiao, and I bear you no ill will. However, I wish to exchange for the secrets of that nascent Yin-Yang mill technique. You may set the terms as you please. How's that sound? So she coveted my Yin-Yang mill technique. The eldest princess's eyes were keen indeed. To be frank, Su Yuanqing felt somewhat tempted. After all, it was only an unperfect divine ability. Even if given to the eldest princess, it would bear little consequence. Moreover, should she eventually perfect it, her version might differ greatly from his future mastery. It would be virtually impossible to use it effectively against his own technique. Agreed to exchange, he thought. I shall ask for a royal divine ability of the great Zhou dynasty. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Su Yuanqing's ear. It was none other than his master, Lu Suiao. 75. Exchange divine abilities. Zhou Tian star, constellation divine, refinement, true scripture. Su Yuanqing calmly said, if you wish to exchange, please present the royal divine techniques of your house, allowing me to select one. What say you, eldest princess? He did not fully heed his master's advice to ask for multiple choices, preferring to retain initiative. If she refused, then so be it. The eldest princess smiled. You desire to trade a nascent divine ability for a complete one. Your appetite is considerable. Su Yuanqing candidly replied, the truth is, eldest princess, whether to exchange or not does not matter much to me. If you do not wish to suffer a loss, then we shall not proceed. He truly was indifferent. Divine techniques were not an immediate concern for him. He sought to improve his cultivation above all, though his Yin-Yang mill was only in nascent form. Aided by the Yin-Yang Creation Furnace, he had confidence in its power. It sufficed for now, even if the eldest princess secretly employed mind-reading arts to probe him. She would find his words and actions consistent. He genuinely cared little whether to exchange or not. The eldest princess pondered silently. Su Yuanqing was not posturing to gain leverage. His indifference was genuine, leaving little room for negotiation. After a moment's thought, she decisively presented 5 options from the royal divine abilities she could offer. The great Zhou royal house possesses many divine techniques, but only 5 am I permitted to present to you. 5 prisons burning soul curse, floating life dream shadow, dark moon star devouring, void acceptance, and Zhou Tian star constellation divine, refinement true scripture. Su Yuanqing frowned. No introductions? No introductions, the eldest princess replied. You may choose any one. How can I know the nature of these 5 divine techniques without an introduction? Su Yuanqing mused. Yet clearly, the eldest princess's mind was made up. Su Yuanqing was unhurried, confident his master would intervene. Sure enough, 3 breaths later, Lu Suiao's voice whispered in his ear. Choose Zhou Tian, star constellation divine, refinement true scripture. Su Yuanqing promptly declared. Then I select Zhou Tian, star constellation divine, refinement true scripture. A flicker of surprise gleamed in the eldest princess's eyes. Though she neither heard nor discerned Lu Suiao's transmission, she gazed thoughtfully at Su Yuanqing. Very well, she nodded. Immediately, 2 jade slips materialized before Su Yuanqing. One emitted subtle fluctuations, containing the Zhou Tian, star constellation divine, refinement true scripture. The other was blank. You may perform your nascent Yin-Yang mill technique once within this jade slip, the eldest princess said, her red lips moving slightly. Su Yuanqing nodded. He understood the distinction between divine techniques and spells. Spells followed fixed incantations, symbols, and sequences, like following a recipe. Even the less gifted could master them with diligent practice over years. For instance, Fireball's spell required specific hand seals, precise spiritual energy manipulation, and channeling through certain meridians to form a fireball. Mastery primarily affected power magnitude. Divine techniques, however, were living embodiments of one's comprehension of the Tao of heaven and earth. They could neither be taught nor passed down straightforwardly, lacking fixed formulas and reliant on fate and talent. A cultivator might suddenly gain insight while observing stars, forging a divine technique by harnessing starlight as a blade. Or one near death might grasp the essence of life, wielding power to rejuvenate with a mere gesture. They were akin to fleeting poetic inspiration, grasped only through personal realization. In short, no matter how powerful a spell, it remained a mere technique. No matter how weak a divine ability, it was the Tao itself. Thus, mastering a divine technique necessitated personal enlightenment. Those with keen perception might grasp it swiftly. Others might spend centuries in vain. It cannot be learned methodically as spells were. Su Yuanqing took the jade slip, channeled his Yin-Yang mill into it, and returned it to the eldest princess. Whether she could comprehend it was her concern. Even if she did, her understanding would likely differ from his own, much like how the same story evokes divergent interpretations. Subsequently, Su Yuanqing and the eldest princess forged a blood oath. Both the Zhou Tian star constellation divine, refinement true scripture, and the Yin-Yang mill were to remain exclusive between them, forbidden from dissemination. Should Su Yuanqing share the Zhou Tian star constellation divine refinement true scripture with the Qingxian Dao sect, many might attempt to comprehend it, though only a few might succeed. It would then become a divine technique of the sect. The same applied to Su Yuanqing's Yin-Yang mill. Cultivators who violate blood oaths suffer backlash. Even if consequences are not immediate, karmic retribution inevitably follows. Having concluded the exchange, Su Yuanqing took the jade slip containing the Zhou Tian star constellation divine refinement true scripture and prepared to depart. This time, the eldest princess did not obstruct him, nor did she rise to escort him, as Elder One High had done before. One day, not only will you rise to escort me, but you will be begging for mercy, singing my praises, calling me father. Su Yuanqing thought silently, then left. Only after his figure vanished did the eldest princess speak, fuming. Sister, what do you mean by not letting me speak? As I observe through the art of divination, the karmic ties surrounding him are profound. It would be prudent for you to minimize your interactions with him, remarked the eldest princess. The younger princess furrowed her brow, expressing her confusion. Profound karmic ties? How come I fail to perceive that? The eldest princess snorted disdainfully. You speak with such bravado, yet when I urged you to diligently cultivate, you always found countless excuses to slack off. Now, you dare to question why you did not notice? 3 chapters are presented. Why not refer to it as the Yin-Yang Transformation Furnace? Upon leaving Jiu Peak, Su Yuanqing immediately encountered Fu Yu, who was evidently waiting outside for his arrival. Junior brother Su, you have finally emerged, Fu Yu exclaimed, approaching him eagerly. Senior brother Fu, did you manage to evade Elder Wan's summons to reflect in solitude? Su Yuanqing chuckled lightly. Fu Yu transmitted a message. Don't even mention it. I only just learned that my master had no intention of allowing this karmic tie to flourish. He called for me, but his aim was never to facilitate it. Even the information he shared about the younger princess favoring my type of man was entirely fabricated. He felt deceived by his master. Had he known sooner, he would have confronted the younger princess himself instead of seeking Su Yuanqing's assistance. I knew it. Su Yuanqing thought to himself, having always sensed that the younger princess's preferences for the opposite sex, as relayed by Fu Yu, seemed dubious. How could the younger princess possibly be attracted to someone like Fu Yu? Now, the truth was laid bare. They did not trouble you, did they? Fu Yu inquired. Not at all, Su Yuanqing replied, shaking his head. Fu Yu sighed in relief. That is indeed fortunate. Then, his gaze shifted to Su Yuanqing with newfound admiration. Junior brother Su, I never expected you to be so diligent in your duties, shouldering all the responsibility. I am truly moved. This is my entire fortune at present. A token of gratitude. I hope you do not consider it inadequate. Su Yuanqing scanned the offerings, a total of over 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones and some elixirs. He accepted them graciously, recognizing that he had indeed assisted Fu Yu significantly this time. He kept exactly 1,000 spirit stones and left the remaining few lower-grade spirit stones for Fu Yu. After exchanging a few more words with Fu Yu, Su Yuanqing took his leave and returned to the Ice Lake courtyard. Master, upon his return, Su Yuanqing encountered Lu Suiao and approached her promptly. The Zhou Tian Xing Do Lian Shunjin Jie is a divine technique established by the ancestors of the Dazu dynasty, derived from observations of the celestial bodies. It is specifically tailored for the enhancement of one's spiritual consciousness. If you immerse yourself in its study, combined with your already attained 9th level of Qi refinement, it may very well become one of your formidable assets. Even at the 6th level of Qi refinement, it is conceivable to slay a practitioner at the 9th level in terms of spiritual consciousness, Lu Suiao explained. This clarified for Su Yuanqing the nature of the Zhou Tian Xing Do Lian Shunjun Jie. Thank you for your guidance, Master, he said with a smile. Should you have any questions, feel free to consult me, Lu Suiao added. Su Yuanqing nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Suiao then presented him with a jade slip. This was given to you by Peak Master Xie of Wuji Peak when you visited Jiu Peak, as a reward for your victory over the 5 practitioners of the Dazu dynasty. Su Yuanqing accepted the jade slip. What is this? The 5 Elements Treasure Technique. Lu Suiao replied. It is a spell that suits you exceptionally well. Though it is not a divine technique, it falls within the realm of treasure techniques, and you should devote yourself to its cultivation. Treasure techniques. Su Yuanqing's eyes brightened at the revelation, for he understood that spells were classified by grades, lower, mid, and upper. However, there existed a higher echelon known as treasure techniques. Though treasure techniques are also forms of spells, they require a certain level of comprehension to grasp and cultivate, presenting a significantly higher challenge than ordinary spells. Thus, he found himself in possession of the Zhou Tian Xing Do Lian Shunjun Jie, the embryonic form of the Yin-Yang Mill, the 5 Elements Treasure Technique, the Mixed Yuan 5 Elements Unification Sword Technique, as well as techniques such as the Blazing Palm, Phantom Step, and Disrobing Technique. As for his self-created Golden Bell Shield, Su Yuanqing was uncertain of its classification, as it was executed through the Yin-Yang Transformation Furnace and remained incomplete. With this thought in mind, Su Yuanqing promptly began to consult Lu Suiao regarding the Golden Bell Shield. Master, do you recall the Golden Bell Shield I employed during the arena battle? Su Yuanqing inquired. Indeed, Lu Suiao nodded. However, my Golden Bell Shield is not yet perfected. There are aspects I believe could be improved. Before Lu Suiao, he demonstrated the Golden Bell Shield formed from the essence of Yin and Yang and sought her guidance. An hour later, under Lu Suiao's instruction, many of Su Yuanqing's uncertainties were resolved, and the Golden Bell Shield saw significant improvements. It could now be considered the Golden Bell Shield Pro, even without secretly employing the Yin-Yang Transformation Furnace, merely utilizing his innate 5 elements to manifest Yin and Yang. The power of the Golden Bell Shield had begun to rival that of its former manifestation during the arena battle, though he had not yet truly tested it. Su Yuanqing speculated that if he were to once again harness the Yin-Yang Transformation Furnace, it might very well ascend to the status of Golden Bell Shield Pro Max. He entertained this whimsical thought as Lu Suiao's cold gaze shimmered with an unusual light. Su Yuanqing's comprehension was indeed extraordinary. She had provided him with numerous suggestions for improvement, yet he often grasped concepts swiftly, integrating them seamlessly. Otherwise, he could not have so rapidly refined and enhanced the Golden Bell Shield in such a brief time. Perhaps, whether it be the 5 Elements Treasure Technique or the Zhou Tian Xing Do Lian Shunjin Jie, Su Yuanqing would swiftly comprehend and cultivate them successfully. Lu Suiao mused internally. The Qing Xian Dao Zong had previously produced disciples with 5 elements spiritual roots, yet they ultimately faded into mediocrity. The strongest among them barely reached the 7th or 8th levels of Qi refinement, and in terms of comprehension, they could not compare to Su Yuanqing. Her gaze towards Su Yuanqing grew somewhat peculiar. Master, while I may be handsome, there is no need for you to gaze at me so intently, Su Yuanqing jested. Momentarily taken aback, Lu Suo's cheeks flushed slightly before quickly regaining her composure. She had indeed been contemplating Su Yuanqing's uniqueness, but it was inevitable that she had also been somewhat captivated by his visage. As his master, how could she confess? Instead, Lu Suiao subtly redirected the conversation. Your Golden Bell Shield is a misnomer. Have you considered a more fitting name? A new name? Su Yuanqing pondered. He had indeed contemplated this. But given that the Golden Bell Shield was still incomplete, he had not rushed to decide. The name Golden Bell Shield was merely a title he had conjured on the spot during the arena, intended to enhance the spectacle and indulge a bit of showmanship. With a smile gracing his features, he looked at his captivating and serene master. How about you assist me in devising a name? Lu Sui-Ao considered for a moment. You are simulating a pill furnace, and with the essence of yin and yang, you are condensing the transformation of heaven and earth. Why not call it the Yin-Yang Transformation Furnace? Upon hearing the name Yin-Yang Transformation Furnace, Su Yuanqing's heart trembled, and he nearly blurted out an exclamation of surprise. Though he managed to restrain himself verbally, internally, he could not help but curse. Was his master intentionally hinting at something, or was it merely an unintentional remark? Dissatisfied with the name? Lu Sui-Ao perceived a subtle change in Su Yuanqing's expression and inquired with a clear and earnest tone. Su Yuanqing's visage indeed betrayed a fleeting awkwardness, but he swiftly composed himself and hastened to respond. The name Yin-Yang Furnace evokes the image of an alchemical furnace, which seems incongruous with my defensive technique. Lu Sui-Ao nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, it is not quite fit. Why not call it Taiji Yin instead? Yin and Yang transform into Taiji, and Taiji begets all things. When you manifest this spell, it need not resemble an alchemical furnace. It could just as well appear as a bell or a cauldron. Moreover, it can serve not only for defense, but also for offense. What do you think of Taiji Yin? Taiji Yin? Su Yuanqing recalled the Tegu Na among the 5 divine arts previously unveiled by the princess of the Great Zhou dynasty. The similarity in name was striking. Very well. Then Taiji Yin it shall be. Su Yuanqing smiled. The reason he chose to evolve the alchemical furnace into Taiji was because Yin-Yang Furnace inspired this spell. It was a simulation of that very furnace. Naturally, he could not disclose this to his master. You should continue your cultivation. If I am not mistaken, the sect will soon make new arrangements for disciples like yourselves. Before departing the sect, seize the time to refine your skills and strive to elevate your cultivation and strength. Lu Sui-Ao advised. Su Yuanqing was momentarily taken aback. New arrangements? He guessed at it, but Lu Sui-Ao did not elaborate, and he refrained from pressing further. Instead, he turned to his cultivation. Upon returning to his private quarters, he refrained from immediately studying the Zhou, Tian, Xingdu, Lianshan Jinja. He resolved to wait until nightfall, when the moon was high and the stars adorned the heavens, to ascend a rooftop and observe the celestial bodies for his practice. For the time being, he chose to ponder the 5 elements treasure arts. Meanwhile, at Xianfeng's council hall, representatives from the 9 great peaks of Qingxian Daozong convened. Among them, Xia Moiwan, the lord of Wujifeng, attended personally, while Yuan Tegzu, the master of Duan Shui from Taishifeng, represented his peak in the absence of its lord. Everyone, I trust you're aware of our disciples' 3 consecutive defeats in the arena against Xiao Dunhe of the Great Zhou dynasty, Xia Moiwan began. A hush fell over the assembly. In truth, I do not find this troubling. Our method of nurturing disciples differs from that of the Great Zhou dynasty. We are a sect, they are a monarchy. Moreover, those few like Xiao Dunhe seem to be recruited externally by Princess Yuanqing rather than cultivated by the dynasty. Though our disciples at the Qi refining 6th layer were defeated at higher levels, Qi refining 9th or 10th layer, the outcome might differ. Once they reach the foundation establishment stage, the probability of Xiao Dunhe's victory diminishes considerably, remarked the lord of Sanyufeng. Yet dissenting voices arose. Elder Ling Yun voiced concerns. I have long opined that our cultivation methods are flawed. Our Qi refining disciples are overly sheltered, oblivious to the harshness of the immortal cultivation world. Though we allocate limited resources to instill a sense of competition and effort, it remains insufficient. Within the sect, there is no real danger. Even when venturing out, they are accompanied by strong protectors, fostering complacency. For instance, Zhang Ji's talent surpasses Li Chiming's, yet in a life-or-death contest, Zhang Ji would likely perish. Experience shows that even the gifted fail to reach foundation establishment without the proper mindset. Over the past century, while our recruitment standards have not waned, the number of disciples achieving foundation establishment has declined markedly. Though the annual decrease seems slight, a comparison with data from 20, 50, or 100 years ago reveals a significant drop. Furthermore, I have analyzed that compared to other sects, especially demonic sects, our disciples suffer higher casualties in battle. Is it due to inferior talent or cultivation? No, it is their lack of experience and cunning. This explains why, despite superior levels, they fall to demonic cultivators. Hence, I advocate for reform, adopting harsher methods to cultivate our disciples. The assembly fell silent. However, the Lord of Sanyufeng interjected, if we impose harsher cultivation, promising talents may perish prematurely, and that number could be substantial. Elder Ling Yun countered, survival of the fittest. Those who fall are unworthy of being called prodigies. Even if the losses are great, it is but a painful transition. In 3 to 5 years, or at most a decade, the sect will emerge transformed. Discussion ensued, with voices both supporting and opposing drastic reforms, some favoring more moderate approaches. Throughout, Yuan Taizhu, master of Duanshui from Taishifeng, remained silent. Xian Moiwan turned to him. Master Yuan, what are your thoughts? Yuan Taizhu replied, reform has its merits, as does maintaining the status quo. Xian Moiwan, familiar with Yuan's penchant for balance, interrupted, Master Yuan, now is not the time for equivocation. Please share your candid opinion. Yuan Taizhu smiled gently. I concur that it is time for the sect to alter its approach to disciple cultivation. Not only disciples, but even those at the steward and elder levels often lack the hard-earned wisdom born of the cultivation world as cruelties. Their journeys have been smooth, devoid of life-threatening trials or profound upheavals, both a blessing and a curse. As Elder Ling Yun observed, the probability of disciples reaching foundation establishment has declined over centuries. Moreover, the sect's overall strength, influence, and deterrence have waned compared to our predecessors 2 millennia ago. Back then, we exhibited a formidable spirit, undaunted and unyielding. Offending us meant certain death. If our strength then surpassed even the great Zhou dynasty's, disputes were resolved not through negotiation, but by force. Victory dictated terms. While we do not expect to revive such domineering vigor, restoring the sect's resolve remains imperative. Yuan Taizhu's words invoked a thoughtful silence among the assembly. All eyes turned once more to Xian Moiwan. This assembly was convened under his leadership, yet he had refrained from voicing his own opinions. I concur with the reform. Disciples must be trained through rigorous and uncompromising methods. However, we should not administer the harshest measures immediately. An adaptation period is necessary, Xian Moiwan declared. Subsequently, the assembly proceeded to vote, resulting in 7 of the 9 peaks endorsing the reform. We shall submit this to the sect master and await his judgment. Xian Moiwan stated, as a peak lord rather than the sect master, he naturally lacked the authority to unilaterally alter the sect's disciple cultivation methods. Such changes required the sect master's approval. Thus, in the presence of all, Xian Moiwan produced a magical orb to communicate across a distance of 100,000 miles with the sect master, who is currently in the illusory Star Sea. After a brief moment, the sect master responded with a single word, Taishu Peak. At the Ice Lake Villa under the bright moon and a sky filled with stars, Su Yuanqing reclined atop the villa's roof, hands cradling his head, a spiritual herb held between his lips, gazing at the vast starry expanse. He found himself lost in thought. How were his parents on Earth faring? Had they begun to emerge from the sorrow of his disappearance after a year? Images of his humble parents surfaced in his mind. They were ordinary folk, nothing of nobility or influence, and he was their only child. His absence must have felt like the heavens themselves had collapsed for them. A weight settled upon Su Yuanqing's heart. Why dwell on such thoughts? He mused aloud, suddenly sitting upright. Sentimentality only breeds melancholy. He must persevere in his cultivation to hasten his return to Earth. This was the righteous path. Naturally optimistic, Su Yuanqing possessed a strong ability to regulate his emotions, swiftly dispelling the lingering melancholy evoked by the night sky. Clutching the jade slip containing the Zhou Tian Xing Do Lian Shunjinjia, he observed the stars while his divine sense immersed within the text. The jade slip displayed a celestial map, its countless stars bearing a striking resemblance to those in the real world, yet imbued with profound mysteries and subtle transformations. Initially perplexed, Su Yuanqing steadily unraveled its secrets through focused contemplation. Seated cross-legged, he devoted himself entirely to this endeavor. Time slipped by until the late hours of the night, when a radiance began to emanate from his brow, accompanied by shimmering star-like illusions enveloping his body. Meanwhile, Lu Suio silently appeared upon the ridge of the main hall. Moonlight cascaded upon her, outlining her slender and graceful figure with delicate silver hues, as though she were a celestial nymph descended to the mortal realm. Her flowing garments and snow-white skin, along with her 3,000 strands of ebony hair gently stirred by the breeze, lent her an ethereal nobility tinged with aloofness. Observing Su Yuanqing, her eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. He had genuinely attained insight. She was aware of Su Yuanqing's exceptional aptitude, yet she had not anticipated such progress within merely a few hours of studying the Zhou, Tianxing, Dou, Lian, Shenzhenjia. Soon, she noticed that not only did Su Yuanqing's brow glow with starry light and his body shimmer with celestial phantoms, but even the stars in the night sky seemed subtly influenced, manifesting wondrous alterations. Yet, after a moment's reflection, Lu Suio shook her head. It was not Su Yuanqing drawing the stars' changes. Rather, the starry illusions evoked by his comprehension of the jade slip mirrored the transformations of the celestial bodies above in near-perfect harmony. Silently watching him half an hour later, Su Yuanqing's glowing brow intensified as the starry light surged, and the illusory stars surrounding him abruptly contracted, merging into the radiance at his brow. Even the starlight in the heavens appeared to condense into delicate strands, converging toward his forehead. Lu Suio's usually impassive face betrayed a hint of emotion. This process endured for a full half-hour. Then, with a soft exclamation, Su Yuanqing released a slender beam of starry light from his brow, resembling a silent meteor falling from the firmament. Though soundless, Lu Suio discerned a sharp and powerful spiritual force within it. While insignificant to her, this would be overwhelming to cultivators at the qi refining stage. Extending her delicate hand, she effortlessly caught the starry beam in her palm. Impressive. This starry spiritual strike would overwhelm not only 9-stage qi refiners, but likely even most 10-stage practitioners. She praised Su Yuanqing. His eyes opening, he met her gaze and smiled, grateful for her commendation. He had sensed the formidable nature of his starry spiritual attack, but lacked an opportunity to truly test it. Lu Suio's affirmation brought him relief. Henceforth, he need not fear cultivators below the 10th qi refining stage. Noticing his joy, Lu Suio added, "Yet do not let pride swell within you. This technique is not invincible. Against opponents with equally potent spiritual senses or those wielding spiritual artifacts protecting their consciousness, its effectiveness diminishes." Su Yuanqing nodded solemnly. "Master, I understand. Moreover, I have only just begun the initial stage of star sensation reflecting spirit within the Zhou, Tianxing, Dou, Lian, Shenzhenjia. There remains vast potential for advancement. This stage involved condensing starry phantoms within one's consciousness, meditating to perceive and resonate with the stars, thereby cultivating spiritual awareness. Concurrently, the practitioner absorbed stellar essence, fusing it with their spiritual sense to store within the mind's sea, forming potent spiritual attack techniques. The starry beam he had manifested was a product of this method. Star sensation reflecting spirit was merely the entry level of the Jade Slip's teachings. Subsequent stages included celestial rotation, consciousness shift, starlight soul refinement, and heavenly pivot spirit refinement, corresponding to intermediate, advanced, and perfected mastery. The ultimate transcendental realm beyond perfection remained beyond his current comprehension, let alone attainment. It suffices that you comprehend this. Lu Suio affirmed with a slight nod. Bathed in moonlight, standing atop the main hall roof, Lu Suio shimmered like a fairy descending from the jade pool. Her radiance enchanting Su Yuanqing, stirring a subtle emotion within him. She noticed his unusual gaze and glanced down at herself, momentarily doubting her attire before confirming her propriety and relaxing. Yet, under Su Yuanqing's watchful eyes, a faint blush tinted her cheeks. Turning away, she spoke softly, "Focus diligently on your cultivation." With that, Lu Suio vanished from his sight. Su Yuanqing inwardly sighed with regret, pondering how to bridge the distance between himself and his master. He was far from content to be a mere disciple of Lu Suio. Even as a follower, he aspired to be her worthy rival. For him, the notion of lifelong filial devotion to Lu Suio was inconceivable. Merely being a disciple of Lu Suiao, the comfort derived from this reliance feels insufficient. The embrace must be tighter, indeed. Ideally, it should be even more intimate. A firm grasp upon the thigh, while simultaneously holding onto the other. Very well. This sets the stage for future reckonings. 3 days later, at the hour of the dragon, Su Yuanqing, engrossed in his cultivation, was summoned from the secluded courtyard by Lu Suiao. Prepare yourself, she instructed, for shortly you shall accompany the senior brothers of the sect to the Dazhu dynasty. To the Dazhu dynasty? Su Yuanqing was taken aback. Lu Suiao nodded, explaining, the sect has reached an agreement with Dazhu to exchange a batch of resources. This consignment has been meticulously organized and will be transported by Princess Yuanqing to Dazhu. Your task is to retrieve the exchanged resources and bring them back to the sect. Consider it a rite of passage for you. Understanding dawned upon him. Aside from myself, who else will accompany? Lu Suiao replied. I did not inquire further. However, Elder Yuan Tegzu approached me, expressing a desire for your participation. I consented. Su Yuanqing nodded, though he believed it would be wiser to wait until he reached the foundation establishment stage before departing the sect. However, the fact that his master had spoken indicated her firm resolve. Furthermore, the transport of resources for the sect would surely entail the presence of formidable protectors, ensuring their safety. He inquired, Master, will you be joining us? I shall not. Lu Suiao shook her head. Before ascending to the divine transformation stage, I must first transcend the mundane. Throughout my cultivation, I have never encountered a bottleneck. Yet now, my progress stagnates at the pinnacle of the Yuanqing stage, just a step away from the divine transformation. Despite my efforts, I have yet to cross that threshold. Inspired by senior sister Yuanqing, I intend to conceal my identity and venture into the secular realm to experience the earthly existence, seeking new insights. A twinge of disappointment stirred within Su Yuanqing. If possible, he would have preferred to journey alongside his master, as the experience could deepen their bond. This time, no elders will accompany us, Lu Suiao cautioned. Thus, you must exercise utmost caution. No elders accompanying us. Su Yuanqing's expression shifted. Lu Suiao confirmed, indeed. The presence of elders would foster a sense of dependency, leading you to believe that the sect's strength would always shield you from danger. Consequently, the sect has altered its strategy. This time, not even an elder of the Yuanqing stage or a Jindan stage steward will accompany you. Su Yuanqing immediately asked, what about before he could finish? Lu Suiao interrupted, I believe it is essential for you to undergo practical training. One cannot remain in the sect indefinitely, engrossed in solitary cultivation. Clearly, she foresaw the necessity of this experience, as her own past mistakes had led her to stagnation at the brink of the divine transformation stage. She was determined that Su Yuanqing should not repeat her errors. With a gentle sigh, Su Yuanqing realized that his desire to remain comfortably within the sect was unlikely to be fulfilled. Half an hour later, he appeared at Jiyue Peak. Junior brother Su. As he arrived, a sturdy figure approached him, none other than Fu Yu. Senior brother Fu, Su Yuanqing clasped his hands in greeting. While he was fairly certain of Fu Yu's conventional inclinations, he remained vigilant, maintaining a respectful distance between them. I knew you would be on the list. It seems my intuition was correct. Now we can journey together, Fu Yu exclaimed with a smile. Su Yuanqing inquired, who else will be joining us? Fu Yu responded, from the 9 peaks of disciples, each peak has 7 participants. At Taisha Peak, we have Yumi, Chu Xiu, Jiang Qingli, and Chun Yi, 5 inner disciples, along with 2 true disciples, Sun Qing and Chun Ming. Su Yuanqing did not recognize Chu Xiu, Sun Qing, and Chun Ming, but he was familiar with Jiang Qingli and Chun Yi. Jiang Qingli is going as well? He asked, frowning. Indeed, Fu Yu confirmed. Initially, Chun Yi was not on the list. Another inner brother was meant to accompany Jiang Qingli, but Elder Jiang felt uneasy, so she replaced him with Chun Yi. How unfortunate. Su Yuanqing thought to himself. If it had only been Jiang Qingli, things would have been much simpler, but with Chun Yi present, he anticipated a rather unsatisfactory atmosphere. He had learned of Chun Yi's disdain for men through casual conversations with Fu Yu. Subsequently, Fu Yu introduced Su Yuanqing to several others from different peaks. Among them was a familiar name, Zhang Ji, a disciple of Wuji Peak, whom Su Yuanqing had previously seen on the arena, defeated by Xiao Duanhe. However, they had never exchanged words. Upon hearing the name Song Yiming from Fu Yu, Su Yuanqing's demeanor grew cold. He had not anticipated that he would recognize not just one, but two individuals from Wuji Peak, most notably, the very individual who had once sought his life. Junior brother Su, do you have a conflict with him? Fu Yu inquired cautiously, noticing the shift in Su Yuanqing's expression. Conflict? More than that, Su Yuanqing replied icily. If you intend to confront him, just let me know. I'll stand by your side. Fu Yu offered, evidently considering Su Yuanqing a friend rather than just a fellow disciple. Understood, Su Yuanqing nodded. Apart from Song Yiming, none of the other names captured his interest, primarily because he was unfamiliar with them. By the way, senior brother Fu, will we be traveling alone to the Dazu dynasty? Or can we bring along a few miscellaneous disciples? Su Yuanqing asked. We will be traveling alone. However, there are arrangements for miscellaneous disciples to accompany us to handle the trivial matters. If you wish to bring a few, that might pose a challenge. But if it is only 2 or 3, it should not be an issue. Just submit the list, and, given your status, no one will obstruct your request. Fu Yu explained, having recognized that Su Yuanqing had ascended to an inner disciple from being a miscellaneous disciple. What if I want to bring 1 outer disciple and 1 miscellaneous disciple? Su Yuanqing queried. Fu Yu pondered for a moment before responding, I can arrange that. Who do you wish to bring? From Ling Shou Peak, the outer disciple Wu Ziyu and the miscellaneous disciple Zhaoqing, Su Yuanqing specified. However, my intention is not to elevate them. Rather, I have a vendetta against them. These two, along with Song Yiming, were on his blacklist. He had not found the appropriate opportunity to address them while within the sect, but now that he was set to leave for the Dazu dynasty, Su Yuanqing decided it was time to settle accounts. He disclosed this to Fu Yu to prevent any misunderstandings, as he feared Fu Yu might think he intended to promote these individuals, thus jeopardizing his plans. Fu Yu quickly grasped Su Yuanqing's intent, realizing his earlier misinterpretation. No worries. I will take care of it, he assured with a smile. Fu Yu summoned a flying vessel and swiftly departed, only to return shortly, accompanied by Wu Ziyu and Zhaoqing. After introducing them to Su Yuanqing, Fu Yu explained, I managed to arrange for Wu Ziyu to join us as a miscellaneous disciple. Will he be agreeable to this arrangement? Su Yuanqing asked, somewhat astonished. Fu Yu chuckled and said, I mentioned that I need 2 attendants to care for the Xianhe during our journey to the Dazu dynasty. If they perform well, they will not be treated poorly. However, they must first accompany me as miscellaneous disciples. Would you be willing to do so? He promptly bowed his head, expressing his eagerness to comply. 80. The eldest princess and the youngest princess. What a pair of sister flowers. With that, Fu Yu brought Wu Ziyu and Zhaoqing to Jiu Peak and arranged for them to join the miscellaneous disciples accompanying him, the disciples from other peaks, who were also set to travel to the Dazu dynasty, gradually arrived at this location. Su Yuanqing spotted Yuanqing and Chun Yi. He intended to approach Yuanqing to greet her, boost his rapport, and perhaps tease the innocent and simple-minded girl. However, upon noticing Chun Yi casting a cold glance in his direction, he momentarily dismissed the idea. It was not that he feared Chun Yi, but rather that he was wary of Jiang Yunian. After all, they were still within the sect, and Jiang Yunian would undoubtedly be particularly concerned for Yuanqing. If he were to approach her, Jiang Yunian might very well intervene and teach him a lesson. At that moment, a rather graceful young woman approached Su Yuanqing and greeted him. Her figure was decent, and her appearance was fair. However, Su Yuanqing had grown accustomed to the beauty of his master, Lu Suiao, Elder Yunkai, as well as Jiang Yunian, Yuanqing, and the stunning eldest and youngest princesses. Therefore, this relatively attractive young woman could only be regarded as average. Su Yuanqing did not know her, and was about to inquire when Fu Yu took the initiative to introduce her. Junior brother Su, this is our Taishu Peak's true disciple. Senior sister, Sun Qing. After speaking, Fu Yu cupped his fists in greeting, saying, Fu Yu pays his respects to senior sister Sunday. Sun Qing nodded at Fu Yu with a slight smile, then turned her gaze to Su Yuanqing. Su Yuanqing, I greet you, senior sister Sunday. Su Yuanqing also performed a cupped fist salute. Sun Qing cheerfully remarked, during our time together, if you feel comfortable, you may simply call me Qingja. No need for such formalities. Qingja, Su Yuanqing promptly addressed her. Although Sun Qing's beauty was somewhat lacking and not to his taste, she was, after all, a true disciple, and fostering a good relationship with her would certainly be beneficial. Sun Qing's smile brightened considerably. At that moment, Chun Ming also approached. Junior brother Su, you displayed great prowess at Wujifeng, defeating 5 from the Dazu dynasty. Congratulations. Chun Ming had already come to terms with the fact that his appearance paled in comparison to Su Yuanqing's. Moreover, as Su Yuanqing was a disciple of Lu Suiao, his displayed strength was quite remarkable. Even if Su Yuanqing never had the opportunity to break through to foundation establishment and become a true disciple, Chun Ming still treated him with respect. Of course, part of the reason was that Chun Ming believed Su Yuanqing, as a disciple with 5 elements mixed spiritual roots, would likely never establish a foundation, and no matter how outstanding he was now, they were not on the same level. There were no conflicts of interest between them. True disciple, senior brother Chun Ming, Fu Yu timely introduced. Su Yuanqing immediately cupped his fists and smiled, saying, "Senior brother Chun is too kind." As they chatted casually, approximately a stick of incense later, the peak master of Wujifeng, Xie Mo Yuan, made his appearance. Upon receiving the news, the gathered disciples from the 9 peaks fell silent and bowed in unison to Xie Mo Yuan. Simultaneously, the entourage from the Dazu dynasty emerged from the living quarters of Jiu Peak, led by the eldest princess. Clad in a bright yellow gown, her face radiated grace and charm, adorned with a gentle smile that exuded both approachability and a hint of regal authority. In contrast, the youngest princess wore a light yellow chest-length dress interwoven with hues of rosy gold, appearing even more lively and spirited. The resemblance between the 2 sisters was striking. Yet each possessed her own unique charm. What a pair of sister flowers. Upon their arrival, many disciples' gazes gravitated toward them. After all, aside from Zhang Ji and Lu Yu from Wujifeng, the other disciples from various peaks were merely aware that the eldest princess of the Dazu dynasty had come to the sect, but had never had the fortune of seeing her in person. Thus, they found themselves momentarily entranced. They had speculated that both the eldest and youngest princesses would be beauties. Yet they were astounded to witness the unparalleled beauty of the eldest and youngest princesses in person, truly enchanting. The distinguished aura they emanated was seldom felt among the other women in the sect, cultivated under the weight of royal power. This left many female disciples within the sect feeling somewhat ashamed. Even though Sun Qing was quite attractive, she could not help but feel a pang of inferiority in their presence. Even Chun Yi could not resist comparing herself to the eldest princess. The only exception was Yuanqing Li, whose strikingly beautiful and somewhat heroic visage remained remarkably calm. If there were any differences, it was the way her gaze occasionally wandered towards Su Yuanqing's direction, stealing glances in secret. Eldest princess, this group of disciples from the Qingxian Dao sect will accompany you to the Dazu dynasty. I hope we do not cause you too much trouble during the journey, Xie Mo Yuan said, looking at the eldest princess with a smile. Elder Xie is too kind. I assure you that our journey to the Dazu will not cause any discomfort to your sect's disciples, the eldest princess replied with a smile. She then opened her palm, revealing a flying boat that floated forth. In an instant, the diminutive flying boat transformed into a luxurious vessel, extending 100 meters in length. Ladies and gentlemen, please. The eldest princess addressed Su Yuanqing and the other disciples from the Qingxian Dao sect. After speaking, she leaped gracefully onto the luxurious boat, followed by the entourage from the Dazu dynasty as they proceeded in succession. Go ahead, Xie Mo Yuan urged. At this point, Su Yuanqing and the others also took action and boarded the flying boat. The luxurious vessel then glided slowly through the void, while the protective formation of the Qingxian Dao sect opened a portal, allowing the boat to sail forth from the sect. On board the luxurious flying boat, the people from the Dazu dynasty guided Su Yuanqing and his companions toward the cabin. The cabin was spacious with numerous guest rooms, ensuring that the disciples from the Qingxian Dao sect would not need to share accommodations. Once inside the room, Su Yuanqing felt quite exhilarated. After all, this was his first venture beyond the sect since making some progress in his cultivation. Experiencing the opulence of the immortal cultivation world, he was in high spirits as he surveyed the lavish decor of the room. To his surprise, he discovered that the guest cabin was equipped with a small gathering spirit array, indicating that such a training room was standard for each accommodation. The Dazu was indeed exceedingly luxurious, Su Yuanqing mused. Based on the information he had gathered, this journey to the Dazu dynasty aboard the eldest princess's luxurious flying boat would take over 10 days. He immediately decided to enter seclusion, seizing the opportunity of these 10 days to cultivate striving to elevate his cultivation from the 6th layer of qi, refining to the 7th layer before arriving in the Dazu. However, just as he was about to begin his cultivation, a knock on the door interrupted him. Scanning his divine sense outward, he was somewhat taken aback. Is it her? Su Yuanqing thought. The youngest princess had intruded into his room. Beneath her translucent outer garment, one could discern the delicate, creamy shoulders and collarbones reminiscent of pristine mutton fat jade. So near was she that even a faint, subtle fragrance emanating from her person could be perceived. This scent differed from the gentle aromas of her master, Lu Suo, and elder Yin Qi. It bore a more youthful, maidenly essence. Let me in. Without hesitation, the little princess squeezed past Su Yuanqing as he opened the door, entering his room uninvited and without his consent. Su Yuanqing was momentarily taken aback. Were anyone else to witness this young princess clandestinely visiting his chamber, he might find it impossible to explain. Does the elder princess know you are here? Su Yuanqing suddenly inquired. The little princess looked at him with unwavering confidence and replied matter-of-factly, "What does it matter to my sister if I come to you? Whether she knows or not. What difference does it make?" For Su Yuanqing himself, it was inconsequential. Yet, since they were aboard the grand flying vessel of the elder princess, it was prudent to avoid suspicion. After all, this little princess and he had scarcely interacted before. To maintain appearances, Su Yuanqing left the door ajar. "Close the door," the little princess commanded. "I'm afraid of getting beaten," Su Yuanqing retorted, refraining from closing it. Standing by the doorway, he regarded the burgeoning beauty before him, her figure now well-developed and likely to rival that of the elder princess in a couple of years. "Little princess, if you have something to say, just speak plainly." "I came to ask if the things you said last time are true," she asked. "What things?" Su Yuanqing replied, puzzled. Her eyes widened instantly, and Su Yuanqing immediately understood. She was referring to the promises he had made when impersonating Fu Yu, adhering to a strict contract principle and accepting payment to secure her hand. "I remember," Su Yuanqing admitted, "and yes, everything I said was true." A faint, slightly coquettish smile appeared on the little princess's face, though she quickly restrained it, wary of his perception. "If what you said is true, then that means you like me. Don't you?" She lifted her fair, elegant chin with a hint of pride. Su Yuanqing knew better than to speak honestly at this moment. While he did harbor some affection for the little princess, it was at best a carnal desire, an attraction to her physical form rather than genuine love. He nodded emphatically, neither confirming nor denying, but to the little princess, this was an admission. "Very well," she said, seemingly satisfied, and began to leave, bypassing him as she exited the room. "Here," she said, tossing him a storage pouch just before departing. Su Yuanqing watched her leave, utterly perplexed. What was her intention? He examined the pouch with his spiritual senses, and the next moment, he was utterly dumbfounded. After several breaths, he confirmed what he had sensed. Exactly 80,000 lower-grade spirit stones, neither more nor less. What did this mean? Su Yuanqing did not let the sudden influx of wealth cloud his judgment. He recalled that when he had masqueraded as Fu Yu during their betrothal discussions, he had made a somewhat distasteful demand, an immediate payment of 80,000 lower-grade spirit stones as a preliminary bride price, with an additional 880,000 to follow upon marriage, without any deficiency. He had presumed the little princess would despise him for such words. Yet now, she had presented him with precisely 80,000 stones, immediately. Su Yuanqing was utterly bewildered. This was not 800, nor 8,000, but 80,000. The little princess was extravagantly wealthy, a true magnate without mercy. He held the pouch, reluctant to return it, yet uneasy about possessing such an unanticipated fortune. It felt perilously hot to handle, as if burdened with hidden implications. Meanwhile, at Qingxiandaozong, on Taishu Peak, Jiang Wunyan transformed into a streak of light and departed the sect. Within the Binghu guest house, Yin Qi's gaze followed the direction of Jiang Wu Nian's departure. She smirked. Jiang Wu Nian is surely covertly tailing the great Zhou dynasty's flying vessel. Lu Suiao nodded. This is the first time Jiang Qingli has left her side to act independently. Having nurtured Jiang Qingli as both disciple and daughter, naturally she is concerned. Yun Qi laughed. She treats Jiang Qingli as both disciple and daughter, but what about you? Do you treat Su Yuanqing as both disciple and, Lu Suiao lightly coughed, do not say I treat him as a son. I have never given birth. Yun Qi teased. Who said you treat him as a son? Lu Suiao frowned. Yuanqing mocked, just as I say Jiang Wen treats Jiang Qingli like a daughter. Does that mean I am implying you treat Su Yuanqing as a son? Could it not be that you are nurturing him as a future husband? Suddenly, Lu Suiao conjured an ice soul longsword. Sister, I believe a discussion is warranted. Yin Shi quickly responded, enough, enough. I will not say any more, all right? Lu Suiao sheathed the sword and said, I intend to leave the sect, conceal my identity, and venture into the secular world to temper my heart amidst the mortal realm. Before reaching the divine transformation stage, I shall first refine my mortal essence. Yin Shi immediately agreed. I will accompany you. Shall we journey together? You will come as well? Yes. Where do you plan to go? Since Jiang Wenyin followed Jiang Qingli, we shall head toward the Greizhou direction. If your precious disciple encounters danger, perhaps we can intervene at the crucial moment. Yin Qi smiled. At the Wanyu Tower, the courtesans had arrived, and both master and disciple were present. Aboard the luxurious flying vessel, Su Yuanqing sat in his room, gazing at the 80,000 lower-grade spirit stones within the storage pouch. Ultimately, he did not seek out the little princess to return the stones. Offering a dowry so proactively was perplexing, although he did not understand her motives. To relinquish such a considerable fortune would be foolish. However, to be cautious, he refrained from using the stones immediately. After all, he already possessed several thousand lower-grade spirit stones, sufficient for his short-term cultivation needs. Adhering to the principle of frugality, Su Yuanqing began to cultivate within his cabin, employing a spirit-gathering array in conjunction with the spirit stones he possessed. 3 days later, while still immersed in cultivation, a knock sounded at his door. Who is it? Su Yuanqing frowned. It's me, Fu Yu, junior brother Su, came the voice from outside. Su Yuanqing rose and opened the door. Senior brother Fu, what brings you here? Fu Yu explained, the flying vessel has docked at Kanglan City. It seems we must wait until tomorrow morning for the resources our sect provided to be integrated. The elder princess has decreed we rest here for the night and depart at the hour of the dragon tomorrow. Would you care to explore Kanglan City? Su Yuanqing glanced outside. It was now approximately the time of shun. Well, let's take a look. A smile graced Su Yuanqing's lips. His cultivation was not something that required urgency within these few hours. It was also a perfect opportunity for him to explore the world around him, to immerse himself in its customs and culture. After the duration of an incense stick, Su Yuanqing raised his gaze to behold the Wanyu Tower before him, momentarily taken aback. Brother Fu, is this the place you mentioned want to show me? Su Yuanqing turned his head to glance at Fu Yu. Fu Yu chuckled, revealing a somewhat lecherous grin on his rugged visage. This Wanyu Tower is renowned throughout the kingdom of Chu. The owner operates from behind the scenes, and she is someone of royal lineage. The ladies inside are exquisite. You will understand once you visit. Su Yuanqing thought to himself that he could now confirm without a doubt that Fu Yu did not possess any inclination towards Longyang. The way his eyes gleamed with that lewdness while mentioning those exquisite ladies was an unmistakable reflection of his true feelings. Brother Fu, there is no need to worry. Wanyu Tower is somewhat different from those brothels like Yuxiang Courtyard, Shaoxiang Pavilion, Sangshan Pavilion, and Hongxing Tower, which are purely focused on physical pleasures and worldly indulgence. Fu Yu explained. Su Yuanqing regarded him with curiosity. Brother Fu, it seems you are quite knowledgeable. Fu Yu's face flushed slightly. I know a little, just a little. He continued. Most of the women at Wanyu Tower are refined courtesans. The overall ambience leans towards elegance. Many of the ladies cannot be wooed simply with gold, silver, or spiritual stones. Only those who can genuinely touch their hearts may gain their favor. Su Yuanqing shook his head in response. Fu Yu quickly interjected. Do you doubt my words, Brother Su? Su Yuanqing replied. It is not that I do not believe you. Rather, I feel that your experience is still somewhat limited. What? I lack experience? Fu Yu was bewildered. Although he had never visited Wanyu Tower in Kanglan City, he had been to other Wanyu Towers several times. Surely, he had more experience than Su Yuanqing. Su Yuanqing smiled, since you assert that the owner of Wanyu Tower is someone from the royal family of Chu. Any woman who appears before you, regardless of whether she is a courtesan or not, and regardless of her willingness or coercion to enter Wanyu Tower, must have undergone training. And that training must have been effective. The reason they do not yield is not due to a lack of money, but rather because the price is insufficient. If you offer 100 spiritual stones and she refuses, what if you offer 1,000, 10,000, 100,000? A million? Fu Yu was taken aback. After a moment of thought, he realized there was some truth to it. If a woman at Wanyu Tower was unwilling to engage, there could only be one reason. The price was not high enough. There was no need for any elaborate reasoning. Suddenly, Fu Yu felt enlightened. However, he added, but who would actually bring out 1,000,000 spiritual stones just to sleep with a woman? That would be madness. Yuanqing shook his head, realizing Fu Yu's understanding was still lacking. If he had 1,000,000 spiritual stones, he would certainly be willing to spend a night with the eldest princess. After all, gaining the favor of the eldest princess would yield far more than a mere 1,000,000 spiritual stones, not to mention her royal status. If he could see her donned in dragon robes, reclining on the dragon throne, singing Conquer, the emotional value alone would be overwhelming. Clearing his throat, Yuanqing dismissed such fantasies. However, he found it unsuitable to explain his thoughts to Fu Yu, so he chose to remain silent and headed towards Wanyu Tower, intending to critique this so-called elegant establishment. How come Brother Su seems more experienced than I am? Fu Yu pondered, gazing at Su Yuanqing's retreating figure, feeling perplexed. He hurriedly followed after him. Just as Su Yuanqing and Fu Yu entered Wanyu Tower, two tall and graceful young gentlemen appeared outside. One of the gentlemen exuded a cool demeanor, dressed in a sharply tailored ice blue outfit, cinched with a simple white jade belt, resembling a wandering hero beneath the clear moonlight on snowy peaks. His hair was tied back, with a few strands casually framing his face, enhancing his ethereal charm. His pale skin and slightly sharp features gave the impression that he was a scion of a noble family, devoted solely to the path of swordsmanship, free from worldly distractions. The other gentleman, clad in a striking crimson ensemble, had a slender waist that was tightly wrapped, with the tips of his boots curving upward. Yet his steps retained an enchanting grace. He wore a golden threaded soft cap, casually obscuring a few loose strands of hair, and with a playful smile. He raised an eyebrow at the ice blue gentleman. Lu Shidi, shall we? These two were none other than Lu Suiao and Yin Qi, disguised as men with the aid of magic. Although both were quite handsome, to the untrained eye of ordinary mortals, they would only discern masculine traits. Lu Suiao surveyed the three characters that spelled Wanyu Tower, furrowing her brow. What kind of place is this? Wanyu Tower, Yin Qi replied matter-of-factly. I mean, what kind of place is Wanyu Tower? Lu Suiao clarified. A place for enjoying music and performances, Yin Qi explained. Lu Suiao shot Yin Qi an annoyed glance. Brother. She was about to call him sister when she remembered that they were both suppressing their cultivation and disguised as men, so she quickly corrected herself. Brother, why have you brought me to such a place? Yin Qi replied, to broaden our horizons. Lu Suiao frowned. Isn't it unnecessary to visit such places? Yin Qi smiled. What are we here for? We are here to temper our hearts in the mortal realm. This is an excellent place to encounter all sorts of people. It suits us perfectly. After all, we're just here to take a look. I'm also curious about what such a place is really like. With that, she took Lu Suiao's hand and proceeded towards Wanyu Tower. Brother, be mindful of your conduct, Lu Suiao cautioned. All right, I have no inclinations towards Lanyang. Yin Qi promptly released Lu Suiao's hand. Suddenly, a folding fan appeared in her grasp, and with an air of grace akin to a dashing young gentleman, she entered Wanyu Tower alongside Lu Suiao. Wanyu Tower, second floor, private room. Su Yuanqing and Fu Yu were seated within, engrossed in the performance at the center of the stage, where 6 enchanting ladies, their delicate bosoms partially revealed, danced gracefully, their long legs subtly visible beneath sheer gauze. The sounds of stringed instruments filled the air, and the melodies were delightful. Brother, what do you think? Fu Yu, seated beside Su Yuanqing, was embracing a rather charming lady. Casting an amorous glance at Su Yuanqing, Su Yuanqing turned to Fu Yu. Brother Fu, could you please remove your hand while speaking? After the initial awkwardness, Fu Yu was no longer embarrassed. He did not withdraw his hand from beneath his garment. Instead, he transmitted a message to Su Yuanqing. Brother, I suggest you not be overly virtuous. Now that we are here and have spent spiritual stones, although we are not yet at the STA at this moment. His heart felt as though 1,000 alpacas were galloping through it. Although he had never visited the Wanyua Lu in Songlan City, he had frequented other Wanyua Laos before, and not just once. Yet, he had never experienced such treatment. This was exceedingly forward. Thus, Fu Yu glanced down at the rather enchanting young woman in his embrace. Their eyes met, and an awkward silence ensued. After a moment's hesitation, the alluring young woman smiled coyly, saying, "If the gentleman is willing, I could charge less and accompany you for a spring night." Fu Yu's expression froze instantly, and he felt a sudden disinterest. "You should also give my shoulder a gentle squeeze." He pushed her away, his demeanor clearly displaying a hint of frustration. Hadn't it been agreed that the women of Yuanqing would not easily entertain guests? How was it that he encountered not one, but two who were willing today? One even offered to pay him. Although he was not averse to discounts, he couldn't shake the feeling that it was somehow related to Su Yuanqing. Without him, perhaps they wouldn't even entertain the idea of a spring night. Fu Yu even mused that if Su Yuanqing so desired, this enchanting woman might willingly forego payment and offer herself to him. "I don't think I look too bad," Fu Yu mused as he touched his cheek. He began to seriously consider whether he should take Su Shidi's advice, gain some weight, and grow a beard. After all, Su Shidi's suggestion might indeed hold merit. Meanwhile, Su Yuanqing remained unaware of Fu Yu's thoughts, fixated instead on the dance unfolding below, harboring a critical mindset. Soon enough, the songstress below dispersed, followed by an uproar that seemed to electrify the crowd. What was happening? The commotion drew both Su Yuanqing and Fu Yu's attention. "It's sure. The young woman beside Su Yuanqing remarked. Sure? Su Yuanqing queried, bewildered. Fu Yu, however, was privy to the inside scoop and immediately asked, "Are you referring to the renowned Sure, who has risen to fame in your Yuanqing over the past 2 years and has rightfully claimed the title of the top courtesan?" "Indeed, it is she," the young woman confirmed. Su Yuanqing straightened in his seat. "Su Shidi, what is the matter?" Fu Yu inquired, noticing the change in Su Yuanqing's demeanor. "I have an unsettling premonition," Su Yuanqing suddenly stated. "An unsettling premonition?" Fu Yu frowned, carefully sensing his surroundings but finding no cause for alarm. Though many cultivators were present in Yuanqing, they were primarily in the qi refinement stage, posing little threat to them. Even if there were foundation establishment cultivators, they were within the territory of the Chu Kingdom and the Qing Xiandaozong, where disciples of the Qing Xiandaozong were generally untouchable. Su Yuanqing also furrowed his brow. That unsettling premonition was fleeting, lasting only a few breaths. Yet he had indeed felt it, as if misfortune were looming. "You should leave first," Su Yuanqing instructed. "Understood." The two women in their private box immediately stood to bid farewell. Fu Yu asked, "Su Shidi, what is going on?" After a moment's contemplation, Su Yuanqing replied, "Fu Shixing, we should depart. That unsettling feeling suggests we should not linger in Yuanqing. Are we leaving just like that? But Sure is about to make her entrance. Shouldn't we at least see what she looks like before we go?" Fu Yu protested, feeling it would be too regrettable to leave without a glimpse. Su Yuanqing had initially thought it prudent to leave without looking back. However, just as they were about to exit, a cascade of petals fell from the stage below, shimmering in the ethereal mist, as a tall figure gradually emerged into view. "Fine, let us take a look," Su Yuanqing conceded. Meanwhile, in another box, Lu Suiao's expression was as cold as frost. It was genuinely cold now, not merely cool. Her gaze drifted toward the box where Su Yuanqing sat. Beside her, Yin-Chi laughed lightly, saying, "What a coincidence. My lord, would you care to share a drink with this humble servant?" On the stage of Yuanqing, amidst the swirling mist, an elegant figure appeared before the audience. Her shoulders were partially exposed, draped in sheer fabric. At first glance, it seemed one's gaze could effortlessly penetrate the veil to reveal her delicate form beneath. Yet upon closer inspection, it became clear that nothing was truly visible. It was all merely an illusion. Su Yuanqing, who had intended to leave, found himself captivated, deciding to critique the performance instead. A true beauty, he thought to himself. Each smile and movement of hers was imbued with an alluring charm, yet devoid of any vulgarity, instead imparting an impression of purity. Yes, purity. The coexistence of allure and sanctity. Two extremes seamlessly blended into one. Fu Yu's eyes widened in awe. Su Yuanqing remained composed, although he too was taken aback. He had encountered many beauties of this caliber before, such as his master Lu Suiao, Elder Yin-Chi, Jiang Yunian, Jiang Qingli, and the princesses. Such encounters had elevated his aesthetic standards to a level beyond Fu Yu's reach. For instance, in Fu Yu's eyes, Shi Jie was quite beautiful, but to Su Yuanqing, she was merely average. Thus, Su Yuanqing appreciated the performance with a sense of normalcy, unlike Fu Yu, whose eyes betrayed a hint of infatuation. Wait. After a moment, Su Yuanqing sensed something was amiss. Fu Yu was an inner disciple of the Teishu peak of Qing Xiandaozong, currently at the 10th level of Qi refinement, and had become a disciple of Elder Wan Hai. If all went well, Fu Yu was likely to succeed in foundation establishment and become a true disciple. A cultivator of such caliber should not be so infatuated by Su Su Yuanqing refrained from calling out to Fu Yu and instead secretly activated the Yin-Yang Zhao Hua Lu, using its ability to discern illusions to examine the surroundings. Indeed, there was a problem. Upon investigation, he discovered that over 90% of the men in Wanyua Lu were unknowingly releasing their essence, which drifted toward the performing Shi. She was siphoning their essence from afar. It was subtle and very secretive, which explained why even Fu Yu, a 10th level Qi refinement cultivator, remained completely unaware. Assessing his own state, Su Yuanqing found no issues. Perhaps it was because he did not exhibit that infatuated gaze, allowing him to regard Shi with a sense of vigilance, wary of inadvertently falling under her spell. Fu Shixing, Su Yuanqing called, gently tapping Fu Yu to rouse him. Fu Yu snapped back to attention. What is it? He asked, looking at Su Yuanqing. That Shi is from Wanyua Lu. It's possible the establishment is involved in this. Su Yuanqing spoke calmly, refraining from revealing the details of Shi's secretive siphoning of essence, simply stating, we should leave. Please, let us stay a little longer and enjoy this dance before we go, Fu Yu urged. Su Yuanqing replied firmly, Fu Shixing, I intend to leave. If you wish to depart, we shall go together. If you desire to continue watching, I shall return to await your return. He sensed something peculiar in this place, deeming it unsafe. Prolonged stay could lead to dire consequences. This unsettling premonition he had just experienced seemed connected to the matter of Du Shishi, siphoning men's essence. As Fu Yu observed Su Yuanqing turning to leave, a flicker of hesitation crossed his face. Wait for me. I shall accompany you, Fu Yu promptly declared, immediately following suit. The two exited the private chamber, descended the stairs, and proceeded along the corridor, intending to vacate Yuelu. A middle-aged woman, exuding beauty, noticed the pair and approached them with a beaming smile. Gentlemen, having spent on the private room, why not indulge in a glimpse of Shishi's performance? Her public displays are rare throughout the year. At other times, if one wishes to behold her artistry, it depends on her mood, and the extra cost is considerably higher. In truth, Fu Yu was indeed interested in watching. However, he felt it would be disloyal to remain alone while allowing Su Yuanqing to depart. Thus, he turned to Su Yuanqing. With a clear gaze, Su Yuanqing's expression hardened. After discovering Du Shishi's clandestine actions, he would not dare act upon her advances, even if she offered herself to him. The preservation of life was paramount. The middle-aged woman was also a cultivator, and Su Yuanqing sensed that her cultivation level was comparable to his own, appearing more akin to the proprietor of Yuel Lu than a mere hostess. Therefore, he merely smiled slightly and replied, I have some matters to attend to. We shall discuss this another day. With that, he prepared to leave. Although Fu Yu lamented the missed opportunity, he resolved to follow Su Yuanqing out. Yet, before departing, he cast a final glance towards the center of the stage, only to realize that Du Shishi's dance had concluded. Suddenly, he found himself feeling less regretful. After all, with the performance over, lingering would not provide any further visual delight. However, as he turned back, he fell 2 steps behind Su Yuanqing. Just as he was about to catch up, the lights throughout Yuel Lu dimmed abruptly, and a beam of light fell 2 paces in front of him, enveloping Su Yuanqing. What is happening? Fu Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, Su Yuanqing's countenance changed dramatically. Congratulations, young master. You are the fortunate audience of the day, selected by Shishi to enjoy a private moment together, sharing a fine drink. The middle-aged woman declared with a smile. Simultaneously, Du Shishi, draped in sheer fabric with a graceful figure, glided through the air, her delicate fingers holding a silk ribbon, appearing ethereal beside Su Yuanqing. Young master, would you care to share a cup with me? Du Shishi's voice was sweet and enticing. Upon her closer approach, Su Yuanqing beheld her enchanting eyes, resembling peach blossoms, glimmering with a captivating depth, evoking an alluring gaze. However, a chill ran down Su Yuanqing's spine, for he found himself unable to move. When the beam of light enveloped him, it felt as if he had been ensnared by a binding spell, rendering his body unresponsive. Even his attempts to communicate telepathically with Fu Yu seemed severed. He reached out to convey a message, but Fu Yu remained oblivious, his face alight with excitement and a hint of envy. Quickly, Fu Yu shifted his gaze from Su Yuanqing to the alluring Du Shishi before him. Fu Yu, you foolish fool. Su Yuanqing silently berated him. Meanwhile, on the second floor, within a certain private chamber, Lu Suiao's originally cool demeanor transformed into an even colder expression. She was about to take action when Yun Qi suddenly grasped her arm, smiling. Sister Suiao, do not rush. Let us observe what that girl intends to do before intervening. We shall keep a watchful eye, and your precious disciple will surely be safe, rest assured.